A mysterious bolt of lightning struck the cruise ship, awakening Zhou Feng on the beach. Beside him was only the neighbor, Aunt Qin Xiaoxue. Soon, they would discover that the secrets of this island surpassed their wildest imaginations. Chapter 1. Castaway on a deserted island. Aunt Qin was pinned behind a rock, astonished by the turn of events. Once she regained her composure, a mix of embarrassment and urgency flooded her. She had never anticipated that Zhou Feng would act in such a manner. After all, she had watched him grow up, recalling a time when he was but a good boy. Could it be that their unexpected arrival on this deserted island had led him to harbor inappropriate thoughts? Moreover, upon waking, she had sensed the intense heat of his gaze, a look she understood all too well. It had been ages since anyone had touched her since the divorce. What was she to do? Qin Xiaoxue pushed Zhou Feng several times, but he was immovable. It dawned on her that he had grown into a man. She had heard he frequented the gym, but was it all for this moment? Aunt Qin, don't make a sound, Zhou Feng whispered. Her annoyance flared at his words. Not make a sound. After all that had transpired, he still expected her to remain quiet? The audacity. Someone is coming, Zhou Feng squinted, peering into the distance. A figure emerged from the grove of coconut trees, less than 50 meters away. The man was dark-skinned, not particularly tall, yet his physique was robust, devoid of any excess flesh. What sent shivers down Zhou Feng's spine was the long spear he wielded, stained with dark red blood. Adorned with bone trinkets around his neck, he resembled a primitive man from a film. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue felt Zhou Feng release her. She finally began to breathe again. What is that? She stammered, her eyes wide with terror. Perhaps, sensing the commotion, the primitive man glanced in their direction. However, Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue had already hidden behind the rock. After a moment of scrutiny, the man continued on his way. Who was that? Qin Xiaoxue still trembled with fear. I don't know. Zhou Feng shook his head slowly. After all, he had just arrived here too. What if he knows where Qin Yin is? Qin Xiaoxue couldn't help but voice her concern. That's unlikely, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. The appearance of the primitive man did not suggest he was a modern human. Where had they ended up? Aunt Qin, you must prepare yourself mentally. This place is more perilous than we imagined, Zhou Feng said, his expression grave. Prepare for what? Qin Xiaoxue was taken aback. That native, he could be dangerous, Zhou Feng said slowly. Chapter 2. Danger. Suddenly, a hand reached out, attempting to grasp Qin Xiaoxue. She could hardly believe she had encountered a pervert. Don't come any closer, Qin Xiaoxue screamed. What are you shouting for? Even if you scream your lungs out, no one is here. I've never seen a beauty like you before, the young man sneered, his eyes glinting with greed. As the young man lunged towards her, Zhou Feng dashed forward, delivering a fierce kick to his ribs. The young man cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Zhou Feng Qin Xiaoxue was nearly in tears. She hadn't expected Zhou Feng to save her at such a critical moment. Zhou Feng pinned the young man down, raining blows upon his face. The young man, having not eaten, lacked the strength to resist. After struggling briefly, he surrendered, cradling his head and pleading, "Stop, please. I was wrong." "Get lost," Zhou Feng shouted, rising to his feet. The young man, clutching his abdomen, retreated step by step into the depths of the jungle. When he was still a few dozen meters away, he turned back. "Wait for me. I'll make you pay." With that, he vanished into the foliage. That bastard. Next time, he'll make sure to finish him off. Zhou Feng fumed. He had only taken a few steps when he realized such scum existed. At just 18, he had only ever engaged in fights, never taking a life. Yet, if he had another chance, he certainly would not spare that young man. Zhou Feng Qin Xiaoxue's eyes glistened with tears as she threw herself into his embrace, sobbing against his shoulder. She had never experienced anything like this before. "It's all right. I'm here." Zhou Feng wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling the weight of the moment. Memories of what had transpired since he awakened flooded his mind, and he suddenly found the deserted island appealing. In such a place, he had the opportunity to be close to Qin Xiaoxue. How he longed for more. What are you doing?" "What?" Nothing. Qin Xiaoxue quickly released him, suddenly aware of the implications. After all, she was no longer a young girl. Yet, she had always viewed Zhou Feng as a child. Only now did she realize he had truly grown into a man. Chapter 3. The assault following Zhou Feng's gaze. Qin Xiaoxue's expression suddenly changed. Just moments ago, she had been preoccupied with assessing her daughter's condition and had failed to notice the presence of several other women. Among the 3 women on the right, each bore visible injuries. Despite the distance between them, it was evident that 2 of them had swollen faces, clearly a result of having been beaten. Their garments lay in tatters, evidently torn apart. 2 of the women appeared ashen, devoid of any discernible expression, while another was weeping uncontrollably, suggesting they had all recently endured inhumane treatment. As for the last woman, she sat beside two men, wearing a sycophantic expression. It was apparent that in a desperate bid for survival, she had chosen a different path. What should we do? Qin Xiaoxue's anxiety intensified, although Bai Qingyan seemed unharmed. Being in the clutches of such ruffians was a precarious situation, one that could easily lead to future indignities. At the very least, it appeared that Bai Qingyan was currently safe. She needed to devise a plan. Zhou Feng was equally distressed. The adversary consisted of two men, one of whom was particularly muscular, his arms rippling with defined muscles. Although Zhou Feng was agile, he was no match for such a formidable opponent. Moreover, the other man, while lacking visible muscle, appeared quite hefty, and the weight of his bulk would also prove difficult to contend with. The odds of facing two opponents were daunting. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept in from behind. Zhou Feng instinctively turned to look, only to feel a sharp blow to his head, followed by an intense wave of pain. His vision faded to darkness as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Amidst the haze of consciousness, he heard a familiar voice exclaiming, "I told you I will kill you." It was the arrogant voice of the young man he had previously let go. His awareness slipped into oblivion. Xiao Feng! Xiao Feng! Qin Xiaoxue collapsed on Zhou Feng's body, weeping. She felt the sticky warmth at the sight of his injury, her fingers trembling as she raised them, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a significant amount of blood. "Xiao Feng, please don't die. Don't leave me," she cried, overwhelmed with regret. It was all her fault. Dragging Zhou Feng into the search for their daughter had ultimately led to his harm. Unbeknownst to her, blood trickled from Zhou Feng's forehead down to his neck, where it met a piece of blood-stained jade, which flickered with an eerie red light. Chapter 4. The Jade. With this thought, Zhou Feng gritted his teeth and picked up the wooden stick that the young man had dropped. The stick was over 1 meter long, providing a significant advantage in reach. Coupled with Zhou Feng's rapid swings, he prepared to confront the threat. The muscular man found himself utterly devoid of opportunities to retaliate, instead losing his weapon in the fray. Subsequently, he was struck again on the arm, a wave of excruciating pain crashing over him. Stop. I concede," he pleaded, the sensation of his arm feeling as if it were shattered. Yet, Zhou Feng showed no mercy this time, delivering a decisive blow to the man's head. Blood cascaded down the muscular man's forehead, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. Enough! The onlookers shrieked in horror at the sight. The rotund figure and several women hastily retreated into the underbrush, disappearing from view. Apart from Zhou Feng, who was panting heavily, only Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan remained. Zhou Feng observed the fleeing figures, but made no attempt to pursue them, as the women appeared to be paralyzed by fear. As for the corpulent man, Zhou Feng found no inclination to hunt him down, recognizing that he was not a savage. "You did this to save me," Qin Xiaoxue said softly, embracing Zhou Feng and whispering in his ear, concerned that he might react impulsively in this moment. Bai Qingyan, on her part, hurried to Zhou Feng's side, snatching the bloodied weapon from his grasp. Seeing their worried expressions, Zhou Feng slowly shook his head. "I'm fine." He did not perceive any significant turmoil within himself, even though this was his first experience with such violence. He had long mentally prepared for it. "Your forehead, the bleeding has stopped so swiftly," Qin Xiaoxue suddenly recalled, and rushed to inspect Zhou Feng's injury. To her astonishment, the previously bleeding wound had already formed a scab. So soon? She marveled, remembering how she had felt the blood on her hands. In the wilderness, the greatest fear was an unhealed wound, for an infection could lead to a high fever. I don't know," Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head, instinctively touching the jade pendant at his neck. Chapter 5. The Transformation of Grievance. Zhou Feng felt the arms around him tighten, with fingers exploring his chest in a rather unwarranted manner. "Let us just consider it an elderly lady's embrace," he chuckled. "Annoying. All right, let us sleep quickly. Tomorrow could be even more perilous." He yawned, genuinely feeling the weight of fatigue after a day spent scouring alongside Qin Xiaoxue. Beside him, the gentle sound of Qin Xiaoxue's breathing indicated that she too was weary. "All right," Bai Qingyan replied, her tone tinged with regret. Yet less than a minute later, she heard Zhou Feng snoring, leaving her momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that he would fall asleep so quickly, but a pang of sympathy arose within her heart. Zhou Feng must be utterly exhausted during the day. Starting tomorrow, she is determined to prove her worth and engage in tasks within her reach. The next morning, Zhou Feng, still in a haze, dreamt of indulging in colossal steamed buns, fragrant and enticing. He grasped one, bringing it close to his face, inhaling its delightful aroma. Oddly, he detected a hint of coconut. Suddenly, the piercing scream of Qin Xiaoxue pierced his ears, jolting Zhou Feng awake. Realizing his previous actions, he quickly offered an apology. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to see if you had a fever," stammered Qin Xiaoxue, her face flushed as she covered her upper body. Concerned for Zhou Feng's injuries, she had stayed by his side the previous night, anxious about the possibility of him developing a high fever. In her attempt to check his temperature, she had not anticipated Zhou Feng's hand would grasp hers. Embarrassed, Qin Xiaoxue promptly fled, the moment far too awkward to bear. Zhou Feng scratched his head, reminiscing about that fleeting sensation. If only he had not taken that bite, perhaps he would still be lost in its bliss. At that moment, he noticed something in his hand. An old scab had come loose. Upon touching the area of his injury from yesterday, he discovered that the skin had already healed. A chill coursed through Zhou Feng. It must be related to the jade pendant. If others were to uncover the secret of the pendant, they might stop at nothing to possess it. With this thought, Zhou Feng resolved to keep the pendant's existence a secret at all costs. Nearby, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan were constructing a makeshift shelter from branches and leaves, cleverly concealed within the underbrush, making it difficult to detect from a distance. Zhou Feng approached to inspect their handiwork. "This is quite impressive," he remarked, noting their industrious efforts. Qin Xiaoxue wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with her elbow, revealing a smile. Chapter 6. Fishing. Zhou Feng retrieved 2 large fish from the campfire, handing one to each of the women before taking one for himself. The fish was perfectly grilled, exuding a tantalizing aroma, with juices bubbling within. Zhou Feng tore off a piece of the succulent fish and savored it, unable to stop eating. Bai Qingyan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is it truly that delicious? The fish is enormous. Let us share one, and you can have the rest." Noticing this, Qin Xiaoxue extended another fish towards Zhou Feng. Bai Qingyan, eager yet hesitant, contemplated accepting it. Although the fish was sizable, she believed she could finish it. However, the words lingered on her lips, unspoken, for Zhou Feng was her savior. Without Zhou Feng, she would have been oblivious to her current predicament. Bai Qingyan noticed her mother's gaze fixed upon her, clearly indicating that any suggestion from her would only lead to another reprimand. "Zhou Feng, please eat. Our appetite is rather modest," Bai Qingyan remarked, suppressing her conscience. Witnessing this exchange, Zhou Feng chuckled, returning the grilled fish. "Aunt Qin, please indulge yourself. I shall procure more in the evening." Hearing his words, a smile graced Bai Qingyan's lips. "How delightful. Quite the gentleman," she mused. "Xiao Feng, are you truly not going to eat more?" inquired Qin Xiaoxue, her face etched with concern. "Aunt Qin, I shall suffice with some coconut jelly. We are unaware of our surroundings, and it is imperative that we conserve our strength. To endure on this deserted island, we must unite our efforts," Zhou Feng replied, gesturing dismissively. "Unite our efforts?" Qin Xiaoxue understood all too well. She and her daughter were merely burdens in this situation. Had it not been for Zhou Feng being their neighbor and a long-time acquaintance, providing them with a semblance of support on the deserted island, she shuddered to think of the fate that might have befallen them. In a fleeting moment, Bai Qingyan had reduced a fish to nothing but bones. Comprehending why Zhou Feng's eating habits appeared so unrefined, the grilled fish was simply too delectable. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxue cautiously began to eat, meticulously savoring every morsel. Eventually, she offered Zhou Feng half of what remained, indicating her inability to finish it. Zhou Feng felt a wave of gratitude as he beheld the neatly portioned fish. It was evident that Qin Xiaoxue had intended to save it for herself in the outset. Chapter 7. New survivor selfish. Manager Guo's insincere smile reemerged. Zhou Feng scoffed at his words. "Family? What era are we in to still play such games? If you are willing to share your provisions with us, I will personally ensure you a position at our company." He continued, "The current job market is dire. Many graduates from prestigious universities are barely making ends meet. You must contemplate this carefully. Such an opportunity may never present itself again." Manager Guo squinted, his tone laced with persuasion. Others chimed in, urging Zhou Feng to seize the moment lest he regret it. After all, one might only encounter a benefactor like this once in a lifetime. Zhou Feng found their attempts amusing. It seemed that Manager Guo indeed possessed a natural aptitude for leadership, particularly in his talent for grandiose promises, envisioning his own future post-graduation. "Spare me your empty rhetoric. Our survival here is uncertain, so kindly depart," Zhou Feng replied coldly. The flicker of irritation crossed Manager Gui's face as he perceived Zhou Feng's indifference. "This deserted island does not belong to you. What harm is there in us lingering nearby?" His gaze then shifted toward Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter, inquiring whether they would be willing to join their side. Manager Guo had a total of 7 individuals with him, 4 men and 3 women, thus holding a numerical advantage. "We would remain with Zhou Feng and would not venture to your side." Qin Xiaoxue resolutely shook her head. Zhou Feng had saved her daughter, and, at this moment, Qin Xiaoxue could never betray Zhou Feng. "You may amuse yourselves," by Qin Yan retorted, sticking her tongue out at those individuals. Manager Guo snorted coldly as several of them strolled away, soon finding a spot to sit and rest. "Zhou Feng, what if they do not leave? What if they come over to snatch our food?" Bai Qin Yan expressed her concern. "That would be akin to courting death," Zhou Feng mused, toying with something in his hand. Even without relying on this, he was confident in his ability to deal with those individuals. "If trouble truly arose, I shall confront them alongside her." Qin Xiaoxue bit her teeth in determination. Her concern lay with Manager Guo and his companions, whether they would behave like the previous muscle-bound adversaries and become aggressive. Qin Xiaoxue was well aware of the nature of Manager Guo. "Zhou Feng, it's bad. They are heading toward the coconut trees," Bai Qin Yan suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the direction of the trees. Chapter 8. Workplace Rules on the Deserted Island. Seeing Zhou Feng carrying several fish was exhilarating. From which direction did he procure them? Wang Jun queried, gesturing toward that area. "Let us go. Let us see for ourselves and catch a few fish," Manager Guo declared, rising to his feet. At that moment, a sweet voice interrupted. "Manager, I'm exhausted. May I rest here for a while?" It was Li Ran, Manager Guo's secretary, possessing a distinctly internet celebrity visage. Evidently, a quintessential artificial beauty with an exaggerated figure that appeared rather unnatural. Nonetheless, she had undeniable assets that were quite prominent. "All right, you may rest for a bit." Manager Guo nodded. Upon hearing this, the other 2 women expressed their discontent, stating that they too were fatigued. Moreover, they claimed they were inept at fishing, deeming it a man's task, and felt their presence would be futile. "If you do not go, you will miss out on the fish we catch." Manager Guo's expression turned icy, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor toward Li Ran. The 2 female employees immediately began to resent this treatment, realizing it stemmed from their refusal to accept the unspoken rules. Looking at Li Ran, who sat casually, as if entitled, only fueled their irritation. However, they recognized the futility of opposing authority and reluctantly stood up, each feeling slightly envious of Qin Xiaoxue, who seemed exempt from the toil of fishing, as there were others to procure fish for her. Manager Guo and his group arrived at the coral area of the shallow sea. Indeed, I observed numerous marine fish gracefully gliding through the water, each one brimming with exuberance. However, this excitement swiftly transformed into disappointment as they realized their inability to catch any of these fish. Among them, there was not a single adept fisherman or even an enthusiastic angler. Manager Gu pondered numerous strategies and attempted to craft a spear akin to Zhou Feng's. Yet, the wooden spear proved utterly ineffective in their hands. In the end, they could only gather a few shells to take back, hardly sufficient to satisfy their hunger. "You did not catch any fish, yet I see Zhou Feng has managed to catch several," Li Ran remarked, unable to conceal her disappointment upon witnessing Manager Gu and the others return empty-handed. Chapter 9. Do you wish to be my father? A bottle of mineral water. This was one of the items in the bags of the muscular men. The water had been completely consumed, yet the bottle remained a precious commodity on this deserted island. Zhou Feng had previously filled a bottle with some water, carefully tending to Bai Qingyan's wound. It appeared that infection was unlikely. "Why are you so clumsy? You can't compare to Aunt Qin at all," Zhou Feng teased. "Isn't that obvious? I've never cooked before," Bai Qingyan retorted with exasperation. "It's not just about cooking. Aunt Qin excels in every aspect far beyond you. Beautiful and kind-hearted," Zhou Feng stated candidly. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxue's face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but glance at Zhou Feng a few more times. Are you truly thinking that? Complimenting my mother like this makes it seem as if you want to pursue her and be my stepfather, Bai Qingyan scoffed. What is wrong with pursuing? Zhou Feng replied earnestly. In the past, he would have merely contemplated such thoughts internally, burdened by societal pressures. But now, the situation was different. Here on this deserted island, what was there to hold back? Most importantly, he wished to avoid any regrets. Then go ahead and pursue, Bai Qingyan said, rolling her eyes, believing Zhou Feng was jesting. All right, as long as you have no objections, Zhou Feng chuckled, narrowing his eyes with a smile. You too, are you making a joke out of me? Qin Xiaoxue said, a hint of urgency in her tone. Matters of the heart are not to be trifled with, are they? And Qin, I'm not jesting, Zhou Feng began, but was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. He turned to see a woman in light attire approaching. Sister Qin, and Zhou Feng as well. Li Ran greeted with a smile. What brings you here? This is our territory. Zhou Feng's expression turned suddenly cold. He had previously noticed Li Ran, lingering closely beside Manager Gu, sensing an unusual dynamic. I actually have no particular business here. Li Ran thought about how to forge a closer connection. If there's nothing, then please leave us alone, Zhou Feng replied indifferently. Li Ran was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Feng to be so heartless. Despite her revealing attire, Zhou Feng barely cast her a glance. Chapter 10. Internal strife amidst so many individuals adrift on this island. It is quite perplexing that we remain unscathed. Fan Jian remarked slowly. They too had awakened suddenly on the beach, initially believing themselves to be the sole survivors. Little did they know, they would encounter Zhou Feng and the others, which added an element of intrigue to their predicament. On that cruise ship, Manager Gua and Li Ran occupied luxurious suites on the upper deck, while the others resided in the economy cabin below. In the event of an incident, it was highly probable that those in the economy class would perish. Yet, now Qin Xiaoxue and her companions were also unharmed. What do you imply? This situation might harbor some peculiarities. After all, rescue will not arrive swiftly. Fan Jian maintained a level-headed demeanor. But didn't Manager Gua say, their words are merely intended to instill hope in us so that we remain compliant. Fan Jian scoffed. These scoundrels. Yang Wei suddenly grasped the reality. He had been played for a fool. Resolving to confront Manager Gua, he turned on his heel, only to be stopped by Fan Jian. What are you planning to do? Fan Jian inquired. Of course, I intend to settle the score with him. That scoundrel deserves a lesson. Yang Wei clenched his fists, seething with anger. Teach him a lesson? What do you think you can accomplish? You can't very well kill him. Fan Jian shook his head. Yang Wei paused, his expression deflating. Just as Fan Jian had pointed out, he could not afford to act so rashly over such a trivial matter. Would it serve any purpose to physically assault Manager Gua? Yet we cannot simply endure this indignity. While he enjoys the company of his secretary, we are relegated to servitude. Yang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Working is one thing, but we lack any wilderness survival experience and are bound to go hungry. It is we who will perish first. Fan Jian spoke gravely. At that moment, Yang Wei's stomach growled, prompting him to nod in agreement. They had gathered quite a bit of supplies, yet received the least during distribution. Then let us part ways. Together, we can overcome this hunger, Yang Wei declared. Part ways? Are you truly content to leave like this? Have you not always had an interest in Li Ran? Fan Jian's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Chapter 11. Rebellion I do not. Yang Wei's face flushed, and he hastily waved his hand. Yet, his actions betrayed him. In truth, among the men in the company, few were not captivated by Li Ran. She often flaunted her allure at work, donning short skirts and stockings, and deliberately infusing her speech with a playful lilt. In the company, everyone looks down upon Manager Gua, yet everyone aspires to become him. Yang Wei, however, is somewhat unique. He has genuinely fallen for Li Ran. It was during the last annual meeting when he, inebriated, was overheard by Fan Jian. Stop pretending. What are you acting for? Fan Jian remarked nonchalantly. Is Li Ran truly an option? Yang Wei could not help but exclaim, though he quickly shook his head. What if she refuses? What then? He pondered. Fan Jian, somewhat perplexed, could not fathom why Yang Wei was enamored with Li Ran, whose reputation within the company was far from stellar. Yet, Yang Wei remained his sole ally, prompting Fan Jian to bolster his confidence. Can that bunch of inept fools even procure food? If they don't comply, they'll starve. It won't be long before Li Ran comes to us, and then you'll have the upper hand. Yang Wei's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan was engulfed in worry. Zhou Feng, should we not do something about those people scouring for food? What will we do? Should we let them starve? Zhou Feng shook his head, meticulously sharpening a wooden stick with a dagger, having already crafted 2 such implements. This would be the 3rd. Typically, they could be used for fishing, but in critical moments, both Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan could wield them for self-defense. Zhou Feng was indifferent to the fate of others. With their current plight, self-preservation was already commendable. Where would he find the energy to rescue others? I'm concerned about the trouble they might bring. Don't you remember the wild men you mentioned? Bai Qingyan recalled Zhou Feng's words about the presence of savages on the island, potentially cannibals. Those wild men were likely just passing through. There's no immediate danger, Zhou Feng mused, inwardly relieved that their camp had not been discovered. But what if the wild men really appeared? In the beginning, Bai Qingyan had not been so fearful of them, but perhaps now, having secured some food and a semblance of basic survival, she recognized the threat they posed. If they were to encounter danger, you all run ahead. I'll hold off the wild men, Qin Xiaoxue interjected. She, too, was busy fortifying their camp, laying down branches to avoid sleeping directly on the ground. Mom, we should all flee together, Bai Qingyan exclaimed, surprised by her mother's suggestion. I certainly won't be able to outrun you. It's better for me to distract the wild men, Qin Xiaoxue replied, shaking her head. Mom, if you don't run, then I won't either. Bai Qingyan bit her lips softly. Foolish girl, you must survive alongside Zhou Feng. Qin Xiaoxue began to elaborate, but Zhou Feng interjected, if such a situation arises, we shall confront it together. His gaze was directed towards the place where the wild man had vanished. At that moment, they heard a heated argument emanating from the direction of Manager Guo and the others. Are you 2 utterly useless? Have you returned with nothing? You are outperformed by those 2 female employees. Wang Jun chastised, hands on his hips, pointing an accusing finger at Yang Wei and Fan Jian. The 2 remained silent, their expressions icy as they stared back at Wang Jun unperturbed by the palpable tension. Wang Jun assumed their silence was merely due to fear of retort, just as it had been in the past. Let us not forget, this is the first time we are encountering such circumstances. It is understandable that they failed to find food. Manager Guo gestured dismissively. Manager Guo, you truly are magnanimous. Wang Jun resumed his flattery. However, while they managed to find some oysters and scallops, you 2 couldn't even spot a dead fish. This genuinely disappoints me, Manager Guo sighed, subsequently declaring that the food procured by the 2 female employees would not be shared with Yang Wei and Fan Jian. Sometimes, hunger compels one to think more clearly about the next course of action, Manager Guo added. Manager Guo, we have no need for those shells. You may keep them for yourselves, Yang Wei replied. Manager Guo's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a disquieting tone in Yang Wei's voice. What do you mean by that? Manager Guo inquired, concern creeping into his words. Nothing of significance. We shall be proceeding separately from here on. This is not a company setting, so do not presume to command us, Fan Jian retorted with a huff. Before Manager Guo could respond, Wang Jun, as was his habit, interjected, Are you rebelling? One word from Manager Guo could cost you your jobs. Suddenly, Yang Wei delivered a fierce punch to Wang Jun's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground, curled up like a shrimp. You wretched cur, I have found you displeasing for quite some time. Yang Wei continued his assault, delivering 2 more kicks for good measure. Stop the violence. Please calm down. Li Ran attempted to intervene, though she hesitated to approach, fearful of being caught in the fray herself. You now have a choice. Follow Manager Guo and Wang Jun, or join us, Yang Wei declared to Li Ran and the 2 other female employees. They had conferred on their way, and the other 2 could indeed advocate for themselves, as they were diligent workers within the company. Yet, Yang Wei's gaze remained fixed on Li Ran, assessing her intently. The 2 female employees exchanged glances before ultimately positioning themselves beside Yang Wei and Fan Jian. They were acutely aware of their current predicament. Should they continue to follow Manager Guo, it would entail sourcing sustenance for the 3 of them. Undoubtedly, they would be the most exploited among the group. You must understand, help will arrive soon, Manager Guo said, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Yang Wei and Fan Jian would rebel so swiftly, especially since it was merely the 2nd day since their arrival on the desolate island. Rescue? Given the present circumstances, was there truly any hope for salvation? Fan Jian fixed a penetrating gaze on Manager Guo, causing him to fall silent. It was evident to Manager Guo that the situation had taken an unusual turn. The nature of this maritime disaster was indeed peculiar. Though he had refrained from voicing his thoughts. Li Ran, will you join us? I promise to take care of you, Yang Wei said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, to his astonishment, Li Ran shook her head. I believe we should remain united, and I have faith that Manager Guo will ensure our survival, she declared earnestly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yang Wei's eyes. You can always join us whenever you wish, he remarked before departing. As he and his companions moved away, a subtle smile graced Li Ran's lips. She was strategically positioning herself by siding with Manager Guo for the time being, awaiting further developments. Chapter 12. Softness. It appeared that they had dispersed. Bai Qingyan observed for a while and discovered that Yang Wei and his group had retreated to another thicket, approximately 300 to 400 meters away, having separated from Manager Guo and the others. Furthermore, they had managed to kindle a fire, seemingly roasting something. It seemed they possessed a lighter and had likely acquired food. Unequal distribution of resources, Zhou Feng remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Thank you, Zhou Feng. The food was indeed procured by you. Bai Qingyan expressed her gratitude, particularly noting how quickly Manager Guo's group had disbanded. Let's not dwell on that. How long have we known each other? Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, Bai Qingyan nodded. It's getting late. Let us retire early tonight, Qin Xiaoxue suggested. As the sky gradually darkened, based on their experience from the previous day, dusk would only last a few brief minutes. All right, let us turn in early, Zhou Feng agreed, lying down first on the soft branches, which provided a comfortable resting place. Bai Qingyan intended to occupy the central position as she had the previous night. But Qin Xiaoxue swiftly claimed that spot first. Earlier that morning, upon awakening, she had found her daughter and Zhou Feng closely nestled together. Bai Qingyan's arm draped affectionately around Zhou Feng, an undeniably intimate scene. The space on the ground was ample enough to accommodate 5 or 6 individuals without issue. Yet, 2 people still found themselves huddled together. Although Qin Xiaoxue was aware that Zhou Feng was a good lad, he was nonetheless a man. What if, in this fiery situation, something untoward were to occur? Mom, are you going to sleep in the middle? Bai Qingyan asked in surprise. Yes, you should lie on the edge, Qin Xiaoxue replied. Her cheeks flushed, feeling embarrassed to mention the events of the previous day. However, she was certain that by positioning herself in the center, nothing inappropriate would transpire. Why do you have to sleep so close to Zhou Feng? Bai Qingyan questioned, still puzzled and pressing for an explanation. I. Qin Xiaoxue struggled to articulate her thoughts. Well, if it's inconvenient, I can find another place to sleep, Zhou Feng said as he sat up and scratched his head. In truth, his intention to sleep alongside Qin Xiaoxue and the others was partly protective, with Manager Guo and others nearby. Who knew if they might attempt to steal something in the dead of night? A few grilled fish hung from a tree branch beside the camp. Zhou Feng felt his senses heightened. Even in slumber, he would awaken at the slightest disturbance. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Let us just rest, Qin Xiaoxue said as she lay down. Seeing that her mother offered no explanation, Bai Qingyan had no choice but to lie down as well. She glanced at Zhou Feng, who was turned toward her, and felt a twinge of disappointment. She had truly cherished the feelings from the previous night. Time passed, and Qin Xiaoxue suddenly felt a strong arm draped across her abdomen, holding her tightly. The sound of Zhou Feng's breathing reached her ears. After a couple of attempts to shift, she conceded and couldn't help but smile wryly. Zhou Feng was quite restless in his sleep. Thankfully, she had switched places with Bai Qingyan, yet being embraced felt rather pleasant. When Zhou Feng opened his eyes, dawn had already begun to break. To his astonishment, he found himself holding Qin Xiaoxue. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Had he really maintained this position throughout the night? And had Aunt Qin not objected? As this thought crossed his mind, his fingers instinctively squeezed a few times, feeling the softness of her abdomen. No excess flesh, just a warm sensation. Qin Xiaoxue murmured. Reluctantly, Zhou Feng squeezed a couple more times before releasing his grip. What Zhou Feng did not realize was that Qin Xiaoxue, facing away from him, had already opened her eyes. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. While Zhou Feng's inadvertent actions during the night could be deemed restless, this morning, Qin Xiaoxue felt a sense of relief that he had not progressed further. Instead, she rose to her feet and made her way outside. Several minutes later, Qin Xiaoxue pretended to awaken. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan beside her remained in a drowsy slumber. Xiao Feng, what are you up to? Qin Xiaoxue inquired. noticing Zhou Feng standing at the edge of the thicket, gazing into the distance. I'm observing those individuals. They are fishing, Zhou Feng replied, squinting his eyes to peer further. It was Yang Wei and Fan Jian, who had been stationed at that coral area since dawn. Although they lacked harpoons and could not fish as Zhou Feng did, they had fashioned a wooden fish trap. It was likely that they had cast it last night, with some smaller fish serving as bait inside. Now, they were venturing into the sea to check their haul. When the two men hoisted the trap, jubilant cheers erupted, indicating that fish had indeed ventured inside. The two women nearby also joined in the celebration, signifying they would not have to endure hunger. Although a single trap yields but a meager catch, producing several would ensure a steady food supply. What will we do if the fish are all caught? Qin Xiaoxue's face clouded with concern. Hearing her words, Zhou Feng chuckled lightly. There are plenty of fish out there, and we cannot solely rely on them. We must seek other sources of sustenance, he assured her. Zhou Feng's smile brought a sense of relief to Qin Xiaoxue. With him present, she felt considerably more secure. Yet, uncertainty lingered in Zhou Feng's heart. Who could say if a stable food source could indeed be found? Nevertheless, he could not afford to display confusion in front of Qin Xiaoxue and her mother, for such a demeanor would only deepen their fears for the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, Manager Guo and his companion stood on the beach, watching Yang Wei and Fan Jian haul in an abundance of fish. That scoundrel Fan Jian. I can't believe he knows how to make fish traps. Wang Jun seethed, gritting his teeth. Manager Guo's expression darkened. Since the previous night, they had scarcely eaten anything. After Fan Jian and the others departed, they had attempted to find food, but their efforts yielded nothing before darkness fell. They had gone to bed on empty stomachs. Now, witnessing the bounty of Fan Jian and his group, Wang Jun was consumed with envy. Manager Guo, we must devise a plan quickly. I am quite famished, Li Ran urged, shaking Guo's arm. Guo glanced at Wang Jun. In times past, he would have sent Wang Jun to procure food for them. But now Wang Jun was his only companion. If he drove Wang Jun away, he would be left with nothing. Let us venture into the thicket and see if we can uncover some food, Manager Guo suggested slowly. Chapter 13. These fish belong to us into the thicket? Li Ran furrowed her brow as she gazed toward the underbrush. She had an unsettling feeling that something dreadful lurked within. Sustaining themselves solely on fish would not last long. Perhaps there were wild fruits hidden in the thicket, and they were in dire need of fresh water. Manager Guo elaborated. Their only source of fresh water was the coconuts they had gathered the previous day. He further suggested that there might be inhabitants on the island. Once they established contact with the residents, hunger would no longer plague them. Indeed, Manager Guo is quite astute, Wang Jun continued to praise. Let us gather our belongings and depart. Manager Guo began to collect their items. When Yang Wei and the others had left the previous day, they had taken nearly everything, leaving little behind for Manager Guo and the rest. After a moment's hesitation, Li Ran resolved to follow Manager Guo and the others, as they had yet to encounter any real danger. Deep down, she was reluctant to remain on the island and preferred to take a chance. Zhou Feng also noticed Manager Guo and his group venturing deeper into the thicket. What are they up to? Qin Xiaoxue inquired, her curiosity piqued. They likely seek fortune in the woods since they found little sustenance on the beach, Zhou Feng speculated. But aren't there wild men in there? Shouldn't we inform them? Qin Xiaoxue could not help but voice her concern. After all, they were colleagues and should be alerted. Zhou Feng nodded. Despite his disdain for Manager Guo and his companions, he could not simply watch them walk into danger without a warning. They ought to be made aware, at least to prepare their minds. There were other survivors on the island, some of whom were not much different from beasts. Indeed, quite perilous. Bai Qingyan had also approached the two without their noticing. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, he instinctively touched the scar on the back of his head. The scar had faded, and even his hair seemed to have grown back. Yet the sensation of near death was one he would never forget. Thus, Zhou Feng approached Manager Guo and the others. Kid, what do you intend to do? Wang Jun displayed a displeased expression upon seeing Zhou Feng approach. However, as Zhou Feng continued forward, Wang Jun instinctively took a few steps back. It was how he had received a punch from Yang Wei the day before, and even now, his abdomen ached faintly. Are you all heading into the thicket? Zhou Feng inquired, directing his question at Manager Guo, knowing that among the three, he was the one who would keep his word. Indeed, remaining on this beach offers no prospects, Manager Guo affirmed with a nod. Didn't you mention there was a rescue operation previously? Wouldn't it be easier to be spotted on the beach? Zhou Feng remarked coolly. Surprisingly, instead of reacting with anger to Zhou Feng's sarcasm, Manager was simply smiled amiably in response. He welcomed Zhou Feng to join him in forming a team. How many of you will be in this team? I have no interest. I merely came to inform you that there are indeed wild men on this island, and they may very well resort to cannibalism. Zhou Feng recounted his encounter with the wild men, adding that he had also met several other survivors from the ship. However, these survivors were enslaving the others. Of course, Zhou Feng did not disclose that he had killed 2 of them. You are fabricating a story. How could there be wild men on this island? Wang Jun was skeptical, believing Zhou Feng was merely attempting to frighten them. Thank you, little brother. We will remain vigilant, Manager Guo responded courteously. Yet, once Zhou Feng departed, Manager Guo's expression shifted to one of disdain. Wild men? Is he trying to fool us? Li Ran interjected, unable to comprehend why Zhou Feng would deceive them. The reason is simple. He does not want us to leave. He wishes for us to be on the brink of starvation before we beg him for help. At which point, we would become his servants, Manager Guo scoffed. So that is it. This fellow harbors malevolent intentions. Wang Jun nodded in agreement. Li Ran was momentarily taken aback, believing Zhou Feng to be a better person than that. Yet, as she observed Manager Guo and Wang Jun venture into the thicket, she hesitated before following them. Did they not heed your warning? Qin Xiaoxue noticed Manager Guo and the others resolutely entering the bushes without a hint of hesitation, completely disbelieving her. Zhou Feng shrugged his shoulders. In fact, after he turned to leave, he overheard Manager Guo's words. We have done all we can. Qin Xiaoxue sighed in resignation. Nevertheless, we should consider relocating into the woods, Zhou Feng said solemnly. Why? Is this place not suitable? Bai Qingyan expressed her apprehension towards the woods. Zhou Feng briefly assessed their current predicament. They were facing a scarcity of fresh water, and the remaining coconuts were insufficient. They must find fresh water in the woods. Moreover, being on the beach did not guarantee safety. The area was too exposed. Engaging in activities on the beach would make them easily detectable. Where shall we go then? Qin Xiaoxue asked earnestly after listening. Zhou Feng pointed in a direction. I noticed from the coconut tree that there appears to be a cliff over there. Perhaps we can find shelter from the wind and rain. Their current dwelling was beneath a tree, which would offer little protection against the elements. Falling ill in such conditions would only exacerbate their plight. When shall we depart? Bai Qingyan inquired. We need to stockpile some food first. Tomorrow should suffice. Zhou Feng contemplated before responding. Subsequently, Zhou Feng instructed Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan to ignite a fire while he ventured to the coral area to catch fish. After several trips, he swiftly captured a dozen sizable fish. Qin Xiaoxue took charge of cleaning them, while Bai Qingyan suspended the fish over the fire to smoke them. In such an environment, smoking effectively reduces the moisture within the fish, allowing for preservation for several weeks, unlike grilled fish which only last 2 to 3 days. As Zhou Feng returned with additional fish in hand, he was intercepted by Fan Jian and Yang Wei, both wielding sharpened wooden sticks. Brother, aren't you being a tad excessive? Fan Jian expressed his displeasure. They had just discovered a reliable source of food, and Zhou Feng was now competing with them for fish. I'll catch my fish. It has nothing to do with you, Zhou Feng replied coolly. This area now belongs to us. In the future, keep your distance and put those fish down, Yang Wei sneered. Are you attempting to rob me? Zhou Feng discerned their intentions, though he felt no surprise. It was an inevitable confrontation. You broke the unspoken rule first. If you hadn't caught so many fish this morning, we wouldn't be here. Yang Wei's face contorted with anger. They had caught 4 fish that morning and had just enjoyed a delightful grilled fish meal, only to discover Zhou Feng had amassed 10 more. This infuriated them, making them believe Zhou Feng was intentionally opposing them. What rules exist on this island? Enlighten me. Zhou Feng chuckled, amused that it was the first he had heard of any rules since arriving. Enough of the chatter. Hand over the fish. Or don't blame us for taking everything you own. Fan Jian threatened ominously. Come and take it if you can. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes defiantly. Very well. You've brought this upon yourself. Yang Wei roared, brandishing his stick and charging at Zhou Feng. Observing this, Zhou Feng shook his head internally. Despite lacking combat experience, he understood that weapons should not be wielded in such a reckless manner. To defeat an opponent, one must strike decisively. Yang Wei appeared to Zhou Feng as if moving in slow motion, posing no real threat. He raised his stick and thrust it forward. Yang Wei screamed, clutching his abdomen as his clothing was torn, blood seeping from the wound. You, Fan Jian panicked, gripping his stick but hesitating to advance. Though it was merely a superficial injury, infection on a deserted island could prove fatal. If you dare to seek your demise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you as well, for I have already taken a life. Zhou Feng's gaze was frigid. What? The individual before him had committed murder. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian's expression darkened. The moment he met Zhou Feng's eyes, he understood. This young man was certainly not engaging in mere bravado. But when had he taken a life? Was it after arriving on this island, or before? By the time Fan Jian regained his composure, he realized Zhou Feng had already departed, fish in hand. He hurried to Yang Wei's side to assess his injuries. Soon, his countenance grew even graver. Zhou Feng had shown no mercy. Yang Wei bore a 10-centimeter gash on his waist, blood gushing forth. Am I going to die? I haven't even touched a woman yet, Yang Wei lamented. Although they had separated from the two female employees and manager Gui the previous night, Yang Wei and his companions had not acted excessively, as they were all acquaintances. It should be fine. Let me bandage you. Fan Jian, lacking any first aid knowledge, could only remove Yang Wei's clothing to staunch the bleeding. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the camp, Zhou Feng encountered Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan, each wielding a stick. What are you doing? Zhou Feng asked, astonished. We saw you were in trouble and wanted to help, Bai Qingyan declared resolutely. Zhou Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Do not worry, they are no match for me, he waved dismissively. The two were merely putting on a fierce front, far inferior to the muscular man from before. Xiao Feng, are you hurt? Qin Xiaoxue approached Zhou Feng, inspecting him closely and even lifting his shirt. This made Zhou Feng feel quite embarrassed. Zhou Feng, why is your face so red? Bai Qingyan inquired, puzzled. Qin Xiaoxue paused, realizing Zhou Feng was shy, and she reluctantly withdrew her hand. Yet, she couldn't help but feel amused. During their previous accidental encounters, Zhou Feng had not shown such a reaction. So, this young man was capable of shyness. Aunt Qin, rest assured, I am fine. Zhou Feng cleared his throat. Then what was that scream I just heard? Qin Xiaoxue asked. Zhou Feng quickly recounted the events, explaining how Yang Wei had instigated the conflict, bringing misfortune upon himself. Those fish are not theirs. What right do they have to steal? Bai Qingyan exclaimed indignantly, then began to grumble about how Fan Jian and his companions were even less honorable than Manager Gui, who had at least not attempted to seize their possessions. Zhou Feng, however, did not hold Manager Gui in particularly high regard. It is merely a matter of time. In such an environment, the darkest thoughts within a person's heart can be ignited. Former friends and colleagues may don entirely different faces. By evening, a dozen smoked fish had been prepared. If consumed sparingly, they could last 3 to 4 days without issue. Zhou Feng packed all the smoked fish into his backpack, along with essential items such as a dagger and a lighter. These constituted their most precious possessions at present. In the morning, Zhou Feng was enveloped by a fragrant aroma, prompting him to inhale deeply. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that he was holding Qin Xiaoxue. Auntie, you smell delightful, Zhou Feng instinctively remarked. Qin Xiaoxue, still in a drowsy state, had not slept well the previous night, plagued by nightmares of Yang Wei and others seeking revenge on Zhou Feng, leaving him battered and bloodied. It was only in the latter half of the night that she finally found some peace, albeit with Zhou Feng's hand still resting on her. Qin Xiaoxue could only laugh and cry at the situation. Should they survive and return, she would surely ask her best friend if Zhou Feng had always been so restless in his sleep. After a few seconds, Qin Xiaoxue realized what had just transpired. Xiao Feng, please let go, she whispered urgently. Fortunately, Bai Qingyan was not nearby, likely having gone to the restroom, and the dawn light was still too dim to discern their surroundings. Otherwise, if discovered, Qin Xiaoxue would be a loss for words. Auntie, I don't want to let go. Zhou Feng tightened his embrace. What do you mean? Qin Xiaoxue felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of Zhou Feng's sudden declaration. Auntie, I like you, Zhou Feng whispered. At these words, Qin Xiaoxue's heart quivered. She had never anticipated hearing such a confession from Zhou Feng. Auntie likes you too, she managed to respond, feigning calmness. Even though she understood Zhou Feng's meaning was not entirely literal, she chose to act as though she did not comprehend. I have liked you for a long time. I simply lack the courage to confess. But here on this island, I have come to realize the fragility of life, and and I do not wish to leave any regrets. Zhou Feng leaned closer to Qin Xiaoxue's ear and murmured. Chapter 15. An ankle twist in truth. Zhou Feng's embrace of Qin Xiaoxue was intentional. He sought to gauge her reaction, and it appeared that Aunt Qin did not harbor any aversion. Perhaps this indicated an opportunity for him. You child, Qin Xiaoxue mused, believing that Zhou Feng must have been under immense pressure since arriving on the island, which had given rise to such thoughts. Qin Xiaoxue was able to comprehend the situation. After all, Zhou Feng bore the weight of their lives. Aunt Qin, please agree to be my girlfriend, Zhou Feng continued. The notion of becoming Zhou Feng's girlfriend was utterly inconceivable to Qin Xiaoxue. Even in her wildest dreams, she had never entertained such a thought. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching. It was Bai Qingyan returning from a distance. Their restroom was situated over 100 meters away, a necessary distance due to the distinction between genders. Merely hearing the sound was enough to evoke a sense of shyness. Xiao Feng, let go of me, Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed, her tone urgent. The intimacy between them was far too suggestive, with Zhou Feng nearly pressing against her. Aunt, please consider my request. Zhou Feng understood that it was improbable for Qin Xiaoxue to readily agree to become his girlfriend. He realized she needed time to contemplate. All right, I will think about it. Qin Xiaoxue reluctantly acquiesced. What relieved her was that Zhou Feng immediately released her. Fortunately, their daughter had not witnessed the scene. As the footsteps drew closer, Bai Qingyan arrived back at the campsite. Are you still sleeping? She mumbled before lying down on the ground and covering herself with leaves to rest. Although they had been able to catch fish for the past 2 days, Bai Qingyan felt a lingering fatigue, sensing that her nutritional needs were not fully met. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Zhou Feng feigned waking up just as the sun began to rise above the horizon. Qin Xiaoxue also got up, but she dared not glance at Zhou Feng again, feeling the intensity of his gaze upon her. After a simple meal of smoked fish, they set off. The morning air on the island was still quite chilly. Are we leaving a bit too early? Bai Qingyan murmured, her attire being rather insufficient for the weather, causing her to shiver in the gentle breeze. Here, take this, Zhou Feng said, removing his shirt and offering it to Bai Qingyan. Are you out of your mind? What will you wear? Bai Qingyan stared at him in disbelief. Zhou Feng was merely in a short-sleeved shirt, now standing bare-chested. Yet, Bai Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, noticing the considerable muscles on his torso, including several well-defined abs. How curious. She had seen Zhou Feng sunbathing on the boat, and he had not exhibited such musculature then. Surely, the hunger of the past few days could not have caused a loss of fat to reveal muscle. I'm not cold. You should wear it, Zhou Feng chuckled. Since that fateful night, he had felt a remarkable transformation within himself, sensing newfound strength. Stop pretending. Put on already. I'm not that cold anymore. How could Bai Qingyan allow Zhou Feng to go shirtless? She quickly tossed him his clothes. All right then. Zhou Feng nodded and put his clothes back on. Xiao Feng, where did you get that jade pendant around your neck? Qin Xiaoxue, who was nearby, noticed the object adorning Zhou Feng's neck. A friend gifted it to me. Zhou Feng initially intended to explain that he had found it in his pocket upon awakening on the island. However, he was uncertain about the significance of the crimson jade and deemed it prudent to remain silent. A gift from a friend, and you wear it constantly? Do you have a girlfriend? Bai Qingyan's expression darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxue was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, grappling with the revelation that Zhou Feng already had a girlfriend, despite having spoken to her in such a manner that morning. Was he toying with her? The thought left Qin Xiaoxue feeling unsteady on her feet. What? It's just a male classmate whose family runs a jade processing business. This is merely scrap material. Zhou Feng hastily concocted an excuse. Bai Qingyan and Qin Xiaoxue both sighed in relief, realizing it was merely a male classmate. I knew it. I hadn't heard anything about you having a girlfriend. Bai Qingyan's smile returned. Qin Xiaoxue, however, kept her head down, silent, though a faint smile graced her lips. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed the thicket for an hour, with Zhou Feng leading the way, clearing obstructive weeds and shooing away animals. For if a venomous snake were to leap from the underbrush and bite them, their fate would be sealed. Despite having walked for over an hour, they had covered barely 2 kilometers. However, as they progressed, the density of the thicket diminished, making the path far more navigable. Hey, why have you been lagging behind? Bai Qingyan suddenly noticed that Qin Xiaoxue had been maintaining her distance. I, I, Qin Xiaoxue, am too afraid to get too close to Zhou Feng, she thought, unsure of her reasons, perhaps fearing his inquiry about her considerations. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue's foot slipped on a patch of moss, and she fell to the ground unceremoniously. Mom! Zhou Feng rushed forward, but was a moment too late, helplessly watching Qin Xiaoxue tumble. Are you all right? Bai Qingyan hurried over to check on her. My foot seems to be swollen, Qin Xiaoxue said, glancing at her left ankle, panic etched on her face. Was this the moment to twist her ankle and burden Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan? Aunt Qin, let me take a look. Zhou Feng immediately grasped Qin Xiaoxue's ankle, as she instinctively attempted to retract her foot. However, Zhou Feng's hand gripped tightly, rendering her immobile. The warmth emanating from his palm lingered on the area of her injury, which had already begun to show signs of redness and swelling. It was evident that the situation would worsen shortly. Under normal circumstances, she ought to be applying ice to the injury, yet there were no such provisions at hand. Zhou Feng grasped her ankle and gently pressed on the swollen area, causing Qin Xiaoxue to furrow her brow. Zhou Feng, do you know how to treat this? Bai Qingyan looked at him with suspicion, doubting his intentions. Cough, cough. And he might not be able to walk anymore. Zhou Feng coughed lightly, releasing his hold on Qin Xiaoxue's foot. Such a blatant opportunity to take advantage would likely be a rare occurrence. What should we do? Bai Qingyan asked, a hint of panic in her voice. It's all right. I will carry Auntie, Zhou Feng replied with a smile. No way. How about you leave me here while you search for the campsite, and once my foot is better, you can come back for me? Qin Xiaoxue quickly shook her head. Mom, that can't be right. Who knows what dangers lurk here? Bai Qingyan rejected the proposal. Being alone in such a place was far too perilous. Aunt Qin, just climb on. We can take it slow, Zhou Feng suggested from the side. Very well. Qin Xiaoxue reluctantly acquiesced. Deep down, she understood that Zhou Feng and her daughter would never abandon her. Still, she did not wish to be a burden to the two of them. As she rested her head on Zhou Feng's shoulder, a flush crept across her face. Her body nearly pressed against his. The memories of the morning's events flooded her mind, leaving her uncertain of Zhou Feng's thoughts at that moment. Yet, as Zhou Feng carried Qin Xiaoxue, he felt no fatigue. Rather, his pace quickened compared to before. He sensed that this was not merely a psychological effect, but that his body was indeed undergoing some transformation. What delighted him most was the bumpy terrain. Each jolt was a source of unexpected enjoyment, and he resolved to savor such sensations in the future. Bai Qingyan proactively took their backpack and wooden sticks, forging ahead to scout the path. After more than 2 hours of travel, nearing noon, they had rested twice and found themselves in close proximity to the cliff. To their delight, they spotted puddles on the ground, indicating a nearby water source. Soon, they arrived at the base of the cliff, where a small cave appeared before them, extending 7 or 8 meters into the rock face. There's a cave here. How wonderful. And it's on the slope. Bai Qingyan exclaimed with joy. Be quiet. Zhou Feng urgently whispered. Bai Qingyan suddenly realized that her earlier actions had been rather reckless. Who could ascertain whether this cave was inhabited by wild men? Even in the absence of such beings, it could still harbor other feral creatures. You two remain here. I shall venture forth to investigate, Zhou Feng declared as he gently set Qin Xiaoxue down. He then seized a wooden stick and cautiously approached the cave. The cave was situated halfway up the mountain, its entrance approximately 5 or 6 meters wide. Despite it being midday, the light within was rather dim, obscuring visibility. Zhou Feng advanced slowly, keenly sniffing the air, for many wild animals rely on scent to delineate their territory. Fortunately, no noxious odors assailed his nostrils. As he drew nearer to the cave, he discerned an absence of signs indicating any biological activity within. Furthermore, the coolness inside starkly contrasted with the warmth outside. The ceiling loomed high above, at least 3 meters tall. To Zhou Feng's delight, he soon spotted a small spring not far from the cave, its water trickling down the slope into the underbrush below. Although the flow was minimal, a taste confirmed that it was fresh water. Locating a suitable dwelling was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in finding potable water. The treatment process for spring water was far simpler than that for stream water. In no time, Zhou Feng assisted Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan into the cave. Their excitement surged upon discovering the fresh water, for it had been their most pressing need during their journey. They had only brought a limited supply of coconut water, which they were rationing. Can we drink this spring water? Bai Qingyan wondered, parched and desperate. It should be fine. I've already tasted it, Zhou Feng reassured her, noting that the spring water appeared uncontaminated. Then I shall have a sip. Bai Qingyan could no longer contain herself and knelt down to drink deeply, experiencing a refreshing sensation. She then filled a bottle and offered it to Qin Xiaoxue. This water has a hint of sweetness, Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed after taking a sip, unable to suppress her admiration. Let us eat something first, Zhou Feng suggested, retrieving roasted fish from his backpack. He divided one fish between Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan while consuming two for himself. Just as he set down the roasted fish, he suddenly froze, noticing a glimmer emanating from the nearby rock wall. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was not a radiant glow, but rather a reflection of something in the distance. Get down, Zhou Feng urged urgently. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Zhou Feng's sudden alarm, yet they complied and crouched down together. After observing the reflection for several minutes, Zhou Feng noted that it remained motionless, allowing him to exhale in relief, reassured that whatever it was, it posed no immediate threat. Zhou Feng gestured for the two individuals to rise, then turned his gaze towards the source of light. Deep within the woods, to the north, several hundred meters away, something shimmered through the leaves. What could it be? Bai Qingyan also took note of it. I'm not certain. It could possibly be some form of metal. Zhou Feng pondered aloud. Only metal could emit such a glimmering light. Regardless of what it was, he felt compelled to investigate, especially given its proximity to their cave. I'll accompany you, Bai Qingyan immediately offered. I'm not embarking on a leisurely excursion, and you still need to look after Aunt Qin, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. What if something were to happen to Qin Xiaoxue if we both leave? Her ankle is still swollen. You two go ahead. I'll be fine on my own. If anything arises, I will call out, and besides, you'll need assistance over there, Qin Xiaoxue insisted earnestly. Zhou Feng wished to argue further, but found himself outmatched by the two. Given the distance was not too far, he relented and decided to take Bai Qingyan with him, assuring them he would return swiftly. Before departing, Zhou Feng left a dagger with Qin Xiaoxue, providing at least a means of defense. He and Bai Qingyan navigated through the woods, rapidly arriving at the location of the flickering light. Upon witnessing what lay before them, Zhou Feng's mouth fell agape in shock. Bai Qingyan, too, wore an expression of disbelief. Is that a helicopter? She exclaimed. At that moment, they both clearly saw the wreckage of a helicopter lying on the ground, its fuselage severely damaged. It appeared small, likely accommodating only 3 or 4 individuals, and was ensconced in thick vegetation, indicating it had been there for a considerable duration. The earlier flash of light emanated from a piece of glass at the front of the helicopter. Surely, there can't be anyone inside, Bai Qingyan remarked, her face reflecting fear. I'll check, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. He pushed aside the underbrush and approached the helicopter's door, only to find it rusted and encrusted with layers of dirt. A heaviness settled in his heart as he realized the helicopter must have crashed long ago. Chapter 17. Wreckage. Bai Qingyan sensed something was amiss when Zhou Feng emerged from the helicopter, his expression dark and foreboding. What's wrong? Are there bodies inside? She inquired, her voice trembling. Though not unfamiliar with death, the thought of decaying corpses within still made her stomach churn. No, there's nothing. Only this, Zhou Feng said, holding up an object. Bai Qingyan leaned in closer, her eyes widening at the sight of a round object, roughly the size of a human head. She nearly let out a shriek. Only after discerning what the object was did she finally exhale in relief. It turned out to be a metallic helmet. Thank goodness, Bai Qingyan exclaimed. Not at all, Zhou Feng countered, shaking his head. What do you mean by that? Bai Qingyan asked, her expression one of confusion. The existence of this aircraft signifies at least 2 crucial points, Zhou Feng articulated, raising 2 fingers. Firstly, this island is far more perilous than we had anticipated. Long ago, a helicopter crashed here, yet there was no sign of any rescue. Secondly, it suggests that the population on this island may be greater than we had imagined. Zhou Feng squinted. Greater than we imagined? What do you mean? Bai Qingyan was somewhat alarmed by Zhou Feng's words. Zhou Feng began to analyze the situation. Prior to this, they had believed there were merely 2 types of individuals on the island, the survivors from the ill-fated ship and the island's wild inhabitants. However, This aircraft indicated that perhaps survivors had existed here long before, such as those on this helicopter. Not only were there no bodies discovered, but there were also barely any valuable items left. Everything had been taken. Zhou Feng even noted that the helicopter's fuel tank had been pried open. What shall we do now? Bai Qingyan inquired, suddenly anxious. Of course, we must first contemplate our survival. Zhou Feng's statement was interrupted by a piercing scream emanating from the direction of the cliff. Ah, it's Qin Xiaoxue, Zhou Feng exclaimed. This is bad. He immediately sprinted towards the cliff, with Bai Qingyan following closely behind, her heart silently praying that her mother was unharmed. Upon reaching the base of the cave, Bai Qingyan was breathless from exhaustion. However, upon seeing Qin Xiaoxue unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Mother, are you all right? Bai Qingyan hurriedly asked, her mind racing with concern. The loud cry her mother had uttered could only mean she had encountered something frightening, perhaps a bug or similar creature. I am fine. But over there, Qin Xiaoxue pointed toward the tree in the distance. Bai Qingyan turned to look and saw Zhou Feng standing nearby, with a person lying beneath the tree. While I was tidying up the cave, I heard commotion outside. Qin Xiaoxue began to explain. Yet, as she instinctively glanced in that direction, she noticed a figure, bloodied and staggering, approaching them. This prompted Qin Xiaoxue to scream, a signal they had previously agreed upon. However, to her shock, after she shouted, the person collapsed to the ground, motionless. In the meantime, Zhou Feng had already moved closer to investigate, while Bai Qingyan hesitated, feeling like an ordinary girl before their arrival on this desolate island. Yet, considering that Zhou Feng is of similar age to herself, Bai Qingyan felt a pang of empathy. The past few days had been arduous for Zhou Feng as he foraged for sustenance. She could not allow him to confront all challenges alone. Thus, she mustered her courage and approached Zhou Feng. Upon reaching him, she beheld a figure on the ground, his visage marred by blood. With a fleeting glance, she quickly turned her head away. Is he still alive? Bai Qingyan inquired. He has already succumbed, Zhou Feng replied with a heavy sigh, rising to his feet. The man had breathed his last even before Zhou Feng arrived. How did he meet his demise? It is likely that he perished from excessive blood loss and shock. His face bears the marks of a violent assault. You may recognize him as Wang Jun, the sycophant of Manager Gu, Zhou Feng stated solemnly, having identified the clothing of the deceased. What? It is him. Bai Qingyan glanced once more at the lifeless body, recognizing the attire all too well. What have they encountered? What the other two? Her voice trembled slightly. I do not know. It is certain that the outcome is grim, Zhou Feng replied, gripping the corpse by the ankles. Now that Wang Jun was in peril, the fate of the other two was equally precarious. However, the immediate priority was to conceal the body. Soon, Zhou Feng managed to hide Wang Jun's remains within a thicket. Lacking tools, he had no means to obscure the body further. Upon returning to the cave, Zhou Feng recounted the events to Qin Xiaoxue. Although she typically held Wang Jun in disdain, regarding him as merely Manager Gu's lackey, he was distinct from the muscular man from the ship, whom they did not know. Wang Jun was a colleague with whom they had shared daily interactions. The news of his death struck Qin Xiaoxue profoundly, highlighting the harsh realities of their deserted island. Nevertheless, the pressing concern remained. Was their current location still safe? I believe this place is relatively secure for the time being, Zhou Feng concluded after careful consideration. He examined Wang Jun's body, noting the marks on his wrists, suggesting he had escaped from someone. It appeared Wang Jun had fled a considerable distance to reach this spot, possibly losing consciousness multiple times along the way. Yet his pursuers had not caught up. There is precious fresh water within the cave, and given Auntie's injured foot, it is prudent to remain here for now. Zhou Feng added. After all, with Qin Xiaoxue's ankle injury, their mobility was severely compromised. Moreover, Zhou Feng was uncertain where true safety lay. Leaving this place could plunge them into greater peril. What should we do? I am sorry for being a burden, Qin Xiaoxue said, her face filled with remorse. Auntie, please do not speak such words. We are family, Zhou Feng replied earnestly. Family. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xiaoxue was reminded of Zhou Feng's earlier confession. This boy truly wished to become part of her family, to be her husband. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan misinterpreted the situation, believing they had known each other since childhood and were neighbors, thus akin to family. Just then, the melodious chirping of birds resonated from a distance. Zhou Feng immediately turned his gaze, spotting a pheasant perched atop a tree branch. Meet at last. Zhou Feng was suddenly filled with exhilaration. Yet the challenge lay in capturing the bird. Noticing several stones scattered on the ground, he promptly picked up a few and hurled them at the pheasant with great force. Bang! The startled bird flapped its wings, attempting to take flight, but barely soared a meter before plummeting to the ground. Chapter 18. Escape. Zhou Feng, you are quite remarkable, Bai Qingyan exclaimed, leaping with excitement. She had always relished stewed chicken in the past. Let me go take a look. Zhou Feng grasped a wooden stick and ambled towards the fallen bird. Soon, he returned, triumphant, with the pheasant in hand, weighing over 2 pounds. In nature, these wild birds are not particularly hefty, but their flavor is unparalleled, far surpassing that of sea fish. Once again, it was Qin Xiaoxue who plucked and prepared the bird. After meticulously removing the feathers, she used a dagger to clean out the entrails and subsequently chopped the meat into small pieces. Bai Qingyan gathered numerous twigs and ignited a bonfire. This time, they possessed a cooking vessel, Zhou Feng's previously scavenged helmet. After a brief cleansing, it became suitable for use as a pot. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the cave. Bai Qingyan gazed at the pot of chicken, unable to suppress her salivation. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her expression to shift. This Auntie attract other animals or humans? Will it? If it were merely animals, Bai Qingyan would not be overly concerned. The real worry was humanity. Zhou Feng shook his head, reassuring her. The scent will travel only a few dozen meters at most. Human noses are not that keen. If animals do come, it might serve as an additional meal for us, as long as they are not large carnivores. I am confident we can handle them. Besides, on this island, it is unlikely that such beasts exist. That is a relief. Bai Qingyan sighed, her mind drifting back to the image of Wang Jun's lifeless body. The pot of chicken simmered for over 2 hours, finally reaching a tender, fall-off-the-bone consistency. Although the trio had a pot, they lacked bowls or similar vessels, resorting instead to large leaves as temporary substitutes. Although there were no chopsticks available, 2 sticks could easily serve as substitutes. A pot of chicken was swiftly devoured by them. Even in the absence of salt and other seasonings, the 3 had not enjoyed a proper meal in days. Each one of them glowed with satisfaction, ultimately licking the pot clean. Only 1 chicken leg remained. Aunt Qin, you should have this chicken leg. It will aid in your recovery, Zhou Feng insisted as he handed the leg to Qin Xiaoxue. My ankle is not as painful now. You should eat it instead, she replied, attempting to return the offering. However, Zhou Feng stood up resolutely, evading her. Qin Xiaoxue, hindered by her mobility issues, could not chase after him. Witnessing this, Bai Qingyan could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at, child? Come and have some. Qin Xiaoxue offered the chicken leg to Bai Qingyan. No, you should eat it, Mom. Bai Qingyan quickly declined. With a hint of exasperation, Qin Xiaoxue wrapped the chicken leg in leaves and set it aside in a cool spot for their next meal. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, having satisfied his hunger, ventured outside with a wooden stick. There was still some time before nightfall, and he intended to thoroughly search the surroundings for any potential dangers. This time, he had gathered several stones, carefully selected from the base of the cliff. Each stone was roughly the size of an egg and had sharp edges. He discovered that in this environment, throwing stones could be quite threatening. As long as the stones were thrown with precision, they could be devastating. With the strength now coursing through him, Zhou Feng felt capable of delivering a fatal blow with a single punch. After a thorough exploration of the area, Zhou Feng made no new discoveries, but he did spot a wild rabbit, which he successfully killed with a stone. Tomorrow's lunch was secured. Before returning to the cave, he decided to check on Wang Jun's body. However, as he pushed through the underbrush, a chill ran down his spine. Wang Jun's body had been disturbed. Zhou Feng distinctly remembered positioning it face up, yet now it lay on its side. Typically, wild animals would leave traces if they had dragged something away, but here, there were no signs whatsoever. It had to be a human. Cold sweat trickled down Zhou Feng's back. Who had come to inspect Wang Jun's body? Could it be Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan? Unthinkable. They would not have dared to approach the corpse. It had to be someone else. The critical question was whether this individual had discovered their presence. Was the area still safe? And was the person who examined Wang Jun's body the very one who had taken his life? Zhou Feng could only return to the cave to inform Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan of the unsettling situation. What should we do now? Bai Qingyan exclaimed in panic. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Qingyan felt a profound sense of dread within. I have an idea, perhaps the only viable solution at present, but it requires some sacrifices on your part. Zhou Feng spoke slowly. Sacrifices? What kind of sacrifices? Bai Qingyan inquired. Regardless of what your idea entails, we will heed your guidance, Qin Xiaoxue asserted with unwavering conviction. Their survival thus far was entirely owing to Zhou Feng. She was willing to make whatever sacrifices necessary, having previously suggested that she would take the lead if needed. I would like you to remove your clothes, Zhou Feng said, scratching his head. You scoundrel! Bai Qingyan exclaimed, her agitation apparent. In such dire straits, Zhou Feng's thoughts wandered to this. Moreover, he wanted them all to participate. Was he suggesting that facing danger necessitated such indulgence? Did he wish to experience the pleasures of womanhood before meeting his end? If Zhou Feng had made this request privately, Bai Qingyan might have considered it. Yet, now he was asking them all. How could that be possible? Xiao Feng, surely you have something more profound in mind, correct? Qin Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed as she sensed a misunderstanding. Zhou Feng could not possibly be that type of person. Indeed, the island is fraught with peril. If we simply depart, we might find ourselves in even graver danger. Therefore, it will be wiser to remain here. I propose using your clothing to create a decoy to place in the cave as bait, Zhou Feng explained, nodding. Upon realizing that Zhou Feng's intentions were for this purpose, Bai Qingyan understood she had misjudged him. I apologize, Zhou Feng. I did not consider it from that perspective. I thought you. Bai Qingyan stammered, still hesitant to label Zhou Feng as a scoundrel. To serve as bait? So you intend to stay here and face the danger alone? Qin Xiaoxue grasped Zhou Feng's intentions. Yes, you should wait by the helicopter. It should be safer there, Zhou Feng affirmed. Moreover, it won't be cold inside the helicopter at night. Then we shall remove them, Qin Xiaoxue declared, taking the lead. Chapter 19. The ambush during their time on the boat. Zhou Feng had seen them in bikinis. However, bikinis and their current attire were fundamentally different. Noticing Qin Xiaoxue's initiative, Bai Qingyan followed suit and removed her shirt. Zhou Feng stole a few glances at Qin Xiaoxue before hastily averting his gaze. In this desolate wilderness, it was quite captivating. Let's not be embarrassed. Who knows when we will have the chance to leave? Don't be so formal. Qin Xiaoxue chuckled at the situation. Exactly. It's really nothing to worry about. Bai Qingyan replied, her cheeks reddening. Zhou Feng scratched his head and turned around, feeling that the two had made valid points. If he were to overthink it, it would only create awkwardness between them. Moreover, in such a setting, the wear on their clothing was considerable. Before long, they would need to fashion garments from leaves. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Zhou Feng suggested that they stealthily approach once the sun had set. He harbored uncertainty regarding whether he was being observed, deeming this course of action to be the most prudent. Agreed, Qin Xiaoxue nodded in affirmation. They subsequently established a code. Should any danger arise for Qin Xiaoxue, she would shout her name towards the heavens, prompting Zhou Feng to rush to her aid, for they were merely a few hundred meters apart. What if danger befalls you? Bai Qingyan inquired. If peril arises on my end, I will ignite this pile of firewood, Zhou Feng replied, gesturing towards a substantial heap of timber beside the cave, which he and Bai Qingyan had previously gathered with the intention of using it as firewood. Once ignited, it would surely produce a towering inferno visible from their location. Although Zhou Feng could also cry out to signal, such an overt indication of retreat would be glaringly apparent, potentially alerting any adversaries to the presence of others nearby. Understood. Bai Qingyan nodded. If Zhou Feng were to encounter danger, their abilities would likely be insufficient to provide assistance. Merely avoiding hindrance would be the best outcome. Before long, night descended. Bai Qingyan supported Qin Xiaoxue as they stealthily moved towards the helicopter, cloaked by the darkness. Zhou Feng entrusted Bai Qingyan with a dagger for self-defense, while he armed himself with a wooden stick for fishing and an assortment of rocks scattered on the ground. A girl like Bai Qingyan wielding a stick possessed little combat efficacy, as it would hardly incapacitate an opponent instantly. The dagger, however, presented a tangible threat. Observing the two depart, Zhou Feng seized a makeshift mannequin crafted from twigs and grass. He then picked up a neatly folded shirt that Qin Xiaoxue had placed nearby. As he grasped the garment, an unusual sensation washed over him, prompting him to instinctively bring it closer for a whiff. Despite having been worn for several days, it bore no unpleasant odor. instead exuding a familiar scent reminiscent of the mornings he had encountered these past few days. "This is not good," he muttered to himself, before draping the shirt over the mannequin. A faint glow flickered within the cave, illuminating the figure to resemble a real person. Zhou Feng positioned the two mannequins deep inside the cave, rendering them increasingly indistinct. He then scattered small stones around the rocky walls of the cave. Once the preparatory work was nearing completion, Zhou Feng closed his eyes and reclined within the cave to rest. In such circumstances, an early rest was essential for maintaining alertness. Otherwise, enduring until the latter half of the night would lead to profound fatigue. Time slipped away, and suddenly, faint sounds echoed from outside. Creak, creak. It was the sound of someone stepping on gravel. Zhou Feng suddenly opened his eyes, attentively listening to every movement around him. The sound abruptly ceased, as if it had been merely an illusion. However, after 2 minutes, the noise resumed, a creaking sound. Someone was slowly approaching the cave along the slope, and there were multiple footsteps, 3 in total, drawing nearer to the cave entrance. Zhou Feng felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, he had taken precautions. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences today. These individuals clearly harbored malicious intent. Zhou Feng stealthily rose and concealed himself in a corner of the cave, a location that was particularly advantageous. Only by entering the cave and turning around could one discover his hidden presence. Soon, the 3 figures outside had quietly arrived at the cave's entrance. Throughout, they exchanged not a single word, evidently aware of their purpose. The trio advanced directly towards the lifeless dummy on the ground. Zhou Feng observed them closely from behind. These 3 were no savages, but rather unmistakably modern individuals, albeit clad in tattered clothing with disheveled hair, clearly not recent survivors of misfortune. Each of the 3 wielded a spear, lunging towards the dummy. Witnessing the scene, Zhou Feng felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Had these 3 been lying in the cave, they would now either be dead or gravely injured. With a roar, Zhou Feng grasped a wooden stick and charged forward. One of the attackers expressed confusion, sensing that what appeared to be a person was anything but. In the next instant, he let out a scream, his body pierced harshly. The wooden stick Zhou Feng wielded had impaled him, pinning him against the rock wall. The man howled in agony, spitting forth blood. "Damn it, they're in ambush!" The other 2 exclaimed, quickly turning around. Zhou Feng had already discarded the stick and lunged at one of them, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Crack! The man's nasal bone shattered, and he was knocked to the ground, writhing in pain and howling. Zhou Feng then sidestepped, evading a spear thrust from behind, and turned to face the last remaining attacker. This individual appeared to be in his late 20s, though filthy and disheveled. Zhou Feng bent down and picked up the spear from the ground. Now the attacker was in a state of panic. "Let us discuss this calmly," he stammered, swallowing hard. "Discuss calmly? How could you not consider this during your attack?" Zhou Feng seethed, his voice low and filled with anger. The assailant's expression shifted slightly as he watched Zhou Feng raise his spear, prompting him to shout, "Wait. I possess valuable intelligence. I can exchange it for my life." The attacker raised his hands in surrender. "Ho Chuan, if you dare to reveal anything, the boss will not spare you." At that moment, another assailant, covering his face, interjected. Suddenly, with no hesitation, Zhou Feng drove the spear into the man's chest. The victim convulsed a few times before falling silent. Witnessing this scene, Ho Chuan could not help but gasp in shock. The man before him was indeed formidable. Chapter 20. Interrogation. "Speak all that you know, and I shall grant you a chance at life," Zhou Feng declared, turning to Ho Chuan. Ho Chuan swallowed hard. "What do you wish to know? What is the name of this island? Who are you? And how did you arrive here?" Zhou Feng inquired. In truth, his mind was plagued with questions, but he chose to start with the simplest. "We do not know the island's name, but some refer to it as Paradise Island." Ho Chuan replied hastily. "Paradise Island?" Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Prior to this journey, he had researched various locations online, many of which claimed to be Paradise Island, Fiji, Bali, the Hawaiian Islands, among others. Such titles were merely marketing gimmicks. Could this place also be a tourist haven? Who referred to this island as Paradise Island? Zhou Feng quickly discerned the implication in Ho Chuan's words. If the name was fabricated by Ho Chuan and his companions, then others must have named it as well. "We discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the words Paradise Island," Ho Chuan said slowly. "A stone tablet? This island possesses a tablet?" Zhou Feng questioned, intrigued. It is located at our current dwelling, approximately 3 kilometers from here. Ho Chuan gestured in a direction. Zhou Feng nodded subtly, convinced that Ho Chuan was not lying. Wang Jun and the others had headed in that direction. When did you arrive on the island? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Ho Chuan explained that they were crew members of a fishing vessel. While traversing a certain sea area, the weather had suddenly turned tumultuous, with thunder and lightning. Everyone lost consciousness, and upon awakening, they found themselves on this island. They had now been stranded for over half a year without rescue. Zhou Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Their experiences mirrored each other's, and they had been here for half a year. Did you kill the body found in the thicket? Zhou Feng further inquired. Yes. Ho Chuan nodded. Why must he be killed? Zhou Feng inquired in a low voice. Ho Chuan quickly gestured dismissively. Our leader sought a particular item, so after capturing him, we interrogated him, but unexpectedly, he escaped. What item? Zhou Feng pressed. There should be nothing of value on Wang Jun, he added. I do not know. Ho Chuan replied with a shake of his head. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Observing Zhou Feng's impending anger, Ho Chuan hastily defended himself. He genuinely had no knowledge of what was being sought. Our leader merely instructed us to retrieve all of Wang Jun's personal belongings. They had pursued him to this location, only to find Wang Jun's lifeless body. While rummaging through the remains, they realized there were other survivors. To avoid alarming them, they had chosen to conceal themselves. You have not returned, Zhou Feng sighed in relief. If that is the case, it suggests that no new assailants have approached. Ho Chuan immediately clarified that their leader was unaware of the discovery of other survivors, as they had not yet had the opportunity to report the news. Zhou Feng nodded, surmising that their leader felt secure with the presence of 2 women by his side, believing their trio to be virtually invincible. Then your assault on us was also in search of something? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Among the survivors on this island, even without mutual assistance, there existed no rationale for senseless slaughter against one another. This undoubtedly related to the quest for an item. It was unlikely to be the supplies they carried. Although each individual possessed some items, perhaps a dagger, a lighter, or a mobile phone. Yet, there was no justification for bloodshed over such trifles, especially now that there was no electricity or signal, rendering electronic devices mere ornaments. Zhou Feng's own phone had already run out of power. We also do not know. Our leader did not specify what to seek. Regardless, nothing must be overlooked, Ho Chuan stated, shaking his head. Is that so? Zhou Feng squinted, retrieving a pendant from beneath his collar to inspect it. Could it be the pendant he wore? Zhou Feng surmised that if there existed something compelling enough to incite merciless killing, it must possess exceptional value. Perhaps this very pendant. Where had it come from? And how had it found its way into his pocket? Zhou Feng was oblivious to its origins, yet this pendant's allure was undoubtedly worth any risk. Concurrently, he cast a sidelong glance at Ho Chuan, clearly perceiving the astonishment and greed flashing in his eyes. A sly smile crossed Zhou Feng's lips as he deliberately revealed the pendant, intent on gauging Ho Chuan's reaction. The glimmer in Ho Chuan's gaze confirmed his deceit. He was undoubtedly privy to some information, but had chosen not to disclose it to Zhou Feng. Those whom you have slain surely had companions. What of them? Zhou Feng inquired. Alongside Wang Jun were Manager Guo and Li Ran. Now that Wang Jun is deceased, what has become of the other 2? Ho Chuan elucidated. They remain alive within the base. Zhou Feng expressed his astonishment. They have not perished? He increasingly sensed the fabrications woven into Ho Chuan's words. Li Ran, youthful and beautiful. Surviving was hardly surprising. Yet, how could Manager Guo, with his rotund visage, also still be among the living? Given the torment Wang Jun endured, how could Li Ran be unscathed? It was inconceivable. Even if Manager Guo truly survived, why would they choose to spare him? Do you have any further inquiries? Ho Chuan's tone grew urgent, evidently eager to vacate the premises. Have you encountered any wild men here? Zhou Feng asked again. No, Ho Chuan shook his head. Very well. You may depart, Zhou Feng responded. Rest assured, I shall not return to Lao Da and the others. Among the 3 who ventured out, I alone would face annihilation. Ho Chuan asserted vehemently. He then retreated step by step to the mouth of the cave before swiftly fleeing downhill. However, at that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Bang! A stone struck Ho Chuan squarely on the head, and he collapsed. Zhou Feng approached deliberately, picked up a sizable rock, and brought it down with force. After concealing the 3 corpses within the thicket, dawn had broken. Zhou Feng arrived at the site of the helicopter crash. Bai Qingyan and Qin Xiaoxue, upon seeing him, came forward to greet him. Zhou Feng first returned his jacket to them. After all, it was difficult for anyone to endure the sight of two stunning women in such a state. Was there any trouble last night? Bai Qingyan inquired, her face bearing the trace of dark circles, indicating a night of restless slumber. Zhou Feng hesitated momentarily, but ultimately recounted the events that had transpired. For the island now harbored numerous dangers that they ought to be aware of. He shared the details, albeit omitting the matter of the jade pendant. What? There exists such a madman on the island? Bai Qingyan's expression darkened. To kill upon sight. This island is far more perilous than we had imagined, Qin Xiaoxue murmured. Aunt Qin, how is your foot? Zhou Feng inquired. It no longer pains me. I can walk now, Qin Xiaoxue replied. Zhou Feng had just witnessed her walking independently. Allow me to examine it, he said, approaching her and, without preamble, removing her shoes. Oh dear, Zhou Feng, Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed, feeling somewhat flustered, relying on Zhou Feng's shoulder for support. Zhou Feng crouched down to examine the situation briefly and discovered that Qin Xiaoxue's ankle had already reduced in swelling, indicating that there were no significant issues. Only then did he assist her in putting on her shoes. I have an idea, though I wonder if you all would concur, Zhou Feng stated as he rose to his feet. Whatever you say, we are all ears, Qin Xiaoxue immediately expressed her support. I too shall follow your lead. Bai Qingyan added in agreement. Zhou Feng then articulated his thoughts, which revolved around returning to the beach to seek out Fan Jian and Yang Wei. What do we need them for? Bai Qingyan's mention of those individuals stirred up a torrent of frustration within her. Those ruffians are hardly virtuous. What concerns me is that they may also meet a grim fate, Zhou Feng replied solemnly. Manager Guo and Li Ran's fates are currently uncertain. However, I suspect they are likely being coerced. He believed it prudent to guide their group back to the beach where they had initially found themselves. For the leader was in pursuit of the jade pendant and would not spare any surviving souls. That is of no concern to us. They brought this upon themselves. Bai Qingyan retorted, devoid of any sentimentality, especially considering the prior conflicts Zhou Feng had experienced with Fan Jian and the others. If they're captured, they will undoubtedly inquire about our whereabouts, and it's only a matter of time before they come knocking at our door, Zhou Feng explained. Thus, it would be wise to locate Fan Jian and the others now, while we have the chance. Despite previous minor skirmishes, they were once colleagues, and are far more dependable than strangers. Safety in numbers is paramount. Then we can change locations, Bai Qingyan suggested. None can ascertain if there are other dangers lurking on this island. We cannot afford to act recklessly. Zhou Feng shook his head. This time, luck has favored us. Had we, like Manager Guo and the others, intruded upon their territory, we would have found ourselves in dire straits from the outset. Li Qianqian and Sun Hong are in quite a predicament. We ought to alert them, Qin Xiaoxue interjected. The two names she mentioned referred to the female employees who were closely associated with Fan Jian and Yang Wei. They were both recent hires, having been with the company for less than 6 months, and were rather innocent in their demeanor, likely never imagining they would end up on this desolate island. Very well, Bai Qingyan conceded, seeing that her mother had spoken. On their return, Zhou Feng first placed their provisions near the helicopter and meticulously set up numerous signals around the cave. Along the essential routes, he discreetly placed a multitude of stones, ensuring that anyone passing through would inevitably disturb them. Lacking substantial supplies, they carried only water and weapons, their weapons being the spears left behind by Ho Chuan and his group, with their tips fashioned from sharp iron. Uncertain of its origin, a thick jute rope was wrapped meticulously around the front. This return journey would be considerably swifter. Moreover, the path had already been cleared the previous day. What took 4 to 5 hours yesterday might now require just over an hour. As they traversed this route, Bai Qingyan came to a realization. Zhou Feng was indeed correct. Should that band of rogues follow this pathway, they would soon be discovered. During this passage, Zhou Feng paid particular attention to Qin Xiaoxue, consciously selecting the more navigable paths. After a little over an hour, they arrived at the edge of the jungle. Wait here. I shall assess the situation first, Zhou Feng instructed the two women. Be careful. Qin Xiaoxue responded with a firm nod. Let me assist you, Bai Qingyan offered, eager to contribute. Zhou Feng, caught between amusement and exasperation, insisted that he could manage alone. Very well, Bai Qingyan reluctantly acquiesced. Bending down, Zhou Feng approached the edge of the jungle. His vision and hearing had significantly sharpened since before. He quickly spotted the makeshift camp constructed by Fan Jian and the others. Upon discerning the scene before him, he could not suppress a gasp of shock. At that moment, Fan Jian and Yang Wei stood brandishing weapons, sharpened wooden sticks, while two female colleagues cowered nearby. In front of them stood 6 individuals, 5 men and 1, Li Ran, who appeared utterly disheveled. Gone were her previous garments, replaced by oversized men's clothing, stained with splotches of blood. Zhou Feng immediately recognized the attire as belonging to Manager Guo. The bloodstains indicated that Manager Guo was likely in grave danger. Huh, you think you can resist with those sticks? A dark-skinned man grinned, revealing himself as Wu Wenrong, the leader referred to by Ho Chuan. Boss, let us just kill them. Those 2 girls look appealing, exclaimed a man wielding a spear, identical to those held by Ho Chuan and his companions. Patience, let us converse with them first. After all, I still need to find something. Wu Wenrong waved dismissively. We harbor no enmity. Why do you wish to kill us? Fan Jian's face was ashen. Yang Wei fared worse, trembling as he gripped his wooden stick, his gaze occasionally darting toward Li Ran, filled with sorrow. Clearly, the sight of Li Ran in such a state pained him deeply. It's nothing. I'm merely searching for something. Where are the other 3? Wu Wenrong's eyes scanned the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng understood. The 3 individuals mentioned by Wu Wenrong likely referred to himself and his companions. Consequently, it seemed that Wu Wenrong was indeed unaware of Ho Chuan and the others discovering their whereabouts. Rather, it was through the words of Manager Guo and Li Ran that they learned there were still survivors in this place. Thus, they rushed over at dawn. However, the distance from there to the beach was considerable, causing them to arrive much later than Zhou Feng. Is there any hope for us? Laughed Fan Jian, casting a glance at Li Ran. Fan Jian was no fool. Upon seeing Li Ran donned in Manager Guo's clothing, he comprehended the grim fate that had befallen those 2. They likely met a tragic end. Li Ran's voice trembled with suppressed tears, her swollen eyes revealing that she could no longer shed any more. Suddenly, a man dealt Li Ran a resounding slap. Mind your tongue. Chapter 22. Kneeling in gratitude, Yang Wei, witnessing this scene, immediately grabbed a wooden stick and charged fiercely at the assailant. Observing this, several men instinctively took a step back, not daring to underestimate him simply because he wielded only a stick. After all, they were on a deserted island, where even a minor injury could become perilous due to infection. Moreover, Yang Wei was young and robust, possessing considerable strength. Even without any technique, he exuded an aura of ferocity. Yet, the critical point was that they all understood Yang Wei's stamina could not last long. Indeed, mere seconds later, he was already fatigued. Having eaten little over the past few days, he had exhausted all his energy. Spare him, Wu Wenrong said calmly. One man nearby was the first to act, lifting a spear and lunging towards Yang Wei. However, he did not aim for a vital area, but rather struck towards the thigh, intending to incapacitate Yang Wei's mobility. Yang Wei hastily retreated, but 2 more individuals charged at him, also aiming their thrusts. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, one of the blows connected with his arm, leaving it numb and aching. Fight back! Fan Jian roared in response, brandishing his wooden stick and rushing forward. Yet even with the 2 of them attacking together, they were no match for their adversaries. Sun Hong watched the unfolding chaos, trembling in fear. What kind of place is this? She murmured to herself. Initially believing this to be merely a maritime disaster, she felt fortunate to have survived, unaware that the island harbored a group of deranged individuals. Monsters, perverts, killers. Just then, Sun Hong was oblivious to the lurking dangers surrounding her. A man seized her arm with a firm grip, ruthlessly tearing at her clothing, his face a mask of insatiable greed. Sun Hong let out a piercing scream, yet it fell upon deaf ears. The man showed no sign of halting his actions. Rather, his gaze intensified with fervor, and his expression grew increasingly frenzied. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingqing's legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the sand. Like Sun Hong, she was timid and lacked conviction, and seeing her friend being victimized left her trembling in fear. At that moment, unexpectedly, a stone flew through the air from a distance, striking the man who was assaulting Sun Hong squarely on the head. The impact was instantaneous, and he fell face first onto the beach. This unforeseen occurrence startled everyone present. as none anticipated an attack from afar. However, Zhou Feng's assault was far from over. Emerging from the underbrush, he hurled another stone. Thud! Another unfortunate soul was felled, though this one was luckier, merely suffering a graze on his scalp. Yet, blood soon streamed down, staining half of his face crimson. Who is that? Wu Wenrong turned, glaring fiercely at Zhou Feng. His sudden appearance ignited a surge of joy among Fan Jian and the others, who had never imagined that he would come to their aid at such a critical moment, especially given their prior enmity. They were at their wits' end, unable to endure any longer, and capture had become merely a matter of time. Now, with Zhou Feng's arrival, they were granted a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Armed with a spear, Zhou Feng charged toward Wu Wenrong and his companions. Upon seeing the weapon in Zhou Feng's hand, Wu Wenrong's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized it as belonging to his own subordinates. Yet, there was no time for astonishment. Zhou Feng came barreling forward, spear raised. Where did this reckless youth come from? Seeking death, a man charged at him, clearly skilled in spear combat, aiming directly for Zhou Feng's vitals. However, Zhou Feng's speed and strength surpassed his own. He deftly evaded the attack and thrust the spear violently into the man's abdomen. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed as Zhou Feng withdrew the spear. The man's face contorted in shock and agony as he clutched his wound, but Zhou Feng offered him no reprieve. The spear struck again, this time piercing his chest, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing Zhou Feng's ferocity, Wu Wenrong's countenance darkened. Everyone together, let us finish him. At that moment, only two individuals remained by Wu Wenrong's side. The man with blood-drenched hair charged towards Zhou Feng with a furious roar. However, at that moment, Fan Jian intervened. The man, who had been knocked unconscious by a stone, dropped his spear to the ground. Fan Jian seized it and launched a surprise attack from behind, eliminating the bloodied man. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng also pierced another subordinate's neck with his spear. Realizing he was now alone, Wu Wenrong suddenly regained his senses, finding himself trapped in a dire predicament. Don't kill me. Wu Wenrong raised his hands and hastily retreated. Surrender? Zhou Feng scoffed. You wish to surrender? Just moments ago, you sought to end our lives. Yang Wei's eyes burned with fury. And now you wish for mercy? What a farce. You are unaware of the circumstances on this island. Are you? I can provide you with valuable intelligence, if only you spare my life. Otherwise, with just a few of you here, your demise is inevitable. Wu Wenrong continued to plead. Upon hearing his words, both Fan Jian and Yang Wei were intrigued. For as Wu Wenrong had stated, they were entirely ignorant of the island's true nature. Initially believing it to be uninhabited, they were astonished to encounter so many people, especially since Wu Wenrong and his companions appeared to have resided there for quite some time, likely possessing significant knowledge of their surroundings. Perhaps we should spare his life for the time being. Fan Jian squinted and gestured, intending to extract information from Wu Wenrong before ultimately disposing of him. However, his attention was drawn to Li Ran and Yang Wei, whose eyes were filled with rage over the events that had transpired with Li Ran. I can provide you with much intelligence. This island is far more complex than you imagine. Wu Wenrong attempted to showcase his worth once more. Just then, a scream erupted as a spear pierced his chest. Wu Wenrong turned, incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Zhou Feng, shocked by the sudden betrayal. You killed him, Fan Jian exclaimed, astonished. He had intended to spare Wu Wenrong's life. Do you truly believe he would divulge the truth? Would he not seize the moment to flee? Keeping him alive poses a risk, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. The crux of the matter was that Zhou Feng had already gleaned some information from Ho Chuan, suspecting that Wu Wenrong had little of significance to offer. The only crucial detail likely pertained to Wu Wenrong's quest for something. Zhou Feng suspected that the object of Wu Wenrong's relentless pursuit was the jade pendant he bore. Yet, he understood that Wu Wenrong would never reveal this information. Let him die. It is for the best, Yang Wei gritted his teeth. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan approached, each wielding a spear. They were uneasy about Zhou Feng and stealthily followed him. However, by the time they arrived, the battle had already concluded. Zhou Feng, having rendered one of the assailants unconscious, also executed him. There was no need to leave any witnesses alive. This was the first time Fan Jian and Yang Wei had engaged in a fight, yet they exhibited little emotional turmoil. The myriad events on the deserted island had left them somewhat desensitized. Sister Qin, Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing burst into tears upon seeing Qin Xiaoxue. It's all right. It's all right. Qin Xiaoxue hurriedly reassured them. Why did you bring her here? At that moment, Fan Jian, seizing a spear from the ground, furiously shouted at Li Ran. During the earlier confrontation, Li Ran had cowered on the sidelines. Now, with the spear aimed at her, her composure shattered. I had no choice. Just kill me if you must. I no longer wish to live. She cried. Why are you trying to harm us? Fan Jian continued to rage. Witnessing this scene, Yang Wei quickly grasped Fan Jian's arm, eager to defend Li Ran. Fan Jian was momentarily at a loss, astonished that Yang Wei had genuine feelings for Li Ran. Even at this dire moment. Enough of this. Do not torment her further. Manager Guo and Wang Jun must have already divulged the information. Zhou Feng interjected as he approached. His words seemed to exonerate Li Ran, and indeed, it was likely that Manager Guo had revealed their whereabouts long ago. Upon hearing Zhou Feng, Fan Jian reluctantly lowered the spear. Zhou Feng had just saved their lives. It was not the time to oppose him. Moreover, Fan Jian understood the truth in Zhou Feng's words. Judging by the clothes Li Ran wore, it was evident that Manager Guo was in grave danger. Someone like him would undoubtedly betray them, having already disclosed their location. Li Ran might merely serve as a guide. Can I stay? Li Ran gazed at Zhou Feng with a pleading expression, unwilling to accept her fate. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, clearly troubled by the dilemma. I can take care of her, Yang Wei exclaimed, moving closer to Li Ran and gently wrapping his arm around her. Li Ran was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yang Wei's support in such a moment. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she leaned her head against him. First, let us deal with the bodies and see if we can find anything of value on them. If not, we shall dispose of them in the sea, Zhou Feng commanded. He initially intended to extract information from Li Ran about the recent events, but upon observing her current state, he decided to postpone his inquiries. At Zhou Feng's directive, Fan Jian and the others sprang into action, including Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing. They have already regarded Zhou Feng as their leader. They began to examine the corpses lying on the ground. Zhou Feng, however, went straight to Wu Wenrong's side and began to search his body, hoping to find something like a jade pendant. After several searches, he still found nothing. Ultimately, he had to discard Wu Wenrong's body into the sea, just like the others. The shores here are rocky, devoid of any sandy beaches, so the body should not wash ashore again. Once all this was completed, Fan Jian and the others prepared grilled fish to share with Zhou Feng and the rest. They grilled a total of over a dozen fish of various sizes all at once, along with some oysters and shellfish, which were the entirety of their food collected the previous day. Originally, they had planned to consume a little each day, but after this harrowing experience, their bodies and minds were utterly exhausted, creating an urgent need for sustenance. While they were eating, Zhou Feng inquired about what had transpired after they had departed the beach. Li Ran, who had been nestled beside Yang Wei, appeared much more composed. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's question, she slowly began to recount the events. It turned out that after they left the beach, they proceeded in a single direction and soon encountered a man who greeted them warmly. This man was one of Wu Wenrong's subordinates and deceived them into going to Wu Wenrong's hideout, where they were met with nightmares. Li Ran described the humiliation she endured, while Manager Guo and Wang Jun were subjected to brutal torture until they divulged everything they knew. As Li Ran recounted this ordeal, Yang Wei held her hand tightly, clearly offering her encouragement to speak. Later, Wang Jun somehow managed to break free and escape, and his whereabouts remain unknown. As for Manager Guo, he succumbed to excessive blood loss. Li Ran sighed. She held no feelings for Manager Guo, viewing everything as mere self-interest. Wow, Li Ran is so strong. Bai Qingyan whispered to Qin Xiaoxue. She could hardly imagine herself in such a situation. Given the circumstances, merely surviving is a considerable achievement. Qin Xiaoxue also sighed softly. Any woman encountering such events deserves sympathy. Just then, Yang Wei stood up. Zhou Feng, we owe you an apology for our previous actions. With that, he knelt before Zhou Feng and bowed his head. Seeing this, Fan Jian followed suit and also bowed his head. Had it not been for Zhou Feng's timely intervention, they would have likely faced torment themselves. Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing, witnessing this scene, felt compelled to bow as well. Otherwise, Li Ran's fate could easily become their own. However, they were intercepted by Qin Xiaoxue and by Qingyan. There's no need for such formality. Zhou Feng also felt uncomfortable with it, and the two quickly expressed their sentiments. Please, everyone rise. After all, we are all acquaintances, and the previous misunderstandings were merely trivial. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. But why have you returned? Fan Jian inquired, his expression one of confusion. I encountered a few of their other associates and learned that they might be coming to seek you out. If I did not intervene, they would surely follow the trail left behind, Zhou Feng replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian lowered his head, revealing a look of guilt. For after Zhou Feng's departure, he had indeed followed the path Zhou Feng had taken for some distance. Should Wu Wenrong and his group torment him, Fan Jian feared he might succumb to their demands. With this thought, he could not help but glance at Li Ran, realizing that his earlier gesture towards her had been somewhat excessive. I have a suggestion, Zhou Feng continued. Chapter 23. We shall join. Speak, we shall heed your words. Fan Jian raised his head. Although the young man before him appeared to be 7 or 8 years his junior, Fan Jian had come to recognize, through previous events, that Zhou Feng far surpassed him in every aspect. And what about you all? Zhou Feng's gaze swept across the others. Yang Wei, Li Ran, Sun Hong, and Lu Qingqing. We are also listening to you, they replied hastily. At this juncture, we must unite. Only in solidarity can we hope to survive. I shall assume the role of leader, and I will assign tasks to each of you, Zhou Feng asserted with a serious tone. But will you be fair? Lu Qingqing interjected. She recalled the previous exploitation by Manager Gua. Fairness is a luxury in this world, but I will endeavor to ensure everyone survives. Zhou Feng shook his head. He neither painted grand illusions nor issued threats. He merely spoke the truth. I refer to the distribution of food. Can we not achieve some semblance of fairness? Lu Qingqing pressed on, biting her lip. After all, the pangs of hunger were unbearable. Unfortunately, we currently lack a stable food supply. Therefore, those who contribute more shall receive more, and those who contribute less shall receive less, Zhou Feng explained. If that is the case, then I will join this group. Lu Qingqing nodded, satisfied with his response. I shall join as well. Count me in. The others chimed in. They all understood that in such dire circumstances, someone needed to step forward. Very well, we have a pressing matter to attend to. We must investigate Wu Wenrong's base and seize their supplies. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Based on Li Ran's description, there were no other individuals left at Wu Wenrong's base. Indeed, I had not considered that. Fan Jian exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Those individuals have resided on the island for over 6 months, undoubtedly amassing a considerable stockpile of supplies. Let's commence our endeavor, Zhou Feng declared as he rose to his feet. Neither Fan Jian nor Yang Wei bore any severe wounds. The injury Zhou Feng had previously inflicted upon Yang Wei was now beginning to heal, showing no signs of inflammation. The group led by Wu Wenrong had not concealed their tracks during their journey, making it quite simple to trace their footsteps. With Li Ran as their guide, the path ahead proved effortless. After traversing for approximately an hour, Li Ran pointed towards a direction. Over there, I see a river. Following Li Ran's indication, Zhou Feng and the others swiftly discovered a small river, its waters not exceeding 2 meters in width, where fish could be seen swimming. Freshwater. Fan Jian's eyes sparkled with delight. The presence of freshwater signified the potential for establishing a base here. However, Fan Jian soon recalled that their purpose in coming here was to locate Wu Wenrong and his group's base. Thus, the availability of freshwater was entirely logical. Continuing on with Li Ran, they walked a few hundred meters until they encountered a clearing. In the clearing stood makeshift shelters constructed from tree trunks, secured with grass ropes. Though these shelters appeared rudimentary, they provided protection from the elements, with thick layers of leaves and grass spread atop them, forming a triangular shape. Furthermore, the shelters were situated at the foot of a low slope, shielding them from fierce winds. Outside the shelters, wooden racks were used for drying, laden with smoked fish and heaps of coconut shells. Zhou Feng even spotted several strips of cured meat hanging, glistening with translucent grains of salt. Though the salt was coarse, it was indeed edible. So much food and meat, Bai Qingyan exclaimed, nearly drooling at the sight. Even after having consumed grilled fish moments earlier, a sense of hunger lingered. Where did they procure the salt? Did they extract it from boiling seawater? Zhou Feng mused, surprised as he approached to sniff the air. It seemed to be sea salt, accompanied by a hint of fishy aroma. Yang Wei moved closer to the cured meat, examining it closely. What are you doing? Zhou Feng is supposed to distribute these. Fan Jian cautioned with a furrowed brow. I merely wish to ascertain what type of meat this is. It resembles wild boar, and some pieces are unrecognizable, but certainly not human flesh. Yang Wei replied with a cheerful grin. You can differentiate meats? Li Ran expressed her surprise, for most people lack such discernment. My uncle sells pork, and during holidays, I often help him at the shop. Over time, I've become rather knowledgeable. Yang Wei scratched his head modestly. Yang Wei, I never would have guessed you possessed such skills. Li Ran stepped forward and embraced Yang Wei's arm. Yang Wei chuklet, sleekly embarrasset. Bai Qingyan observed this scene and couldn't help but curl her lip. It was rather adept at charming men. If it weren't for being stranded on a deserted island, Yang Wei's skill would hardly be considered talent. Li Ran, where's Manager Gu's body? Zhou Feng inquired, emerging from one of the thatched huts. Inside, he had found no trace of Manager Gu's remains, only some rudimentary living supplies, most of which were crafted from wood. The sole item of interest was a cast-iron pot, which, while labeled as such, appeared to be a mere sheet of iron fashioned into shape. It seemed that Wu Wanrong and the others typically cooked their meals together. Fortunately, the hut was well ventilated, devoid of any peculiar odors. They hung Manager Gu's body over there. Li Ran pointed towards a direction, her face pale. Hung it over there, for what purpose? Yang Wei asked, Buzlet. I heard that it might attract prey, Li Ran replied. Attract prey? These individuals are ruthless. Zhou Feng squinted, realizing that even the dead were not spared. While it had not reached the point of cannibalism, it was nearly so. The scent of blood could lure numerous carnivorous creatures. Now that they had discerned the whereabouts of Manager Gu's body, it could not simply remain there. If possible, it should be buried. You all clean up this hut. We'll be residing here from now on, Zhou Feng instructed, then expressed his intent to inspect Manager Gu's body. I'll accompany you. We can keep an eye on each other in case of danger, Fan Jian asserted, brandishing a spear. You stay here, with you and Yang Wei present. I feel more assured. Zhou Feng shook his head. Although Li Ran claimed that no other living beings were around, it was wise to remain cautious. All right, Fan Jian relented. Xiao Feng, please be careful and refrain from being reckless like before, Qin Xiaoxue said, her expression filled with concern. Chapter 24. The trapped Qin Xiaoxue did not wish for Zhou Feng to act impulsively. When faced with danger, one must know when to retreat. Yes, I will, Zhou Feng replied, bemused. This was not the first time Qin Xiaoxue had reminded him. Did she truly perceive him as a child? No. Zhou Feng resolved to demonstrate to Aunt Qin that he was a man she could rely on without worry. Grasping his spear, Zhou Feng made his way towards the location indicated by Li Ran. Bloodstains sporadically marked the ground, and with his now keen sense of smell, he detected the metallic scent of blood in the air. After walking 700 or 800 meters beneath a few trees, Zhou Feng finally beheld the body of Manager Gu. Upon encountering the lifeless body, Zhou Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Manager Gu was suspended upside down from tree, appearing to hang over 2 meters above the ground. The corpse was marred with numerous wounds, rendering the face unrecognizable. In several areas, it had even been deliberately slashed. The ground below was saturated with pools of fresh blood, and there were traces of footprints, indicating that animals had crawled across, evidently lured by the scent of blood. Zhou Feng approached, intending to lower the body, but he soon noticed something amiss with the ground beneath. It was slightly raised in a large area, its color contrasting with the surroundings. Zhou Feng immediately realized there was a trap. However, this trap was clearly not intended for humans, but rather for animals. Cautiously, he advanced, grasping the turf on the ground. With a sudden tug, he tore it away, revealing a deep pit beneath. This pit measured over 2 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in depth, with several sharpened wooden stakes protruding ominously. A fall would undoubtedly result in severe injury. Dark red stains on these stakes indicated that they had successfully ensnared prey on multiple occasions. While the trap itself was ingeniously constructed, the means of attracting victims was decidedly nefarious. Zhou Feng shook his head in disapproval, suspecting that Wu Wanrong and his companions had employed such tactics to hunt animals, thus acquiring the cured meats that dangled from the wooden frame. It was evident that not every catch was a human corpse. There were likely other animal remains as well. Gazing into the deep pit, Zhou Feng mused that it would serve well to conceal Manager Gu's body. Though it seemed a pity to use such a place for a human burial, they could learn to fashion similar traps for hunting in the future. He gathered a few stones to partially fill the pit, preventing the body from falling and being impaled. Gradually, he lowered the rope binding Manager Gu until it reached the bottom of the pit. A wave of reflection washed over him. Manager Gua, who routinely exploited his employees, likely had many who wished to see him strung up on a lamppost. Ironically, he was not hung from a lamppost, but rather suspended from a tree, with a similarly tragic fate awaiting him. Zhou Feng then severed the rope, allowing the body to tumble into the pit. Lacking a shovel or similar tools, he used his hands to scrape some dirt over the corpse, lightly covering it, before adding a layer of grass to conceal it further. After completing this task, Zhou Feng did not return to the camp, but instead wandered the vicinity, recalling Ho Chuan's words about a stone tablet nearby. Many matters might be intertwined with that tablet. However, after searching for over half an hour without success, he reluctantly made his way back to the camp. Several individuals in the camp approached. "Boss, have you seen Manager Gua's corpse?" Fan Jian inquired upon seeing Zhou Feng's return. "You call me boss?" Zhou Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. Fan Jian was at least a decade his senior. "It's rather inconvenient to address you otherwise. We discussed it earlier and thought boss would be most fitting," Fan Jian admitted, his face flushing. After all, it felt somewhat awkward to refer to an 18-year-old as boss. "Auntie call you boss. I'll still call you Zhou Feng," Bai Qingyan muttered beside him. "In truth, any title will suffice," Zhou Feng replied, indifferent to the appellation. He recounted his discoveries, and upon hearing of Manager Gua's tragic fate, the expressions of Fan Jian and the others darkened. Though Manager Gua and Wang Jun were despicable, they did indeed deserve such a grim end, Lu Qingqing lamented. "It's merely a matter of misfortune," Yang Wei stated, shaking his head. Li Ran, leaning closer to Yang Wei, displayed little change in her demeanor. "We don't have the luxury to ponder others' misfortunes. Surviving is challenging enough. We must prepare for how to live here, as dangers abound," Qin Xiaoxue interjected. "Dangers?" Lu Qingqing was taken aback. "Indeed, you all are unaware of the natives," Zhou Feng said, glancing at Lu Qingqing and the others. He explained the situation regarding the natives. Upon learning that there were cannibalistic natives on the island, the faces of Fan Jian and the others grew grim. "When Manager Gua and the others intended to venture into the forest, I had warned them against it, but they did not heed my caution," Qin Xiaoxue aside. "It's not just the natives. There are a few decent survivors," Bai Qingyan gritted her teeth, recounting her encounter with the muscular man. "This means there are even more dangers on the island." Sun Hong's voice trembled. Li Ran's eyes revealed her fear as she instinctively tightened her grip on Yang Wei's arm. "While there are indeed dangers on the island, these individuals have managed to survive for 6 months. We are stronger than they are. We can survive as well," Zhou Feng declared solemnly. At his words, everyone present nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Wu Wenrong and his gang are numerous, they were still defeated. They affirmed. It was clear to everyone that their victory over Wu Wenrong was not solely due to their own prowess, but rather Zhou Feng's extraordinary presence. In other words, as long as Zhou Feng was there, they would endure. "Now let us allocate the rooms," Zhou Feng suggested. There were 4 straw huts, one of which was the cleanest, and its bed was the finest. The dwelling was constructed from neatly arranged stones, with a thick layer of animal hides spread atop. It appeared to be a solitary sleeping space intended for Wu Wenrong. Fan Jian immediately suggested that this room should be allocated to Zhou Feng. The others nodded in agreement, offering no objections. As for the remaining few, their arrangements were quite simple. Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter would reside together, while Fan Jian and Yang Wei would share a room, leaving the other 3 women to sleep in unison. Zhou Feng shook his head at this distribution and turned his gaze towards Qin Xiaoxue. "Qin Auntie, you and your daughter should take the cleanest room. I shall exchange with you," Zhou Feng proposed. "That cannot be." Qin Xiaoxue began to refuse, but Zhou Feng waved his hand, asserting his authority as the leader here. Furthermore, this arrangement meant that Zhou Feng and Fan Jian would occupy adjacent rooms, effectively safeguarding the 2 quarters where the 5 women resided. Should any disturbance arise, the men will be the first to hear it. "Boss, we will heed your decision," Yang Wei promptly agreed, fully aware that although they were together now, Zhou Feng was quite familiar with Qin Xiaoxue and her daughter and would undoubtedly provide them with extra care. Yang Wei and the others held no objections. After all, it was Zhou Feng who had saved their lives, and they could not oppose him over trivial matters. "It's getting dark. Let's eat something first," Zhou Feng suggested. Soon, they brought out a cast-iron pot and kindled a fire beneath it. The campsite had several water containers hewn from solid wood. While there are numerous methods to create containers in the wild, the most enduring approach is still this rudimentary one. Observing the wooden buckets, Zhou Feng felt a sense of admiration, realizing that the crafting of these buckets must have consumed considerable time. They were not merely buckets. There were also many wooden spoons and bowls. After giving the cured meat a simple wash, he sliced it into chunks and added it to the pot alongside some smoked fish. Additionally, Qin Xiaoxue, with the help of several women, foraged for some wild fruits nearby. There were red and green varieties, totaling 3 kinds, though none were particularly large. Are these wild fruits edible? Fan Jian questioned with a skeptical attitude, mindful that one should refrain from consuming unfamiliar items in the wild. Indeed, they are safe to eat. The ground is littered with the seeds of these wild fruits, Qin Xiaoxue assured him. She had noticed upon arriving at the campsite that the ground was scattered with many fruit seeds, and Wu Wenrong and the others had already tested them for toxicity. Qin Annie, you are truly remarkable, Zhou Feng exclaimed in admiration. He was the first to seize a wild fruit and take a bite. It was quite tart, with a hint of astringency, yet devoid of any peculiar flavor. We had sampled it while foraging, Bai Qingyan said with a cheerful smile. It is wise to exercise caution when encountering unfamiliar foods. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Soon, the contents of the pot were ready. Zhou Feng, wielding a wooden ladle, ladled generous portions into bowls for everyone, accompanied by a rich, white broth. In truth, this broth was entirely composed of the rendered fat from the cured meat. Under normal circumstances, not only would the broth be deemed unpalatable by many, but even the cured meat itself often faced disdain. Some found its flavor disagreeable, while others complained of excessive saltiness. However, at this meal, everyone savored their food with gusto, ultimately consuming every drop of broth from the pot. The reason was simple. They all understood that, on this deserted island, the cured meat was likely the most nutritious sustenance available, laden with rich fats and salts. Consequently, as they ate, each person mentally reassured themselves. Much like certain ordinary fruits that, through various promotions, had bizarrely transformed into symbols of haute cuisine, most who sampled them would express satisfaction, attributing their enjoyment to psychological influence. A television program abroad once conducted an experiment, serving instant noodles in a Michelin-star restaurant, and the majority of patrons rated it highly, convinced that food in such an esteemed establishment must inherently be of superior quality. After their meal, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest, though Zhou Feng was an exception. Seizing the moment while Bai Qingyan wandered into a nearby grove, Zhou Feng approached the door of Qin Xiaoxue's room. Aunt Qin, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Could you step outside? Now. Qin Xiaoxue felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat. Yes, Zhou Feng nodded. Xiao Feng, you may speak here, Qin Xiaoxue replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I would prefer to have a proper conversation. It would be inconvenient when Bai Qingyan returns. Zhou Feng shook his head. Very well. Qin Xiaoxue rose, and the two made their way into the grove, a few hundred meters from the camp. Aunt Qin, have you given any thought to what I mentioned previously? Will you consider being my girlfriend? Zhou Feng turned to her. Xiao Feng, I believe your emotions may be quite heightened due to our sudden arrival on this deserted island. Please think it through carefully, Qin Xiaoxue responded slowly. She had pondered how to address this matter for some time. Aunt Qin, I am serious. I have liked you for a long time. Zhou Feng stepped forward. Directly facing Qin Xiaoxue, the distance between the two was less than a meter. In the past, Qin Xiaoxue was taken aback. How had she not noticed this before? Do you dislike me? Zhou Feng said in a deep voice. How could that be? Qin Xiaoxue immediately shook her head. She and Zhou Feng's mother were close friends and had watched Zhou Feng grow up. She held great affection for him and had never harbored any dislike. So, you like me then? Zhou Feng's eyes sparkled with surprise. It's not exactly that. It's just inappropriate. Qin Xiaoxue instinctively averted her gaze. Aunt Qin, how can you know it's inappropriate if you don't try? Zhou Feng stepped forward, grasping Qin Xiaoxue's shoulders, compelling her to face him. Xiao Feng, you, in the next moment. Zhou Feng leaned in closer. Qin Xiaoxue felt her mind go blank. This boy was incredibly bold. He had actually kissed her directly, even his tongue, yet unexpectedly. Qin Xiaoxue found herself offering no resistance. Her body softened, collapsing against Zhou Feng. She lost track of time, feeling as though she were on the verge of suffocation, before finally tapping Zhou Feng's chest. Only then did he gasp for breath and pull away. A silken thread of connection was severed. Sorry, Aunt Qin. I got too excited. Zhou Feng's gaze was fervent as he instinctively licked his lips. He now understood a fundamental truth. If one desires something, it is best to take the initiative. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue felt her heart racing intensely. She had never experienced anything like this before. Was this her first inkling of affection for Zhou Feng? Yet the age difference between them loomed large. Someone, Zhou Feng suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 26. Someone. Was it Qin Yan? Qin Xiaoxue tensed, quickly distancing herself from Zhou Feng, convinced that it was by Qin Yan who had come looking for them, having noticed their absence. If her daughter witnessed this scene, Qin Xiaoxue would be at a loss for words. She knew her daughter had always held feelings for Zhou Feng. To her surprise, Zhou Feng pulled her back into his embrace. Qin Xiaoxue felt her heart racing even faster. Was Zhou Feng going to confront her daughter? How would Bai Qingyan perceive her? But it wasn't Bai Qingyan, it was the sound of a man's footsteps. Zhou Feng squinted in a particular direction, having heard the distinct crunch of twigs underfoot. It was certainly not an animal. Qin Xiaoxue was taken aback. A man? Fan Jian or Yang Wei? They had no reason to be here. As Qin Xiaoxue realized where Zhou Feng was looking, her thoughts raced. It was not during their time at the camp. Qin Xiaoxue's complexion turned ashen. If someone came from that direction, they were certainly not their companions. Who could it be? The atmosphere was steeped in an unusual silence. Minutes later, Zhou Feng finally spoke. The person has left. Zhou Feng shook his head, his expression grave. The person has left? Who was it? Qin Xiaoxue hurriedly inquired. I don't know. That individual was quite cautious, Zhou Feng admitted, uncertain whether the stranger had noticed them. This place is no longer safe. Qin Xiaoxue's voice trembled. They had initially believed they had found a secure base, only to realize that threats still loomed nearby. On this island, there likely existed no sanctuary. We should return for now. I will keep watch tonight. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. The two quickly made their way back to the camp. Where have you been? Bai Qingyan stood at the entrance, her gaze curious as she regarded the pair. Qin Xiaoxue had yet to concoct an explanation. However, Zhou Feng had already responded. I thought I saw a wild boar pass by, so I brought Qin along to take a look. Zhou Feng stated. A wild boar? Can one truly see a wild boar at this late hour? Bai Qingyan appeared puzzled. Yes, a rather large one rushed past. Enough for us to feast on for several days, but it ran too swiftly. Zhou Feng nodded earnestly. What a pity. Had it been daylight, we surely could have caught it. Bai Qingyan expressed a hint of regret, her mind already conjuring the taste of wild boar meat. All right, let's rest early, Zhou Feng said with a cheerful smile. Qin Xiaoxue found herself both amused and exasperated. This foolish child truly believed a wild boar had passed by. Thankfully, her daughter's naivety spared them from further suspicion. Otherwise, sleep would have eluded them that night. We are heading to rest now. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan returned to their room. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng did not sleep. He sat at the entrance of the camp, gazing at the starry sky above. Zhou Feng felt a twinge of regret. He had heard that one could discern their location by observing the stars, yet he was utterly ignorant of such knowledge, merely staring vacantly at the celestial display until dawn broke. As the first light of day emerged, everyone gradually awakened and emerged from their thatched huts. Spotting Zhou Feng sitting outside. Boss, you're up so early. Sun Hong exclaimed, astonished. I kept watch last night without rest. Henceforth, we shall rotate the night watch. Zhou Feng nodded in affirmation. However, for the others, it was essential to pair up for the night watch to ensure that no one succumbed to exhaustion alone. Zhou Feng, however, was different. Despite having stayed awake all night, he felt no fatigue. In fact, during the latter part of the night, when temperatures dropped, he remained unfazed by the cold, truly worthy of being the leader. Setting an example for us all, Fan Jian could not help but admire. If it were Manager Guo, he would undoubtedly have arranged for them to go. Zhou Feng, you haven't slept all night. You should rest early, Bai Qingyan hastily suggested. Very well, I shall take a short rest. Zhou Feng agreed without hesitation, turning to return to the wooden cabin for some much-needed sleep. When Zhou Feng awoke, it was already noon. To his astonishment, he discovered a pot brimming with fish and small shrimp. Thanks to Yang Wei's explanation, Zhou Feng learned that these were all caught by Fan Jian. In his childhood, Fan Jian had a penchant for fishing and possessed numerous methods for doing so. The fish trap they had previously used was crafted by him. This morning, Fan Jian had fashioned another trap and, accompanied by Yang Wei, ventured to the nearby stream to inspect it. They found a section of the river that was notably broad. teeming with fish and shrimp. Each time they deployed the trap, they managed to catch a considerable amount. Fan Jian, you are quite impressive, Zhou Feng remarked, patting Fan Jian on the shoulder, surprised to discover this hidden talent. This is merely a trivial skill. You are far superior at fishing, boss, Fan Jian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, deeming his modest abilities insignificant in Zhou Feng's presence. It is best when everyone can contribute their strengths, Zhou Feng sincerely stated. Relying solely on oneself makes survival on this deserted island exceedingly challenging. Sun Hong, Lu Qingqing, and Li Ran, the three women, also found tasks to occupy themselves. Upon waking, they set about washing the dishes and dealing with the fish entrails, which were rather grimy and arduous chores. Qin Xiaoxue found herself considerably relieved, gathering wild fruits nearby with Bai Qingyan. When mealtime arrived, Zhou Feng sampled the fish soup. Although it bore a slight fishy aroma, the flavor was robust, enhanced by the presence of salt. It turned out that Li Ran and the others had discovered a coarse salt stored in a wooden barrel beneath their stone bed yesterday. This salt was likely harvested from seawater through evaporation. The group could dine comfortably for a time without worrying about the salt issue. I intend to explore the surroundings, Zhou Feng announced as he continued to savor the fish. Xiaofeng, what are you planning to do? Qin Xiaoxue's voice trembled with concern. There are dangers lurking everywhere. Those people from Manager Guo met their demise for intruding here. Zhou Feng felt a warmth in his heart at Qin Xiaoxue's evident concern for him, reassuring him that his actions the previous night had not angered her. With this thought, his gaze upon her grew more fervent. Qin Xiaoxue, sensing his intense look, felt her cheeks flush, for she understood the significance of his gaze. I'm going to scout the area to avoid encountering danger again, Zhou Feng began to explain. Moreover, she recounted the incident from last night, when she might have seen unfamiliar figures. Although it was merely a suspicion, one thing was certain. There were undoubtedly other survivors, or perhaps even wild men in the vicinity. They must exercise caution to endure. Then I shall accompany you, along with Fan Jian. The three of us will be safer together, Yang Wei promptly asserted. Chapter 27. Trouble arises if we all leave. What will happen to the camp if it is attacked? It would be exceedingly difficult for the women to defend themselves. Zhou Feng shook his head and remarked. To put it bluntly, on such a deserted island, women are exceedingly coveted. Zhou Feng believed that the other survivors would not regard women with the same respect they did. They might have already vented their frustrations. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei instinctively glanced at Li Ran. The true peril on the island lay with the indigenous inhabitants. Zhou Feng squinted. The combat prowess of the natives would undoubtedly surpass that of the other survivors. Comparatively, the latter were hardly worth mentioning. What troubled Zhou Feng even more was the presence of a greater danger lurking on this island. Contemplating this, he unconsciously grasped the pendant concealed beneath his collar. Was there truly only one of these pendants? Did others on the island possess similar items? What if someone, like him, had enhanced physical capabilities? Would he stand a chance against such an opponent? Boss, you ponder deeply, and you are correct, Fan Jian nodded, simultaneously admiring Zhou Feng for his foresight. After their meal, Zhou Feng commenced his exploration toward the west. Based on his previous observations, they were likely situated in the central northern region of Paradise Island. The advantage of this location was the abundance of nearby resources, yet the drawbacks were painfully evident. Aside from the northern beach, other areas were likely fraught with enemies. In truth, Zhou Feng's desire to explore extended beyond merely scouting for adversaries. He also sought the stone tablet mentioned by Ho Chuan. However, he dare not venture far, limiting himself to a cursory examination of the surroundings, which regrettably yielded little in terms of discovery. In the following days, with food in ample supply, the atmosphere within the camp had noticeably brightened. The most significant transformation was observed in Li Ran and Yang Wei, perhaps due to Li Ran's wounds healing. The two had ventured into the thicket last night, emerging with a newfound intimacy. Yet, a small complication arose when Fan Jian expressed his interest in pursuing Lu Qingqing, only to be met with a firm rejection. Lu Qingqing asserted that she had a boyfriend. Fan Jian felt embarrassed and attempted to curry favor with Sun Hong. In turn, offered him an even colder reception. Both women discerned that Fan Jian was merely seeking companionship on the island, rather than harboring genuine feelings for them. In this era of abundant sustenance, they find themselves unencumbered by reliance on others. Fan Jian, feeling a sense of helplessness, resigned himself to this reality. Zhou Feng, too, sought an opportunity to engage with Qin Xiaoxue in solitude. Yet, over the past few days, Qin Xiaoxue remained vigilant, rarely departing from Bai Qingyan's side, thus leaving Zhou Feng with little chance. Nevertheless, he was not one to relinquish his aspirations so easily. However, an incident unfolded one midday. Fan Jian and Yang Wei returned from fishing over an hour later than usual, with Yang Wei assisting a battered Fan Jian. The latter bore the marks of a brutal encounter, his face bruised and bloodied, appearing disoriented. Upon their return to the camp, he collapsed. Yang Wei, Li Qiuise, was in no better condition, his body marred by numerous injuries. Upon seeing Yang Wei's state, Li Ran was overcome with emotion, weeping profusely, resembling a sorrowful flower in the rain. Zhou Feng and the others were deeply moved by this sight, for it was the first instance of witnessing Li Ran's tears, clearly indicative of genuine distress. "I'm fine," Fan Jian said, though his expression betrayed his concern. Zhou Feng hastily approached to assess the situation. It appeared to be merely superficial wounds, with Fan Jian's head only superficially injured. Zhou Feng concluded that the bleeding had ceased. Upon hearing his words, the group sighed in relief, although the sight of Fan Jian alarmed them. What had transpired? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yang Wei, gritting his teeth in anger, recounted, "We encountered several other survivors upstream. They seized our fish basket and the fish we had caught, and then they assaulted us." Fan Jian's injuries were a direct result of his resistance. "How many were there?" Zhou Feng inquired, knowing that both Yang Wei and Fan Jian had gone fishing armed with spears. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they were particularly ruthless. Yang Wei nearly succumbed to rage. 7 or 8. Zhou Feng urged Yang Wei to remain calm, encouraging him to recount the events with clarity and in detail. Meanwhile, he instructed Qin Xiaoxue and the others to prepare lunch, suggesting they consume the stored provisions for that day. Yang Wei gradually composed himself and recounted the incident anew. They had gone upstream to fish, as was their custom, and had caught a considerable amount when suddenly they were surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals. They were presented with a choice: to join this group and return to their camp, which they claimed was populated by fellow survivors from the Wanli ship, boasting an abundance of food and women. "Then why haven't you gone there?" Zhou Feng inquired, intrigued by the implication that this other camp was more populous. "Boss, you saved our lives. We cannot betray you so shamelessly," Yang Wei replied earnestly. Subsequently, Yang Wei displayed a rather sheepish expression, indicating that there was another reason for their reluctance to proceed. They harbored doubts about the authenticity of the intentions of that group of individuals. What if their motives were nefarious? The two of them might very well be mistaken for laborers. Zhou Feng was taken aback by Yang Wei's surprising honesty. He candidly expressed his thoughts. On this desolate island, it is prudent not to place one's trust in others too readily. After Yang Wei finished recounting his concerns, Fan Jian also regained consciousness, albeit still feeling somewhat dazed. Fan Jian had collapsed on the ground after being mercilessly kicked in the head by a few individuals, resulting in his severe injuries. Sun Hong directly placed Mu Wan in front of Fan Jian. "Rest assured, I will address this matter. I shall confront them shortly," Zhou Feng assured Fan Jian. "I acted impulsively. Perhaps it is best that we avoid a confrontation with them," Fan Jian replied, shaking his head. The adversaries were too numerous. They had encountered at least 7 or 8 of them. Who could say how many more lurked within their base? We could offer assistance, but we must wait until Fan Jian and Yang Wei have recovered, Lu Qingqing mused. "Indeed, our numbers are currently too few." Sun Hong nodded in agreement. "Is now the time for revenge?" They all felt it was rather hasty. We should consider Zhou Feng's perspective. Qin Xiaoxue believed that Zhou Feng's decision must be based on sound reasoning. The rationale was quite straightforward. They were no longer safe. Zhou Feng spoke in a low tone. "Not safe." Sun Hong was taken aback. "Indeed, the others are cunning. It is highly likely that they have been tracking us," Zhou Feng affirmed. "That is impossible. We were extremely cautious on our way back," Yang Wei interjected. He had even chosen a detour specifically to avoid being followed. "No, you have long been under surveillance," Zhou Feng said slowly. Chapter 28, Retribution. Under surveillance? Yang Wei was visibly shocked. Zhou Feng recounted the events of that night, when he noticed figures lurking nearby. This was also the reason he had decided to keep watch. Judging by the direction, it was likely spies sent by that base. Zhou Feng squinted towards the eastern horizon. "In other words, we have been discovered long ago." Yang Wei's cold sweat trickled down. The thought of having been under the watchful eyes of others these past few days made him feel drenched in perspiration. Their previous inaction was likely due to their fear of Wu Wenrong and his associates. They were unaware that the camp had been taken over. Zhou Feng explained, however, this recent attack was merely a probing action. If they had met with no resistance, they would undoubtedly have pressed further into our territory. Next time, those individuals might directly confront us. Zhou Feng spoke deliberately, and both Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing turned pale at the prospect. They were acutely aware that if they fell into the hands of those individuals, the outcome would be predictably dire. It would undoubtedly be exceptionally tragic, likely mirroring Li Ran's unfortunate fate. Zhou Feng, what shall we do? Bai Qingyan inquired, her anxiety palpable. At this juncture, we must prepare for both contingencies. If circumstances take a turn for the worse, we shall retreat and abandon this location in favor of the cave, Zhou Feng asserted. Just yesterday, he had taken the time to visit the cave, which was a mere 3 kilometers away. Some of their belongings still lingered there, untouched, indicating that the area remained secure. Despite its rudimentary nature, the cave afforded safety. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement and proceeded to instruct several women to prepare items, such as grass ropes, ensuring they could swiftly pack their belongings without leaving anything behind. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were tasked with guarding the camp. Although both were injured in critical moments, they were the only ones upon whom he could rely. It was unfeasible to have Qin Xiaoxue and the other women wielding weapons for defense, as it would only serve to embolden the enemy further. This time, Zhou Feng armed himself with a spear and carried a bulging backpack as he followed the river upstream. His pack was filled with stones, weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds. The quality of the backpack, salvaged from a muscular man, was commendable. Had it been an ordinary pack, it would have succumbed to the weight long ago. These stones constituted Zhou Feng's arsenal. Over the past few days, he had been honing his throwing skills and had even managed to hunt a few mountain chickens. He was confident that, with these stones, he could hold his ground against 2 or 3 dozen adversaries. Despite the considerable burden he bore, Zhou Feng felt no encumbrance whatsoever. In just over half an hour, he arrived at the spot where Fan Jian and the others were fishing. From a distance, he could see 3 individuals with a wooden fish trap, gathering fish, while another makeshift basket crafted from branches lay nearby, presumably filled with a fair catch. Zhou Feng recognized the fish trap. It was indeed Fan Jian's. "Hey, that belongs to me," he called out as he approached the riverbank. The 3 individuals, startled by his words, turned around with expressions of fear. However, when they realized it was only Zhou Feng who had come, their faces broke into smiles. "Your belongings? What connection do you have with those 2 useless fellows?" taunted one of the taller men with a smirk. In truth, at this distance, Zhou Feng could have easily dispatched all 3 of them, especially noting that their weapons were merely sharpened sticks. However, at this moment, Zhou Feng was reluctant to reveal the weapon he held. "Where's your boss? I wish to meet him," Zhou Feng said in a nonchalant tone. "Haha, a mere child wishes to see our boss?" One of the men scoffed, stepping forward from the riverbank to confront Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng now had a clearer view of him. The man stood at least 6 feet tall. "I need to speak with your boss," Zhou Feng insisted. "Do you think you are worthy?" The towering man replied with a mocking smile that did not reach his eyes. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his fist aimed menacingly at Zhou Feng's face. The 2 men behind him were poised to watch the spectacle unfold, as it seemed impossible for Zhou Feng to match the towering brute in strength. However, just as the giant's punch was thrown, Zhou Feng effortlessly dodged it and delivered a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. The brute was immediately struck by a wave of excruciating pain, collapsing to his knees and retching. Unfortunately for him, his stomach had been empty, resulting only in the expulsion of bile. The other 2 men were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated Zhou Feng's formidable combat prowess, which had so easily subdued their companion. "Take me to your boss," Zhou Feng said, his expression unyielding as he addressed the remaining 2. Exchanging glances, the 2 men rushed towards Zhou Feng in unison. If 3 of them could not handle a single opponent, they would have no explanation to offer upon returning. The man in the lead brandished a wooden stick, lunging at Zhou Feng's chest. Zhou Feng merely smirked, sidestepping the attack and seizing the assailant's wrist. With a sharp twist, a distinct crack echoed as the man's scream pierced the air, the stick clattering to the ground. Zhou Feng followed up with a punch to the man's chin, sending him flying backward. The last remaining man stood frozen in terror, clutching his stick and rendered helpless by the unexpected turn of events. Clearly, he had never anticipated Zhou Feng's overwhelming strength. Yet Zhou Feng would not let him off so easily. He launched a kick that struck the man's face with a resounding thud, leaving a distinct shoe print on his visage as blood streamed from his nose. "If you wish to live, stand up," Zhou Feng said with a cold snort. The three men hesitated for a moment before finally rising to their feet, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. They had come to realize that Zhou Feng possessed the capability to eliminate them with ease. They could not fathom how such a formidable individual could exist, one who surpassed even their boss in strength. What about the others? As I was striking my friend just moments ago, weren't there 7 or 8 of them? Zhou Feng squinted. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, yet none offered a reply. Zhou Feng, unfazed, brandished his spear at the first imposing man who charged towards him. "Answer me, or I shall end your life." Wait, I'll speak." They all retreated back to the camp. The towering man swiftly raised his hands. "You have been watching us for quite some time, haven't you?" Zhou Feng inquired once more. The man hesitated briefly. In the next instant, Zhou Feng's fist smashed against his nose, causing the man to stagger back, clutching his face, blood streaming forth. "You." The tall man was both furious and humiliated. There were clearly 3 of them, yet Zhou Feng had singled him out. His gaze shifted to the 2 companions by his side, who both bowed their heads in silence. It was evident that even if Zhou Feng were to kill him, they would remain indifferent. "I demand answers." The tall man gritted his teeth. He recounted the events, aligning with Zhou Feng's suspicions. They had discovered Fan Jian and Yang Wei 2 days prior, stealthily tracking them to ascertain their movements, which prompted their attack. "So, you know the location of our base?" Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. "We do not," the man protested vehemently. "We are merely seeking to seize this place. We do not wish to provoke you." He waved his hands anxiously. "You are so numerous?" Zhou Feng mused inwardly, realizing that these individuals had indeed misunderstood the situation. They likely believed they were all followers of Wu Wenrong. "Take me to your leader," Zhou Feng commanded. "Follow me," the tall man gestured, leading the way. "You too. Stay close to him," Zhou Feng instructed the remaining pair. They promptly followed him, while Zhou Feng trailed behind the trio. After following the river for over half an hour, covering more than a kilometer, they turned right as they passed a tree. Zhou Feng noticed a triangular symbol carved into the trunk, with a mark indicating the direction they had turned. Observing this, Zhou Feng nodded to himself, concluding that it was likely a marker left by this group to prevent losing their way in the jungle. This also implied that by following these signs, one could locate their base. After approximately another 10 minutes, they arrived at a clearing. It was only a few hundred meters from a beach. Zhou Feng scanned the area and spotted a camp with at least a dozen individuals, both men and women, engaged in constructing a fence made of branches, enclosing a substantial area to deter wild animals. The houses within are rather rudimentary, constructed merely from branches and topped with large palm fronds, providing scant warmth during the night. As for shelter from the wind and rain, such a notion is utterly implausible. A moderate downpour would likely obliterate them entirely. However, this is somewhat understandable, as the survivors appear to be clad in resplendent attire, unmistakably indicative of their status aboard the Wanli. They have only been here a few days, presumably expending most of their energy in the pursuit of sustenance, leaving them no time to erect proper shelters. As they approached the vicinity of the base, the 3 exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, sprinted toward the compound. "Enemies! Enemies!" they shouted in unison. The urgency of their cries sent the camp into a frenzy. With all on high alert, the men within the base armed themselves with makeshift wooden weapons, while the women huddled together, trembling in fear. Yet among these women was an exception. A tall, sun-kissed beauty exuded an air reminiscent of a supermodel, her features hinting at a mixed heritage. "What is happening?" She furrowed her brow, observing the commotion. "That man, he is seeking trouble." The towering man gestured emphatically. The other 2 echoed his gestures. The woman's expression turned icy as she suddenly delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground. Witnessing this, Zhou Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. What was going on? Was this woman the leader of the base? It seemed implausible, while he recognized her combat prowess, indicating she had trained in martial arts. Her physique suggested she was not a professional fighter. The disparity between men and women extends beyond mere strength and size. Who allowed you to bring him here? Are you unaware of the consequences? She seethed through gritted teeth. The towering man curled up on the ground, barely lifting his head, on the brink of tears, lamenting his misfortune. Having just been beaten by Zhou Feng, he now faced the wrath of the leader's sister, Tang Fu. However, the subsequent events brought him some relief, for Tang Fu did not spare the other two, delivering them harsh blows as well. After dealing with several individuals, Tang Fu turned her gaze toward Zhou Feng. What is your name? Are you also a survivor from the Wanli? She inquired. Zhou Feng, however, did not respond but coldly retorted, hand them over. Tang Fu's expression shifted to one of confusion. Who are you? Clearly, there was a lack of understanding regarding the words spoken by Zhou Feng. Those who harm my friend must be handed over. I intend to teach them a lesson, Zhou Feng declared. Upon hearing this, several men present erupted in laughter, taken aback by the audacity of this brash young man who dared to confront them. A bald man stepped forward, gesticulating excitedly. I was the one who dealt with your two useless friends. A figure on the ground, clutching his head, was further incited by the bald man's boasts. However, in the next instant, a stone hurtled through the air, striking him forcefully on the shoulder. Crack! Oh! The bald man shrieked in agony, and the atmosphere fell silent, everyone staring in shock at the injury. The bald man, clad only in a tank top, was now exposed. The area struck by the stone swelled significantly, suggesting a possible fracture. In such circumstances, a broken bone would only complicate matters further. You! Tang Fu's anger flared as she fixed her gaze fiercely on Zhou Feng. A few individuals, unable to contain their impatience, charged at him, seeing that he stood alone. Zhou Feng assessed the distance between him and these men, approximately 70 to 80 meters. Instead of fleeing, he readied a stone in his hand and hurled it forward with great force. Crack! 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 The first few men in the charge collapsed, rolling on the ground in despair. Witnessing this spectacle, others involuntarily gasped, retreating desperately, none daring to advance any further. Tang Fu stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that one solitary individual could instill such fear in their group. Whoever is not afraid of death can come forward and try. Next time, I shall aim for your heads, Zhou Feng stated coldly, retrieving several more stones from his backpack, clenching them in his hands. Tang Fu's expression soured further as she realized that it was merely Zhou Feng standing against them, and yet he had rendered them hesitant to approach. They found themselves at a loss. Confront? Given Zhou Feng's demeanor, he would not be easily overtaken. We have harmed two of your companions. With you now having assaulted so many of us, shouldn't that settle the score? Tang Fu gritted her teeth. Zhou Feng's gaze shifted to the injured, who were in a far worse predicament than Fan Jian. And what about our compensation? Zhou Feng inquired. Compensation? Tang Fu was taken aback. With so many of their group injured, Zhou Feng had the audacity to demand compensation. You initiated the conflict by stealing the fish. It is only reasonable for you to compensate us now, Zhou Feng retorted nonchalantly. Why do you inflicted such grievous harm upon our people? Is there any form of compensation? Tang Fu suppressed her fury. They brought this upon themselves, Zhou Feng scoffed. Tang Fu was on the verge of exploding with rage. What kind of logic is this? However, she swiftly regained her composure, for perhaps there was no logic to begin with. Everything was dictated by brute force. At that moment, a man emerged from a grass hut. Zhou Feng immediately recognized him as another mixed-blood individual. Brother, Tang Fu exclaimed upon seeing the man, her tension easing instantly. What transpired? Tang Cheng narrowed his eyes at Zhou Feng. The surrounding crowd began to chatter excitedly, offering explanations. You possess some skill, yet seeking compensation will not be so simple, Tang Cheng said, cracking his knuckles, producing a sharp, crisp sound. It was evidently a warning to Zhou Feng. Then you shall know no peace. I can ensure you never leave this camp. Zhou Feng remained unfazed. Tang Cheng scrutinized Zhou Feng from head to toe, slowly nodding. I believe you have the capability, but I propose a duel between us. If you defeat me, I shall grant you compensation, satisfactory compensation. However, should you lose, you will join my camp and serve as my subordinate. Tang Cheng was the leader of this camp. Ever since he and his sister awakened on the beach, he had begun to gather survivors from all around. Soon, he had assembled dozens of individuals, establishing this camp and temporarily resolving their food issues. Tang Cheng was a fitness coach and an amateur boxer, Thus he exuded confidence, knowing that few could rival him in this environment. Satisfactory compensation? Allow me to see what that entails, Zhou Feng said, genuinely intrigued by the offer. Tang Chung smiled and pulled someone from the grass hut he had just exited. The person appeared to be in their 20s, looking quite appealing. This woman is yours. How about that? Quite splendid, Tang Chung said with a grin. Brother Tang. I don't want her. I don't want to go there. The woman cried out immediately. Slap. Without hesitation, Tang Chung struck her, leaving a distinct imprint of his hand on her face. I saved your life. You are mine. You shall do as I command. After that blow, the woman dared not cry out again, merely sobbing softly. I have no interest in your woman, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. Do you prefer men? Tang Cheng's expression darkened, instinctively taking a step back. If his opponent were inclined towards the same sex, Tang Chung felt a profound discomfort, realizing he had been reckless to suggest a duel. I desire those items. Zhou Feng pointed in a specific direction. Before them stood a row of shelves adorned with 7 or 8 plucked and clean mountain chickens, all meticulously cured with sea salt. It appeared to be a precious reserve of food. Tang Fu felt a surge of urgency. They possessed no tools, making the prospect of hunting the chickens exceedingly difficult, forcing them to resort to rudimentary traps. Are they truly more valuable than human life? Zhou Feng scoffed. Tang Fu was momentarily rendered speechless, despite her reluctance to admit it. She had to concede that on this desolate island, the worth of a few mountain chickens might indeed surpass that of a single person. Very well, I agree. Tang Chung nodded in affirmation. Just by observing Zhou Feng's adeptness at throwing stones, he was convinced that with Zhou Feng's addition to their base, the challenge of procuring food would significantly diminish, alleviating the need to compete with others for fish. The order to seize fish had been issued by Tang Chung, intended to gauge the reactions of the neighboring base. His scouts had already reported the presence of numerous men in that vicinity, prompting Tang Chung to exercise caution and avoid approaching too closely. It was only after his own base had grown in numbers that he dared to venture forth. Little did he know that the individuals he had observed were none other than Wu Wenrong and his companions, who had already fallen to Zhou Feng's prowess. Let's proceed, Tang Chung declared, stepping away from the fence and approaching Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng placed his backpack on the ground, and the two moved closer together. As the distance closed, Tang Chung suddenly lunged forward, his fist aimed directly at Zhou Feng's face, hoping to catch him off guard and assert dominance through sheer force of presence. However, he was unprepared for Zhou Feng's astonishing speed. With remarkable agility, Zhou Feng effortlessly leaned back, evading the punch. A skilled fighter. Tang Cheng's first thought was that Zhou Feng had trained in boxing, as only a seasoned practitioner would instinctively react to an incoming fist. This was not merely a matter of countering a move, it was a reflex honed through years of training. Yet, Tang Cheng soon realized he was mistaken. Zhou Feng had never practiced boxing. Instead, he possessed an extraordinary reaction time, his strikes lacking any formal technique but driven by sheer velocity. This speed was coupled with formidable strength. Tang Chung instinctively raised his arms to shield his head, believing it sufficient to defend against attacks aimed at his abdomen. Yet, he was caught off guard as Zhou Feng targeted his arms instead. Bang, bang, bang. 3 powerful blows landed in succession. Tang Chung felt as though his arm would snap under the immense force. This power was overwhelming. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to fight back. He lifted his leg and delivered a kick to Zhou Feng's abdomen, preparing to follow up with 2 powerful punches. Yet, despite the impact, Zhou Feng remained unmoved, instead seizing Tang Cheng's leg and effortlessly toppling him to the ground. As Tang Cheng's head struck the earth, a buzzing sensation filled his mind. Chapter 31. The ant's consent. Tang Chung struggled to rise, but Zhou Feng denied him that opportunity, delivering a brutal kick to his abdomen. In an instant, Tang Chung curled up like a shrimp, barely managing to shield his head. You're still attacking while I'm down? Have you no shame? Dang Fu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with fury. She was ready to rush to his aid, but was restrained by those around her. After all, her advancing would be akin to a lamb entering a lion's den. Huh, did you have any dignity when you were robbing us? When 7 or 8 of you were ganging up on just 2 of us, did you think of honor? Just moments ago, a whole group sought to take me down alone. Did you consider face then? We are not in a ring. What is wrong with me kicking him a couple of times? Zhou Feng declared, delivering another vicious kick to Tang Chung. Tang Fu's anger flared, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. For as Zhou Feng pointed out, they were indeed in the wrong. I concede, Tang Cheng finally gasped, unable to endure any longer. He realized that Zhou Feng was ruthless. Had he not spoken up, he might very well have been beaten to death. Bring me the items, Zhou Feng commanded, addressing Tang Fu and the others. You all hand them over to him. Tang Fu protested vehemently. Why should we? We caught these items. Indeed, we haven't even had a bite. For days, we've only been living on coconuts and fish. However, within the encampment, discontent simmered as many voiced their grievances. These mountain chickens were the fruits of their arduous labor over the past several days. Anyone who has objections may leave this camp. Tang Fu's icy gaze swept across each individual. Upon hearing her words, the crowd lowered their heads, no one daring to utter another syllable. They understood that in such dire circumstances, unity was essential for survival. Though Tang Cheng had lost this round, he remained a commendable leader. If they abandoned the camp, where would they go? There was no better place awaiting them. Forming a new camp would mean forsaking what they had. Give it to him, Tang Cheng panted, managing to rise again, his voice low. Although his head still felt somewhat dazed, he was relieved that the ground was soft and not hard. Otherwise, he might have met his end. With Tang Cheng's command, a few reluctant individuals began to act. They procured a wooden stick and bound the mountain chickens to it, subsequently presenting it to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng effortlessly hoisted the stick, appearing remarkably at ease. My brother, what I said earlier still stands. You're always welcome here, Tang Cheng intoned solemnly. Not interested, Zhou Feng replied with a shake of his head, turning to leave. Brother, are we just letting him walk away? Tang Fu clenched her fists, her expression one of discontent. What else can we do? Tang Cheng sighed. We cannot instigate an all-out war. Just dealing with Zhou Feng alone is challenging enough. If we were to engage in full-scale conflict, the losses would be unimaginable. Moreover, I have no knowledge of how many adversaries we truly face. That fellow. Tang Fu's eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction. Zhou Feng returned to the camp, carrying the mountain chickens on his back. Upon seeing the chickens, the others were momentarily taken aback. Where did you get these? Did you catch them? They wondered, noticing these were freshly marinated. This is compensation from those people, Zhou Feng explained. Compensation? They seem quite generous. Bai Qinyan remarked with a puzzled expression. Impossible. Xiao Feng, what did you do? Qin Xiaoxue had discerned the truth. This is definitely not something they offered voluntarily. Zhou Feng recounted the events that transpired. Boss, you're incredible, Yang Wei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. He was astonished by Zhou Feng's prowess. Thank you, boss. Fan Jian expressed his gratitude, deeply moved that Zhou Feng sought vengeance on his behalf. I hope those ruffians won't come back to cause trouble. Sun Hong voiced her concern. They lack the courage for that. However, we must remain vigilant and prepare for patrols, Zhou Feng replied gravely. Patrols? The group was perplexed. Their numbers were already scant, totaling merely 8 individuals. Now, they had to gather food, patrol, and keep watch at night. Even when fishing, they needed to exercise utmost caution against potential attacks. Everyone, do not panic. We currently have enough food to last for a while, so there is no need to hoard excessively. Our immediate priority is safety, Zhou Feng reassured them. Although the nature of this paradise island remained a mystery, it seemed to be a tropical locale unlikely to experience sudden temperature drops. If such a day were to come, they would deal with it then. For now, safety was paramount. Zhou Feng subsequently organized the food collection, ensuring that at least 3 individuals would work together. As for the patrols, he would take responsibility for them himself, confident that their adversaries would not cause any further mischief. Dinner consisted of fruits and 2 mountain chickens, accompanied by a pot of stew. The mountain chickens on this island are rather small, weighing less than 2 pounds each. Once the entrails are removed, they become even more diminutive. With 8 individuals sharing 2 chickens, each person receives but a meager portion. Yet, the meal is especially gratifying, for these chickens were not caught by their own hands. After finishing their repast, everyone retired early for the night. Zhou Feng, Fan Jian, and Sun Hong each possessed a mobile phone, though they had long since run out of battery and were of no use. In the absence of entertainment, slumber comes easily at night, compounded by their insufficient nourishment and a full day's labor. However, Zhou Feng found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. He decided to step out of the thatched hut and glance towards Qin Xiaoxue's room. This evening, Bai Qinyan and Sun Hong were on watch, thus absent from the room. They had stationed themselves on a hillside not far from the camp, where visibility was good enough to monitor their surroundings. This meant that Qin Xiaoxue was alone in her room. Zhou Feng hesitated at the entrance, with a curtain made of grass mats provided little security, merely shielding against the night breeze and affording some privacy. To enter, he only needed to lift the curtain. Ultimately, however, Zhou Feng returned to his own quarters. This might have been an opportunity to connect with Qin Xiaoxue, but if she continued to rebuff him, there was little he could do. To his surprise, shortly after he returned to his room, someone pushed the door open. It was Qin Xiaoxue. "Aunt Qin?" Zhou Feng expressed a look of astonishment. "Xiao Feng, I've come to agree to what you mentioned last time," Qin Xiaoxue said, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 32. Caught off guard at first, Zhou Feng did not comprehend. Was the matter regarding gathering food or some other task? Once he realized that Qin Xiaoxue had come at such a late hour, it was clear that her visit was about more than trivialities. It was about becoming his girlfriend. "Aunt Qin, is it true? Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" Zhou Feng exclaimed, filled with excitement as he sat upright on his bed. "Yes, it's true, but we must agree on 2 conditions." Qin Xiaoxue gently nodded and took a seat beside him. "Were they, Aunt Qin?" Zhou Feng inquired eagerly, determined to comply with her wishes. Firstly, she insisted that Bai Qingyan must not learn of her newfound relationship, her face reddening at the thought. If her daughter discovered that she had consented to be Zhou Feng's girlfriend, she would not know how to face Bai Qingyan. "That's no problem." Zhou Feng hesitated briefly, then nodded. The camp was not vast, and avoiding Bai Qingyan would certainly prove challenging. At present, Qin Xiaoxue has consented to become Zhou Feng's girlfriend, which has left him exceedingly exhilarated. However, he hesitates to make further demands, fearing that she might rescind her agreement. Furthermore, he understands that intimacy should not ensue at this stage. Qin Xiaoxue's voice is almost inaudible, akin to that of a mosquito. "Rest assured, Aunt Qin, I shall never impose." Zhou Feng reassures her, his heart brimming with joy. The mere fact that Qin Xiaoxue has agreed to be his girlfriend is more than enough to satisfy him. Yet, he is still somewhat perplexed. "Aunt Qin, why?" he inquires, pondering the suddenness of her acceptance. "Upon seeing you leave today, I realized that if you were to depart and never return, I would bear the guilt for a lifetime. One must not live with regrets. You have aided me immensely, and I believe I owe you this opportunity. Most importantly, I find you remarkably admirable." When she utters this last sentiment, her voice diminishes to a whisper, yet Zhou Feng's face radiates with a smile. In truth, Zhou Feng does not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability or coerce her into agreeing with the threat of his own survival. However, he finds it impossible to suppress the emotions swelling within him. "Aunt Qin, you can trust me. I will not let you down, and I shall ensure your happiness," he states earnestly, grasping her hands firmly. Tears shimmer in Qin Xiaoxue's eyes as she genuinely feels the fervent emotions emanating from the young man before her. This is a warmth she has never experienced before, a stark contrast to her previous marriage where her husband was silent and emotionally reserved. "May I kiss you, Aunt Qin?" Zhou Feng gazes intently into her eyes. "Didn't I just mention that we shouldn't engage in such intimacy?" Qin Xiaoxue is momentarily taken aback. "But a kiss doesn't count as intimacy, does it? You didn't specify that it was forbidden, and besides, we kissed before," he continues. "I am not yet prepared," she replies, her cheeks flushed. Yet, before she can finish her sentence, Zhou Feng leans in closer. Qin Xiaoxue feels her mouth suddenly filled, making even breathing a challenge. However, unlike their previous encounter, she quickly succumbs to this sensation, reveling in it. This time, Zhou Feng wraps his arms around her waist, seeking to deepen their connection. But just then, a voice interrupts. "Mom, I'm so hungry. Aren't there any wild fruits left?" Bai Qingyan pushes aside the curtain and steps inside. Earlier, Qin Xiaoxue had concocted an excuse to discuss matters with Zhou Feng, but now Bai Qingyan is taken aback to find them so close together. In an instant, Qin Xiaoxue pushes Zhou Feng away. "What on earth are you doing?" Bai Qingyan exclaims, her eyes widening in shock. Although she did not witness the kiss, the situation is unmistakably clear. However, this action is rather ambiguous. "Ahem, it's nothing." Zhou Feng coughed softly. In truth, he had discerned the sound of Bai Qingyan's footsteps. Yet he dismissed it, believing it to be merely someone passing by. To his surprise, Bai Qingyan entered directly. Yet, this was not entirely unwelcome. Although Qin Xiaoxue was reluctant for Bai Qingyan to be aware of their circumstances, Zhou Feng felt that living in close quarters would inevitably lead to exposure. It would be better to shatter this veil of secrecy sooner rather than later. I'll just check on Zhou Feng's scar. Qin Xiaoxue hastily offered as an excuse. A scar? In this room? Bai Qingyan looked skeptical. The moon was splendid tonight, and visibility outside was excellent. Yet the thatched cottage was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. Furthermore, scars should ideally be examined in daylight. Noticing Bai Qingyan's doubt, Qin Xiaoxue immediately nudged Zhou Feng, urging him to help cover for her. I felt a bit of pain earlier. Aunt Qin helped me rub it, Zhou Feng said, cradling his head. I have a headache. You're not falling ill, are you? Bai Qingyan asked, her tone laced with concern as she pressed her hand against Zhou Feng's forehead. Indeed, he felt a slight warmth. What do we do now? Bai Qingyan fretted. They had no medicine on hand, and sickness would have to be endured. I think it's not so serious. Zhou Feng scratched his head, aware that his forehead was warm from spending too long close to Qin Xiaoxue. Really? Then why do you have a headache? Bai Qingyan inquired, puzzled. It could be a lingering effect from my last injury, perhaps a bit of after effect. Zhou Feng concocted an excuse. You should take care. Bai Qingyan still appeared quite worried. Zhou Feng engaged in some casual chatter before reluctantly leaving the room. Had Bai Qingyan not returned unexpectedly today, he would have surely made progress. Just a little more. Nevertheless, he was certain there would be another opportunity. The following morning, Fan Jian and Yang Wei stayed behind to recuperate. Yang Wei could still manage some light chores and lend a hand, but Fan Jian's injuries were more severe, prompting Zhou Feng to suggest he rest. Fan Jian was genuinely touched, never expecting to recuperate from such an injury under these circumstances. Zhou Feng took a wooden bucket and headed into the woods, filled with small fish and shrimp. He planned to find a spot to set a trap, hoping to catch some animals. His trap was quite simple, fashioned from rope, one of the most straightforward yet effective traps. As long as a small creature's legs slipped inside, it would be easily ensnared. Along the way, Zhou Feng set up traps wherever he noticed signs of animal activity, and there were several small fish lying nearby. Soon, the dozen or so rings in his hand disappeared. From then on, it would be a matter of chance. Just as Zhou Feng was preparing to return, he suddenly heard a shrill scream coming from not far away. Chapter 33. Wild Boar. Zhou Feng immediately deduced that these were not the people from his camp. The sound originated not from their direction, but from that of Tang Cheng's group. Had they encountered trouble? Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Feng resolved to investigate. He sprinted through the jungle, swiftly discerning the situation at hand. There were 4 individuals, 1 man and 3 women, currently confronting a wild boar. The beast was enormous, weighing at least 200 pounds. For a wild boar to reach such a size was indeed impressive, a truly formidable sight. Its long tusks were sharp, and it fixed its bloodshot eyes on the 4 individuals before it. Zhou Feng immediately recognized the mixed-race beauty, Tang Fu. At that moment, Tang Fu was gasping for breath upon seeing the wild boar. They had merely ventured out to fetch some water, never anticipating they would encounter such a perilous creature. Stay calm. Let us think of a way out, Tang Fu urged, gripping the wooden stick in her hand. The others also wielded makeshift weapons. However, upon witnessing the massive wild boar, the 2 girls did not wait for Tang Fu to finish speaking. They dropped their sticks and fled. Tang Fu was taken aback. She had not expected that, in this critical moment, these 2 would be the first to abandon them. We should run too, shouted the other man, and he bolted in the opposite direction. Although he mentioned we, he showed no hesitation in fleeing alone. You scoundrels! Tang Fu was infuriated. These 3 individuals, they were utterly shameless. What deepened her despair was that the wild boar did not pursue the 3 fleeing figures. Instead, it remained fixated on her. With no other option, Tang Fu also turned to run. Yet, a more despairing scene unfolded. The wild boar began to chase after her. Tang Fu was on the verge of tears. She could not comprehend why the boar was following her. Coincidentally, her escape route led directly to where Zhou Feng was positioned. As the wild boar charged toward her thigh, Tang Fu could not help but glance back, her face a mask of terror. If the boar were to knock her down, she would surely perish here. Just then, Zhou Feng sprang into action. He emerged from behind a tree, brandishing a spear and lunging at the wild boar. The creature's tough hide and thick flesh suggested that Zhou Feng's rudimentary spear would likely inflict minimal harm. However, Zhou Feng struck the wild boar's eye. The tip of the spear penetrated directly into the creature's eye. The excruciating pain drove the boar into a frenzy as it charged towards Zhou Feng. He hastily dodged to the side, but since he had not released his grip on the spear, he was still knocked to the ground. The wild boar, with the spear in tow, fled in a particular direction. Yet, with one eye blinded, it seemed to impair its judgment, as it failed to evade a tree standing in its path, crashing into it with a resounding thud. The wild boar collapsed completely, its body convulsing before falling still. "Are you all right?" Tang Fu inquired, glancing at Zhou Feng on the ground, hesitating whether to lend a hand in helping him up. Had it not been for Zhou Feng's sudden appearance, she would have faced dire consequences. However, recalling the incidents that had transpired in the base, Tang Fu still harbored resentment towards him, especially after he had taken several mountain chickens, significantly undermining Tang Cheng's authority. As she wrestled with her internal conflict, Zhou Feng had already risen to his feet. "This wild boar belongs to me. Do not even think about claiming my prize." With this declaration, he approached the boar. Uncertain whether the boar was merely unconscious or truly deceased, Zhou Feng prudently withdrew the spear from its eye socket. He then took out a dagger and swiftly severed the boar's throat, allowing its blood to pool on the ground. Indeed, pig's blood is a valuable resource, rich in various vitamins and capable of nourishing the body and replenishing blood. Yet, in the present moment, he had no means to process it, thus it would go to waste. Most importantly, draining the blood would lighten the boar's weight, as he intended to carry it back later. Tang Fu was nearly beside herself with frustration. She had been contemplating how to express her gratitude, only to find Zhou Feng suspicious of her intentions. Fearing she might covet his boar, especially as she observed him squatting beside the boar, not sparing her a glance, Tang Fu felt a surge of indignation. In the past, wherever she went, she was the center of attention, yet this fellow seemed utterly indifferent. "Thank you." She ventured closer. Zhou Feng, however, paid her no mind and instead stood up, removing his upper garment. "What are you doing?" Tang Fu exclaimed, startled, retreating hastily. One hand instinctively reached for her waist, where a dagger was concealed for self-defense. "What do you think I'm doing?" "I simply wish to avoid staining my clothes," Zhou Feng retorted, rolling his eyes. This was his only set of clothing. Should it become drenched in blood, he would have nothing else to wear. Clothes were indeed a significant concern, not just for Zhou Feng, but for others in the camp as well, all of whom possessed but a single outfit. It is likely that it won't last much longer. A solution must be sought for a replacement. Zhou Feng wrapped the short sleeves around his waist and donned his jacket once more. Even if the jacket stained with blood, it would suffice for the time being. He then grasped the hind leg of the wild boar. Observing this action, Tang Fu shook her head in disbelief. "How could one possibly carry that?" "You saved me. I can have my brother send someone to help you carry this wild boar," Tang Fu quickly offered, intending to repay Zhou Feng for his life-saving deed. However, what left her utterly astounded was Zhou Feng's ability to flip the wild boar onto his back. "How is this possible?" Tang Fu exclaimed. This enormous boar weighed over 200 pounds. Yet, Zhou Feng bore it effortlessly on his back, moving with remarkable speed. What immense strength this man possessed. After only a few steps, Zhou Feng noticed Tang Fu had followed closely behind. "What do you want?" Zhou Feng turned, exasperated. I want to thank you," Tang Fu replied, feeling somewhat awkward. "Thank you? What about your sincerity?" Zhou Feng inquired. "Sincerity?" Tang Fu was taken aback. "If you truly wish to thank me, you ought to present something of value. Mere words suffice not," Zhou Feng stated nonchalantly. Tang Fu was left speechless. She had not anticipated Zhou Feng's pragmatism. In the past, she would have readily offered money. After all, any issue solvable with currency was no significant matter. Yet now, she found herself empty-handed. Surely, she could not promise to express her gratitude in monetary form once they left the island. That would be mere empty promises. With nothing to offer, how could she even mention gratitude? Zhou Feng, having made his point, turned and walked away, leaving Tang Fu to stomp her feet in frustration, feeling the sting of his indifference. She had never encountered a man so cold towards her. At that moment, a large group approached from the distance. Chapter 34. Clothing, are you all right? Tang Cheng arrived with a throng of people. The ones who had fled earlier returned to the camp and informed Tang Cheng of the wild boar's attack. Now, the boar was pursuing Tang Fu. "I'm fine." Tang Fu shook her head, her gaze icy as it fixed upon a man within the crowd. "It was him. He abandoned me." The man immediately lowered his head, too afraid to speak. As long as you're unharmed, where's the wild boar? Tang Cheng in Guit, along with rescuing people. Tang Sheng had also come prepared to eliminate the boar. Tang Fu described the scene from earlier. What? He single-handedly killed the boar? And carried it away? Tang Cheng's expression was one of utter astonishment. Had these words not come from Tang Fu, he would have found them utterly unbelievable. Moreover, according to the description, the wild boar weighed over 200 pounds. It is quite implausible for an ordinary person to carry it effortlessly. Yet bloodstains sporadically mark the ground, extending towards the direction of the opposing base. Never mind, as long as you are unharmed, Tang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Surviving the assault of the wild boar was commendable in itself. Nevertheless, a sense of regret lingered in Tang Cheng's heart. If only Zhou Feng could join his side, he would undoubtedly be an extraordinary asset in combat. However, observing the blood on the ground, Tang Cheng fell into contemplation. When Zhou Feng returned, bearing the wild boar, the camp erupted in astonishment. "Boss, you are incredible," Sun Hong exclaimed in admiration. "Such a massive wild boar. We shall have pork to eat for the next few days." Lu Qingqing added, her excitement palpable. Although they had consumed some cured meat in the past few days, it was merely a small portion, and they had been reluctant to indulge further. Yang Wei even offered to take charge of preparing the wild boar, assuring that he would waste not a single morsel. In this regard, he considered himself somewhat of a professional. After Zhou Feng set the wild boar down, blood covered his back. "Xiao Feng, are you injured?" Qin Xiaoxue hurriedly approached to inspect him. "I'm fine. It's just the boar's blood." Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. "This outfit is drenched in blood. Let me wash it for you," Qin Xiaoxue offered, taking Zhou Feng's jacket. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Aunt Qin washing his clothes felt as comforting as being with true family. "Don't just stand around. Go fetch some buckets of water," Yang Wei called to the others. Soon, everyone was bustling about. Even Fan Jian rose to assist Yang Wei with the tasks. After more than an hour, the wild boar was butchered into numerous pieces. Yang Wei felt a bit embarrassed, stating that his dagger was too small, hindering his efficiency. "If I had a cleaver, the process would be much quicker," he remarked. "Boss, once we finish with the skin, I'll save it for you to use as a mattress tonight," Yang Wei said, picking up the thick, blood-stained hide of the wild boar. "You know how to process this hide?" Zhou Feng inquired, astonished. In this day and age, few possess such skills. "I've seen sheep hides being treated. The process should be quite similar," Yang Wei replied thoughtfully. "All right then, just give it to me later," Zhou Feng nodded. He decided to gift this to Qin Xiaoxue, as sleeping directly on grass would be somewhat uncomfortable. Just then, Zhou Feng suddenly stood up and gazed toward the west. Fan Jian was the first to notice Zhou Feng's movement and turned to look as well. Soon, a look of fury emerged on Fan Jian's face. 4 or 5 individuals were approaching from that direction. Among them, Fan Jian recognized one, the very individual who had assaulted him previously. This group had come to confront them. Yang Wei swiftly grasped his spear, and Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing did not hesitate to prepare themselves either. They all seized their weapons. The last time they were threatened by Wu Wenrong, they dared not resist. However, they have now come to a realization. To survive on this deserted island, one must demonstrate their strength. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan are needless to say. The two of them had already approached Zhou Feng early on. Zhou Feng held a stone in his hand, prepared to ensure that anyone with ill intentions would not leave unscathed. "It's a misunderstanding. No need to be so tense. What do you intend to do? Are you looking for a fight?" Zhou Feng squinted his eyes. No. We siblings are not here to quarrel. We wish to express our gratitude for saving my sister," Tang Cheng declared, pulling something from behind him. Zhou Feng then noticed it was a travel suitcase. "What is that?" he inquired. "It's filled with clothes," Tang Fu replied. "Clothes?" Sun Hong and the others' eyes lit up. They had been wearing their garments for over 10 days. Although they could wash them occasionally, they dried in mere minutes under the midday sun, which was still quite inconvenient. Moreover, with daily labor, their clothes had become filthy and tattered in many places. If they were to be torn, they would have to resort to wrapping themselves in banana leaves or fashioning skirts from grass, which was impractical in a camp with both men and women. "Clothes? Where did they come from?" Zhou Feng asked. "Of course, we found them on the beach. There were plenty of supplies around where we awoke." "Didn't you have any here?" Tang Cheng's gaze surveyed the camp, and upon noticing the cured meat and salted fish hanging from the wooden frame, He felt a pang of envy. However, he found it peculiar that there seemed to be an insufficient number of men in the camp. They had previously approached cautiously, and there had been more than just 4 of them. Tang Cheng could only assume that others were simply not present. More supplies on the beach? Zhou Feng was taken aback. The shipwreck was indeed strange. It did not resemble a typical sinking, but rather, it seemed as if everyone had vanished from the ship in an instant. Yet supplies had somehow made it to the shore. Why until they encountered any? Perhaps it was just their misfortune. Bring the suitcase over. Zhou Feng nodded. Tang Cheng and Tang Fu exchanged glances before approaching Zhou Feng together. Tang Fu opened the suitcase, revealing it stuffed with an array of brand new clothes, all neatly folded. There should be at least 1 set for each of Zhou Feng's group, although it remained uncertain if they would fit. Now you must accept my gratitude, Tang Fu asserted confidently. It's quite decent, I suppose, worth your life. Zhou Feng replied with a nod. Tang Fu was infuriated by his remark. What does it mean to possess a value equal to one's own life? This clearly serves as a mockery, implying that one's life is of little worth. It is merely a box of clothes. Yet, what can one do? Surely, one cannot offer oneself so readily. Although I owe my life to this individual, Tang Fu still finds him rather disagreeable. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tang Cheng, and this is my sister, Tang Fu. Tang Cheng extends his hand toward Zhou Feng, having discerned that Zhou Feng is the leader among this group. Chapter 35. Exchange of information in Tang Cheng's perspective. This is entirely reasonable, given the capabilities Zhou Feng has exhibited. He understands that Zhou Feng is no ordinary person. Furthermore, Tang Cheng does not dismiss Zhou Feng merely because of his youth. I am Zhou Feng, he states, reciprocating the handshake. With the expression of goodwill from the other party, there is no need for him to maintain a stern demeanor. It seems we have formed an acquaintance through circumstance. Perhaps we could discuss a collaboration? Tang Cheng offers with a subtle smile. Collaboration? Zhou Feng inquires with curiosity. Indeed, we are all compatriots from Huaxia and can coexist on this island. Tang Fu interjects. Are you really from Huaxia? You hardly appear to be. Bai Qingyan cannot help but comment, noting the evident mixed heritage of the Tang siblings. We are indeed of mixed descent, but we were raised in Huaxia. Otherwise, we wouldn't speak such fluent Mandarin, Tang Cheng clarifies. Zhou Feng nods, having sensed from the outset that they did not resemble pure Han Chinese. It is as he suspected. I am not interested in collaborating with you. Our resources and food supply surpass yours, Zhou Feng replies, shaking his head. Based on his observations from that day, Zhou Cheng perceives that Tang Cheng's camp is not particularly resource-rich, despite having around 30 individuals. Their food supply is evidently insufficient, as evidenced by their need to procure fish from others. The few mountain chickens he took from them had already incited their ire. Tang Cheng cannot help but smile wryly, as Zhou Feng's hanging cured meats and smoked fish evoke envy. He wonders how long it would take to gather such provisions. Not to mention the neatly butchered wild boar meat laid out in the open, its thick layer of fat making Tang Cheng envious. Preserving fat is crucial for survival in the wilderness. However, we could exchange information, Zhou Feng adds. That is acceptable, Tang Cheng nods in agreement. In truth, Tang Cheng does not expect to reach an immediate agreement for collaboration with Zhou Feng. His approach is merely to convey that he bears no ill will and hopes for peaceful coexistence between their two groups. How did you arrive on this island? Zhou Feng inquires. Upon hearing this, Tang Cheng smiles. You are indeed a clever individual. This is no ordinary shipwreck, he begins to recount. According to the intelligence he gathered, everyone within his camp had succumbed to unconsciousness around the same time. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves on the island. I suspect we may have encountered a supernatural phenomenon, Tang Cheng added. Is there anything else suspicious we should consider? For instance, regarding this island, Zhou Feng inquired further. This island is vast, exceeding our imagination, and it is possibly referred to as Paradise Island. Tang Cheng squinted. Paradise Island, exclaimed Fan Jian and the others, astonished by this designation. Zhou Feng had withheld this information from them, feigning surprise as if he were hearing the name for the first time. Paradise Island? Why is it called that? It hardly resembles paradise, Yang Wei interjected. At least for them, it feels more akin to hell, particularly notedly Ran. Not far from them stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Paradise Island. Tang Cheng pointed in a direction, indicating it lay beneath a certain tree. Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine, secretly noting the location. He had been searching for the stone tablet for days, doubting whether Ho Chuan had deceived him. However, it now seemed the tablet was indeed real. He had simply been unfortunate in not locating the correct position. The crucial matter now, Tang Chung continued, is that there are other threats on the island. What kind of threats? Zhou Feng inquired. To our west lies another base, inhabited by numerous foreigners. We have encountered them several times, and they have not been particularly amicable. I suspect resource conflicts will arise soon. Tang Cheng's expression turned grave. However, after this statement, Fan Jian scoffed. You think they will be friendly when they are stealing from us? Tang Cheng awkwardly scratched his head. Discussing friendliness on this island seems somewhat absurd. At least we have not resorted to murder. They're truly killing people. We have witnessed bodies being discarded from their camp. Tang Fu frowned. Discarding bodies? That could also be due to illness. Fan Jian shook his head. Though these individuals appear healthy, it does not imply that others are free from sickness. Under constant hunger, malnutrition is likely to occur, leading to weakened immunity. That is not mere illness. Those corpses were tortured to death, Tang Chung clarified. Tortured to death. This brought to mind Manager Gua and Wang Jun for Fan Jian and the others. Many survivors on this island have lost their humanity. Allow me to share our intelligence as well. Zhou Feng began to recount. He refrained from disclosing the truth about Wu Wenrong and the others, instead informing Tang Chung that there were indeed wild men on the island, likely cannibals. Wild men exist on this island. Tang Chung appeared genuinely surprised. However, I observed that the wild men headed south, perhaps merely passing through occasionally, said Zhou Feng. Yet, even their sporadic appearances signify a grim reality. There exists a cannibalistic tribe on this island. Tang Cheng's mood darkened upon hearing this. It was evident that this island harbored greater dangers than he had anticipated. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for saving my sister. However, I believe our collaboration extends beyond mere exchange of information. I hope you will give this serious consideration. After uttering these words, Tang Chung departed with Tang Fu and the others. Once they had distanced themselves, Bai Qingyan could no longer restrain herself. Zhou Feng, you were remarkably unconvincing while weaving your lies. Hee. Tang Chung was equally adept. Did you detect his deception? Zhou Feng chuckled. He lied too? Which statement? Bai Qingyan's eyes widened, clearly unaware of any flaw in Tang Cheng's words. It pertains to another survivor camp nearby. They must possess specific knowledge, Zhou Feng elucidated. If those individuals were truly oblivious to that base, they could not possibly know of corpses being discarded from it. They must have been secretly observing for quite some time. Why is everyone so cunning? Bai Qingyan exclaimed, feeling somewhat vexed. Despite being the same age as Zhou Feng, she felt as foolish as a simpleton. Well then, let's distribute the garments, Zhou Feng suggested, retrieving various articles of clothing from the trunk. There were indeed quite a number of outfits within. Although they were all summer attire, they were perfectly suited for the island's climate. Chapter 36, The Steal. The garments were laid out before the group. Each person should select an outfit as a spare, Zhou Feng proposed. The group exchanged glances, hesitating to choose first, feeling unworthy. These clothes were a token of gratitude from the Tang siblings to Zhou Feng. In that case, I shall distribute them, Zhou Feng remarked without hesitation, beginning to rummage through the clothing. He first found 2 oversized outfits for Fan Jian and Yang Wei, then selected one for each of the 3 women, Sun Hong, Lu Qingqing, and Li Ran. The group retreated to their rooms to change, having grown weary of their current attire, which reeked unpleasantly. This one looks intriguing. Why not try it on? Zhou Feng handed a camouflage outfit to Bai Qingyan. Is this camouflage? Bai Qingyan was taken aback. The upper half of the outfit consisted of short sleeves, while the lower half featured 3/4 pants, clearly not standard military attire. Do give it a try and see if it fits, Zhou Feng encouraged. In a place like this deserted island, the utility of camouflage attire is substantial. Very well. I shall give it a try, Bai Qingyan nodded. Ultimately, only Qin Xiaoxue remained. Aunt Qin, please select an outfit for yourself. Zhou Feng placed the suitcase before Qin Xiaoxue. I'll take this one, she declared, having already set her sights on a particular ensemble. She pulled out a blue blouse paired with a coffee-colored skirt, the fabric exuding a rich texture. It suits you perfectly. I'm certain you will look stunning in it, Zhou Feng remarked with a smile. How annoying, Qin Xiaoxue blushed, turning away to leave. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then his heart fluttered with joy. Was Qin Xiaoxue's reaction one of bashfulness? The suitcase still contained a number of garments, though several were evening dresses, wholly unsuitable for wear on a deserted island. However, there were a few pieces of women's lingerie that could be distributed among the other women. Before long, everyone had changed into their new attire. Fan Jian and the others had gone off to work, needing to handle the pork. Bai Qingyan bounced over to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, what do you think of my outfit? She twirled before him. Bai Qingyan was already quite beautiful, nearly the same height as Qin Xiaoxue. Yet her figure was entirely different, more slender and elongated, exuding a youthful and vibrant charm. Coupled with the striking contrast of her camouflage attire, she presented a visually arresting spectacle. Quite nice, indeed, Zhou Feng nodded in approval. The outfit fit Bai Qingyan perfectly. She could easily pose for a photo shoot. Thank you for helping me choose the clothes. Here, as a reward. Suddenly, Bai Qingyan leaned in close to Zhou Feng, and before he could react, he felt her lips brush against his cheek. You? Zhou Feng was momentarily stunned, having not anticipated such a bold gesture from her. Hee, I'm off to help with the cooking. We'll have stewed pork soon. Bai Qingyan laughed and scampered away, leaving Zhou Feng somewhat dazed, touching his cheek in bewilderment. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue emerged from the grass hut. Zhou Feng's eyes brightened. In his view, Qin Xiaoxue's attire was the most beautiful of all. The hem of her dress swayed gently, resting just above her ankles, embodying feminine grace. Her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. What are you staring at? Qin Xiaoxue's cheeks still bore a rosy hue. You are my girlfriend. Is it wrong for me to steal a few glances? Zhou Feng replied with a grin. Don't let anyone hear that, Qin Xiaoxue said, lowering her head as she hurried away, joining the others to handle the pork. You all carry on. I shall step out for a moment. Zhou Feng addressed the group. Don't worry, boss, you can go, they replied. Though everyone was busy, they held no objections. After all, Zhou Feng always returned with something in hand. He set off in a particular direction. The destination he sought was precisely the location previously mentioned by Tang Cheng, the site of the stone tablet. With a newfound direction, Zhou Feng traversed less than 20 minutes before discovering traces of human footprints on the ground, indicating that someone had passed this way. However, it remained uncertain whether these were the footprints of Wu Wenrong and his companions, or those of Tang Cheng. Soon, beneath the shade of a tree, Zhou Feng located the stone tablet. Standing at about 1 meter tall and nearly 50 centimeters wide, its surface was enshrouded with creeping vines. With great care, Zhou Feng began to clear away the foliage. As the last vestiges of green slipped away, four ancient yet powerful Chinese characters gradually emerged, Paradise Island. The strokes of these characters flowed seamlessly, arranged from top to bottom. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. What sort of place was this island? Why was there a stone tablet inscribed with Chinese characters? Aside from these characters, the tablet bore no other markings. Zhou Feng retrieved a jade pendant, yet he saw no discernible connection between it and the stone tablet. Why, then, was Wu Wenrong searching for the pendant? Although this remained merely Zhou Feng's conjecture, he was fairly certain that what Wu Wenrong sought was indeed the pendant. Could it be that Wu Wenrong had acquired some information through other channels, which had little to do with this stone tablet? Zhou Feng's brow knitted in contemplation. The material of the tablet appeared quite ordinary, likely just rock. Why would anyone place a stone tablet here? Suddenly, an idea flickered in his mind. If the surface of the tablet was devoid of anything, might there be something beneath it? He cautiously began to excavate the sandy soil surrounding the tablet with his spear. Before long, he discovered that the earth was remarkably loose, clearly indicating that someone had dug here not long ago, potentially Wu Wenrong and his group. After more than an hour, Zhou Feng had excavated a large pit, at least 2 meters deep. However, to his astonishment, the stone tablet extended downward, as if it had grown from the earth itself. Moreover, the soil beneath was exceedingly hard, rendering further excavation with just the spear futile. With a sense of resignation, Zhou Feng had no choice but to abandon his efforts. Suspecting that others had attempted similar endeavors only to return empty-handed, much like himself, he filled the soil back in, and by the time he returned to the camp, night was nearly upon them. Zhou Feng, you finally returned. Upon seeing Zhou Feng's return, Bai Qingyan leapt up in excitement. It was then that Zhou Feng noticed the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. A pot brimmed with chunks of pork, glistening with thick layers of fat, simmered over a flickering fire. Haven't you all eaten yet? Zhou Feng inquired, somewhat astonished. I am merely considering dining, yet everyone insists on waiting for you. Bai Qingyin's voice fell, and a soft growl emanated from her stomach, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Observing this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Apologies for my tardiness. Let us all eat together. Zhou Feng was the first to take a seat. Sun Hong served the first bowl of meat to Zhou Feng, who tasted it and found it to be exquisitely tender. The pork was cooked to perfection. The meat was succulent yet retained a delightful chewiness, allowing one to savor its delicate and rich flavors with each bite. Despite only being seasoned with salt, it was already extraordinarily delicious. The fat had melded seamlessly into the broth. Zhou Feng took a sip, feeling a warm sensation envelop his stomach. He then noticed that the others had already taken up their chopsticks, engrossed in their meal. We can still enjoy 2 more meals tomorrow. I've preserved the remaining pork, Yang Wei remarked between bites. If we do not cure it, I fear it may spoil by tomorrow evening. And the innards? Zhou Feng inquired. At this, Yang Wei appeared somewhat embarrassed, admitting that those had yet to be dealt with. Currently, they had no seasonings available. Even if they managed to wash it, it would likely be quite unpalatable. Then let us not trouble ourselves. Tomorrow, we shall use them to set a trap. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. Their priority remained on consuming fresh meat. Very well, Yang Wei sighed with relief. Handling the pig's innards in their current environment would indeed be quite cumbersome. The following morning, Zhou Feng and Yang Wei ventured into the jungle, not far from the site where Manager Gu's body had been buried. Yang Wei pinched his nose, carrying a wooden bucket filled with pig innards and intestines. The two dug a deep pit in the ground, inserting sharp wooden stakes, and then discarded the innards within. I wonder if we will catch any animals, Yang Wei remarked, grimacing as he sniffed his hands, nearly retching. Let's leave it to chance, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. To survive here, they needed to employ every possible method. Just then, Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, glancing into the distance. There are footsteps, he exclaimed, noting the hurried pace of the approaching sounds, seemingly heading towards their camp. Chapter 37. The corpse. What is happening? Yang Wei noticed Zhou Feng's sudden change in demeanor. Someone is heading towards our camp. Zhou Feng immediately grasped his spear and moved towards the sound. Yang Wei, now alarmed, was particularly concerned as his woman was in the camp. In recent days, Li Ran had shown Yang Wei the essence of tenderness. Zhou Feng surged ahead, with Yang Wei following closely, astonished at Zhou Feng's speed, which rivaled that of a professional athlete. Who exactly is Zhou Feng? When Yang Wei caught up to Zhou Feng, he found him in a standoff with a man. Are you one of Tang Cheng's people? Zhou Feng recognized the man, who appeared to be from Tang Cheng's camp. Something has happened. We need help. The man gasped, clearly seeking assistance. What happened? Please clarify. Zhou Feng frowned. We got into a fight. We clashed with those foreigners. The man gestured animatedly. Why did it escalate? Zhou Feng inquired. They lost some men and are accusing us of killing them. They came to cause trouble, and the boss sent me to call you for help. The man hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei was displeased. Help? Why should we assist you? He was still irked by the incident where he was beaten. There are benefits. The boss said that if you help us, there will be rewards. The man quickly replied. Benefits? This piqued Zhou Feng's interest. Then let's go take a look, he said. In truth, even without the promise of rewards, Zhou Feng intended to investigate, as their base was in such close proximity. If Tang Cheng and his group were in peril, it would undoubtedly affect them as well. The foreigners did not seem like benevolent individuals. Although there was no direct conflict between Zhou Feng and Tang Cheng, the latter had at least shown goodwill. You two? Just the two of you? The man looked taken aback. He had come to summon reinforcements, yet there were only 2 individuals willing to go. That's insufficient. We won't go with so few, Yang Wei scoffed. No, it's enough. As long as Zhou Feng is willing to go. The man waved his hands earnestly. Zhou Feng's impressive combat prowess had left a lasting impression on their camp. Moreover, he was carrying a backpack filled with stones. The man led the way, with Zhou Feng and Yang Wei following closely behind. Upon reaching Tang Cheng's camp, Zhou Feng observed both sides in a standoff, each person brandishing makeshift weapons. However, Tang Cheng's side was at a numerical disadvantage, outnumbered by more than 10 men. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over the opposing camp, where he indeed spotted 7 or 8 Caucasian individuals, alongside others of Asian descent. It appeared that both white and yellow-skinned individuals were present in the opposing camp. The Wanlihao was a domestic vessel with few foreigners aboard, mostly tourists. Among them was a man with golden hair, seemingly the leader from their side. who was engaged in heated negotiations with Tang Cheng. The two were conversing in English, their emotions running high. Zhou Feng's command of English was modest, yet he could discern the essence of their exchange. The Caucasian was questioning, while Tang Cheng fervently defended himself. Why did you bring someone along? Tang Fu suddenly appeared beside Zhou Feng, her expression one of disbelief. Clearly, she had not anticipated Zhou Feng arriving with company. You've caused trouble, and now you expect our camp to bear the brunt of it? Zhou Feng shot her a glance. We're offering benefits. Tang Fu bit her lip. What benefits could possibly compel us to risk our lives? Zhou Feng shrugged. Yang Wei felt a swell of emotion upon hearing this. Indeed, they had chosen their leader wisely. He was concerned for their lives. Yet, Tang Fu was infuriated. You're not here to help. What are you doing here? She had thought that after their previous encounter, they had forged a friendship, but this was the reality? Was this guy merely here to spectate? I just came to see what happened. Please tell me the details. Zhou Feng inquired. The man who had brought them over was unclear about the specifics. Though filled with anger, Tang Fu recounted the events to Zhou Feng. It turned out that today, this group of foreigners discovered that one of their own had died outside, not far from their camp. Consequently, they assumed that it was they who had committed the act and approached in a group. Hearing this, Zhou Feng stealthily moved closer to Tang Fu, startling her. She could even hear the sound of his breath. What are you doing? Was it you? Zhou Feng whispered. Of course not. Tang Fu was nearly faint with anger. She hadn't expected Zhou Feng to regard them in such a manner. It seemed likely that they had indeed crossed a line this time. Yang Wei scoffed. The corpse is over there. If you don't believe us, go see for yourself if it looks like our doing. Tang Fu pointed in a direction. Zhou Feng and Yang Wei looked over and saw a body lying between the two groups, obscured by leaves, making it impossible to see clearly from their position. Stay here. I'll go take a look, Zhou Feng said to Yang Wei as he walked towards it. Yang Wei was taken aback. You want to check the body? Isn't that courting trouble? However, after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed. After all, if something were to happen to Zhou Feng, he would have no face to return. Even if trouble awaited them, they would face it together. Upon reaching the corpse, Zhou Feng removed the leaves covering it. The sight that met his eyes made him gasp. The skull was missing, and the brain matter had vanished. Both legs had been severed, leaving only a half-torso. The gruesome state of the body was chilling. Ugh, ugh, Yang Wei retched violently. The taste of entrails had previously failed to induce nausea. Yet the sight before him truly revolted him. He expelled the pork he had consumed that morning. A Caucasian, turning to witness this scene, was instantly enraged, feeling insulted. Cursing under his breath, he swung a fist at Yang Wei. Zhou Feng, with a fierce shout, charged at the white man. Caught off guard, the man was knocked to the ground by Zhou Feng's sudden assault. However, he was not one to concede easily, and rose to confront Zhou Feng. Without hesitation, Zhou Feng unleashed a flurry of punches at lightning speed, each strike landing with brutal precision. The white man was left dazed, blood streaming from his nose. The leader of the white man's group clearly did not anticipate his subordinate would falter against Zhou Feng. Hit him, the white man shouted in English. His companions gripped their weapons, ready to rush forward. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Today it's either them or us. Charles's eyes blazed with fury. His men had already been killed, igniting his rage. He immediately sought to confront Tang Cheng and his companions. Previously, they had clashed over stolen coconuts, but now the audacity of the other party to strike first was astonishing. Did they not fear for their lives? It was evident that his group outnumbered theirs. Had he not been concerned about severe losses, Charles would have acted sooner. These are not from our camp. They belong to another group. Tang Cheng quickly clarified, nearly in tears. Originally, he had sought help from Zhou Feng to uphold his dignity, never anticipating Zhou Feng would provoke the situation. Another camp? Charles's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Clearly, he was unaware that other survivor camps existed nearby. This man was not killed by Tang Cheng and his group. Zhou Feng interjected. To his surprise, Charles understood Mandarin. How do you know? Did you not claim to be from a different base? Charles replied, narrowing his eyes as he too spoke in Mandarin. A closer inspection reveals that the brain matter and thigh of this corpse are missing. It is evident it has been used for sustenance, Zhou Feng stated bluntly. Used for sustenance. The people present felt a wave of nausea wash over them. While instances of cannibalism are often depicted in films, they typically occur under extreme scarcity of food, usually in situations of snowbound isolation or entrapment. Given even a modicum of sustenance, such actions would seldom come to pass. After all, the act of consuming another human being imposes a tremendous psychological burden. In modern society, even in dire circumstances, the vast majority would be loath to engage in such an act. However, that may not be the case. Perhaps he is deliberately seeking vengeance against us, Charles declared, pointing at Tang Cheng, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 38. Bloodstain's Vengeance? Zhou Feng directed his gaze towards Tang Cheng. It appeared that Tang Cheng and Charles' factions had already been at odds prior to this. This was, however, to be expected. The resources on the island were limited. For every bite one consumes, another must go without. Vengeance? I suspect this is merely a self-scripted drama, with you all orchestrating your own demise. Tang Cheng retorted with a disdainful huff. You scoundrel! Charles exclaimed, his eyes wide in indignation. As tensions escalated, Zhou Feng positioned himself between the two. I have a suggestion, though I wonder if you would be inclined to heed it, he ventured. Were you to us? Why should we listen to you? Another Caucasian beside Charles interjected, also speaking in Mandarin. It seemed there were quite a few among Charles' group who understood the language. If you are unwilling to listen, then let us resort to violence. Zhou Feng stepped back, an expression of anticipation for the unfolding drama on his face. This prompted a profound silence among those present. In truth, had a significant conflict been imminent, it would have erupted long before Zhou Feng's arrival. The absence of violence thus far could be attributed to a singular reason. Those surrounding Charles were, in fact, reluctant to engage in a deadly confrontation. Despite their numbers, they were but a hastily assembled group, none willing to sacrifice their lives for a deceased individual. Even with their greater numbers, a genuine conflict would likely result in severe casualties. What is your suggestion? Charles, understanding this reality, acknowledged that few in his camp were eager for a fight. However, with a death on their hands, he could not afford to turn a blind eye. Furthermore, he held a degree of apprehension towards Zhou Feng. Given the prowess Zhou had just displayed, he could easily match the combat capability of several individuals. Should he decide to assist Tang Cheng and his faction, it would pose a significant dilemma. It is straightforward. Since this individual is missing a leg, we should investigate the location where we discovered his body. The truth may well be uncovered there, Zhou Feng proposed. Upon hearing this, Charles furrowed his brow. In the immediate aftermath of the discovery, he had brought the body without thoroughly examining the surroundings. Very well, let us clarify the matter. Given the aggression displayed by Charles, Tang Cheng was keen to avoid escalating tensions further. Moreover, he had surmised Zhou Feng's suspicions. Perhaps it was the wild men who killed Charles' people and then severed part of the body for sustenance. However, at that moment, Tang Cheng was acutely aware that even if he were to reveal the matter regarding the wild man, Charles and his companions would remain skeptical. Thus, he resolved to investigate further. Charles nodded slowly. An agreement was reached. Each side would dispatch 3 individuals. However, on Zhou Feng's side, there was only one person. He instructed Yang Wei to return first and inform Qin Xiaoxue and the others. Charles and his group led the way. They had discovered the body deep within the jungle, quite a distance from their base. Thank you, Zhou Feng, Tang Cheng said, seizing an opportunity to approach Zhou Feng. It's nothing. I merely uttered a few words. Zhou Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. I shall remember today, Tang Cheng remarked, patting Zhou Feng on the shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the site where the body had been found. Zhou Feng quietly noted the route. The 3 camps were not far apart. Tang Cheng's camp was situated in the middle, while Charles's camp lay further east. The distance was no more than 7 or 8 kilometers. This is where the body was discovered, Charles indicated, pointing to a spot beneath a tree. Zhou Feng looked over and noticed the ground was stained with blood. This is quite a distance from your camp. I assenti it? Zhou Feng asked Tang Cheng. My people have never been here. Tang Cheng shook his head. When my camp members venture out, they always do so in groups of at least 3. Who else could it be? Charles growled in a low voice, as they were the only ones in the vicinity of their camp. Perhaps it was someone from your camp who turned against their own? Tang Cheng scoffed, sensing an impending argument. Wait, Zhou Feng suddenly interjected. He took a few steps into the depths of the jungle and crouched down. Charles and the others were puzzled by Zhou Feng's actions. Zhou Feng began to clear away the leaves on the ground, then pinched some dirt between his fingers. It's blood. Charles' eyes widened in disbelief. The dark red soil on Zhou Feng's fingers indicated the presence of blood. This must be the blood from the body, Zhou Feng stated. However, the body lies beneath the tree. It is improbable that blood would have traveled over 20 meters, unless someone deliberately carried the body from that location, which would serve no purpose whatsoever. The only plausible explanation is that the blood on the ground is from the thigh of the corpse, and someone intentionally covered it with leaves. How did you detect the blood? Tang Cheng inquired, astonished. Observation, Zhou Feng replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had caught a faint scent of blood in the air, a detail he chose not to disclose, as it exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary person. Observation? Tang Cheng queried, his expression one of confusion. He had been observing for quite some time, but had failed to notice anything. Continuing to trace the blood, one might uncover something significant. Zhou Feng began his pursuit, following the scent of iron. Every few meters, he stumbled upon fresh stains. After traversing more than 100 meters, blood dripped to the ground, unmasked by any attempt at concealment. The trail led deep into the jungle. Shall we proceed further in? Tang Cheng furrowed his brow. Of course we must, Charles replied in a grave tone. We have yet to find any evidence. It is merely blood on the ground. Nothing more, he cautioned. I must warn you, we may encounter wild men. Tang Cheng broached the subject of the wild inhabitants. To his surprise, Charles and his companion scoffed. Wild men? There are no people on this island. If there were, they would have been discovered long ago. Charles snorted dismissively. Tang Cheng felt exasperated. These individuals clearly did not believe him. Perhaps they had yet to realize the peculiarities of this island. Then, let us proceed, he signaled to his confidants, who nodded in understanding. Caution was paramount. Zhou Feng continued to follow the blood trail, intrigued by what lay ahead. With several companions at his side, he felt safer than if he were searching alone. After advancing over a kilometer into the dense woods, the bloodstains dwindled until they vanished altogether. However, Zhou Feng sensed an unusual odor permeating the air. Chapter 39. Farewell to the wild man. The scent was reminiscent of something charred. After walking a few more meters, Zhou Feng suddenly halted. There is something ahead, he whispered, crouching behind a thicket. Charles and Tang Cheng quickly approached. Upon glimpsing the scene before them, both men gasped in shock, their faces turning pale. In a clearing, a wooden frame had been erected, beneath which a roaring bonfire blazed. Suspended from the frame were pieces of meat, specifically 2 large thighs, sizzling and blackened, with fat dripping onto the flames, intensifying the fire's glow. My God! Charles repeatedly traced a cross over his clothing, murmuring prayers in English. Incredible! There truly are wild men. Tang Cheng's expression was grim. Although he had heard Zhou Feng's claims about the island's inhabitants, he had only partially believed them. Now, witnessing this horrific sight, he could no longer harbor doubts. The sight of the roasting meat made Tang Cheng's throat constrict, an overwhelming urge to vomit rising within him. However, he managed to suppress his emotions, only to soon discover a pressing issue. Wait, we're the savages. Tang Cheng could not help but exclaim. They had only seen the campfire, yet the savages were nowhere in sight. They should be nearby. What shall we do now? Zhou Feng turned back to inquire. Since that leg remains on the spit, it indicates that they have not ventured far. Let us assess the situation, Tang Cheng suggested. We should leave, Charles interjected. The two spoke almost in unison and simultaneously furrowed their brows. Now, just as we are about to uncover who murdered your comrades, you wish to flee? Tang Cheng's voice was laced with barely contained fury. The injustice he faced had yet to be resolved, and he was determined to discover who was responsible for the campfire. We are but a handful, while they are a horde of demons. Yet Charles was solely focused on vacating the premises. If they were to return, it would be prudent to bring a larger group. Their movement, Zhou Feng gestured. Upon seeing his signal, the two immediately fell silent. Soon, sounds emerged from the woods across from them. 2 savages emerged, clad in animal skins and wielding long spears. To Zhou Feng and the others' astonishment, they dragged 2 male corpses behind them. The appearance of the corpses revealed modern clothing, indicating they were likely survivors, though their garments were tattered and torn. Zhou Feng turned to Charles and Tang Cheng, both of whom shook their heads. These were not individuals from their camp. Zhou Feng understood. There were probably other unfortunate survivors, slain by the 2 savages. This thought filled him with relief, grateful that upon awakening on the beach, they had not encountered any savages. Yet he mused that even if they had, with the mysterious jade pendant he possessed, he might still withstand the savages' assault. The two savages remained unaware of their presence, engrossed in their grim task of processing the corpses. Their first act was to smash open the skulls with nearby stones. One savage, grinning, used his filthy hands to sample the contents. At that moment, a white man standing behind Charles could no longer contain his revulsion and retched. Ugh, ugh, no one blamed him. After all, who could endure such a sight? However, his retching drew the attention of the savages. Instantly, they stood upright, emitting strange cries, and charged toward them, brandishing their spears. Fight! Tang Chung sprang to his feet, and the others quickly followed suit. It was evident that they had split into two distinct factions. To Zhou Feng's surprise, Tang Chung and the others stood alongside him, appearing as though they were united in their endeavor. Yet, only Tang Chung understood that among those present, Zhou Feng possessed the greatest combat prowess, logically aligning himself with Zhou Feng's side. Strangely, the two wild men, despite seeing the 7 individuals standing with Zhou Feng, remained undeterred, their expressions devoid of fear, instead radiating an unsettling excitement, their shouts growing more jubilant, reminiscent of a hunt. Clearly, they regarded Zhou Feng and his companions as mere prey. In such close proximity, Zhou Feng had no time to retrieve a stone and instead brandished his spear as he advanced. Although both sides wielded spears, the wild men's weapons were distinct, tipped with sharp stones and wrapped in several layers of animal hide. Upon contact, the iron tip of Zhou Feng's spear became misaligned. To his astonishment, the wild man exhibited considerable strength, nearly causing Zhou Feng to lose his grip. However, the wild man's dark visage betrayed a moment of surprise, evidently unprepared for the formidable resilience of his prey. The creatures he had hunted before had been frail, which emboldened the two wild men to charge forth. Yet, the wild man's astonishment was fleeting as he swiftly lunged with his sharpened spear towards Zhou Feng's chest. Meanwhile, Tang Chung seized the opportunity, skillfully thrusting his spear into the wild man's thigh. Tang Chung, astute as he was, recognized that striking a vital area would be futile, as the wild man would surely have his defenses up. True to his expectations, the wild man winced in pain, causing his movements to falter. Zhou Feng, seizing the moment, grasped the middle of the spear. The wild man, eyes wide with disbelief, attempted to withdraw his weapon, but Zhou Feng's strength proved superior. With a mighty pull, he yanked both the wild man and his spear towards him. At that instant, the others seized their chance, delivering a decisive strike to the wild man's chest. Even in death, the wild man clutched his weapon, his eyes reflecting a lingering defiance. Zhou Feng then glanced towards Charles and the others, only to find them being pushed back by a single wild man, with one Caucasian even impaled through the arm, blood streaming profusely. None dared engage the wild man in a fierce struggle, allowing the creature to maintain the upper hand. Witnessing this, Tang Chung silently rejoiced, grateful for his decision to stand with Zhou Feng. With Zhou Feng by his side, their safety was undoubtedly enhanced. Zhou Feng then wrested the stone spear from the wild man's grasp and advanced towards the creature, who, upon realizing the demise of his companion, did not hesitate to turn and flee. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow and immediately chose to give chase. The wild man moved swiftly through the jungle. Yet, Zhou Feng was even faster, nearly sprinting. In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared from the sight of Tang Chung and the others. "What shall we do, boss?" a subordinate inquired. Tang Chung hesitated for a moment, glancing at Charles and the others. "Will you pursue? Perhaps there are other wild men." "We should retreat for now," Charles replied, still shaken. Had it not been for Zhou Feng's intervention, they might have met their demise at the hands of the wild men. The combat prowess of their adversaries was on an entirely different level, resembling that of trained warriors. In contrast, the spears held by Charles and his companions appeared as mere toys before them. Given the possibility of other wild men, if we do not silence this one, we may all perish. Charles was momentarily taken aback before resolutely nodding his head. "Let us pursue." Tang Chung and his companions followed the direction Zhou Feng had taken. After chasing for nearly 700 or 800 meters, they spotted Zhou Feng standing beneath a tree. "Where's the wild man? Has he escaped?" Tang Chung gasped. "If he gets away, the consequences will be dire." "He's above." Zhou Feng pointed upwards. Tang Chung and the others looked up to discover that the wild man had climbed to the treetop, at least several meters above the ground, intently watching them. How did he manage to ascend that smooth trunk? In truth, Zhou Feng had been equally astonished by the wild man's speed. The wild man scaled the tree with a swiftness reminiscent of a gecko, indicating that he was accustomed to climbing. What do we do now? Should we just wait him out? Charles seemed bewildered. Fear not. My young brother possesses unique skills, Tang Chung replied with a smile, unfazed. Unique skills? Charles and the others were puzzled. I shall give it a try, Zhou Feng declared, retrieving a stone from his backpack. You have a backpack full of stones? Charles exclaimed in shock. He had always assumed Zhou Feng's pack contained tools, never realizing it was filled entirely with stones. This revelation implied that Zhou Feng had been carrying a bag of stones all along, even managing to keep pace with the wild man, forcing him to take refuge in the tree. What immense strength this suggested. Zhou Feng raised the stone, aiming it at the wild man, who now wore a look of fear upon seeing the projectile. With a swift motion, Zhou Feng hurled the stone, striking the wild man's arm. Roar! Roar! Eek! The wild man emitted strange cries upon being hit. This is bad. He must be calling for help, Tang Chung exclaimed in alarm. The voice of the wild man was undoubtedly not a manifestation of pain. It was certainly a cry for help. Zhou Feng had already hurled his second stone, which struck the wild man squarely on the head, rendering him unconscious and causing him to plummet from the treetops. Thud! The wild man fell from a height of over 10 meters, and upon reaching the ground, blood oozed from his mouth and nose. It was clear he had met his demise. Tang Chung cautiously prodded him with a spear before arriving at this conclusion. Zhou Feng bent down to inspect the wild man's corpse, discovering that his face and arms were adorned with some unknown pigment, depicting a sun motif. The earlier wild man also bore the same design, suggesting it was part of a local custom. Zhou Feng had heard tales of primitive tribes and certain African nations that still practiced sorcery, with some believing that such markings could bestow strength upon them. Others, in their extremity, resorted to cannibalism, reminiscent of the philosophy of like attracts like. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Charles. What is yours? Charles approached Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, thank you. If it weren't for your timely intervention today, we might have faced fatalities, Charles expressed sincerely. Before Zhou Feng could respond, Tang Chung interjected, his displeasure evident. Now do you understand? It wasn't I who killed your men. He retorted coldly. This is a misunderstanding, Charles replied dismissively. A misunderstanding? You think a mere word suffices? Charles shrugged, seemingly disinclined to engage with Tang Chung further, as no substantial damage had been incurred. This only served to aggravate Tang Chung and the others. Let's dispose of the bodies of these two wild men, Zhou Feng suggested. Agreed. Both Charles and Tang Chung nodded. None could ascertain whether there were more wild men lurking nearby. They soon discovered a cliff and promptly pushed the wild men's corpses over the edge. Afterwards, they returned to the wild men's makeshift camp to deal with the other corpses, burying them in a designated area. As they gazed at the meat roasting over the campfire, along with the survivors who had suffered severe head injuries, several individuals, including Charles, felt the urge to vomit. Yet even Tang Chung lacked the time to mock Charles, as his own stomach churned uneasily. In the future, I believe it is essential for us to share intelligence. If anyone encounters wild men, they should inform others in the camp, Zhou Feng proposed. I have no objections, Charles nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, as it was his camp that had suffered losses, indicating it might be the most perilous. I have no objections either. Tang Chung, too preoccupied with their survival, was disinclined to continue quarreling with Charles. At present, surviving was of utmost importance. Have you not encountered the other two survivors? Zhou Feng inquired once more. I have not seen them, Tang Chung confirmed repeatedly. Neither have I, Charles shrugged. Since they are unfamiliar to us, they must be other survivors, perhaps from different bases, or solitary wanderers. This remains unknown. The group retraced their steps, parting ways at a fork in the path. Zhou Feng also noted that Charles and his companions marked conspicuous trees or stones. In the dense jungle, this was nearly the sole method of discerning the route. However, Tang Chung and his group employed triangular markers, pointed towards their camp, whereas Charles's group opted for a straightforward arrow design. The direction of the arrows indicated their base's location. Zhou Feng glanced around, gaining a rough understanding of where Charles's camp lay. Through their interactions, Zhou Feng perceived that Charles and his companions were not the brutish types. Otherwise, they would have clashed with Tang Cheng's group long ago. Tang Cheng mentioned that within Charles's camp, they would dispose of the wounded and lifeless, likely for another reason. Brother, how about joining me at my camp for a meal? Tang Cheng extended an invitation. Perhaps another time. I shall decline today, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. After the day's turmoil, darkness had descended. During the day, it was already easy to lose one's way in the jungle, let alone at night, when retracing one's steps was nearly impossible. Very well. When you come again, I shall treat you well, Tang Cheng said, somewhat regretfully. Chapter 41. A bath. Had it not been for Zhou Feng's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. A violent clash would certainly have resulted in significant casualties. Most critically, they were not the ones who had committed the killings. To perish due to such a misunderstanding would be utterly unjust. Zhou Feng returned to the camp. Boss, what's the situation over there? Yang Wei was the first to approach. The others, armed and vigilant, had been awaiting his signal, ready to assist should he call upon them. The misunderstanding had been resolved, yet Zhou Feng revealed the plight of several unfortunate survivors who had fallen victim to savages. The faces of Fan Jian and the others grew grim, even though Zhou Feng had previously informed them of the presence of wild men in the vicinity. Hearing it firsthand elicited a different kind of shock. Noticing the somber mood, Zhou Feng reassured them, there is no need for excessive worry. Our camp is situated at a fair distance from the wild men. He added, Charles's camp is closer to them. If the wild men were to launch a large-scale assault, it would undoubtedly be Charles and his companions who would bear the brunt of it. Upon hearing these words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a modest evening meal, as dusk approached, Zhou Feng retreated to his quarters. Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan soon appeared before him. Xiao Feng, would you accompany us for a brief outing? Qin Xiaoxue proposed. Where do you intend to go at this hour? Zhou Feng inquired, somewhat perplexed. We're going to take a bath, Bai Qingyan replied. A bath? Isn't that feasible nearby the camp? Zhou Feng was taken aback. Only then did he notice that both women were carrying wooden buckets filled with a change of clothing. During this period, their bathing routine involved fetching water from the stream and rinsing themselves thoroughly. Provided they informed others in advance, they could enjoy some privacy. Simply rinsing is insufficient. We women require a proper wash. During the day, Sun Hong and the others discovered a bathing spot, and they've already visited it. If it weren't for the encroaching darkness, who would care to have your company? Bai Qingyan pouted. Very well, let's go together, Zhou Feng conceded, rising to his feet. His gaze inadvertently lingered on Qin Xiaoxue, who felt his scrutiny and blushed, casting him a sidelong glance that seemed to convey, what impure thoughts are you harboring? The three of them walked side by side. Zhou Feng, aren't you afraid when facing the wild men? Bai Qingyan asked with curiosity. Not really. Zhou Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head, seemingly devoid of fear. Why is that? Bai Qingyan's curiosity intensified. Perhaps it's because I ceased to fear after taking my first life. Zhou Feng scratched his head and replied. In truth, he believed it was the mysterious power of the jade pendant that had altered him in many ways since it entered his body. Make sure to avoid any traumatic experiences in the future, Bai Qingyan expressed her concern. She had heard that many soldiers suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder after leaving the battlefield, a consequence of prolonged mental strain. Bai Qingyan was aware that Zhou Feng had likely endured significant pressure during this time. When that day comes, you all can comfort me, Zhou Feng said with a smile. If that day truly arrives, I shall stay by your side to help you heal, Bai Qingyan replied earnestly. Zhou Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a heartfelt response from Bai Qingyan, which moved him. Fear not. Xiao Feng will not succumb to such despair. He is a man worthy of reliance, Qin Xiaoxue said, playfully tossing her hair back with a faint smile. Bai Qingyan regarded her mother with a puzzled expression. As they conversed, the trio had already ventured a kilometer away from the camp. Right here, Bai Qingyan pointed ahead. Zhou Feng looked and discerned that they had reached a tributary of the stream. A pond approximately 7 to 8 meters wide unexpectedly formed here. Can one bathe in it? Zhou Feng inquired with curiosity. The darkness of the evening made it difficult for him to discern the full extent of the pond. Fear not, it's merely stones below. There's no danger, and the water only reaches waist height, Bai Qingyan reassured him. During the day, Sun Hong and the others had already ventured in. All right then, you may go wash, Zhou Feng nodded. Turn around, do not look at us, and step back a bit, Bai Qingyan said with irritation. They could not possibly bathe in front of Zhou Feng. Almost forgetting, Zhou Feng chuckled awkwardly, turning away and walking over 100 meters into the distance. From that position, nothing was visible. Seeing Zhou Feng depart, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan swiftly submerged themselves in the water, intending to soak for a while, as it had been long since they had a proper wash. Oh no, Zhou Feng wouldn't peek, would he? Bai Qingyan muttered, glancing towards his direction. He shouldn't. If he intended to do something nefarious on this deserted island, we would have faced the consequences long ago. Qin Xiaoxue expressed confidence in Zhou Feng. Moreover, they had been on the island for nearly half a month, and despite Zhou Feng's repeated confessions, he had never forced himself into any actions, merely desiring to kiss her. Yet, it seemed Zhou Feng's hands had been somewhat unrestrained on several occasions. Actually, it's not such a big deal to take a glance, Bai Qingyan whispered. She felt Zhou Feng had endured much during this time, and a little reward wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoxue let out a piercing scream. What's wrong? Bai Qingyan quickly asked. A snake! A snake! Qin Xiaoxue exclaimed in terror, staring at the creature swimming towards them from the shore. It was a snake, over a meter long, its body entirely black, continuously flicking its tongue. Qin Xiaoxue backed away in alarm, but the more anxious she became, the more she felt her feet slipping. The stones beneath her feet were slick, and she barely managed to keep her balance as the snake drew nearer. Get away! Get away! Bai Qingyan, in a panic, could only splash the water in an attempt to drive the black serpent away. However, this only seemed to aggravate it, making the snake move faster. It raised its upper body out of the water, opening its mouth wide and lunging at Qin Xiaoxue. At that moment, a figure rushed from the distance, seizing the snake's tail with great force. It was Zhou Feng. The snake missed its target, but did not relent. Instead, it coiled back and bit Zhou Feng on the back of his hand. Damn it! Zhou Feng felt a piercing pain shoot through his hand. With determination, he grasped the snake by the neck. He hurled it toward the nearby stone. Bang! The black snake struck the stone, leaving a trail of blood. After rolling on the ground twice, it fell silent. Chapter 42. Unconsciousness. Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, are you all right? Qin Xiaoxue, disregarding her own condition, rushed toward Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng intended to assure her that he was fine, but he had already noticed the mark where the venomous snake had bitten him. In a matter of seconds, a dark bruise began to spread. It was indeed a poisonous snake. Amusingly, Zhou Feng found his gaze drawn towards Qin Xiaoxue. This was the first time he had seen her upper body, and it was truly a sight to behold. Noticing Zhou Feng's gaze, Qin Xiaoxue instinctively shielded herself with her arm, though she could barely cover a portion. Let us get to shore first, Zhou Feng thought, covering his hand. Once they reached the bank, Qin Xiaoxue and Bai Qingyan quickly donned their clothes, while Zhou Feng hastily bound his wrist with fabric, attempting to halt the spread of the poison. Yet, this seemed futile as his arm was already marred with bruises. Xiao Feng! Xiao Feng! Qin Xiaoxue burst into tears. The toxin had evidently entered Zhou Feng's body. Oh no! Is Zhou Feng all right? Bai Qingyan exclaimed, her face etched with fear, tears welling in her eyes. Let's head back first. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. The trio made their way back to the camp. Halfway through, Zhou Feng felt his strength wane. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Xiao Feng. Qin Xiaoxue knelt before him, her face a cascade of tears. Aunt Qin. Zhou Feng grasped Qin Xiaoxue's hand, his breaths becoming rapid. What do you want to say? Bai Qingyan chimed in from the other side. Before she could finish her confession of love for Zhou Feng, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In a daze, Zhou Feng sensed that Fan Jian and others had arrived, lifting him up. Time seemed to stretch, and he felt someone attempting to feed him water with a spoon. Yet, his body remained unresponsive, numb, as if his soul had departed from his body. Zhou Feng struggled to open his eyes, managing only a narrow slit. Through this gap, he perceived a blurred figure before him. The person tried again to feed him water, but it merely trickled down his cheek. After a moment of hesitation, the individual took a sip themselves and then leaned closer. Zhou Feng felt moisture enter, instinctively sucking in greedily. The individual appeared somewhat flustered, taken aback by Zhou Feng's unexpected assertiveness. Nevertheless, he continued to comply with Zhou Feng's actions. Soon, he employed the same method to hydrate Zhou Feng once more. After repeating this several times, Zhou Feng drifted into a haze, losing consciousness again. When he finally opened his eyes, the room was enveloped in darkness. His immediate reaction was one of despair, believing he had lost his sight. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely nightfall. He exerted effort to raise his hand, waving it before his eyes. His body seemed to have regained considerable strength. Yet, just as he lowered his hand, he felt a tangle of hair beneath his fingers. Someone was leaning beside his bed. His movement stirred the individual awake. "Zhou Feng, you're awake," came the excited voice of Qin Xiaoxue. Zhou Feng was equally astonished to discover that it was Qin Xiaoxue by his side. "How do you feel?" She immediately grasped his hand. "I feel a bit hungry," Zhou Feng replied with a wry smile. "There is food here." Qin Xiaoxue promptly retrieved something from nearby and handed it to him. "What is this?" Zhou Feng inquired, feeling its smooth texture in his hand. His vision had improved enough to discern the objects in the room. It appeared to be a fruit. "This is papaya. It was sent by Tang Fu," Qin Xiaoxue explained. Papaya. They had actually found papaya. The yield of papayas is quite substantial. If there were a grove on this island, sourcing food would not pose a challenge. Zhou Feng took a bite. The papaya's flavor was rich, accompanied by a fragrant aroma and abundant juice. He devoured a large piece in a few bites. Observing this, Qin Xiaoxue handed him 2 more pieces. Once he had finished, she remarked with concern, "You've been unconscious for 3 days. You shouldn't consume too much." 3 days? I was unconscious for 3 days? Zhou Feng exclaimed, astonished. "Yes, everyone thought you were going to die. The snake that bit you is reportedly called a black mamba," Qin Xiaoxue stated. After Zhou Feng fell unconscious, Bai Qingyan went to summon Fan Jian and the others. After they carried Zhou Feng back, they retrieved the snake. Yang Wei believed it resembled a black mamba. Yet, in such an environment, even if one knew the identity of the snake that inflicted the bite, there was nothing to be done. There were no hospitals or anti-venoms available. They could only helplessly watch Zhou Feng lying on the sickbed. Zhou Feng found this peculiar. A black mamba? Wasn't it a snake native to the African savanna? How could it appear here? However, upon reflection, he realized that the strange occurrences in this place were far too numerous. A mere venomous serpent, hardly a cause for alarm. Initially, the situation was dire. Your complexion had darkened, and you even began to cough up blood. Everyone was in tears, deeply distressed. However, since yesterday, your pallor has started to return to normal. Qin Xiaoxue, while recounting these events, could not help but shed tears once more. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Feng felt a pang of sympathy and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. "Aunt Qin, please don't cry. See, I'm fine now," he managed to smile. Qin Xiaoxue nodded softly. Have you been taking care of me all this time?" Zhou Feng inquired, gazing at her. "Indeed, that little girl, Qin Yan, claimed she would look after you, but she hardly knows how to care for anyone," Qin Xiaoxue replied with a wry smile. Since arriving on this island, Qin Xiaoxue had noticed that Bai Qingyan seemed to have matured significantly, eager to shoulder more responsibilities. Yet, in Qin Xiaoxue's eyes, her daughter remained a child. "Was it you who fed me water?" Zhou Feng asked softly. "Well, that was under special circumstances." Qin Xiaoxue averted her gaze lightly. "I am thirsty now. Could you possibly feed me water again?" Zhou Feng licked his parched lips. "You were able to eat papaya by yourself just now. Please, just a little more." Zhou Feng longed for that taste. "All right." Qin Xiaoxue did not refuse. She took a mouthful of water and leaned closer. Zhou Feng felt that sensation once more. Yet this time he took the initiative, placing his hand around her waist. Qin Xiaoxue did not resist. Chapter 43. The supplies left by survivor Qin Xiaoxue held on to Zhou Feng's neck for several minutes. "All right, you should rest for a while." She suddenly pulled away and dashed out of the room. Zhou Feng could not help but smile wryly as he glanced at his palm, recalling that feeling. He wondered when Qin Xiaoxue would finally agree to him. However, he too felt fatigued and turned over to sleep once again. When Zhou Feng next awoke, it must have been midday. He looked at his injured right hand. The 2 shallow bite marks were nearly indistinguishable, and the surrounding skin appeared normal. His gaze fell upon a makeshift table of stones beside him, where several pieces of cut papaya lay, likely left by Qin Xiaoxue, concerned he might go hungry. After consuming the papaya, he lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The sunlight was blinding. Zhou Feng blinked several times to readjust to the brightness. "Boss, you're awake," someone exclaimed. "You really are awake. I told you my mother wasn't imagining things." "Boss, you're incredible. You've returned from the brink of death." Upon seeing Zhou Feng regain consciousness, everyone gathered around him. I'm sorry for worrying you all. Fine. Zhou Feng observed the expressions on the faces of those around him, feeling a sense of gratitude. They genuinely cared for him. If it were he who had been bitten by a venomous snake, he surely would not have survived. Fan Jian remarked. That snake was terrifying. Its mere appearance was enough to instill fear. Li Ran nodded in agreement. Despite the scarcity of resources on the island, they did not consume the snake but discarded it instead, as none possessed the knowledge to handle a poisonous serpent. The risk of poisoning could lead to complete annihilation. Zhou Feng believed his survival could be attributed to the jade pendant around his neck. Could it be that he had been endowed with not only enhanced speed and strength, but also heightened senses? Perhaps even his immune system had grown stronger? Regardless, it was undoubtedly a positive development. I was unconscious for several days. Has anything occurred? Zhou Feng surveyed the camp, noticing little change. Indeed, a few white individuals visited twice, claiming they needed to speak with you. Yang Wei replied. They seek me? Zhou Feng was taken aback. White individuals. That must be Charles. Exactly. We mentioned you were conveniently away. Yang Wei scratched his head. They dared not reveal that Zhou Feng was incapacitated due to poisoning. Although the two men appeared relatively amicable, one could never truly discern another's intentions. If they were aware of Zhou Feng's current predicament, what actions might they undertake? Currently, their base housed several hundred pounds of cured meat and an abundance of smoked fish, items that could incite murderous thoughts on a deserted island. Do they specify what they wanted? Zhou Feng inquired. Not all. They merely expressed a desire to discuss matters with you in person and are expected to return today, Yang Wei stated solemnly. Thankfully, Zhou Feng awakened today. Otherwise, Yang Wei and the others would have struggled to concoct a plausible excuse. Zhou Feng nodded. The lunch consisted of cured meat stewed with small fish, accompanied by slices of papaya. Finally, they were enjoying meat again. Bai Qingyan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cured meat. Did you not eat meat while I was away? Zhou Feng asked curiously. We subsisted on papaya. We've been eating it for several days now, and now just the sight of it makes me nauseous. My mouth is filled with its taste. Bai Qingyan replied with a wry smile. Through his inquiries, Zhou Feng learned that Tang Fu had delivered over 100 pounds of papaya 2 days prior, and they had yet to finish it. They have so many papayas. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow slightly. This indicated they must have discovered a substantial number of papaya trees. During his previous visits to Tang Cheng's camp, he had not seen any papayas there, yet now they were able to provide over 100 pounds. Tang Fu wishes to see you. What is your relationship? Bai Qingyan suddenly fixed her gaze on Zhou Feng. Perhaps she has taken a liking to me. After all, I saved her last time, and she may wish to express her gratitude in a more personal manner. Zhou Feng chuckled lightly before lowering his head to sip his soup. That cannot be allowed, Bai Qingyan exclaimed anxiously. Zhou Feng gazed at Bai Qingyan with a hint of surprise. What was the urgency of this young lady? Bai Qingyan hesitated, determined to prevent Tang Fu from seizing Zhou Feng. At that moment, a few individuals approached from a distance. Zhou Feng, my brother. We have searched high and low for you, called out Charles and his companions. There were 5 in total, 3 of whom were Caucasian, while the other 2 appeared to be of Chinese descent. The speaker was none other than Charles himself. Zhou Feng quickly finished the contents of his bowl and rose to his feet. I was preoccupied the past few days and heard you were looking for us. Charles, catching a whiff of the fragrant cured meat, instinctively swallowed. The others also turned their attention toward the iron pot suspended over the campfire, from which the enticing aroma emanated. However, Zhou Feng had no intention of offering any. After all, the meat was a precious commodity, and they were all rationing their supplies. Indeed, we seek you out for a potential collaboration, Charles nodded. Collaboration? What sort of collaboration? Zhou Feng inquired, intrigued. Previously, Tang Cheng had proposed a similar partnership, suggesting a merger of their camps, but Zhou Feng had declined. He hadn't anticipated Charles would come forth with the same proposal. Charles glanced at the individuals behind Zhou Feng and smiled subtly. The information I possess is rather significant. I wish to discuss it with you privately. No problem. Zhou Feng replied with a nod. He then led Charles to the outskirts of the camp, ensuring their conversation remained discreet from others. Zhou Feng found it somewhat peculiar, as Charles should have been aware that whatever he was about to disclose could not prevent Zhou Feng from informing his companions. Was Charles perhaps wary of his own people? In fact, near my camp, my men discovered a cave filled with various supplies, Charles whispered. A cave filled with supplies? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow in disbelief. How is that possible? The cave is quite expansive. There are indeed numerous items within. I suspect there were survivors on this island previously who collected these resources and stored them in the cave. For some unknown reason, they have vanished, leaving their supplies behind. Charles explained, gesturing as he spoke. His command of Chinese was not particularly proficient, which made his explanation somewhat slow. Survivors from the past, images of Wu Wenrong and others flickered in Zhou Feng's mind. They had arrived on the island 6 months prior. The supplies in the cave could not have been theirs. But who could have placed them there? Perhaps even earlier survivors? Zhou Feng recalled the wreckage of the helicopter. There might be more survivors on this island. If the cave contains so many supplies, why haven't you taken them for yourself? Zhou Feng asked. Chapter 44, Bear Hunt. To be candid, it is because there are bears in that cave. Moreover, there are both a large and a small one. Charles did not conceal this fact. Had it not been for those bears, they would have extracted the supplies long ago. The mother bear, accompanied by her cub, poses the greatest danger and seldom strays far from her territory. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Are there really bears on this deserted island? However, he was no longer surprised by such revelations. Let us hunt the bears together. We must first deal with the 2 bears, and then we shall distribute the remaining supplies. Charles continued. How shall we distribute them? Zhou Feng inquired directly. Quite simply, we will take 2/3, and you may have 1/3, Charles replied in a remarkably generous tone. 1/3? That seems unjust. In a partnership, we should at least have equal shares. And how shall we divide the bear meat? Zhou Feng shook his head. The omission of bear meat from Charles's proposal clearly indicated his intent to monopolize it. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Charles offered a wry smile and began to explain. In preparation for this bear hunting venture, they had deployed more than a dozen individuals ahead of time and had already dug traps near the cave. Zhou Feng's task was simply to lure the bears. As long as the bears fell into the traps, that would suffice. For Zhou Feng and his companions, this should be a trivial endeavor, requiring minimal effort on their part. Moreover, given the abundance of food on your side, bear meat should not be a necessity for you. My group is numerous, and distribution would be quite challenging, Charles insisted, though he remained steadfast in his stance. Simple? If it were that simple, would you need to seek my assistance? You must have attempted this many times already, and surely lives have been lost, Zhou Feng remarked coolly. Charles felt somewhat embarrassed, not anticipating that Zhou Feng would discern the truth. In reality, they had discovered the cave 7 or 8 days prior and had executed 2 plans to lure the bears, both of which had ended in failure. The traps they dug were several hundred meters away from the cave, and when they attempted to attract the bears, they found it exceedingly difficult, as the bears' running speed far exceeded their expectations. In the jungle, evading a bear was virtually impossible. Over the course of 2 attempts, 3 individuals had perished. Attempting to dig the traps closer to the cave was equally challenging. Any noise could potentially attract the bears. After witnessing Zhou Feng's prowess that day, Charles believed that Zhou Feng might be capable of evading the bears' pursuit. Hence, he had come to seek Zhou Feng's help for 3 consecutive days. Then state your demands. Charles said, let it be fair, 1/2 for each of us, and I shall take half of the bear meat as well, Zhou Feng declared. Although Zhou Feng claimed fairness, the reality was quite the opposite, as Charles's group had contributed significantly more in terms of manpower and effort. Agreed. Charles hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. The 2 returned to the camp, where Zhou Feng called several people over, while Charles and the others stood at a distance. I need to attend to some matters. Yang Wei and Fan Jian, you should stay in the camp. If any danger arises, retreat, Zhou Feng stated. Boss, what are you planning to do? Fan Jian could not help but inquire. Hunting bears. Hunting bears. The group was taken aback. They were to confront a bear. Although they were aware of Zhou Feng's formidable combat abilities and his exceptional skill in stone throwing, they also knew that a bear's hide was tough and its flesh hardy, likely rendering it impervious to stones, which would only incite its fury. Boss, your body has just recovered, and now you're going to grapple with a bear. We really don't need to do this, Yang Wei quickly interjected. At present, their food supplies were plentiful, and there was no necessity to risk their lives for a mere bit of bear meat. Furthermore, they had heard that improperly prepared bear meat could be quite pungent. In recent days, Zhou Feng had been in a deep slumber, and they felt as though they had lost their anchor, uncertain about what to do next. Zhou Feng was incredibly vital to them. There are supplies in the bear's cave. Mainly for that reason, Zhou Feng explained succinctly. I'll go with you. Bai Qingyan immediately declared. What do you want to tag along for? Zhou Feng replied, bemused. To him, Bai Qingyan resembled a neighborly little sister, as long as she did not become a hindrance. It was fine. The thought of her wanting to join him in hunting a bear was perplexing. Who knows if there's still snake venom in you? Having another person might help, but what if you faint again? Bai Qingyan countered. Her words prompted Zhou Feng to nod in agreement. Having Bai Qingyan by his side could indeed be quite beneficial. Fan Jian and Yang Wei were not in a position to leave the base. And if she were to faint in front of Charles and the others, he could not guarantee the outcome. Moreover, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, he could ensure Bai Qingyan's safety. Very well. You may accompany me to take a look, Zhou Feng conceded. Bai Qingyan's face lit up with joy. I could be of help. Qin I will bring Bai Qingyan back, Zhou Feng said, glancing at Qin Xiaoxue. Yes, you both must take care. Qin Xiaoxue nodded. She felt quite at ease with her daughter following Zhou Feng. However, when Charles saw Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan approach him, his expression was somewhat unnatural. Brother, you are bringing just one woman? Charles remarked. That's sufficient, Zhou Feng replied. All right then, let us depart. Charles did not pursue the matter further. The group set off towards the east. Along the way, Charles provided a detailed introduction to the bear they were to confront. There were 2 black bears, one large and one small. The larger one stood nearly 3 meters tall, exuding a fierce demeanor and an irritable temperament. The smaller bear appeared to be somewhat more docile and manageable. Zhou Feng's target was the formidable bear. As long as he could lure it into the trap, he would have no worries about its escape. Is your trap effective? Zhou Feng inquired. Despite the bear's massive size, it was also a remarkably agile creature, capable of climbing trees. A standard trap might easily be evaded, rendering their efforts futile. Rest assured, my friend, we have excavated a substantial pit. Charles gestured with his hands. The pit is at least 5 meters deep. Numerous sharp stakes have been inserted within. Should the bear fall in, it will undoubtedly sustain serious injuries and will be unable to escape. Moreover, our men are armed with spears surrounding the area. If the bear attempts to ascend, we shall pierce its eyes directly, Charles added. With such double assurance, there was little cause for concern. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing the thorough preparation. However, if they failed to lure the bear, all their efforts would be in vain. Halfway through their journey, Charles instructed his men to return to the camp to summon additional assistance. After walking several kilometers, they arrived at a steep cliffside. There lies the cave containing supplies. Charles pointed in a certain direction. Chapter 45. Luring Zhou Feng followed Charles's indication and beheld a cave at the base of the cliff, significantly larger than the one he had previously discovered. It was approximately 200 meters away. Although visibility was limited from their vantage point, it was evident that the cave housed some resources, as there were signs of human activity. There are indeed remnants of human presence, Charles elucidated. Zhou Feng squinted, and to his astonishment, he could discern the contents within the cave. Scattered on the ground were various items, including an iron pot and a kitchen knife. Most importantly, it appeared there were 2 wooden boxes inside, likely containing a wealth of additional supplies. However, Zhou Feng refrained from expressing his astonishment, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Where is the trap? He inquired. It is on the opposite side. Follow me. Charles led Zhou Feng in another direction, bringing him to this location solely for the purpose of observing the cave. Soon, they reached a wooded area at the base of the hill, where a dozen individuals wielding spears awaited them. Upon seeing Zhou Feng and Bai Qingyan, they collectively furrowed their brows. Boss, is this the assistance you sought? One of the Chinese men could not help but ask, scrutinizing Zhou Feng with keen interest. Clearly, there was a lack of faith in Zhou Feng. Do you have any objections? Why not summon the bears? Charles said coldly. Just this single remark silenced the man. Ever since the demise of 3 individuals, they were too fearful to engage recklessly. Forgive me, brother. They are unaware of your capabilities. Charles chuckled awkwardly. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern, merely inquiring about the next course of action. Charles and his companions possessed relevant experience. According to their insights, at this hour, the 2 bears were resting within their cave. Approaching the cave would inevitably provoke the mother bear, which could then be lured here. Although it sounded simple, the inherent dangers were known only to those involved. Brother, prepare yourself mentally. If it becomes too daunting, do not force it, Charles advised, patting Zhou Feng's shoulder. There is no need for that. I will simply assess the route. Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. Well done. As you say, you are a man, a hero. God will bless you. Charles began to extol. Let's hope so, Zhou Feng responded mildly. If God were truly effective, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament. Zhou Feng examined the pathway, seeking the optimal route, and after more than half an hour, he was ready. Zhou Feng, you must think this through at this critical moment. Qin Yan appeared somewhat apprehensive. The thought of luring the bear alone was chilling. Fear not. I shall be fine, Zhou Feng reassured her, offering a confident smile. Qin Yan perceived a transformation in Zhou Feng. Having been bitten by a venomous snake and unconscious for days, he now intended to hunt bears. There was no trace of fear in him. Rest assured, brother, this must be your woman, and we shall protect her, Charles remarked. What? Who is his woman? Qin Yan murmured softly. Charles did not catch her words. Within his base, numerous female survivors had long been divided among the strong. Those with power could claim one, while the rest could only watch helplessly. Charles understood that the situation in Tang Cheng's base was somewhat different. It seemed every woman had the freedom to choose. To Charles, it was only natural that several women in Zhou Feng's base had some connection with him, given his formidable strength. Zhou Feng approached the cave entrance, a mere few dozen meters away, and from afar, he could detect a foul odor. Clearly, the bears had left their waste at the cave's entrance. This scent would deter many animals from coming near. Zhou Feng gently patted the backpack he carried. Within it, aside from stones, lay a dagger. Yet, in the presence of a bear, the dagger would likely prove futile. Had he possessed a bow and arrow, he might have devised a means to hunt the bear from a distance. However, among these survivors, it seemed there was no one capable of crafting a potent bow that could fell a bear. Hey, hey, Zhou Feng called out. Yet the bear within the cave did not emerge, not even lifting its head. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, suspecting that the earlier actions of Charles and the others had accustomed the bear to human presence within its territory. To the bear, they might simply appear as mobile sustenance. Nonetheless, Zhou Feng was resourceful. He retrieved a stone from his backpack and hurled it forcefully into the cave. Thud! A mournful cry from a cub echoed within, though the precise target was unclear. The mother bear, enraged, bolted from the cave and, in an instant, locked eyes with Zhou Feng, who stood at a distance. The two faced each other in a tense standoff. Moments later, the mother bear charged toward Zhou Feng, who promptly turned and fled. The bear's speed was astonishing, effortlessly disregarding the tangled underbrush beneath. Zhou Feng knew that one misstep could spell disaster. Yet, he maintained his footing, quickly widening the gap between himself and the black bear. To his surprise, the bear, upon noticing Zhou Feng's escape, slowed its pace and came to a halt. Zhou Feng understood. The bear wished to remain close to its cub. Realizing this, he decided to cease his flight and approach the black bear instead. With a swift motion, Zhou Feng launched another stone, this time striking the bear on its back. Once again incensed, the black bear pivoted and resumed its pursuit. Zhou Feng turned and sprinted, soon reaching the site of the trap where the others had long since concealed themselves. With a leap, he cleared the trap, rolling twice upon landing. The black bear, oblivious to the significance of this maneuver, merely perceived its prey collapsing to the ground. With a triumphant roar, it continued its chase. As the bear trod upon the camouflaged surface, its massive bulk plummeted into the pit. Roars of agony soon followed. Zhou Feng rose and approached the trap, discovering that a wooden stake had brutally pierced the bear's abdomen. The creature swiftly succumbed, lacking the struggle one might have anticipated. Brother, you are truly remarkable. At that moment, Charles and the others emerged, gathering near the cave entrance to investigate. Chapter 46, The Hidden Hand. Zhou Feng, you nearly scared me to death. Qin Yan exclaimed as she stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhou Feng from head to toe. Her heart raced when she witnessed Zhou Feng rolling on the ground, initially believing he had fallen. It was only later that she realized he was, in fact, luring the bear. Zhou Feng smiled reassuringly at Qin Yan, signaling that he was unscathed. He then turned his attention to Charles and the others. Now that the bear has been dealt with, let us venture into the cave. Zhou Feng expressed his eagerness to discover what lay within. However, before he could finish a sentence, he caught sight of a peculiar smile spreading across Charles's face. Suddenly, Charles lunged forward, forcefully pushing Qin Yan from behind. Qin Yan gasped, caught off guard by the unexpected shove. As she teetered on the brink of falling into a trap, Zhou Feng swiftly reached out to catch her. Yet, in the next moment, several individuals beside him also surged forward, pushing him towards the abyss. With one hand grasping by Qin Yan, Zhou Feng found himself unable to evade the impending danger, and together they plummeted into the pit. Thud! Zhou Feng tightly embraced by Qin Yan, landing atop the corpse of the black bear, preventing them from rolling further down. Had it not been for the bear's body, they would have been impaled by the wooden stakes. Blood! Blood! Bai Qin Yan lifted her hand, horrified to find it smeared with crimson stains. Her body shivered instinctively. Do not worry. It is the blood of the black bear, Zhou Feng assured her, grasping her hand tightly. Bai Qin Yan had inadvertently touched the bear's face, encountering its blood. Zhou Feng pondered why Bai Qin Yan managed to suppress her tears, raising her gaze to witness the shameless smiles of Charles and the others above. Charles, what do you mean by this? Zhou Feng demanded, standing up and fixing a cold glare at Charles. Just a slip of the hand, Charles replied with a smirk. Now, hoist us up. Zhou Feng remained expressionless. Hee. Charles chuckled silently. They exchanged tense stares. Why do you wish to harm us? Zhou Feng inquired. It is quite simple. Your camp possesses food and women, Charles replied, his gaze fixated on by Qin Yan. On the Wanli cruise ship, the ratio of men to women was disproportionate, with significantly fewer female tourists compared to their male counterparts. Moreover, the ship was staffed with a multitude of employees. In Charles's camp of over 80 individuals, there were only a handful of women, and their qualities varied greatly. However, Charles had noticed that Zhou Feng's camp harbored 5 women, all of whom were strikingly beautiful. There still hung an abundance of meat on the racks, far superior to their own existence. Were it not for the trepidation regarding Zhou Feng's prowess, Charles would have already taken action. Is this truly your justification for attempting to eliminate us? Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Furthermore, you audaciously demanded half of the spoils from this bear hunt. That has utterly enraged me. This is of your own making. Charles ground his teeth in frustration. Without my assistance, you would stand no chance against this bear. Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. His demands were not exorbitant. It was merely that Charles was unwilling to contribute anything at all. I must concede this point, yet alas, this place lacks any semblance of rules, and now everything belongs to me. Charles sneered. He then disregarded Zhou Feng and turned his attention to those around him. Seize this fellow and eliminate him. He cannot retaliate while trapped. Do try not to kill the woman. Soon, everyone shall relish the fruits of Charles's command. Were it not for Zhou Feng being pushed into the trap, Charles would have lacked the confidence to strike him directly. After all, he had witnessed Zhou Feng's ferocity against the savages previously, even with a dozen men at his disposal. Charles estimated he would lose 5 or 6 of them in a head-on confrontation with Zhou Feng. The onlookers closed in, but at that moment, terror etched their faces. For they beheld Zhou Feng springing forth, one hand grasping Charles's ankle. They could hardly believe their eyes. Zhou Feng stood atop the soft carcass of the black bear, yet managed to leap so high. This was a pit 5 meters deep. Even with the bear's body beneath him, such a jump was astonishing. Charles had not anticipated that Zhou Feng could leap so high and was utterly unprepared. He was yanked downwards without warning. Hurry, save me. Charles's face contorted in fear as he desperately sought to grasp something, but could only clutch a few blades of grass. The next moment, he plummeted into the abyss, landing heavily upon the black bear. Then, he found himself staring into Zhou Feng's cold gaze. Wait, this is a misunderstanding, Charles stammered, reaching for the dagger at his waist, intent on striking first. Yet Zhou Feng's hands were already advancing toward his face. Charles felt as though everything had suddenly slowed down. He could only watch helplessly as Zhou Feng's fingers descended toward his eye sockets. A chill ran down his spine as he comprehended Zhou Feng's intent. No! Bang! Ah! Charles emitted a harrowing scream as his eyes were brutally crushed by Zhou Feng's relentless assault. Fortunately, this agony did not endure for long. With a sharp crack, Zhou Feng swiftly snapped Charles's neck, his head nearly twisting backwards to an almost 180-degree angle. A piercing scream escaped by Qin Yan's lips as her eyes widened in horror. The gruesome scene was too much to bear. Those standing above the pit instinctively recoiled, utterly shocked. No one anticipated that Charles would meet such a gruesome end. What they found even more astonishing was Zhou Feng's sudden leap. With one foot planted on the edge of the pit, he exerted force in the opposite direction and, with 2 agile jumps, emerged from the trap. The spectators above were left utterly dumbfounded. never expecting Zhou Feng to escape so effortlessly. Regret washed over them. Had they encircled the deep pit moments earlier, Zhou Feng would never have ascended so easily. But now, it was too late for lamentations. Kill him, kill him! A white man shouted, fixated on Zhou Feng, his command punctuated by his broken Mandarin. He was the first to raise his spear and thrust it toward Zhou Feng. In response, Zhou Feng nonchalantly waved his hand, a handful of dirt in his grasp. The white man was taken aback, unprepared for such a tactic. In an instant, the sand blinded him. With a cry of pain, he instinctively closed his eyes, allowing Zhou Feng to seize the spear from his grasp. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced through his chest. Chapter 47. Subjugation. Simultaneously, several other white men lunged at Zhou Feng, shouting, "Kill this demon! We cannot allow him to live." The remaining 10 or so yellow-skinned individuals instinctively retreated. Only one yellow man followed the white men, advancing toward Zhou Feng. Yet what transpired next defied their expectations. Despite their numerical superiority, Zhou Feng fought like a god of war, advancing and retreating with precision. Each time he struck, another foe fell. Engaged unarmed, Zhou Feng could not possibly contend with 6 or 7 adversaries simultaneously. 2 fists could not match the strength of 4 hands. However, with a weapon in hand, the dynamics shifted dramatically. These men found no opportunity to close the distance. In the blink of an eye, they all toppled, leaving only one white man standing, trembling with fear as he clutched his spear. With a sudden thud, the white man fell to his knees, discarding his weapon. "God, please don't kill me. Don't kill me," he pleaded, his words tumbling forth in English. Zhou Feng, expressionless, drove the spear through his neck. In that moment, a gaunt figure appeared in his mind. The man had once pleaded with him. Zhou Feng, soft-hearted, had spared him, only to find himself nearly killed as a result. Now, Zhou Feng would not repeat such a mistake. At the moment the white man struck, the relationship between the two parties became one of life and death. The remaining 10 individuals wore grim expressions. They had not anticipated Zhou Feng's formidable combat prowess. A glance exchanged among them led to a hasty retreat, eager to distance themselves from Zhou Feng, the living embodiment of death. "Stop!" Zhou Feng bellowed. Most remained frozen in place, trembling in fear. Only 2 fled deeper into the dense forest, too terrified even to return to their camp, wishing only to vanish from Zhou Feng's sight. With a swift motion, Zhou Feng retrieved 2 stones from his backpack and hurled them with precision. Both men collapsed upon impact. One had run over 100 meters, yet still succumbed to a blow to the head. "Bring those 2 over here," Zhou Feng commanded coldly. The remaining 9, upon hearing this, hurried toward the fallen. Zhou Feng then adjusted his spear, offering it to Bai Qingyan, who was trapped in a pit. Her hands trembled, and after several attempts, she managed to grasp the spear. A surge of strength pulled her upward, yet she remained seated on the ground, still in shock. Although this was not her first encounter with death, the impact was profoundly different this time. It's all right, Zhou Feng reassured her, crouching down to embrace her shoulders. "Zhou Feng, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," Bai Qingyan wept, feeling she had brought trouble upon him. "Silly girl, your safety is worth more than anything." Zhou Feng gently kissed her forehead. Gradually, Bai Qingyan calmed down, wiping away her tears and suppressing the urge to cry further. This was not the time for sorrow. I'm fine now." She took a deep breath. "That's good." Zhou Feng nodded, helping her to her feet. He was somewhat surprised by her quick recovery. Most young girls would likely have cried for a long time. Meanwhile, the others returned with the 2 fleeing individuals. "Are they still alive?" Zhou Feng inquired. "They're still breathing," someone quickly responded. "Kill them," Zhou Feng stated flatly. "What?" The group gasped at his chilling command. "Those who do not heed my orders shall meet their demise." Zhou Feng's gaze was icy. At his words, the group hesitated no more, gritting their teeth as they picked up the spears and lunged toward the chests of the 2 men. Bai Qingyan instinctively turned her head away, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene before her. "Now I present you with a choice. Obey my commands or depart and never show yourselves in my presence again," Zhou Feng declared. "We pledge our loyalty to you." We too were coerced by Charles. He is revered as a deity within the camp. None of us dare to resist. The individuals promptly knelt before him, fearful of the consequences should they choose the latter option and Zhou Feng turn against them. "Arise and tell me about the conditions in your camp." Zhou Feng gestured dismissively. The group stood, exchanging uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. When did Charles decide to take action against me? Zhou Feng inquired. Just moments ago, when the black bear was thrown in, he intended to eliminate you. However, Charles must have already informed those white men. They were his confidants, and the words flowed forth as if a dam had burst, revealing their grievances against Charles. According to their accounts, within the camp, the white individuals considered themselves superior, enjoying greater rations and the privilege of choosing women. The scant number of women in the camp had been divided among them, relegating the others to the status of second-class citizens. Why do you not resist? Zhou Feng frowned, noting the apparent numerical superiority of the Asian individuals in the camp. In the beginning, we had a greater presence, but many of us joined later. The rules were established, and no one dared to oppose them. Those who did have been eliminated. Their voices grew softer, heads bowed in shame. Zhou Feng began to comprehend why Tang Cheng had mentioned that the dead would be cast out from Charles' camp. They were the rebels. Zhou Feng had previously harbored naive thoughts, believing that his act of saving Charles and others from the wild would elicit goodwill from him. Human nature is treacherous. Upon witnessing the provisions and women at his base, malevolent thoughts had arisen within the adversaries. Zhou Feng proceeded to ask a few more questions, learning that there were over 60 individuals in the camp, including 7 or 8 whites, a dozen women, and more than 30 Asians. Boss, let us eliminate those whites. They're all loyal to Charles. They clamored, fists raised in fervor. Indeed, let us slay them all. They echoed. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Although he acted decisively now, he was not a mindless killer. He would not unjustly slay the innocent. Let us first assess the situation. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes and stated, Understood. We will follow your lead. They nodded in agreement. 3 of you remain here to guard the corpse of the black bear. The rest follow me. Zhou Feng commanded. Now, there should be no one coming here, primarily to prevent small animals from approaching. Subsequently, Zhou Feng led the group towards Charles's camp. Chapter 48. Disguised Charles's camp is situated near the beach. They chose this location to settle because of the nearby shallows, which are abundant with fish. After walking for over half an hour, Zhou Feng observed some activity ahead. Is this your camp? There isn't even a decent house, he remarked, slightly astonished. He noticed the absence of any substantial structures. Only rudimentary grass huts constructed from banana leaves, reminiscent of the makeshift dwelling Qin Xiaoxue had built on the beach. Quite meager indeed. Logically, since everyone had been on the island for at least half a month, one would expect better shelter from the elements. For instance, Tang Cheng and his companions had erected several houses, with the exterior serving as their living quarters and a few wooden rooms designated for Charles and his group. Someone bitterly remarked, "It's not fair. We've been busy building houses for Charles." Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng understood their efforts had been entirely dedicated to constructing accommodations for Charles. Then why don't you continue building houses? Bai Qingyan interjected. When it was our turn, Charles insisted that we prioritize food collection. Another individual clenched his fists and muttered in frustration. That's simply a lack of backbone on your part. Bai Qingyan retorted, her tone sharp. Hearing her words, the group could only lower their heads in resignation. It was the truth. Previous attempts at rebellion had been swiftly quelled by Charles. They have weapons, several daggers, one murmured quietly, yet no one responded. Zhou Feng nodded upon hearing this, finally grasping why these individuals were reluctant to resist. On the other side of the camp, upon noticing Zhou Feng and the others approaching, a few rushed forward. You're back. Did you catch a bear? Is there bear meat to eat? Someone eagerly inquired. Most of Charles's camp had only consumed fish and shrimp since arriving on the deserted island, along with some gathered fruits. They had not tasted red meat at all, and the prospect of hunting a bear excited them immensely. Gather everyone. I have something to discuss, Zhou Feng announced. Who are you? Someone questioned, unfamiliar with Zhou Feng. I am here to relay a message from Charles. Have everyone come out. Zhou Feng's tone turned serious. Relay a message from Charles. The few individuals no longer dared to delay and hurried into the camp to summon the others. Soon, approximately 50 people emerged from the camp. Some individuals have ventured out in search of sustenance, and at present, they cannot be reached. However, in the eyes of Zhou Feng, this is already sufficient. Among the more than 50 people, there are a dozen women and approximately 10 Caucasians. Aside from the Caucasians, the remaining individuals of Asian descent appear somewhat feeble. Where's Charles? Inquired a brown-haired Caucasian. I have already dealt with Charles. I am now the leader here, Zhou Feng responded, gazing at him. During his journey, Zhou Feng had inquired thoroughly and discovered that a few loyalists to Charles still remained in the camp. This brown-haired Caucasian was one of them, named Jack. He was quite proficient in Chinese and was reputed to be an executive at a Chinese enterprise. Whenever Charles left the camp, Jack was responsible for its security, often treating the others with disdain. Zhou Feng's declaration struck like thunder, igniting an uproar among the survivors. "You killed Charles," Jack exclaimed, his eyes widening. His gaze swept over those standing beside Zhou Feng, and he quickly comprehended the situation. "You traitors," Jack bellowed. Charles was overconfident. He had it coming for provoking Lord Zhou Feng. You no longer possessed the right to act arrogantly. Zhou Feng's companions shouted in response, emboldened by his backing and their numerical superiority. Observing the fury in the eyes of the group, several Caucasians instinctively drew closer together. "I offer you a choice. Either remain here and heed my commands, or leave this place." Zhou Feng's gaze scanned each of the Caucasians. "If we stay, how will you treat us?" Jack inquired, his brow furrowed. "We need to deliberate," Zhou Feng replied nonchalantly. Jack's eyes darted. "Then confer amongst yourselves." Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Jack immediately gathered the remaining Caucasians, whispering amongst themselves from a distance. Zhou Feng noted a few shaking their heads, seemingly in rejection, yet Jack's tone was rather fierce. However, the distance was too great for Zhou Feng to overhear their discussion. Some attempted to argue, but Jack growled, "Silence. Otherwise, I shall kill you." Zhou Feng caught wind of this remark. Soon, Jack returned with his group before Zhou Feng. "We have deliberated. As long as you do not mistreat us, we shall follow your orders," Jack stated, a smile on his face. "I certainly shall not," Zhou Feng replied. "My name is Jack," he said, extending his hand. Zhou Feng reciprocated the gesture. However, as their hands clasped, Jack's expression morphed into one of menace. "Attack!" Jack held tightly onto Zhou Feng's hand. With his other hand, he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and thrust it fiercely towards Zhou Feng's abdomen. Simultaneously, 3 Caucasians behind Jack sprang into action. One of them also wielded a dagger, lunging towards Zhou Feng's chest, while the other 2 attempted to tackle Zhou Feng's legs. Everyone present was taken aback. Not expecting Jack to strike so suddenly, everyone, that is, except for Zhou Feng. He had anticipated that Jack would not relent so easily. In a split second, Zhou Feng's gaze sharpened. He sidestepped deftly, evading Jack's dagger, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to Jack's face. Crack! A pained scream erupted as Jack's nasal bone shattered. His expression contorted in agony. The other Caucasian with the dagger was closing in, but Zhou Feng moved like lightning. Grasping Jack's arm, he swung him around, using Jack as a shield against the incoming dagger. With a dull thud, the dagger embedded itself deep within Jack's chest. Ugh! Jack stared in disbelief at the man who had dealt the fatal blow, his eyes filled with resentment, before he fell heavily to the ground. As for the 2 who attempted to grasp his legs, Zhou Feng leaped into the air, executing precise kicks that struck their chests with unerring accuracy. They fell to the ground like kites severed from their strings. Chapter 49. The rules: only the man who had killed Jack remained, his legs trembling. It was supposed to be a meticulously planned assassination. 4 against 1. And yet they had failed. "Kill them," Zhou Feng commanded coldly. Only then did his companions react, raising their spears and charging forward. "Don't kill me. It was all Jack's idea. It was all Jack's idea." This man fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, while internally cursing Jack 1,000 times for believing that eliminating Zhou Feng would restore their control of the base. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears, and in an instant his body was pierced through. The 2 men Zhou Feng had kicked, still attempting to rise and resist, met a similar fate, overwhelmed and slain. Even Jack's lifeless body was not spared, as someone delivered a few final blows to vital areas. "Boss, what about those 6? Someone asked, brandishing a spear at the remaining 6 Caucasians, who trembled in fear. They made no move to retaliate. "Let them go," Zhou Feng gestured dismissively. Not all Caucasians were accomplices of Charles and Jack. Furthermore, Zhou Feng had overheard that these individuals had also been coerced by Jack. Thank you. These individuals, having narrowly escaped death, were overwhelmed with emotion, with some even collapsing to the ground in tears. "If you are unwilling to remain here, you may choose to leave," Zhou Feng remarked once more. The group of Caucasians exchanged glances, and ultimately, the last one who spoke Mandarin stepped forward. He appeared youthful, likely not yet 30. We choose to stay here. In truth, we do not condone Charles's actions. He is a demon, but you are different. You're not like Charles. We are willing to remain here and will follow your lead. Zhou Feng soon learned that his name was Bruce, who had spent 7 or 8 years in Huaxiao working in social media, though his videos were published on foreign platforms. Sharing his life in Huaxiao rather than chasing domestic traffic, Bruce and a few others, unwilling to align themselves with Charles, found themselves marginalized within the camp. Though their treatment was slightly better than that of the average individual, Zhou Feng then turned his gaze to the others, weighing the option of allowing them to stay or granting them the opportunity to escape. We all choose to stay, they proclaimed in unison, especially after witnessing Zhou Feng's formidable prowess. No one dared to voice dissent, fearful that Zhou Feng might retaliate. Zhou Feng understood this dynamic. Not everyone was inclined to follow him, and more often than not, their compliance stemmed from fear, a sentiment he bore no objection to. Initially, Zhou Feng had not intended to recruit more survivors, but Charles's sudden aggression prompted him to realize that their camp was too small and thus vulnerable, easily perceived as prey by others. If his camp were to match Tang Cheng's, comprising at least 50 or 60 individuals, then Charles would certainly think twice before targeting them. Zhou Feng believed there were many other survivor camps scattered throughout the area, perhaps even nearby, considering that they had never encountered the 2 survivors killed by the savages last time. "Chief, what is your name?" At that moment, a woman approached and inquired. Zhou Feng assessed her. She wore a sports tank top and denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs. What was most striking was her face, adorned with exquisitely refined features. Yet, Zhou Feng felt an uncanny familiarity. "A typical internet celebrity face," by Qin Yin murmured softly. Zhou Feng finally comprehended why she seemed so familiar. The woman before him possessed the quintessential look of an internet influencer, with distinct signs of cosmetic surgery evident on her face, marking her as an artificial beauty. Zhou Feng harbored a distinct aversion to the grotesque manifestations of cosmetic surgery. He had a preference for authenticity. "I am Zhou Feng. How about letting me become your woman? I shall attend to you with utmost comfort." A woman approached, gently wrapping her arms around Zhou Feng's, deliberately rubbing against him. Witnessing this, Bai Qingyan was instantly engulfed in fury, her gaze fixated on the woman, nearly ablaze with rage. Were her glances capable of inflicting harm, the woman would have perished multiple times over. "I am not Charles," Zhou Feng declared, retracting his arm and surveying everyone in the camp. "From this moment forth, all relationships between men and women within this camp must be consensual. Should anyone violate my decree, these corpses shall serve as a warning." He gestured toward the bodies on the ground. Upon hearing his words, several women were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. For them, this period had been nothing short of humiliation and torment. In the presence of Charles, they had been stripped of any semblance of freedom, treated like mere commodities. The other men present, save for a few who displayed disappointment, collectively sighed in relief, fearing that Zhou Feng might follow in Charles's footsteps, distributing women as if they were possessions. The current arrangement allowed for fair competition among all. "Boss, I like you. Let me be your woman." Yet the woman was reluctant to concede easily, gazing at Zhou Feng with pitiful eyes. Her name was Tian Bing, formerly one of Charles's women. As someone nearby quietly informed Zhou Feng, he understood now why Tian Bing was so insistent on becoming his companion. Having previously enjoyed the privileges of a parasitic existence under Charles, she likely had never foraged for sustenance on her own. "I was once a streamer. I can dance and sing." Tian Bing fervently sought to showcase her talents. "I have already stated my disinterest," Zhou Feng replied, furrowing his brow. Startled by his impatience, Tian Bing sensed that persisting in her pursuit might lead to dire consequences. "Clear away these corpses and find a distant place to bury them," Zhou Feng instructed, indicating the lifeless bodies. "We cannot simply discard them into the sea. It is far safer to bury them to prevent the spread of disease." Immediately, some began to take action. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals, returned to the location of the trap. The 3 guards stationed there remained vigilant. Upon learning that Zhou Feng had successfully taken control of the camp, they too breathed a sigh of relief, as their fates were irrevocably intertwined with his. Zhou Feng's next task was to begin the butchering of the bear meat. Such matters do not require Zhou Feng to take action personally. Someone descended with a dagger, methodically slicing through the carcass of the black bear. In the blink of an eye, chunks of bear meat were hoisted up with ropes. Chapter 50, The Feast. All this bear meat was bound with straw ropes, intended to be transported back to the camp. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng found himself alone near the cave. He called out into the darkness, but received no reply. Cautiously, he ventured inside, only to discover that the cub had likely fled. The cave reeked, yet it bore numerous remnants of human habitation. The floor was strewn with grass mats, resembling makeshift beds. Regrettably, most of the items had been trampled by the bear. However, in the corner, several pots remained intact, alongside 2 discarded kitchen knives scattered on the ground. Zhou Feng's gaze was drawn to 2 wooden boxes within the cave, which piqued his genuine interest. Each box stood approximately 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters long, designed specifically for maritime shipping. Upon inspection, his expression shifted to one of disappointment. The first box contained nothing but tattered clothing, which had decayed into mere fluff, reeking and utterly unwearable. Next, he approached the second box and peered inside. Initially, his face lit up with joy, for it was filled with numerous items. Yet, in the next moment, disappointment clouded his features as he recognized the contents as nothing but rotting food remnants, including some moldy cured meats. It was evident that someone had once lived here, but for reasons unknown, they abandoned this place. Had they escaped, or had they perished? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating both possibilities. He hoped they had discovered a means of leaving the island rather than falling victim to savages. He surveyed the cave once more. The residual traces suggested that at least 7 or 8 individuals had resided here. After rummaging for a considerable time, he finally unearthed some valuable items: an axe, a hammer, several frying pans, and kitchen knives. Additionally, in a crevice of the cave's rock wall, he stumbled upon some small trinkets, nail clippers, and a few sewing kits, which he promptly stuffed into his pockets. As he departed the cave with his newfound belongings, Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. It was likely that Charles had never imagined that the only valuables within the cave were these mere household items. In his greed for exclusive possession of the supplies and bear meat, Charles had ultimately paid with his life. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly be filled with regret. Zhou Feng arrived at the trap site, where the bear meat had been nearly completely butchered, leaving behind only the head and other parts that were difficult to manage. Upon discovering that the cave contained only this scant bounty, those present could not help but express their disappointment. Zhou Feng entrusted these remnants to others for transport, and soon the group returned to the camp with the bear meat in tow. The black bear is not the most perilous creature in the wilderness. There exists a saying that ranks dangers as wild boars, black bears, and then tigers. This hierarchy does not imply that wild boars are more formidable than bears or tigers, but rather that their numbers are so vast that they pose a greater threat in the forests. In contrast, encounters with black bears and tigers are considerably rarer. Moreover, black bears possess the remarkable ability to stand upright, a trait that surpasses many mammals. As Zhou Feng re-entered the camp, twilight was settling in. Everyone had returned, acutely aware that a new leader had emerged in their midst. Zhou Feng's prior decisive actions had instilled a sense of trepidation among many. However, upon witnessing Zhou Feng and his team return with bear meat, their eyes lit up with excitement. Seizing the moment, Zhou Feng declared that as long as everyone obeyed him, he would ensure that no one would go hungry. The survivors present erupted in cheers. Yet, a dilemma soon presented itself to Zhou Feng. They now had 2 camps, one left behind by Wu Wanrong and his companions, and the other established by Charles. It was impractical for him to traverse between the 2. He had to choose one as their permanent base. Zhou Feng had contemplated this issue during his journey. Their initial retreat from the beach was motivated by the fear of encountering wild men, and wild men had already appeared near Charles' camp, resulting in the demise of survivors. This area was decidedly more perilous. It would be wiser to return to their original camp, which, despite its lack of substantial structures, contained a few wooden huts that could be dismantled for rebuilding purposes. Thus, with a commanding voice, Zhou Feng ordered the relocation of all supplies. No one defied his command. They began to pack their belongings, viewing the current camp merely as a temporary abode. A throng of dozens moved in an orderly procession. By the time they reached Zhou Feng's camp, night had fallen. Yet, upon arrival, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of meat. It turned out that Zhou Feng had already sent a few individuals ahead with Bai Qingyan, who had returned to the camp earlier. Yang Wei and his companions retrieved the previously cured pork and proceeded to cook it all. Each person received a small bowl of pork and broth. Although the portions were modest, the majority of the survivors present had not tasted meat in a long time. Upon the sudden appearance of pork, they eagerly licked their bowls clean. Those without bowls could only watch enviously as others feasted, rushing to claim their share without a thought to washing their bowls. Fearing they might miss out, they formed a queue, with each individual allowed only one serving. Anyone caught taking more would be asked to leave. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Sun Hong, Lu Qingqing, and Bai Qingyan were among those overseeing the order. Yang Wei and Fan Jian took on the role of cooks, while Li Ran and Qin Xiaoxue assisted nearby. Where did all these people come from? My pork. Yang Wei lamented as he gazed at the dwindling meat in the pot, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Noticing Yang Wei mumbling, Li Ran leaned closer and whispered, "Enough. This is the boss's order. Refrain from further comment." "Of course, I heed the boss," Yang Wei replied with a bittersweet smile. It's just hard to part with it. He had initially calculated how to stretch the pork to last 2 to 3 months. Yet, with so many people arriving, it was consumed in a single night, leaving only a few pieces of cured meat hanging, likely insufficient for even 2 meals. Even if more bear meat were procured, with so many mouths to feed, it would hardly last long. "Do you have any objections?" At that moment, Zhou Feng approached with a smile. "No, I have no objections. I will follow whatever the boss says." Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively. Yang Wei was merely chatty. He meant no harm, and Li Ran quickly echoed his sentiment. Feeling Li Ran's protective stance toward him warmed Yang Wei's heart. Chapter 51. Discovery during their time together. Yang Wei genuinely felt the essence of thoughtfulness from Li Ran, who had confided many secrets to him. They had privately vowed to one another for a lifetime. If I had worked hard only to see the meat go to others, I would feel quite put out, Zhou Feng remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Yang Wei could only manage a strained chuckle. While he shared this sentiment, he could not voice it aloud. However, the situation had changed. Charles dared to act against them precisely because he perceived their base to be sparsely populated. Zhou Feng spoke earnestly. Yang Wei and the others had already heard Bai Qingyan recount the events, and even knowing Zhou Feng was safe, they had felt a surge of anxiety during her narration. "Now that our numbers have increased, anyone thinking of targeting us will need to reconsider." Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. "Yes, the boss is correct. For our safety, extracting the pork is truly of little consequence." Yang Wei nodded emphatically. Moreover, the mere thought of Zhou Feng's demise sent chills down his spine. Charles and his men would undoubtedly descend upon them like ravenous wolves. The consequences of such an encounter were beyond imagination. Yang Wei was resolute in his determination to spare Li Ran any further suffering. "Convey these sentiments discreetly to Fan Jian and Sun Hong," he urged. Zhou Feng placed a reassuring hand on Yang Wei's shoulder, recognizing that some matters are best articulated clearly. "No problem," Yang Wei replied. As the group finished their meals, Zhou Feng addressed everyone, suggesting they make do beneath the tree for the night, with plans to resolve their housing situation come dawn. "Thank you, boss. We're fine with anything. We can endure as long as there is food," they chorused. Previously, at Charles's camp, they faced nothing but exploitation, with no hope for decent shelter. Their sole wish was to stave off hunger each day. Soon, the group set about arranging their makeshift accommodations for the night. Zhou Feng, relieved, exhaled softly. After a day of turmoil, exhaustion had begun to set in. He settled onto the ground to rest. "You must be hungry. I see you haven't eaten," Qin Xiaoxue remarked as she approached with a bowl of meat. Zhou Feng noticed it was the bowl Qin Xiaoxue had carved herself since arriving at the camp, a unique creation she had also made for Bai Qingyan. "Aunt Qin, I had completely forgotten about my own dinner," Zhou Feng admitted, realizing he had been so preoccupied with various responsibilities that he hadn't eaten since the morning. The aroma of the meat finally brought to his attention his empty stomach, though strangely, he did not feel weak. Upon receiving the bowl from Qin Xiaoxue, he picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. On this island, chopsticks were in abundance, which perhaps explained why mastering their use was essential for soldiers from every nation. Qin Xiaoxue squatted beside him, her face beaming with delight as she watched him eat, which made Zhou Feng feel a touch embarrassed. He lowered his head and devoured his food. "Slow down. You look so eager. I saved 2 bowls for you," she said, rising to fetch more from inside. "All right," Zhou Feng replied, moderating his pace. Soon, Qin Xiaoxue returned with another bowl of meat. After finishing his meal, Zhou Feng patted his belly contentedly. Aunt Qin, you are so kind to me. I heard from Qin Yin that you saved her again this time. Otherwise, she would surely have perished. Qin Xiaoxue shook her head gently. This time, fortunately, Qin Yin was with me. Otherwise, the circumstances could have been quite different. Zhou Feng recalled the moment when Charles acted, and even now, cold sweat trickled down his back. Had Qin Yin not been present, the scene might have unfolded differently. Thank you, but when it's just the two of us, please refrain from calling me Aunt Qin. Aren't we now more than just friends? Qin Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Then what should I call you? Zhou Feng admitted he had not given it much thought. Besides Aunt Qin, he pondered what else would be appropriate. I don't know either. Qin Xiaoxue felt it was somewhat peculiar for Zhou Feng to continue addressing her as aunt. Then let's simply go with Xiaoxue, Zhou Feng declared resolutely. That works. Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently, though it felt a bit strange, considering Zhou Feng was significantly younger than her. Noticing the deepening crimson of Qin Xiaoxue's face, Zhou Feng suddenly felt his breath quicken. Xiaoxue, I wish to kiss you. Qin Xiaoxue offered no response but closed her eyes. Zhou Feng, elated, leaned in without hesitation. This time, Qin Xiaoxue was quite proactive, and Zhou Feng sensed a stark contrast from before. Just then, a voice interrupted from behind. What are you two doing? Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue hastily parted. Turning around, he discovered it was Qin Yin, who stood with a bowl of meat, staring at Zhou Feng in disbelief. Qin Xiaoxue quickly stood to explain, wondering if something had gotten into Qin Yin's eyes. Qin Yin's face was etched with anger. She had clearly seen the two of them embracing. Zhou Feng scratched his head at a loss for words. Zhou Feng, you scoundrel. Qin Yin turned on her heel and walked away. Qin Xiaoxue hurried after her, leaving Zhou Feng standing there, somewhat bewildered. However, he felt that breaking through this barrier was not necessarily a bad thing. He couldn't continue hiding things from Qin Yin. Now, it was merely a matter of when she would come to accept it. Zhou Feng believed it wouldn't take long, especially since Qin Yin had narrowly escaped death that day and appeared to be recovering swiftly. It was rather unfortunate that Qin Xiaoxue had been so forthcoming this time. The following morning, Zhou Feng awoke to find that many others were already up, busily preparing bear meat and gathering firewood. Everyone, please stop what you're doing and listen. Zhou Feng began. All hands paused, turning their attention to him. From today onwards, we shall implement a system of labor distribution and establish positions. This was a plan Zhou Feng had devised the night before. Noticing the silence, Fan Jian took the initiative to ask, Boss, how exactly will this distribution work? Zhou Feng began to outline his scheme. The inhabitants of the camp can be broadly categorized into hunting teams, gathering teams, fishing teams, and laborers. The laborers are responsible for cooking and various tasks within the camp. Everyone's allocation of resources is based on their labor contributions. A survivor raised his hand and inquired, Is this distribution fair? Chapter 52. Distribution. Zhou Feng cast a glance at the speaker, an elder survivor who appeared to be around 60 years of age. There is no fairness here. Those who contribute less receive less food and of inferior quality, Zhou Feng asserted. Upon hearing these words, murmurs rippled through the crowd, particularly among the elderly and women, who felt that this system was inequitable for them. They were unable to compete with the younger individuals due to their physical limitations. Conversely, the young people seemed invigorated, unwilling to support others. At that moment, Fan Jian also stood up, declaring, This is not modern society. Everyone struggles to fill their bellies. To secure better sustenance, one must toil more. Indeed, those who do not wish to remain here are free to leave. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. After this statement, silence fell over the assembly. To depart now would be akin to courting death. Even if one could not hunt, there were still menial tasks available. Leaving the camp meant one would have to fend for themselves in securing food, with no alternative options. Zhou Feng proceeded to appoint team leaders. Fan Jian would oversee the fishing team, Yang Wei the hunting team, and Sun Hong and Lu Qingqing would lead the gathering team. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxue and Li Ran would primarily manage the laborers. These individuals were all Zhou Feng's trusted allies. When he announced the appointments, no one voiced any objections. However, Qin Yin sat on the ground, gazing at Zhou Feng with a look of hesitation, seemingly protesting her lack of a position. Yet, when Zhou Feng's gaze fell upon her, she quickly turned her head away, indicating that she still harbored feelings about the previous night's events. She seated herself far from Qin Xiaoxue. Subsequently, Zhou Feng assigned the remaining individuals into each work group. Those willing to fish were directed to the fishing group, and those inclined to hunt were sent to the hunting group. In the future, should any team find themselves shorthanded, Zhou Feng would make necessary adjustments. After the meeting concluded, Zhou Feng instructed the laborers to prepare the bear meat for lunch. The others were to begin chopping trees to construct simple shelters. The axe he had procured the day before was put to good use. Although there was only one axe, it was far superior to working with bare hands. Everyone began to chop trees, familiarizing themselves with their tasks. Zhou Feng, what should I do? Bai Qingyan could no longer contain her frustration and approached Zhou Feng. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. During the recent work assignments, Zhou Feng had neglected to allocate any tasks to her. Of course, you are with Xiaoxue. Assigned to the miscellaneous group, Zhou Feng remarked. The tasks assigned to the miscellaneous group were the least demanding within the base, yet they were plentiful each day, which made it seem like an unfavorable position. However, in truth, the miscellaneous group was indeed the safest, for any outing on this desolate island bore its own risks. Zhou Feng had also assigned both Qin Xiaoxue and her mother to this group out of a hint of self-interest. You call my mother Xiaoxue? Bai Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, she is now my girlfriend. Zhou Feng nodded, intentionally invoking that title. After all, Bai Qingyan had already discovered this, and it did not constitute a breach of their agreement. Since when did this happen? Bai Qingyan bit her lip. About 4 or 5 days ago, Zhou Feng replied after a moment of thought. You, why on earth are you two together? Bai Qingyan's eyes still reflected her incredulity. Even after witnessing Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue so closely together the previous night, she found it hard to believe. Bai Qingyan had not spoken to her mother all night, and thus felt compelled to confront Zhou Feng. I suppose this is what love feels like, Zhou Feng chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to confess how long he had harbored feelings for Qin Xiaoxue. You jerk! Bai Qingyan cursed before turning on her heel to leave. Zhou Feng scratched his head, observing that Bai Qingyan did not seem as furious as she had been the previous day. His greatest concern was her refusal to communicate. He glanced over at Qin Xiaoxue, noticing that a group of women had gathered around her, all appearing somewhat shy at Zhou Feng's presence. What are you doing? Zhou Feng inquired curiously as he approached, noticing that Qin Xiaoxue held a piece of cloth covered in a dark substance. This is plant ash. I'm teaching them how to use it, Qin Xiaoxue replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. What is it for? Is someone injured? Zhou Feng asked, puzzled. Plant ash can stop bleeding in the absence of medication. Qin Xiaoxue coughed slightly, hinting at the nature of the matter. Women's issues? Zhou Feng momentarily failed to grasp the implication. It's for menstruation. It can be used during that time, Qin Xiaoxue clarified, resorting to a more straightforward explanation. Zhou Feng's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, since plant ash could halt bleeding, it was appropriate for use during menstruation, and it also possessed antibacterial properties. Such a remedy was particularly suitable on a remote island. Observing Qin Xiaoxue, it seemed she had been using it for some time, likely along with others like Sun Hong. Zhou Feng felt a pang of regret for not having noticed sooner, though he understood the situation better now. He has a multitude of thoughts to ponder each day, and certain details are inevitably overlooked. Boss, you really don't understand women, do you? Surely you have had some experience with them? The women around chimed in, some casting envious glances at Zhou Feng. Particularly, Tian Bing was fixated on him from the crowd, her expression contemplative. Enough of this nonsense. We still have work to do, Qin Xiaoxue interjected sternly. Upon seeing her demeanor, the others dared not laugh. Zhou Feng let out a sigh of relief. If he allowed these women to jest, his authority as the leader would surely diminish. The male survivors were well aware of Zhou Feng's prowess and did not dare to act out his presence. Yet the women were a different story. He could not afford to glare at them, but fortunately, Qin Xiaoxue was there to maintain order. Zhou Feng made his way to a nearby grove. Everyone was busily engaged in their tasks. Yang Wei and a few others were felling trees while the rest were constructing wooden shelters. Let me take over. Noticing the slow pace of Yang Wei and the others, Zhou Feng approached and took an axe from one of them. He stood before a tree, which, despite being unfamiliar to him, boasted a robust trunk not much thicker than a bowl, yet towered impressively at 7 or 8 meters, ideal material for building. With a swift swing of the axe, a deep notch appeared in the trunk, and with a firm push, the tree came crashing down. As expected of the boss. Incredible. We had to exert great effort to fell just one tree earlier. The boss possesses innate strength. The onlookers immediately showered him with admiration. Just a trivial matter. Zhou Feng waved off their compliments as he proceeded to the next tree. In less than an hour, he had felled over 20 trees. The camp now housed more than 70 individuals, and about 10 makeshift shelters would suffice, considering they only needed protection from the elements. None could predict how long they would remain stranded on this island. Boss, Tang Cheng is looking for you. Someone called from a distance. The people from Charles's camp were familiar with Tang Cheng, having nearly clashed with them previously. Zhou Feng handed the axe to Yang Wei and made his way back to the camp. Tang Cheng awaited him, accompanied by 3 or 4 others. Brother, what on earth happened? Tang Cheng inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. Clearly, he had not anticipated the merging of Zhou Feng's camp with Charles's. That guy Charles attempted to take me down, but I eliminated him, Zhou Feng stated plainly, not concealing the truth. Upon hearing this, Tang Cheng could not help but gasp in astonishment. He was all too familiar with the combat prowess of Charles. The fact that Zhou Feng managed to turn the tide against Charles was nothing short of remarkable. How was it possible? How many lives had been lost during this ordeal? How perilous had the situation been? Tang Cheng had already surveyed the individuals within the camp and noted only a handful of Caucasians remaining. The rest had likely perished. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he found solace in the fact that his previous conflict with Zhou Feng had been resolved. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Now that you have so many people in your camp, have you considered the prospect of collaboration? Tang Cheng continued. Collaboration? How can we collaborate at this juncture? Zhou Feng inquired, intrigued. Previously, when Tang Cheng had suggested a merger, Zhou Feng had declined. Now, there seemed to be even less reason to consider an alliance. We should forge a mutual defense alliance. If either party encounters trouble, the other must come to their aid. And let us not forget the intelligence exchange we previously agreed upon, Tang Cheng articulated, having meticulously planned this prior to his arrival. With Zhou Feng's base now boasting a greater number of individuals than his own by about 20, Tang Cheng was increasingly inclined to bind their fates together. Observing Zhou Feng's hesitance, he could not help but speak up. Alliances are not without their costs. I can share with you a remarkable location. Tang Cheng remarked with an air of mystery. Is it the Papaya Grove? Zhou Feng blurted out. How did you know? Tang Cheng asked, astonished. Zhou Feng chuckled softly. In truth, ever since Tang Cheng had generously gifted him a plethora of papayas, he had surmised that Tang Cheng had discovered a vast papaya grove. For one would not be so generous without reason. Is the papaya grove expansive? Zhou Feng queried. Actually, it is not far from here. And the quantity of papayas there is abundant, Tang Cheng affirmed. Thus, even had you not informed me, we would have discovered it soon enough. Zhou Feng remarked with a smile. Tang Cheng scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish, for indeed, the grove would eventually be uncovered by Zhou Feng and his group. Should a contention arise over the papaya grove, Tang Cheng was reluctant to confront Zhou Feng. Therefore, he deemed it prudent to extend a favor by revealing the grove's location. What I propose in terms of alliance is that we jointly safeguard the papaya grove, ensuring no other survivors encroach upon it, Tang Cheng declared candidly. Resources like the papaya grove must be secured and protected from others' grasp. Let's first have something to eat, and then you can take me to the papaya grove. Zhou Feng decided, opting to see the location before proceeding. Very well, Tang Cheng nodded. It is indeed mealtime now. The bear meat had been simmering for several hours. Zhou Feng extended an invitation to Tang Cheng and a few others to partake in the meal, as it was rumored that bear meat was a delicacy. Eager to sample it, Tang Cheng expressed interest. However, upon tasting the first bite, he furrowed his brow. The meat was rather tough and slightly sour, with an unwelcome hint of fishiness. While it was not entirely inedible, the flavor left much to be desired. The others at the camp reminisced about the exquisite taste of wild boar meat they had enjoyed the previous day, which was truly delectable. After finishing their meal, Zhou Feng and his companions swiftly set off. Zhou Feng was not alone. He was accompanied by Yang Wei and a dozen others from the hunting team. Given their previous ambush by Charles, caution was paramount. Zhou Feng intended to transport some papayas back to alleviate the food shortage at the base, as their prior provisions were insufficient to sustain even a small group for a day. This road leads to the area where we discovered the wild men, right? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Not quite. We will take a turn ahead. The two locations are about 1 kilometer apart, Tang Cheng clarified. Zhou Feng was taken aback. Since their encounter with the wild men, He had not expected Tang Chung to venture into the jungle again. Yet, upon reflection, it was clear that the limited food sources on the beach necessitated deeper exploration into the wilderness. Before long, Zhou Feng spotted a vibrant patch of orange and yellow ahead. As they approached, they were greeted by a vast grove of papaya trees, boasting at least 100 specimens, their branches laden with ripe orange-yellow fruit. So many papayas. This should last us quite a while, at least several thousand pounds. Yang Wei and the others beamed with joy. With such an abundance of papayas, their food supply would be secured for an extended period. Notably, some of the surrounding trees bore signs of previous harvesting, likely by Tang Chung and his companions. Though only a fraction of the fruit had been taken, Zhou Feng approached the nearest papaya tree and plucked one from its bough. The fruit was slightly larger than his hand, and he surmised that it would suffice to satiate his appetite. Taking a bite, he found it reminiscent of the previous papayas, juicy, sweet, and delectable. Witnessing this, Yang Wei and the others could not resist joining in and also began to sample the fruit. Zhou Feng made no attempt to stop them, though he reminded them that these papayas would belong to the collective supply and should not be consumed indiscriminately. "How splendid is this place," Tang Chung remarked, mentioning that there were also a few other fruit trees in the surrounding area, albeit in lesser numbers. "How did you discover this location?" Zhou Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. "It was stumbled upon by my subordinates," Tang Chung replied with a grin, feeling fortunate for their serendipitous find. Subsequently, Tang Qingji inquired about the matter of cooperation between the parties. "No problem," Zhou Feng readily agreed. "That's splendid." Tang Qingji instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhou Feng was willing to collaborate, numerous conflicts could be averted. Zhou Feng then instructed his subordinates to gather some papayas to take back, with each person carrying at least around 40 pounds. There were no objections. Those accompanying Zhou Feng were robust individuals, and given that they had consumed meat for the past 2 meals, such a weight posed no challenge. Meanwhile, Tang Chengji and his group were not idle, ensuring that their visit was not in vain by also harvesting papayas for transport. Just then, Zhou Feng suddenly heard a commotion emanating from deep within the papaya grove. Chapter 54. Point system furrowing his brow, Zhou Feng cautiously approached the source of the noise. "Zhou Feng?" Tang Chengji noticed his actions. In the next moment, they witnessed Zhou Feng pulling out a man from behind a papaya tree, a somewhat portly fellow. "It's you." Zhou Feng's brow furrowed. He recognized this survivor, who had been part of the muscular man's group when Bai Qinyan was captured. It had been nearly a month since they had last seen each other. The man appeared to have lost some weight, yet he still retained a notably plump physique. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The man immediately dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head towards Zhou Feng. "What's going on?" Tang Chengji approached, astonished, surveying the portly man. It seemed that Zhou Feng knew him, but the man was certainly not from Zhou Feng's camp. He had encountered this individual upon first arriving on the island. Zhou Feng frowned. He held no fondness for this man, although the man had not directly harmed him that night. Choosing instead to escape with 3 other women, he had nonetheless associated with the muscular man and his group. "I didn't do anything that night. I just joined them when you arrived," the portly man exclaimed, his voice trembling with tears and snot. "How have you survived all these days?" Zhou Feng grasped the man's collar, tearing it with a swift motion, causing him to tumble to the ground. "Since that night, I've been hiding everywhere. There's actually quite a bit of food on this deserted island, and I never expected to run into you all today," the man lamented, his voice choked with emotion. "This fellow seems to have had some good fortune, managing to evade capture by the wild men." Tang Qingji chuckled. "Wild men? Are there truly wild men here?" The portly man's face paled further at this revelation. "Indeed, they relish human flesh, especially someone of your stature. You would certainly sizzle enticingly." Tang Chengji began to tease the man. The rotund man had turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. The onlookers erupted into laughter at the sight. Although they shared a fear of the wild man, none exhibited such abject terror as the rotund individual, who quaked at the mere mention of his name. "Brother, what do you think we should do about this fellow?" After sharing a chuckle, Tang Chung turned to Zhou Feng. "What do you suggest?" Zhou Feng inquired. "It appears you have had a bit of clash with him, but regardless, he could serve as a laborer. How about I bring him back to my camp?" Tang Chung proposed. With the abundant food provided by the papaya grove, it was advantageous to have more hands. "I have no objections." Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Tang Chung reached out to help the rotund man to his feet and patted him on the shoulder. How would you like to join my camp? I assure you will not go hungry, though you may need to moderate your appetite, Tang Chung said with a smile. Thank you, the rotund man exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. By the way, have you encountered any other survivors? Zhou Feng recalled and asked. No, I've been alone during this time. The rotund man quickly shook his head. Before long, Yang Wei and the others gathered a substantial number of papayas. Tang Xing also imparted some knowledge on the techniques for transporting the fruit. Surrounding the papaya grove were numerous sturdy vines, which served as natural ropes. Soon, they fashioned a large basket to hold the papayas, which became their method of transport. Yang Wei and his companions were not empty-handed either. They had brought along some tools. But Tang Cheng's method proved to be more effective. Zhou Feng managed to carry several dozen pounds of papayas. Had he not been concerned about the strength of the ropes, he could have easily borne 200 pounds. Observing Zhou Feng laden with papayas, the others were inspired, each striving to carry as much as possible. Upon returning to the camp with their bounty, the sight of the abundant papayas prompted cheers from all the survivors. So much food. We need not worry about hunger for some time. In light of this, Zhou Feng allocated 2 rooms specifically for storing their supplies. Just as they set down the papayas, Li Ran approached. Boss, now that our numbers have increased so significantly, I think we should assign everyone a number, Li Ran suggested. A number? Zhou Feng replied, puzzled. Something akin to an employee ID, which would facilitate management. Otherwise, it's challenging to recognize everyone, Li Ran explained. The camp was filled with mostly strangers, making it exceedingly difficult to distinguish individuals by name or appearance alone. That is indeed a commendable idea, Zhou Feng acknowledged, recognizing Li Ran's considerable management experience. Additionally, we should implement a point system where individuals can earn points for their daily labor and use those points to acquire food, Li Ran added. Zhou Feng grasped the concept. Essentially, points would serve as a form of currency. Indeed, the use of currency proves to be far more convenient, allowing for seamless transactions among individuals. Otherwise, merely distributing rewards on a daily basis would pose a significant challenge. It is impractical to allocate provisions every single day. Allowing them to exchange points for better offerings would enable the accumulation of unused points. Ideally, we would possess actual currency, but for now, we can only keep records, concluded Li Ran. Within the encampment, there are a few notebooks and pens. While the quantity is modest, they should suffice for a while. This task is entrusted to you. You shall record the points, ensuring there are no errors, and signatures must be collected daily. Zhou Feng nodded. Any discrepancies in the point records could incite unrest, and we must also guard against any malefactors. As for the issue of currency, Zhou Feng would have to devise a solution later. What about the labor group? Is it prudent to have Sister Qin oversee it alone? Li Ran had not forgotten the task Zhou Feng had previously assigned her. It suffices to have Bai Qinyan assist her, Zhou Feng suggested. Yang Wei, who had been listening intently, voiced his concerns. What about the leader? How will the leader's points be managed? In this encampment, Zhou Feng has contributed the most, and thus he should rightfully possess the most points. However, Zhou Feng's worth cannot merely be quantified by points. The system of points could also constrain Zhou Feng's capabilities. If he were granted a substantial number of points, it might evoke discomfort among others, as they would feel disheartened seeing their hard work amount to far less than his. This is simple. I do not possess points myself, but I can mobilize all the resources within the camp, Zhou Feng stated plainly. This equates to a certain privilege. Points may represent currency, yet they pale in significance when juxtaposed with authority. This approach is commendable. Yang Wei nodded in agreement. The point system was swiftly implemented within the encampment. Chapter 55. Misunderstanding the inhabitants of the camp held no objections to the point system. Rather, they found themselves more accustomed to this method of distribution. Additionally, each individual was assigned a number, Zhou Feng included. Naturally, Zhou Feng bore the number 1. Qin Xiaoxue was designated number 2, Bai Qinyan was number 3, followed by Fan Jian, Yang Wei, and others, all in accordance with the order in which Zhou Feng encountered the survivors on the deserted island. Some individuals even inscribed their numbers onto their clothing, facilitating communication among them. Dinner consisted of papaya, and this meal was complimentary. The point system would officially commence the following day. After the meal, Zhou Feng sought an opportunity to converse with Qin Xiaoxue. However, she appeared exceedingly preoccupied. especially with Bai Qingyan by her side. Upon noticing Zhou Feng approach, Bai Qingyan shot him a glare, leaving Zhou Feng feeling slightly embarrassed. He could only retreat to his quarters to rest. With the influx of so many individuals in the camp, the task of keeping watch had become significantly simpler. Every day, 4 individuals are designated to patrol the camp surroundings. Having lain in his room for half the day, Zhou Feng tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. His body had undergone significant changes. A mere few hours of sleep sufficed. He retrieved the pendant from around his neck, yet its unique qualities eluded him. Grasping a nearby dagger, he made a small incision on the back of his hand, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the jade pendant. The blood trickled down to the ground, but the pendant remained unresponsive. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether the pendant's initial reaction to his blood had any significance. As subsequent offerings held no effect, he tucked the pendant away once more. As Zhou Feng prepared to rise and take a stroll outside, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps. Someone had stealthily approached his door. The soft tread suggested it was a woman. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why anyone would come to his room at this hour. Could it be Qin Xiaoxue? The mere thought ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. In the next moment, the curtain was drawn aside, and a figure entered. Bathed in moonlight, Zhou Feng discerned it was indeed a woman. To his astonishment, the first thing she did was to loosen her clothing, shedding the upper part of her garments. Zhou Feng felt a rush of heat. Was it possible that Qin Xiaoxue had come to a realization? But no. As he took a closer look, he recognized that this woman's physique differed from that of Qin Xiaoxue. She was not Qin Xiaoxue. The woman lunged toward Zhou Feng, landing directly atop him. Boss. It was Tian Bing. He recognized her voice. I'm so scared being alone here. Could you protect me from now on? Tian Bing said, her voice laced with a sob. You should get up, Zhou Feng stammered, gripping her shoulders. However, the position only intensified the awkwardness. Boss, allow me to serve you. I'm quite adept at attending to others, Tian Bing teased, her hands moving downward in a provocative manner. Enough. Zhou Feng, no longer feeling tender-hearted, forcefully pushed Tian Bing away. She fell to the ground with a thud, momentarily bewildered. Having overheard discussions earlier about Zhou Feng's lack of experience with women, Tian Bing had concocted a plan to seize this opportunity. She believed that by clinging to Zhou Feng, she could secure free provisions in the camp and avoid hunger, much like being near Charles. However, she had not anticipated Zhou Feng's outright rejection. Was it because she was not attractive enough? Did he look down upon her? Quickly, put your clothes back on, Zhou Feng commanded, picking up the discarded garments and tossing them toward Tian Bing. Tian Bing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately donned her clothes. Today, I shall treat this incident as if it never occurred. Should you dare to enter again, do not blame me for being unkind. Zhou Feng's expression was grave. If Tian Bing were to succeed today, and if word were to spread, who knows how many would stealthily visit Zhou Feng's quarters at night. Boss, I just want to survive. Tian Bing paused at the doorway and then turned to look back. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. This was not mere acting. These are genuine tears. We will all survive, Zhou Feng replied solemnly. He had no knowledge of Tian Bing's past, but on this desolate island, many things were beyond one as control. Tian Bing nodded gently before turning to leave. However, just as she stepped out, a voice echoed from outside. Huh? Is that Bai Qingyan's voice? Zhou Feng was taken aback, not expecting that Tian Bing would encounter Bai Qingyan upon her exit. Surely, Bai Qingyan would not misconstrue the situation. What surprised Zhou Feng even more was that Bai Qingyan directly lifted the grass curtain and entered. What were you doing with that woman just now? Bai Qingyan questioned, hands on her hips. Nothing much. Tian Bing had a few matters to ask me. Zhou Feng could not disclose the bold actions of Tian Bing moments earlier. Liars. Bai Qingyan glared at him. Zhou Feng found himself momentarily speechless, for he had indeed not spoken the whole truth. However, he understood that Bai Qingyan's suspicions stemmed from the incident involving Qin Xiaoxue. I'm telling my mother. Bai Qingyan turned to leave, and Zhou Feng hurriedly followed her into the room. Upon seeing the two enter, Qin Xiaoxue quickly sat up. What happened? Her tone was filled with concern, as she feared something was amiss. Mom, Zhou Feng is a notorious flirt. He has women in his room and is not sincere with you at all. Bai Qingyan immediately reported. Zhou Feng noticed the moment Qin Xiaoxue heard this. Her expression turned momentarily perplexed as she looked at him, which tugged at his heartstrings. Yet, he felt a flicker of joy, This indicated that Qin Xiaoxue was indeed feeling jealous. It's a misunderstanding. Tian Bing came to my room to inquire about something. We spoke briefly before she left. Zhou Feng hastily clarified. I see. Qin Xiaoxue smiled sweetly, realizing she had been overly concerned. Mom, Zhou Feng is a liar. Don't believe him. Bai Qingyan pouted. Qin Xiaoxue found the situation both amusing and perplexing. She knew her daughter well. Ever since Bai Qingyan had witnessed their kiss the previous night, she had not spoken to her all day. Now, she had come to her to express her grievances. If I truly wished to engage in some activity, it would undoubtedly be in the secluded grove rather than within the confines of the room. Zhou Feng scratched his head, while Bai Qingyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Their row of houses stood closely together, and with the wooden walls providing little in the way of privacy. It was clear that if Zhou Feng were to act upon his desires, it would have to be in the grove. Wait, have you been to the grove? Bai Qingyan's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 56. Gambling. Zhou Feng scratched his head again, finding the question rather challenging to answer. After all, he and Qin Xiaoxue had indeed ventured into the grove. You really went. Upon seeing Zhou Feng's expression, Bai Qingyan understood. Previously, she had noticed that her mother had been gone for an unusually long time, but she had never considered that direction. It's not what you think. We merely went to have a conversation. Qin Xiaoxue hurriedly clarified, fearing her daughter might misunderstand. You didn't do anything? Bai Qingyan questioned, her face skeptical. Nothing at all. Qin Xiaoxue insisted firmly. Zhou Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Xiaoxue would also mislead Bai Qingyan, especially since they had shared a kiss in the grove. However, seeing Qin Xiaoxue's conviction, Zhou Feng quickly corroborated that nothing had transpired. Mom, what on earth were you thinking, agreeing to be Zhou Feng's girlfriend? What will you do when you meet his parents? Bai Qingyan bluntly articulated her confusion. After contemplating for a day, she still couldn't grasp her mother's reasoning. Let us cross that bridge when we come to it, Qin Xiaoxue replied, genuinely having not considered that far ahead. She believed that as long as everyone could survive and escape the island, other matters became trivial. Zhou Feng, what do you think? Bai Qingyan turned to inquire. I have feelings for Aunt Qin. Of course, I want to avoid any regrets. Zhou Feng replied with unwavering conviction. But your ages, this is what I cannot comprehend. Bai Qingyan expressed her confusion. If it's about feelings, why bother with external factors? Zhou Feng countered. I don't want to regret in the future, he added, shaking his head. External factors? Bai Qingyan paused, contemplating. Indeed, if it's about feelings, why should external factors matter? She too did not wish to harbor regrets later. She glanced at Zhou Feng, then at Qin Xiaoxue, as if having made a resolute decision. All right, today, I shall let you off the hook. But next time, if there are other women in the room, things will not end so easily. Bai Qingyan's expression softened slightly. When Zhou Feng returned to his room, he couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling that something was amiss. He had just endured a scolding from Bai Qingyan. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the barrier between him and Qin Xiaoxue had been lifted. Their relationship was bound to deepen. As for Qin Xiaoxue's other condition, that was simply a matter of time. The next morning, the camp has commenced its operations, and everything appears to be progressing in an orderly fashion. However, Yang Wei's hunting group has encountered some difficulties. After toiling throughout the morning, they returned empty-handed, having failed to locate any game. Ultimately, they could only bring back a few papayas from the grove. Witnessing this, Zhou Feng could only offer words of consolation to the group, urging them not to be disheartened. No one is born a hunter. It requires a period of cultivation. They cannot subsist solely on papayas. They also need protein. In time, they will have their chance to contribute. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's reassurances, the expressions of the group visibly lightened. In truth, their primary concern was the fear of going hungry due to their lack of success in hunting and thus not earning any points. In the afternoon, Zhou Feng accompanied them on a hunting expedition, and with his presence, everything seemed considerably simpler. He could hear the calls of small creatures from afar and skillfully struck them with stones. After a brief exploration, he managed to catch 7 or 8 mountain chickens. Moreover, the traps he had set previously yielded results, capturing 3 rabbits. These provisions would suffice for an evening feast. The hunting team marveled at Zhou Feng's prowess, deeply admiring him. As long as they followed Zhou Feng, they were assured they would never go hungry. When dinner time arrived, the mountain chickens were stewed into a savory dish, available for point redemption on a first-come, first-served basis. Even the older individuals could redeem a bowl of chicken soup with a couple of pieces of meat. Although the portions were modest, they provided essential nourishment. Those with a greater number of points could redeem a generously filled bowl of meat. Zhou Feng noticed that many individuals refrained from redeeming their points, opting instead to save them up. Having just feasted on meat for the past 2 days and feeling less inclined towards it, Zhou Feng informed everyone that they should strive to prepare meat soup daily, as it contains valuable fats essential for their well-being. The 3 rabbits were retained, 1 male and 2 females, with Zhou Feng planning to breed them. Rabbits possess a remarkable reproductive capability, and fortuitously, one of the survivors had previously cared for pet rabbits. He entrusted the rabbits to her care. According to her, within 7 months, these 3 rabbits could produce nearly 100 offspring, a piece of excellent news. They certainly did not intend to stop with just these 3. They would inevitably capture more. Unfortunately, the fat content of rabbits is somewhat low, but other food sources could compensate for this deficiency. On the other hand, there was joyous news from Fanjian's side, as the fishing team had experienced a much smoother operation. Today, I returned with over 20 fish and a plethora of shellfish. Should no one redeem these fish, they shall be transformed into smoked delicacies, allowing for prolonged preservation. Observing the bountiful provisions within the camp, the expressions of all survivors visibly relaxed. The camp resonated with a chorus of laughter, and even the previously anxious elders displayed smiles. As long as the current food prices remain unchanged, their accrued points ensure they need not fear starvation. This situation is immensely preferable to their time under Charles, where even the able-bodied were perpetually famished. At that moment, Zhou Feng noticed a gathering of over a dozen individuals, occasionally erupting in exclamations of surprise. Furrowing his brow, he approached the crowd and soon discerned their activity. They were engaged in gambling. A group encircled a relatively smooth stone, upon which lay 3 dice, indicating they were wagering on the outcome of the roll. The boss is here. The boss is here. Someone spotted Zhou Feng, and the others immediately fell silent. His gaze settled on a man appearing to be in his 30s, notably lean. The man, upon noticing Zhou Feng, donned a beaming smile. "Is this your game? What is your name?" Zhou Feng inquired. "Cough, cough, I am Fu Tai," he replied, his eyes instinctively averting. "You all continue. I'll just observe." Zhou Feng gestured dismissively. Upon hearing this, the crowd visibly relaxed, and Fu Tai's expression brightened. "Since the boss has spoken, let us continue playing." Fu Tai promptly rallied the players. Zhou Feng quickly grasped the rules of the game. Participants took turns rolling the dice, with the highest roll claiming victory, while the lowest faced defeat. The stakes were their accumulated points. Chapter 57. Cheating. This group engaged in play from afternoon until nightfall. The wins and losses were minimal, with only 7 or 8 participants involved, and the most unfortunate among them lost merely 3 points, equivalent to the cost of a single dinner. They agreed to exchange smoked fish later to settle their debts. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Fu Tai was about to stow the dice when a hand snatched them up. Inspecting them closely, "Boss, what's the matter?" Fu Tai approached with an ingratiating smile. "Today has been fortuitous. I won a fish," Zhou Feng remarked with a smile. "I usually have good luck in gambling." Fu Tai chuckled nervously. "You must be a professional gambler," Zhou Feng mused, recalling that aboard the Wanli, there were indeed professional gamblers whose sole purpose for boarding the cruise was to partake in games of chance. The Wanli boasted a dedicated gambling floor. Within this realm, there exists not only a myriad of games, but also bars and stages, all of which operate within the bounds of legality. Once one ventures into international waters, oversight becomes a mere illusion. After all, the registration of the Wanli is established beyond domestic confines. The journey is long, and many are inclined to indulge in a few games of chance. Among them are affluent individuals who frequent such venues solely for the thrill of gambling. Consequently, professional gamblers have emerged, mingling seamlessly among these patrons. As the self-proclaimed leader, I acknowledge my role. I am but a professional, striving merely to earn my keep. Fu Tai readily concedes this fact, for many are already familiar with him, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. "Where did you acquire these dice?" Zhou Feng inquired, playfully manipulating the dice in his hand. "During the incident, I believe I was clutching them before I lost consciousness. I woke to find them still in my possession." Fu Tai scratched his head, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Zhou Feng nodded, as he had heard numerous accounts of individuals recounting events before losing consciousness, with similar narratives emerging. You must refrain from gambling in the future. Though it may seem trivial, even betting a mere dinner could lead to dire consequences if discovered. Your hand could be severed. Zhou Feng cautioned, placing a reassuring hand on Fu Tai's shoulder. What do you mean, boss? Fu Tai's forehead glistened with perspiration. Your methods are subtle, and you do not employ them every time. However, it is only a matter of time before you encounter a mishap, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. Fu Tai attempted to defend himself, yet soon he noticed the coldness in Zhou Feng's demeanor. I am attempting to save you, Zhou Feng stated icily. After observing for a while, he discerned Fu Tai's cheating methods, which were not particularly novel. It involved securing the dice with his hand prior to casting them. When thrown, they appeared to bounce, yet they did not genuinely rotate. Such techniques are commonly revealed on short video platforms, showcasing the typical strategies of deceit. Fu Tai's prowess lay in his selective application of these tactics, usually employed when others rolled low scores, allowing him to edge past his opponents. As the afternoon wore on, despite Fu Tai's numerous victories, he had not once rolled a particularly high score. However, no one is oblivious. Given enough time, suspicions would inevitably arise. Why has Fu Tai consistently triumphed? Should anyone uncover his methods, the repercussions for Fu Tai would be severe. In this camp, sustenance holds greater significance than wealth. I understand now. Fu Tai wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. He was now certain that Zhou Feng had indeed perceived his tactics. You should cease using this, Zhou Feng declared, gripping the dice tightly. With a creak, he opened his palm, revealing a pile of plastic, within which 3 iron balls served as weights. Witnessing this, Fu Tai could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, fully aware of the quality of the dice. The fact that Zhou Feng could crush them with such ease left him astounded. Thank you for your mercy, boss. Thank you for your mercy. Fu Tai belatedly realized the gravity of his situation. If Zhou Feng had just exposed himself, he would likely have faced a fatal assault from others. It was Zhou Feng who spared himself. It is time to rest. Tomorrow we must work diligently. Zhou Feng nodded, allowing Fu Tai to depart. In truth, Zhou Feng did not oppose some light-hearted entertainment within the camp. After all, there exists a saying about finding joy amidst hardship. However, the nature of gambling is entirely different. If tempers flare, it could lead to dire consequences. Zhou Feng returned to the wooden cabin and entered Qin Xiaoxue's room, only to find Bai Qingyan present as well. Her gaze fixed intently upon him. This made Zhou Feng somewhat uncomfortable, and after a brief conversation, he excused himself. Initially, he had hoped to cultivate a deeper relationship with Qin Xiaoxue, but Bai Qingyan acted like an oversized light bulb, never leaving her side. This left Zhou Feng at a loss, and he resolved to seek another opportunity for private discourse with Qin Xiaoxue. The following day, Yang Wei, as usual, took a group for hunting in the morning and went to gather papayas in the afternoon. However, trouble arose later in the day. Yang Wei and his companions returned in haste, empty-handed. Zhou Feng happened to be in the camp and noticed their panicked demeanor, furrowing his brow in concern. What happened? Something's gone awry. Tang Cheng and his group are in trouble. Yang Wei gasped, attempting to catch his breath. What sort of trouble? Zhou Feng inquired. When we went to gather papayas, we encountered them returning midway, and several were injured. Yang Wei began to explain. Tang Cheng's group had consisted of a considerable number of people, over a dozen. Their hunting skills were rather inadequate, relying primarily on papayas and fish as their main sources of sustenance. They had sent such a large group to mitigate the threat of wild men, ensuring they had the means to defend themselves if confronted. However, today they did not encounter wild men, but rather another group of survivors. These individuals were armed with bows and arrows and immediately launched an attack upon Tang Cheng's group, resulting in 5 or 6 fatalities. Even Tang Cheng was injured and had to be assisted back to the camp. We dared not approach recklessly and could only return. Yang Wei's expression was grave. Although he and Fan Jian had previously clashed with Tang Cheng's group, those were mere skirmishes and had not escalated to life-and-death confrontations. This time was different. The sudden appearance of the other survivors had resulted in a direct and lethal assault. The countenance of Yang Wei's companions grew increasingly grim, as none wished to risk their lives over a papaya. Today, the camp must bolster its defenses. We need to patrol the surroundings more vigilantly. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. It had finally come to a life-and-death struggle for sustenance, regardless of the circumstances surrounding that group of survivors. Zhou Feng has now come to a firm conclusion. Their sudden assault was solely to seize the papaya grove. Understood. Young Wei nodded vigorously. These men, aside from their duties of hunting and fishing, recognized their responsibilities during conflicts. They were undoubtedly expected to be at the forefront. You few accompany me. Let us first check on Tang Cheng. Zhou Feng casually selected a few individuals. Chapter 58. Commission. Zhou Feng chose 4 men, among whom was Fu Tai. Soon, he led them to the campsite of Tang Cheng and his companions. Upon seeing Tang Cheng, Zhou Feng couldn't help but gasp in shock. An arrow had pierced his left shoulder, and a purplish liquid was oozing from the wound, the nature of which was uncertain. Zhou Feng felt a pang of concern. Could it be venom? This island surely harbored some highly toxic plants. Nearby, Tang Fu was weeping profusely. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Tang Cheng himself remained surprisingly optimistic. However, his complexion appeared rather pallid, not reflecting the bravado he was attempting to project. As Zhou Feng entered, Tang Cheng managed a faint smile, preparing to speak. At that moment, someone approached with hot water and plant ash. In such dire circumstances, they could only use boiled water to cleanse the wound, ensuring the temperature was not too high. Ideally, it should match body temperature. Zhou Feng and the others stepped outside, allowing Tang Cheng to tend to his injury. Soon, anguish screams echoed from within. Tang Fu dashed out, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Feng was taken aback. His impression of Tang Fu was that of a fierce woman. It was unexpected to see her reduced to a weeping figure at her brother's injury. However, upon reflection, he understood. Given the current medical conditions, it was doubtful that Tang Cheng could endure this ordeal. Throughout history, many commanders who were struck by arrows met their demise. Although modern medical knowledge has advanced, the conditions here were exceedingly poor. After a brief interval, someone beckoned Zhou Feng to enter. He instructed the others to wait outside and entered the makeshift shelter alone. He observed Tang Cheng's shoulder wrapped in white cloth, likely sterilized with boiling water. Tang Cheng's visage appeared even more ashen than before. He gestured for the others to leave, leaving only Zhou Feng by his side. What on earth has transpired? Zhou Feng took a seat on a stone that served as a bench. Tang Cheng sighed, his expression lacking the previous ease he exhibited before Tang Fu. It was evident he was putting on a fade in front of his sister. He recounted the events, which closely mirrored Yang Wei's account, but with added details. The assailants had ambushed them abruptly while they were gathering papayas, catching Tang Cheng and his group completely off guard. For had perished on the spot, while 2 others sustained injuries akin to mine. Tang Cheng gritted his teeth, clearly unwilling to be outmaneuvered by others. What fueled Tang Cheng's fury further was the fact that they bore no animosity towards their assailants. The attack had come out of nowhere, intent on their demise. Had their adversaries aimed to seize the papaya forest, at least there would have been room for negotiation. Are those arrows poisoned? Zhou Feng inquired. I don't know, but it's highly probable that the wounds could become infected, Tang Cheng replied with a bitter smile. In their camp resided a medical student, although not a licensed physician. He possessed knowledge of treating wounds. It was he who had attended to Tang Cheng's injury earlier and advised him to prepare for the possibility of infection. As they lacked antibiotics, the thought that Tang Cheng might not survive if infection set in weighed heavily on Zhou Feng's heart. Their collaboration had been progressing smoothly until this unfortunate incident befell Tang Cheng. There is something I must ask of you, Tang Cheng said, turning his gaze toward Zhou Feng. Speak, Zhou Feng urged, eager to hear what Tang Cheng had to say. Look after my sister. I cannot bear for her to perish here as well. She has a fierce temperament. Tang Cheng continued. Many within the camp harbored grievances against her, but out of respect for him, they refrained from voicing such complaints. Yet, should he meet his end, the situation would undoubtedly change. Tang Cheng's expression darkened as he contemplated the state of Tang Fu, his sister. I can bring her over. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. That would relieve my mind. Tang Cheng exhaled in relief. I plan to scout the papaya forest, Zhou Feng declared thereafter. Tang Cheng was taken aback and quickly cautioned. That is perilous. Those individuals may still be lurking in the papaya forest, perhaps even lying in wait for our return. Zhou Feng replied gravely. If we do not venture forth, they may very well turn their attention to our camp next. Tang Cheng nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Zhou Feng's words. The papaya forest was of utmost significance and must not fall into enemy hands. More critically, The situation had escalated beyond the mere issue of the papaya forest. It had become a matter of life and death for both parties, with the enemy poised to advance further. "I'll call for a few individuals to accompany you," Tang Cheng declared as he rose and stepped outside. Zhou Feng followed suit. Tang Cheng quickly gathered several companions, all of whom had narrowly escaped alongside him and remained unscathed. "Zhou Feng intends to journey to the papaya forest. You will accompany him," Tang Cheng instructed. These individuals had garnered valuable experience and could provide assistance. However, to Tang Cheng's surprise, his words were met with immediate dissent. "Isn't that tantamount to sending us to our deaths? Boss, we have barely escaped ourselves. Having narrowly escaped peril, we cannot allow ourselves to venture forth again." The crowd expressed, clearly reluctant to undertake another journey. The opposing group, numerous and armed with bows, posed a significant threat. Encountering them once more would surely lead to demise. Tang Cheng's countenance shifted, taken aback by the open defiance of his orders. Wounded as he was, his authority had diminished. "Very well. Since none of you wish to go, I shall accompany Zhou Feng." Tang Cheng nodded slowly, recognizing this as a necessary compromise. "Brother, you cannot go. Your wound is infected, and you must not move," Tang Fu interjected, approaching with concern. Upon hearing her brother's intention, her expression transformed, as if it were tantamount to walking into death. "It is merely a brief excursion." Tang Cheng waved his uninjured arm dismissively. "No, I cannot permit you to go," Tang Fu insisted, her teeth clenched. "Since none of you will go, I shall take a few individuals with me." Zhou Feng began, but before he could finish, someone raised a hand. "I will go. I am unafraid of returning." To Zhou Feng's surprise, it was the plump individual who had joined Tang Cheng's camp just 2 days prior. "Sukai, we appreciate your willingness," Tang Cheng remarked, feeling a sense of relief at the sight of someone stepping forward. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to go alone. "I will also go," Tang Fu declared, biting her lip. "You cannot go. This does not concern you." Tang Cheng furrowed his brow. "But Zhou Feng is here. He is quite capable," she retorted. "Regardless of your objections, I am determined to go," her expression resolute. Tang Cheng sighed in exasperation, recognizing he could not dissuade his sister, and cast a pleading glance towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement, which eased Tang Cheng's worry. Soon, the group set off towards the papaya forest. Chapter 59. The Peculiar with Tang Fu and the Plump Man included. Zhou Feng's team now comprised 7 individuals. Although Zhou Feng maintained his composure, his companions were still somewhat apprehensive, lacking his formidable combat prowess. Along the way, they bombarded the Plump Man with inquiries about the nature of their adversaries. Most importantly, they were curious about how he had managed to escape unscathed, especially after the deaths of 4 and injuries to 3 others. Upon hearing their question, Sukai scratched his head in embarrassment. Perhaps it was merely luck, coupled with the fact that the group was inexperienced with their bows. "They simply did not hit me." The others could not help but marvel at his good fortune. "Sukai, what emboldens you to join us again? Are you not afraid of death?" Zhou Feng inquired. "Of course, I fear death. However, Tang Cheng has accepted me and provided me with sustenance. I must repay his kindness," Sukai replied earnestly. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon Sukai. During this period, Sukai had been alone in the jungle, yet he had not reached the point of starvation. Was it truly gratitude for the food provided by Tang Cheng that compelled him to feel indebted? It seemed rather peculiar. Sensing Zhou Feng's scrutiny, Sukai forced a nervous laugh and turned his head away, displaying a hint of guilt. "Actually, you need not feel this way. Everyone must prioritize safety." Tang Fu, visibly moved, took the initiative to remind the group. "Do not stray apart. Stay close to me," Zhou Feng instructed, ensuring he could safeguard everyone as best as possible. The adversary possessed bows and arrows, while Zhou Feng held stones in his hands. Generally, the power of a bow and arrow would surpass that of thrown stones. However, in this wilderness, Zhou Feng doubted they could construct particularly formidable bows. They were likely rudimentary at best. The effective range would probably not exceed that of his thrown stones. Moreover, from what Tang Cheng had recounted, their foes approached quite closely, merely 20 to 30 meters away. This was undoubtedly due to the fact that at a greater distance, they would have exceeded their effective range. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement. Tang Fu even positioned herself by Zhou Feng's left side, nearly leaning against him. Zhou Feng initially intended to suggest that such proximity was unnecessary, but recalling Tang Cheng's earlier request, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead inquired about the details from Su Kai. Su Kai's responses were similar to those of Tang Cheng. Just as they were a few hundred meters away from the papaya grove, Su Kai suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, my stomach hurts." "Your stomach hurts? Here of all places?" Fu Tai replied, exasperated. "We're almost there. Why don't you go ahead?" Su Kai scratched his head. "You little rascal. Are you afraid?" Fu Tai questioned skeptically. "Not at all. It's just that I've eaten too many papayas these past few days. Just wait for me. It'll only take 2 minutes at most," Su Kai said, his brow tightly knitted, a pained expression on his face. "Then go ahead." Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. Su Kai, as if granted a pardon, dashed into the woods and vanished from sight. At that moment, Fu Tai stealthily approached, pulling Zhou Feng aside to whisper, "Boss, that kid seems suspicious. Have you noticed too?" Zhou Feng's brow furrowed deeper. Su Kai's behavior was riddled with oddities. In our line of work, the most crucial skill is not the art of deception, but rather the ability to read others. Fu Tai continued in a hushed tone. As they drew nearer to the papaya grove, their vigilance and concern heightened. They frequently glanced toward the woods, fearful that someone might suddenly emerge to attack. Yet Su Kai was different. He occasionally glanced at you, boss, which is a clear sign of unease. He fears you more than the hidden enemy. Fu Tai narrowed his eyes. Fu Tai had always relied on his keen ability to read people's expressions to discern their psychological states. In addition to frequenting various casinos, he occasionally took on the role of a baiter, a person skilled at luring others into the game and adept at guessing their thoughts. Zhou Feng nodded slowly, having already formed a suspicion. With Fu Tai's prompting, his conviction grew stronger. This rotund figure was indeed dubious. From the very beginning, Zhou Feng had harbored doubts about Su Kai's honesty. How could one survive alone on a deserted island for nearly a month? That was certainly suspicious. "I'm back. Let's go." Su Kai emerged from the woods. "Su Kai, what were you doing?" Zhou Feng inquired casually. "I just had to relieve myself." Su Kai replied with a forced chuckle. Zhou Feng stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Su Kai's abdomen. Caught off guard, Su Kai doubled over in pain, retching. "What are you doing?" Tang Fu interjected, positioning herself between Zhou Feng and Su Kai. She had not overheard the earlier conversation between Fu Tai and Zhou Feng, and thus was taken aback by Zhou Feng's sudden aggression. "This guy is an insider, feeding them information," Zhou Feng stated slowly. It was the most plausible explanation. The rotund man had infiltrated their midst from the outset. After 2 days of undercover work, he must have thoroughly understood the situation at Tang Cheng's base. His appearance was not a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated scheme. "What?" Tang Fu was further astonished, turning to look at the crumpled Su Kai. She had felt touched when Su Kai spoke of repaying a debt of gratitude. But now Zhou Feng's assertion that Su Kai was an informant shattered her belief. "What evidence do you have?" Su Kai grimaced, clutching his abdomen as he glared at Zhou Feng with malice. "Evidence? Just follow your footprints, and we shall swiftly uncover the truth," Zhou Feng retorted with a cold smile. This man certainly did not go to relieve himself. He was likely conveying messages. It was highly probable that Su Kai had visited a prearranged rendezvous point along this very path. Su Kai's expression changed dramatically. Such a traitor deserves to be dealt with brutally. Skin him alive. Fu Tai seized a dagger at that moment to intimidate Su Kai. "Hold him down. Let us flay him." Zhou Feng nodded in agreement as Fu Tai and the others closed in. Wait. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Su Kai's face turned pale with fear, and he screamed in desperation. Ignoring his pleas, Fu Tai grasped Su Kai's head firmly. "To skin him? We must start from the head." He grinned wickedly. "There's medicine. They have medicine in their camp. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs." Su Kai wailed in anguish. Upon hearing Su Kai shout about valuable clues, Fu Tai finally halted his actions. "Who were they? What was their camp? And how many were there?" Zhou Feng stepped forward, standing before Su Kai. "They're the ones who attacked Tang Cheng, and I was coerced." Su Kai's expression was exceedingly grim. "Answer my questions." Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage in meaningless banter with Su Kai at that moment. He had no faith in those claims. Su Kai's actions, under coercion, must certainly yield substantial benefits for him. However, at that moment, Zhou Feng heard the sound of an arrow slicing through the air. He abruptly turned his head, realizing that an arrow was hurtling towards Tang Fu. "Be careful," Zhou Feng shouted, swiftly tackling Tang Fu to the ground. Tang Fu was momentarily taken aback, feeling Zhou Feng's weight pressing down on her. She was bewildered, wanting to push him away, until she saw the arrow whiz past them and embed itself in the earth. Only then did she comprehend what had transpired. Zhou Feng had saved her once more. Zhou Feng quickly rose to his feet, aware that he must retaliate immediately. If they allowed the enemy to close in, the casualties would be dire. He focused on the direction from which the arrow had come, clearly identifying the assailant, a fellow Asian, who was notching his second arrow. Behind him, 5 or 6 others emerged, evidently alerted by Su Kai's incursion into the forest. Though the means by which Su Kai communicated with them were unclear, it was evident that he had signaled their approach. The enemies had now encircled them. During the interrogation of Su Kai, his shriek had alerted the foes to the fact that the plump man had been discovered, prompting them to launch a preemptive strike. Zhou Feng grasped a stone and hurled it fiercely towards the adversaries. The stone missed its intended target, instead striking a nearby tree. Nonetheless, the sudden commotion startled the enemy, causing them to instinctively recoil. This provided a crucial opportunity for Zhou Feng's companions, Tang Fu, Fu Tai, and the others, who swiftly sought refuge behind the trees. Swish! Several more arrows flew towards Zhou Feng. His reflexes were sharp. He rolled aside to evade them. A few arrows embedded themselves into the ground beside him, and one narrowly whizzed overhead. Zhou Feng emerged unscathed, but a chilling cry pierced the air. It was Su Kai. An arrow had lodged itself in his back, and he lay on the ground, wailing in agony. He had failed to evade this latest assault. Previously, when with Tang Cheng and the others, Su Kai had managed to survive the onslaught, clearly due to his prior preparations. This time, Su Kai found himself less fortunate. Moreover, the opposing party seemed indifferent to Su Kai's life, showing no consideration for him as they loosed their arrows. Zhou Feng struck again, this time with a deliberate aim. Unlike the earlier attempt meant merely to intimidate. With a resounding thud, a stone struck one man's head, sending blood splattering forth. He collapsed instantly. Observing this, the others swiftly knocked their bows once more, launching several arrows in Zhou Feng's direction. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading the projectiles. Swoosh! 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 Several arrows buried themselves into the ground. Zhou Feng retaliated, hurling another stone, which sent another adversary crashing down. The opposing group was momentarily stunned, evidently not expecting that their arrows could be outmatched by Zhou Feng's stones. Charge! Someone commanded, and from the thicket emerged a dozen more individuals, evidently having been concealed until now. Among them, not all bore bows. Around 10 brandished spears and charged at Zhou Feng. It was a desperate struggle. Fu Tai also emerged from behind the trees, wielding a spear, with others following suit. Even Tang Fu gritted her teeth and advanced with her spear. Zhou Feng stood at the forefront, facing an onslaught of 5 or 6 attackers. Confronted with such a multitude of spears, he could only fight while retreating. Lacking a spear, he relied on stones, which proved to be deadly weapons at such close range. Each impact against an opponent echoed the sound of shattering bones. One stone struck a man's head, and he fell lifeless to the ground, while the stone fortuitously ricocheted and struck another in the head. The second man let out a cry, clutching his head, feeling as though the world were spinning around him. Struggling to maintain his footing, he succumbed to a wave of dizziness and fell backward. The remaining foes, witnessing this scene, changed their expressions, realizing Zhou Feng was far more formidable than they had anticipated. For a moment, they hesitated to advance. The situation for the others was dire. Even when facing a single adversary, Fu Tai and the others found themselves woefully outmatched. The enemies were clearly well-trained, delivering their assaults with brutal precision. In contrast, Tang Fu displayed remarkable courage, fearlessly thrusting her spear towards the vital points of her opponents, appearing determined to fight to the death, causing the adversaries to retreat in fear. Zhou Feng grasped the significance of this moment. He understood why Tang Fu had insisted on joining him. She sought vengeance for Tang Cheng. Yet, Zhou Feng was acutely aware that this could not last. He noted that within the forest, 3 more figures were preparing to draw their bows. Clearly, they were planning an ambush. Retreat, shouted Zhou Feng. Fu Tai, who had been fervently advocating for a fight just moments ago, was the first to retreat. The others followed suit, yet Tang Fu seemed possessed by a bloodlust, intent on eliminating her adversaries. It was Zhou Feng who seized her arm, pulling her away. The remaining individuals attempted to pursue, only to be met with stones hurled by Zhou Feng, compelling them to abandon the chase. After a considerable distance, realizing that their pursuers had not followed, Zhou Feng and the others slowed their pace. That fat fool nearly got us killed. Fu Tai panted, cursing under his breath. The others shot him disapproving glances. This guy, he was the first to charge into battle, yet showed no hesitation in fleeing. We were fortunate. Otherwise, we might not have known how we perished. What is there to fear? Our leader is here, someone remarked. Indeed, without our leader, we would have likely met our end, others chimed in. Although only one among them had witnessed Zhou Feng slay Charles, the events had spread throughout the base, with each retelling embellishing the tale. What began as Zhou Feng's tactical strikes against individual foes morphed into a narrative of him single-handedly confronting a dozen adversaries. They relished in exaggerating Zhou Feng's exploits, as it imparted a sense of security. The enemy was formidable. They had undergone training. Despite Zhou Feng's recent battle, he showed no signs of fatigue. The foes donned modern attire, tattered yet akin to their own. Zhou Feng was certain they were survivors from the Wanli. However, the fact that these individuals had devoted their time to combat training rather than foraging for sustenance puzzled him. "Thank you for saving me again," Tang Fu said, breathless from their flight and visibly pale. Su Kai was an undercover agent, which meant the enemy was already privy to their camp's intelligence, aware of their current fighting strength, and could strike at any moment. "It's nothing," Zhou Feng waved dismissively, his gaze shifting toward the direction of the papaya grove. "Boss, we should commence training upon our return and find a way to procure some bows and arrows," Fu Tai suggested. The threat was not solely from Tang Cheng and his group. "Yes, you all take Tang Fu back and then prepare," Zhou Feng nodded. Their camp had enough provisions to last 2 to 3 days, but the pressing concern was to guard against enemy assaults. "What about you, boss? Aren't you coming back?" Fu Tai asked, taken aback. Chapter 61. The enemy's territory. I must return to take a look. Zhou Feng squinted. "Boss, it's too perilous to go back. There are so many of them," Fu Tai urged anxiously. If anything were to happen to Zhou Feng, their pillar of support would be lost. "I will navigate through the woods. It is safer alone. If we do not ascertain who they are, we are in greater danger," Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head. "That is indeed a valid point," Fu Tai conceded after some consideration. "The enemy is already aware of Tang Cheng and their intelligence. They are in the shadows while we are in the light. Presently, they have allied with Tang Cheng. We cannot afford to witness Tang Cheng encountering misfortune, as it would be detrimental to ourselves." "Zhou Feng, I wish to speak with you privately," Tang Fu said, biting her lip. "All right," Zhou Feng nodded. The two retreated to the base of a nearby tree. What Su Kai mentioned earlier, those individuals possess medicine, antibiotics, and anti-inflammatory drugs that could save my brother. Tang Fu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tang Cheng's condition is dire. If an infection sets in, recovery would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the arrows were smeared with an unknown substance, making infection highly probable. Tang Fu had accompanied Zhou Feng in pursuit of vengeance for Tang Cheng. Su Kai's words may not be entirely truthful. Zhou Feng shook his head. He is aware of Tang Cheng's predicament, so he might have deliberately disseminated false intelligence in a bid to prolong his own survival. I understand. Yet, even if there is but a sliver of hope, I wish to try. I do not implore you to find the medicine for me, but if you have the opportunity, could you inquire further and verify the authenticity of that information? Tang Fu's voice trembled, hoarse with emotion. Once the information is confirmed, she would go to any lengths to retrieve the medicine. "That is no trouble," Zhou Feng assured with a nod. "It's merely a matter of convenience. I do not even know how to express my gratitude. I owe you so much." Tang Fu wiped her tears, striving to appear composed. Witnessing this, Zhou Feng felt a twinge of emotion. Although his interactions with Tang Fu had been few, it was evident to him that she was a fiercely determined woman. Her temper rather fiery, yet forced to humble herself in such dire circumstances. After watching Tang Fu and her companions depart, Zhou Feng redirected his gaze toward the direction of the papaya grove. He turned and quietly ventured into the adjacent thicket, stealthily approaching that area. The path Zhou Feng chose was not the one they had previously traversed. The ground was covered in vines. However, for Zhou Feng, these were but trifles. Though he took a considerably longer route, within 10 minutes, he returned to the site of the earlier skirmish. There, he observed that the group remained in place, vigilant and alert, with a few individuals standing guard, watchfully surveying their surroundings. The remaining individuals were digging nearby, presumably intending to bury a corpse. Zhou Feng crouched low, concealed within the thicket, and counted through the gaps. There were a total of 14 people. What misfortune! How could such a formidable individual exist? 3 of Lao Wang's group had been crushed to death by falling rocks, a force more devastating than arrows. It was evident that we had struck first, yet that person's strength was terrifying. Su Kai, why did you not relay the information earlier regarding such a powerful adversary? Voices of conversation emerged from among the group, and Zhou Feng was taken aback. Were they inquiring about Su Kai? This implied that Su Kai was still alive. Zhou Feng quietly shifted to the side and pressed against a tree, gradually rising to his feet. It then dawned on him why he had not seen Su Kai earlier. He was lying on the ground, the arrows that had pierced his body now absent. White cloth was wrapped around Su Kai's wounds, already soaked with blood. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. This fellow had a remarkable constitution to have survived this long. However, in such a grievous state, his prospects were grim. He was not one of the camp's members, and Zhou Feng was unaware of his background. Su Kai's voice, indeed weakened, emerged. You could discuss this with Boss Fei. Sparing your life is merely to clarify the intelligence issue. A cold snort was heard. It seemed Su Kai wished to defend himself, yet ultimately he remained silent. Boss Fei. Zhou Feng discerned that this was likely the leader of the group. Soon, the individuals began to gather their belongings and proceeded toward the papaya grove. After gathering an abundance of papayas, they moved in a specific direction. These ruffians were indeed after the papayas. Zhou Feng murmured to himself and promptly followed suit. Although the group remained vigilant, dividing into 3 squads, they failed to notice the solitary figure trailing behind. Zhou Feng quickly observed that they were advancing southeast, a direction he had never ventured before. It appeared that this island of paradise was indeed peculiar. Survivors seemed to be scattered everywhere, yet they had yet to ascertain the true size of the island. After walking over 3 kilometers, Zhou Feng caught the scent of the sea breeze. As expected, the vegetation significantly diminished ahead, and he had arrived at the shoreline. Zhou Feng discreetly calculated. This location was not far from Tang Cheng's camp. A mere 5 kilometers along the beach would suffice. Yet the 2 parties had not crossed paths, for a cliff soaring over 10 meters high separated the terrain along the beach. To reach the opposite side required either retracing their steps or swimming across the sea. Presumably, the opposing group had only just explored the papaya grove. However, it soon became apparent that the papaya grove had been harvested by others. These individuals resorted to the treacherous tactic of sending in infiltrators. As for how Su Kai arrived at that camp, it is likely that after fleeing that day, he meandered through the jungle, ultimately stumbling upon this location. It was from Su Kai that Fat Fei learned of the survivors in this area. Zhou Feng chose not to continue alongside these individuals, but instead remained concealed within the underbrush, as he could now see the enemy's camp from the edge of the woods. The positioning of this camp drew a frown upon Zhou Feng's brow. It was situated not far from the beach, nestled within a cliff surrounded by rocky outcrops. With only a single entrance at the front, the elevated terrain indicated that it would be easy to defend but difficult to assault. However, the camp had a significant flaw. It offered no protection from wind or sun, making it quite uncomfortable for habitation. Additionally, the construction process was cumbersome, requiring the transport of supplies. The buildings within were rudimentary, mere shanties. In contrast, Zhou Feng's current camp was located beside a hillside, enveloped by trees, offering a more suitable living environment. Yet, in the event of a conflict, it provided little in the way of defense. The choice to establish a camp here suggested that the adversaries were prepared for confrontation from the outset. It resembled more of a military stronghold. Fat Fei was no ordinary adversary. Zhou Feng lay in wait for over half an hour. Aside from a group that carried Su Kai inside, no one else emerged. Through a narrow opening, he could barely discern some movement within. Chapter 62. Infiltration. After more than half an hour had passed, Zhou Feng still could not ascertain the number of people in the camp. However, based on his estimates, the count surely exceeded 100. This realization tightened his brow. It presented a significant dilemma. He had initially hoped to capture an isolated individual for interrogation, yet the enemy showed no signs of acting alone. Occasionally, a few sentinels would emerge, but they always did so in groups of 4 or 5, leaving Zhou Feng with no opportunity. Seeing that remaining any longer would yield no fruitful results, and with darkness approaching, he resolved to depart. Suddenly, he heard commotion. In the distance, a dozen individuals were approaching the camp, accompanied by cries for help. Zhou Feng turned to observe. The cries came from several women, their faces stricken with terror. The remaining group of men, however, wore expressions of amusement. They soon ushered the women into the camp, greeted by the guards with cheerful banter. Though Zhou Feng could not hear their words, he could surmise the nature of the unfolding events. These women are spoils of war. They are either captives taken from other camps or fortunate survivors encountered along the way. Zhou Feng suspects the latter is more plausible, for there are not one or two, but 5 women. They must certainly be from other camps. Aboard the Wanli, there are over 2,000 souls, if each had established a camp. Zhou Feng could only imagine the multitude. Furthermore, the island is inhabited by previous survivors and wildlings alike. Watching these individuals return to their camp, Zhou Feng turned to leave. However, he had scarcely walked 200 meters when the skies suddenly darkened. Furrowing his brow, he realized it was not merely twilight, but the harbinger of rain. During nearly a month on the island, he had already lost count of the rain showers. The rain here is frequent. Sometimes it lasts mere minutes, while at other times it endures for several hours. The longest he had experienced stretched over half a day. Crack! Lightning flashed across the sky, followed by the rumble of thunder. Soon, torrents of rain began to pour down. Zhou Feng had no choice but to seek refuge beneath a tree. In truth, he felt that with his current physical condition, he need not fear illness from the rain. After all, even venomous snakes had failed to bring him to his demise. However, rain can easily obscure one's sense of direction. On his way here, he had left marks on certain trees. His markings were not triangles or arrows, but rather haphazard doodles, concealing within them a singular line drawn with slightly greater force. Only he could discern which line indicated the way, a form of coded signal to prevent others from tracing his path back to his camp. Gazing up at the overcast sky, Zhou Feng could not help but murmur to himself. It seemed this rain would not cease anytime soon. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Heavy rain. This presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His gaze shifted to the camp, encircled by jagged rocks, which would ordinarily be inaccessible. Yet now, a plan began to form. He could scale the rocks adjacent to the camp. Although they towered a good 10 meters high, it was not a daunting task for him now. Why not give it a try? Zhou Feng emerged from the thicket. Under normal circumstances, he would surely have been detected, but the curtain of rain provided a natural cover, rendering his movements discreet. He easily traversed the beach, carefully edging close to the rocky outcrop by the sea. It was only upon arrival that he realized the rocks had become exceedingly slick due to the rain, with some even cloaked in algae. Nonetheless, having come this far, Zhou Feng was undeterred. He resolved to give a shot. He meticulously scrutinized each rock and finally discovered a suitable foothold. It was a protruding stone. Zhou Feng gingerly took his first step, placing his foot upon this rock. Then he grasped the crevices of the adjacent stones with both hands, barely managing to steady himself. To his astonishment, he noticed that the upper stones, weathered by the elements, were not as smooth as he had anticipated. Thus, he ascended step by step, the torrential rain relentlessly washing over him. After climbing approximately 10 meters, Zhou Feng found a relatively flat spot to rest. With a leap forward, he reached the edge of the camp. Concealed behind the rocks, he could now glimpse the interior of the camp. Within, there were a dozen or so huts, ingeniously constructed amidst the rocks, conserving materials while ensuring sturdiness. Upon seeing these huts, Zhou Feng began to comprehend why this location was chosen for the encampment. It was likely one of the considerations. Moreover, flickers of firelight emerged from these huts, indicating that someone was warming themselves by the fire. Zhou Feng discerned that each hut housed about 10 individuals. His initial speculation proved accurate. There were at least 100 people present. Perhaps due to the rain, conversation was sparse, and the entire camp exuded an unusual stillness. Zhou Feng's gaze swept across the huts until it settled on a distant one. Utilizing the light emanating from within, he could discern only 2 or 3 individuals. He cautiously approached along the perimeter of the camp, soon hearing voices emanating from inside. "Please, I beg you, just give me 2 antibiotics or even anti-inflammatory medicine." Zhou Feng felt a jolt to the sound of the voice. It was Su Kai. "No way. It's your fault for messing things up. We had casualties here." Fei Lao Da has ordered you to fend for yourself, replied a somewhat hoarse voice, likely belonging to an older individual. Dr. Wan, I implore you. I'm begging you. My wound has become infected, and I've started to develop a fever. Su Kai pleaded. I've already cleaned your wound. The infection is beyond my control. You know those medications are limited, the voice sighed. Zhou Feng understood then that this hut was designated for the sick. Su Kai, having been struck by an arrow during the day, had survived but now suffered from an infected wound, seeking assistance from the doctor. It seemed that Dr. Wan was willing to help, yet bound by Fei Lao Da's orders. He felt powerless. Zhou Feng was surprised to learn that a doctor was present in the camp. He wondered if Dr. Wan was a physician assigned to the Wanli ship or merely a passenger who happened aboard for leisure. I'm in agony. I'm in agony. Du que lamented incessantly. Sigh, you should rest early. Perhaps a night's sleep will remedy everything. With this remark, Dr. Wan turned and departed from the hut, leaving Su Kai alone in the room. Zhou Feng observed as Dr. Wan entered another chamber. After a brief wait, seeing no one else moving about, Zhou Feng slipped into Su Kai's shelter. Chapter 63. The medicine in a state of drowsiness, Su Kai perceived someone entering. He initially thought it was Dr. Wan returning. Struggling to sit up, he noticed the newcomer was drenched, rainwater cascading down their pant legs onto the floor. A sense of unease washed over Su Kai. Who? How did you get in? Upon recognizing Zhou Feng's face, terror gripped him. If you wish to live, keep silent, Zhou Feng stated coldly. Su Kai immediately sealed his lips, yet his hands trembled uncontrollably. Where are the medicines? Zhou Feng leaned closer, whispering. Su Kai's eyes darted about, unwilling to divulge the truth. Zhou Feng let out a derisive chuckle. This fellow was clever. He wouldn't act unless he was certain of success. No wonder he dared to infiltrate. Relay the information to me. Once I locate the medicines, I shall share a portion with you. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable, Zhou Feng threatened. Really? A glimmer of hope flickered in Su Kai's eyes. Of course, Zhou Feng nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Su Kai pointed in a direction. The medicines are over there, in that adjacent hut. Is that so? Zhou Feng turned and headed towards the indicated spot. Just as he lifted the curtain, he abruptly spun around. Catching sight of Su Kai attempting to rise with one hand pressed to the ground. What is the matter? Su Kai offered an awkward smile. Indeed, you are quite cunning. Zhou Feng grinned. I did not quite grasp your meaning. Su Kai's gaze instinctively averted. There is no medicine in that hut. You intend to deceive me and summon others, correct? Zhou Feng turned away, sensing Su Kai's intentions. Should Su Kai raise an alarm, others would learn of the uninvited guest in the camp, and the notorious Fei would undoubtedly reward Su Kai with medicine. It was the only chance for survival, as Zhou Feng had no intention of truly providing Su Kai with the medicines. Both were acutely aware of this unspoken understanding. Desperate, Su Kai began to shout. He did not wish to perish here. He yearned to live, and live splendidly. Fei had promised him rewards for serving as an informant. Rewards he could use to indulge in pleasures. Zhou Feng lunged forward, gripping Su Kai's neck tightly as he struggled fiercely. With a futile effort, Zhou Feng struck Su Kai's arm, but it bore no fruit. Mere seconds later, Su Kai's head tilted, and he lost consciousness. Zhou Feng continued to strangle him for over 2 minutes, only releasing his grip once he was certain Su Kai had breathed his last. He then laid Su Kai's lifeless body down and draped a mat over him, disguising him to appear as though he were merely asleep. After completing this grim task, Zhou Feng exhaled in relief, grateful that the sound of the rain outside had masked any noise Su Kai may have made, preventing anyone from being drawn to the scene. Zhou Feng then cast his gaze toward Dr. Wan's hut. He was roughly 80% certain that the medication he sought lay within. Otherwise, Su Kai would not have pleaded with Dr. Wan moments earlier. Zhou Feng had initially intended to extract confirmation from Su Kai himself, but the cunning man had proven too elusive. Now, Zhou Feng was left to take a gamble. He lifted the curtain of the doorway and stealthily approached Dr. Wan's shelter, which was a mere 10 meters from Su Kai's location, separated by another hut. Narrowing his eyes, Zhou Feng peered inside and noted that Dr. Wan was alone in his quarters. This room was significantly smaller than the others, likely due to Dr. Wan's unique status, affording him a private space. However, the predicament was that Dr. Wan's hut was flanked by 2 others on the right. Should Zhou Feng recklessly burst in and confront Dr. Wan, even the smallest sound could alert those nearby. Devising a plan, Zhou Feng called out in a hushed tone, Dr. Wan, Sukai's condition has worsened. He seems to be dying. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wan sighed. What can I do? Despite his murmured protests, he rose to his feet. Yet he soon paused, realizing there was no one outside. Nevertheless, he proceeded towards Sukai's hut, inadvertently passing right by Zhou Feng's concealed position. Zhou Feng seized the opportunity to observe Dr. Wan's appearance. His hair and beard were gray, indicating he was at least in his 60s. As Dr. Wan lifted the curtain, Zhou Feng hastily slipped into his room. His eyes scanned the interior. A stone bed was strewn with some grass, accompanied by a wooden basin and a bucket containing fresh drinking water, mere essentials of daily life. Then, Zhou Feng's gaze fell upon a gray suitcase positioned at the foot of the bed. He swiftly approached it, lifting the suitcase into his hands, ensuring there were no other valuable items in the room. Just then, an ominous realization dawned on him. This is bad. This is bad. Sukai has been murdered. At that moment, Dr. Wan finally sensed that something was amiss. With arms flailing, a figure burst forth from a room. Dr. Wan's voice immediately incited chaos within camp, prompting many to rush outside. They soon beheld a silhouette dashing out from Dr. Wan's quarters, clutching a suitcase, racing towards the camp's perimeter. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the extraordinary speed of this individual. Chase after him. Hurry, shouted a scarred man from the crowd, none other than their feared leader. Fei Juanhao. A throng of people promptly pursued the figure, yet before long, they returned with their heads hung low. Boss, we couldn't catch a glimpse of him. The speed was too astonishing. The moment we entered the woods, he vanished. Perhaps he wasn't human at all, but rather a creature of the island. Upon hearing this, Fei Juanhao's expression darkened. You are all a bunch of useless fools, he barked. He then turned to Dr. Wan. Have his supplies disappeared? Fei Juanhao's gaze was frigid. Everything was inside. It's not my fault. Dr. Wan stammered. This has nothing to do with you. It must have been that fellow from earlier, a significant threat. Fei Juanhao narrowed his eyes toward the direction of the forest. Tang Fu brought in a basin of hot water, soaking a towel within. Though termed a towel, it was merely a soft piece of fabric. After wringing it out, she began to wipe her brother Tang Cheng's forehead, placing her hand upon it afterward. Tang Fu's heart sank. Her brother's forehead remained feverishly hot. Her worst fears had materialized. Upon his return in the afternoon, Tang Cheng had shown signs of distress. His complexion unnaturally flushed. When the rain began to fall, he expressed a desire to rest, but upon falling asleep, he succumbed to a high fever that had persisted for several hours. With no other options, Tang Fu repeatedly wiped his forehead, relying solely on physical methods to cool him down. Chapter 64. Infection. However, Tang Fu understood that, under such circumstances, physical cooling would have limited efficacy. The true dilemma lay in the infection within Tang Cheng's body. In this critical moment, one figure lingered in Tang Fu's thoughts, Zhou Feng. He was her only hope for news of medicine. Yet, the hour had grown late. Although the rain had ceased outside, it was nearing dawn, and the other camp members had long since retired for the night. Tang Fu felt certain that Zhou Feng would not arrive that evening. Resolute, she decided that come morning, regardless of whether any word from Zhou Feng materialized, she would venture forth to seek out the medicine herself. Regardless of the means, she was determined to attempt to save her brother's life. When Tang Fu was very young, their father abandoned the three of them, his mother and siblings. Their mother passed away when Tang Fu was in middle school. It was Tang Cheng who worked tirelessly while supporting Tang Fu's education. By the time Tang Fu reached university, she diligently balanced her studies with part-time modeling gigs, and gradually, their lives began to stabilize. This journey on the Wanli ship was made possible by Tang Fu's savings, intended as a trip for both her and Tang Cheng. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. The current predicament was largely of Tang Fu's making, yet Tang Cheng bore no resentment. Instead, he reassured himself that they would eventually leave this place. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to flow down Tang Fu's cheeks once again. If Tang Cheng were to die, she would be left utterly alone in this world. Just then, a sound came from the doorway. Tang Fu hastily wiped her tears, not wanting others to witness her sorrowful state. Having grown up without parents, she always exhibited a bold demeanor, wanting to convey that she was not to be trifled with. "How's my brother?" came a voice from behind. Upon hearing this, Tang Fu turned around in disbelief. "Zhou Feng, you're here." She was astonished to see Zhou Feng standing there, having come at such a late hour, and he was drenched, likely from walking in the torrential rain. Tang Fu felt a wave of compassion and gratitude wash over her. Zhou Feng braving the downpour was surely to bring her news. The thought made her eyes sting, and tears threatened to spill once more. However, with a firm resolve, she held him back. It's bad. My brother has a fever, and there are signs of infection in his wound. Tang Fu's voice trembled slightly. Only then did she notice that Zhou Feng was carrying a gray suitcase. The dim light from the flickering campfire had concealed it from her earlier observation. Let us see if there are any suitable medicines here, Zhou Feng said as he placed the suitcase on the ground, only to discover it was locked with a combination. He attempted several numerical combinations, but none succeeded in opening it. I have tools back at the campsite. I'll go get them. Tang Fu suddenly recalled and dashed out of the room. She quickly returned, holding a screwdriver. Zhou Feng took the screwdriver and, after a moment of fiddling, managed to break the locking mechanism. With a sharp click, the suitcase sprang open. Upon seeing its contents, Zhou Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a first aid kit, alongside dozens of boxes of various medications. Zhou Feng briefly glanced through the contents, noting that in addition to antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medications, there were also cephalosporins, swift-acting heart rescue pills, cold remedies, and more. He decided to administer some anti-inflammatory medicine first. Zhou Feng opened one of the boxes and handed over a blister pack containing 8 tablets, which should suffice. Tang Fu accepted the medication eagerly, promptly administering it to Tang Cheng with some water. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng gazed at the suitcase, lost in contemplation. Where had this suitcase come from? It seemed highly likely to belong to Dr. Wan. Could it be that they had both ended up on the island together? This was quite plausible. At that moment, a question arose in Zhou Feng's mind. If they had all appeared on the island, then what of the Wanli ship? Where was it now? Was it still adrift in the previous waters, or had it also arrived in this peculiar place? Zhou Feng recalled the wreckage of a helicopter they had encountered in the jungle. Might the Wanli ship also be somewhere nearby? Just then, Zhou Feng noticed Tang Fu approaching him. Thank you, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, finally unable to contain her emotions. Tang Fu recognized that Zhou Feng had risked his life to procure the medicine. However, taking the anti-inflammatory medication did not guarantee recovery. It ultimately depended on Tang Cheng's own resilience. I must return now. I will send someone over in the morning. Zhou Feng closed the suitcase. It's quite late. You should rest in my room for a while, Tang Fu suggested softly, her face flushed in the firelight. I need to go back to inform the camp about the situation, Zhou Feng replied as he stood up, succinctly relaying information about the enemy. They were numerous, likely over 100, and they intended to rob other camps, treating women as spoils of war. Hearing this, Tang Fu's expression darkened. With the loss of the medicine, the adversaries would not relent. They probably wouldn't act tonight, but caution was imperative starting tomorrow morning. After offering his advice, Zhou Feng turned to leave. As he genuinely prepared to depart, Tang Fu felt a pang of emptiness within her. Wait, she called out. What is it? Is there something else? Zhou Feng inquired. Turning back. Stay safe. Tang Fu finally managed to utter those few words. Understood. Zhou Feng nodded before disappearing into the night. Tang Fu sighed, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he left. She realized it was undoubtedly because her brother lay unconscious. If Zhou Feng could remain by her side, the camp would have a new pillar of strength. It had to be for this reason. Although the heavy rain had ceased, the path ahead remained treacherous. From time to time, Zhou Feng would find himself ensnared in some muddy pits. He decided to remove his shoes. Throughout the journey, he had traversed this way, occasionally feeling a sharp pain beneath his feet, likely from being scraped by thorns or brambles. However, Zhou Feng was indifferent to such discomfort. His remarkable recovery abilities allowed minor wounds to heal completely overnight. As he neared the camp, several figures suddenly emerged from the adjacent woods, armed with long spears. Halt! Do not move, or we shall slay you, one of them commanded. It is I, Zhou Feng replied. Under the moonlight, the individuals recognized him as their leader returning. Chapter 65. Washing Feet Leader. You have finally returned. We were all dreadfully worried. Some even said you might have perished. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, surprised to discover that rumors had spread during his absence. Even if merely speculative, such whispers could undermine the morale of the troops. From their reactions, it was clear that they harbored genuine fears. How many sentries are stationed tonight? Zhou Feng inquired. Over 20, as per your arrangements, came the response. Indeed, It was my arrangement, but there should be no trouble tonight. Let everyone return to rest. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. Given the arduous nature of his nocturnal journey, it was improbable that the enemy would approach under the cover of darkness. They would likely wait until the sun rose and the moisture in the jungle evaporated before making any moves. Understood, leader. The faces of the men brightened with smiles. They had already toiled throughout the day and, after the rain ceased, were expected to patrol the night, leaving them utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the camp, Zhou Feng noticed that Fan Jian and Yang Wei had not yet fallen asleep, accompanied by several others gathered around the central campfire, poised to provide assistance at the slightest sign of trouble. Their expressions relaxed upon his return. Zhou Feng briefly relayed the intelligence regarding the enemy. The countenance of the group darkened. Should a conflict erupt, the casualties could be grievous. Should we negotiate with them to divide the papaya grove among our 3 camps? One could not help but suggest. It is too late for negotiation. Zhou Feng shook his head. If the enemy had been willing to negotiate from the outset, it might have averted this conflict. Yet, Fei's faction had no such intentions, opting instead for a ruthless approach to monopolize the vast expanse of the papaya grove. The animosity between us is now irrevocable. We must fight to the end. We shall follow your lead. Leader, Fan Jian spoke solemnly. Let us defer everything until tomorrow. For now, it is best to rest. Zhou Feng gestured dismissively. It was indeed quite late. The crowd promptly rose to prepare for their departure. Oh, by the way, anyone who spreads rumors in the camp, thereby disturbing the morale, will face a deduction in their points, Zhou Feng added. Excellent. Yang Wei clapped his hands in approval. Several individuals have been circulating messages today, asserting that Zhou Feng would certainly not return, which greatly frustrated Yang Wei. He was eager to give those rascals a good beating. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Feng changed out of his damp clothing, finding the attire exceedingly uncomfortable. Just then, Qin Xiaoxue entered, lifting the door curtain while carrying a wooden bucket. "Ah," she exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning away. Zhou Feng felt a bit embarrassed and hastily donned a clean outfit. "Xiaoxue, you're still awake?" Zhou Feng scratched his head. "I couldn't sleep until you returned. Seeing you all muddy and disheveled, I came to help you clean up." Qin Xiaoxue replied with a gentle smile. Zhou Feng grinned. Had she not come over, he might have thoughtlessly gone to bed. Qin Xiaoxue dampened a towel, which had been tailored to resemble a soft garment. "A man without a woman is indeed rather untidy," she muttered as she helped Zhou Feng wipe his face. "Who says I don't have a woman? You are my woman now." Zhou Feng felt a sweetness in his heart. "I am your girlfriend," Qin Xiaoxue retorted playfully. For there is a significant difference between a girlfriend and a woman. It's only a matter of time. Zhou Feng chuckled awkwardly. "All right, it's time to wash your feet." Qin Xiaoxue placed the wooden bucket before Zhou Feng. "Very well." Zhou Feng removed his shoes. He was barefoot, having long discarded the tattered socks that once accompanied his sneakers, which, fortunately, had held up until now. As he slipped his feet into the bucket, he was astonished to find Qin Xiaoxue, his hand reaching in, offering to wash his feet. "I could do it myself," Zhou Feng exclaimed in alarm. "Are you not going to be my man? Are you shy now?" Qin Xiaoxue laughed. "Shy?" Zhou Feng felt a genuine sense of bashfulness, especially since he was acutely aware of the dirtiness of his feet, caked with mud and grit. However, with Qin Xiaoxue insisting, he could not refuse. "Your feet are covered in wounds," Qin Xiaoxue gasped, noticing the numerous injuries adorning Zhou Feng's feet. It was hard to fathom the hardships he endured on his return journey. "It's nothing serious. My wounds heal quickly," Zhou Feng reassured her hastily. "You have sacrificed so much for this camp," Qin Xiaoxue said, her voice choked with emotion as she tenderly began to clean the grime from his feet. In the interim, she changed the water twice. "It's time to rest well. Regardless of what transpires, health is of utmost importance." Qin Xiaoxue assisted Zhou Feng in cleaning up, then rose to her feet. "Xiaoxue, are you leaving?" Zhou Feng inquired. "Leaving? Am I to sleep here?" Qin Xiaoxue chuckled lightly. "That is not entirely out of the question. Stay and keep me company. This bed can accommodate 2, Zhou Feng boldly suggested. Qin Xiaoxue glanced towards the adjacent room, a look of hesitation crossing her face. When she came to help Zhou Feng tidy up, Qin Yin had already fallen asleep. "You mustn't be too forward," Qin Xiaoxue whispered. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, initially failing to grasp her implication. However, when comprehension dawned, joy surged within him. "Cool me. Sleep here." Zhou Feng patted the space beside him. Sleep here? Are you afraid I might run away? Qin Xiaoxue covered her mouth, laughing. Zhou Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Still, Qin Xiaoxue stepped over him and lay down beside him. The moment he saw her truly lying next to him, Zhou Feng felt his heart race. Although they had shared a space on the beach previously, it was not the same. That setting lacked intimacy, merely a makeshift camp formed by palm fronds. Moreover, Bai Qingyan had been nearby. But now, their surroundings were entirely different. They were alone in the room. Xiaoxue, you are truly wonderful. Zhou Feng leaned closer, inhaling the scent of her hair. Feeling somewhat bashful, Qin Xiaoxue brushed her hair to the other side. After all, given the current circumstances and the absence of shampoo, it was a relief to be somewhat clean. You can't touch, but you can't even smell? Zhou Feng chuckled. If you really do touch, what could I say? Qin Xiaoxue said, her face flushed. Chapter 66. Restless anticipation. Since Qin Xiaoxue lay beside him, she had clearly prepared herself mentally. Beside her was a vigorous young man. Could Zhou Feng truly remain composed? That would be more excruciating than death itself. Indeed, Zhou Feng was overjoyed, immediately wrapping his arms around her. Xiaoxue, Zhou Feng whispered. That step, I'm not ready yet. Could you wait a moment? Qin Xiaoxue had never contemplated becoming Zhou Feng's girlfriend before. She had always viewed him as a child. Who could have anticipated that? Xiaoxue, I really like you. Zhou Feng confessed his feelings. His affection was genuine, not merely a fleeting impulse. And he sought to affirm this. Qin Xiaoxue nodded gently. The next moment, she felt Zhou Feng drawing closer. Surely, he intended to kiss her. Morning arrived. Zhou Feng stretched and awoke. Naturally, Qin Xiaoxue had risen early. Zhou Feng wore a smile at the corners of his mouth as he reminisced about the tender moments of the previous night. How wonderful it would be if every day were like this. The union of those two was an inevitable affair. As Zhou Feng stepped out of his room, he encountered Bai Qingyan emerging from the adjacent space, casting him a piercing glare before turning away. Zhou Feng could only manage a wry smile. It seemed that Bai Qingyan had noticed that Qin Xiaoxue had not returned home the night before. However, he was relieved to find that Bai Qingyan did not appear as furious as before. He understood the crux of the issue between him and Qin Xiaoxue lay in the perceptions of those around them, particularly Bai Qingyan's disposition. Were Bai Qingyan not present on this island, Zhou Feng felt confident that he and Qin Xiaoxue would have already taken that decisive step. Their relationship was contingent on when Bai Qingyan would grant her acceptance. This morning, the provisions consisted once again of papaya, with cooking only to occur at noon and night. As gathering firewood required substantial effort, others had to register and exchange their rations with Li Ran. But Zhou Feng was afforded the privilege of retrieving supplies directly from the storeroom. He took a moment to assess the quantity of papayas. Fortunately, Yang Wei and his companions had worked diligently before, ensuring that the warehouse was stocked with enough provisions for 2 days. Even if the papaya supply were to cease, alternative food sources could be sought, thus averting any imminent food crisis. Nonetheless, the papaya grove was a resource that must not be relinquished lightly. Subsequently, Zhou Feng instructed Yang Wei to take a few individuals to investigate the conditions at Tang Cheng's camp, prioritizing the safety of their encampment above all else. The matter of hunting could be postponed. Shortly after Yang Wei and his team departed, Fan Jin approached Zhou Feng, clutching a circular object approximately half a meter in diameter. Boss, look at what we've crafted. Zhou Feng took the object, examining it closely. Is this a shield? Indeed, Fan Jin responded enthusiastically. It has been woven from fresh vines by a lad in our camp skilled in such crafts. Over the past couple of days, he has created numerous handmade items and even bartered food with others. Upon learning that the enemy possessed bows and arrows, I initially considered making a bow myself, but we lacked the necessary expertise. Thus, I had a sudden inspiration yesterday to see if we could fashion a shield instead. While we lack offensive weapons, having some form of defense is prudent. This morning, the young man finally completed one. Zhou Feng scrutinized the shield again. It was remarkably lightweight and easily portable. Although there were gaps between the vines, the arrows used by Fei Laoda's group were not particularly sophisticated, being merely sharpened wooden tips. This shield would certainly suffice to provide adequate protection, even if fortune were to turn against him and the shield were to be pierced. It is improbable that it would harm those behind. Call him over, Zhou Feng immediately instructed. Soon, a young man in his 20s was summoned. His name was Shi Haitao. According to Shi Haitao, his grandfather once practiced this craft. He learned a few techniques in his childhood, but later found them of little use and went out to work. He is a crew member aboard the Wanli ship, usually responsible for tasks like cleaning the cabin. I have heard that such artisanal skills are quite sought after in many foreign lands, with a handcrafted item fetching tens of thousands. Fan Jian remarked curiously. It is all mere hype, a deception. Shi Haitao waved his hand dismissively. It is akin to the elderly ladies of years past crafting paper cuttings only to be sold at exorbitant prices to foreigners. Essentially, it follows a similar ruse, merely a scheme to fool people. The skill of weaving rattan was once commonplace in every village. It is a life skill. Is it easy to learn? Zhou Feng inquired. To achieve my level of craftsmanship, one would need at least several months, and even then the pace would not be swift. Shi Haitao replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, mastering such a craft is not an endeavor that can be accomplished effortlessly. If someone were to assist you, how many shields could you craft in a day? Zhou Feng asked again. If done roughly, 3 or 4 in a morning would be feasible, Shi Haitao contemplated before responding. He had spent several hours on this shield, primarily to perfect it. If he had a few individuals to assist him, he would focus on crafting shields in the coming days. Zhou Feng asserted, this is currently the best means of defense. After encountering that group yesterday, he had discerned their archery skills were mediocre at best, relying solely on overwhelming numbers. As long as they have shields to protect vital areas, they could charge directly. By noon, Shi Haitao had crafted 4 more shields. These shields were of the same size as the previous ones, yet the materials were not as refined, with larger gaps. However, Fan Jian and the others had already devised a plan for this. They could cover the outer layer with leather or similar material, as they could cut leather from garments. It was quite warm on this island, and thick clothing was unnecessary. This would enhance the shield's defensive capabilities further. That is an excellent idea. Zhou Feng nodded. We stumbled upon it together through our discussions. Fan Jian chuckled. The group exchanged thoughts, leading to a fruitful solution. At that moment, Yang Wei returned with a few others. Tang Cheng has awakened. Yang Wei reported the news. When they had visited earlier in the morning, Tang Cheng was still asleep, but he had since recovered from his fever. By midday, he had awakened and conversed with Yang Wei and the others extensively. The essence of the matter is to devise means to seize the papaya grove, even to initiate an attack. Their combined forces surpass those of the enemy. Otherwise, if the adversary strikes first, they risk being defeated in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng nodded, acknowledging the merit in Tang Cheng's words. However, he was acutely aware of Tang Cheng's ulterior motives, as his camp faced the greatest threat and could be assaulted at any moment. Naturally, Tang Cheng was anxious to take the offensive. Boss, I perceive a troubling situation in Tang Cheng's camp. Those individuals seem restless. Yang Wei suddenly approached Zhou Feng, speaking in hushed tones. Restless? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. Indeed, I sense that their morale is fracturing, Yang Wei affirmed with a nod. Based on his observations in the camp, it was evident that Tang Cheng's orders were being neglected, and a palpable sense of unease permeated the atmosphere, with several individuals covertly inquiring if they could join their camp. Zhou Feng couldn't help but reflect on the adage, when morale dissipates, leadership falters. Following the casualties from the previous day, Tang Cheng's authority was steadily diminishing, compounded by his current state of unconsciousness due to infection. Did you promise them anything? Zhou Feng inquired. Not at all, boss. How could I dare to promise anything without your consent? I can only say this matter is beyond my control, and I believe our camp cannot accommodate more people. Yang Wei replied with a wry smile. Since becoming the leader of the hunting team, he had felt immense pressure, even dreaming of hunting strategies. He could hardly fathom the implications of adding dozens more mouths to feed. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. More individuals do not necessarily equate to better circumstances. The concentration of so many people would exacerbate the challenge of sourcing food. It would be wiser to establish 2 camps. The arrival of Tang Cheng's people would not guarantee an increase in combat effectiveness, but rather impose additional burdens. What shall we do, boss? Yang Wei asked. I will take a few individuals to visit Tang Cheng's camp. You all remain here for now, Zhou Feng decided, determined to speak with Tang Cheng personally. He set off with 5 companions, each wielding a shield, including Fu Tai, whose cleverness proved advantageous to have by his side. Navigating the familiar path, Zhou Feng and his group arrived at Tang Cheng's camp in just over an hour. As they entered, Zhou Feng immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The camp was enveloped in a dismal silence. The inhabitants were not engaged in work, but rather huddled in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves. Upon the appearance of Zhou Feng, several individuals rushed over. "Zhou Feng, how about letting us join your camp?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, we are quite capable of catching fish and working." Another added, "We hardly eat anything." They all chimed in. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "My camp does not lack personnel, nor will I accept Tang Cheng's people." He was bemused to see them older than himself, yet addressing him as big brother. This remark elicited expressions of disappointment from the group. Ignoring them, Zhou Feng approached the makeshift shelter. "Zhou Feng, you've arrived." Tang Fu happened to emerge just then. Her face lit up with surprise upon seeing him. "I came to check on Tang Cheng." Zhou Feng replied with a nod. "Please come in, my brother is inside." Tang Fu warmly invited him. "You all wait here for me." Zhou Feng instructed Fu Tai and the others before stepping inside the shelter. Within the room, aside from Tang Cheng, there was a woman whom Zhou Feng had encountered a few times before. She was Tang Cheng's companion in the camp. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, the woman quickly exited. "You're here. Thank you for the medicine. It saved my life. Now, my sister and I owe you a debt," Tang Cheng said with a smile, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. "How are you feeling?" Zhou Feng inquired, finding a place to sit. "As long as the wound does not worsen, I should be fine." Tang Cheng sighed before asking Zhou Feng for his opinion on their next steps. "Should we unite now and take the initiative?" Zhou Feng raised 2 fingers, indicating the 2 issues at hand. "The first concern is their weaponry. They possess bows and arrows, while you only have spears. We have shields, but in limited quantity. Most critically, we are unaware of how many arrows Fei Lao has. 10? 20? We can only devise a plan for a surprise attack, preferably at night." Clearly, Tang Cheng had contemplated this issue already. In the dark, visibility is compromised, significantly reducing the effectiveness of their arrows. A surprise attack? Zhou Feng expressed skepticism about their ability to successfully ambush the enemy. Fei Lao's camp is easily defendable. The second issue pertains to your current state. How can you move with us in your condition? Zhou Feng's gaze fell upon Tang Cheng's wound, blood seeping through the white cloth. This is a penetrating injury. Recovery will not be swift. In this environment, it may take 10 days to 2 weeks. "I must take the risk," Tang Cheng replied with a faint smile. "Why?" Zhou Feng questioned, puzzled. Aside from Tang Fu, the camp members had no familial ties to Tang Cheng. "You have seen the situation outside," Tang Cheng said, his eyes directed toward the camp's perimeter. Zhou Feng nodded, realizing that Tang Cheng had already been aware of the looming dangers. Although some wished to depart, there remained a few who were willing to heed my counsel. I had initially promised them that I would ensure their safe return. Tang Cheng's expression turned grave. He understood that he could abandon these individuals and escape with Tang Fu. Yet what would become of his vow? Over the course of nearly a month, Tang Cheng had been issuing commands, and there were still women who chose to follow him. Now, to leave without addressing his promise was simply inconceivable. Hence, it was time to deliberate on how to confront the formidable Phi boss and his entourage. Seeing this, Zhou Feng chose to remain silent. In many respects, his situation mirrored that of Tang Cheng. They were, after all, kindred spirits of sorts. "Where are your people holding?" Dan Zheng Yin Gui. Noticing that Fu Tai and others stationed outside were clutching items. "Those are shields." Zhou Feng's words trailed off as a disheveled, portly woman stumbled into the shelter, exclaiming, "Indeed, all the food I had hidden is gone." This woman appeared to be in her 30s and was sobbing uncontrollably. Within Tang Cheng's encampment, a distribution system was in place, ensuring that each individual received a portion of food daily. Some items, particularly those easier to preserve, were set aside. For a woman of her stature, accumulating food was no trivial task. Upon hearing her words, Tang Cheng furrowed his brow. In such circumstances, losing possessions was essentially irretrievable, especially in the absence of surveillance. Moreover, since everyone's provisions were identical, how could one discern the lost items? "How much did you lose?" Tang Fu, who had been lingering by the entrance, inquired. 2 papayas, a coconut, and a small piece of smoked fish." The woman detailed her losses with lamentation. All these items had been painstakingly saved from her ration. In the days preceding their arrival on the island, the woman had consumed nothing, feeling as though she were on the brink of starvation, which had instilled in her the habit of hoarding food. Do you have any suspects? Tang Cheng pondered aloud. It must be Tan Liang. She has always been at odds with me, the woman declared vehemently. Tan Liang. Tang Cheng's brow furrowed deeper. Tan Liang was responsible for distributing supplies within the encampment. Tang Cheng considered the possibility of her embezzling, yet it seemed unlikely she would resort to stealing from the portly woman. At that moment, another woman burst into the makeshift shelter, exclaiming, "Stop your baseless accusations. When have I ever taken your things? Last time, you purposely handed me a rotten papaya? You are clearly targeting me." The two women pointed accusingly at one another, their tempers flaring to the point where a physical altercation seemed imminent. Zhou Feng, witnessing the scene, was rendered speechless. Such disputes were utterly irreconcilable. Tang Cheng could only offer a wry smile. "Silence, all of you," Tang Fu bellowed in anger. Upon hearing Tang Fu's reprimand, the two women indeed fell silent. "What are you arguing about? Is this a place for your quarrels? You think I'm giving you face, don't you?" Tang Fu said coldly. "My belongings," the plump woman murmured. "If you don't take care of your own things, who can you blame? Who asked you to show them?" Tang Fu interjected, hands on her hips, exuding an air of fierce authority. The plump woman immediately lowered her head, speechless. "You dare to slander me?" And Tan Liang instantly felt a surge of pride. However, Tang Fu quickly doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. "What are you so pleased about? Are you unaware of how many people at the base have grievances against you? Focus on your own work. Both of you, leave this room at once." With heads hung low, the two women exited the room. Dealing with them requires a firm hand. Otherwise, nothing would get accomplished today, Tang Fu said, panting. In the past, Tang Fu always argued with this kind of fervor. Generally, when faced with her, most would feel a sense of intimidation just from her presence. Soon, Tang Fu noticed Zhou Feng was gazing at her intently. "What are you staring at?" Tang Fu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Did she come across as too aggressive? Unexpectedly, "You are quite formidable," Zhou Feng thought, finding no trace of the shrewishness that Tang Fu feared. He merely perceived her as a capable manager, someone who could command respect from others. "I'm not usually like this," Tang Fu said, her face flushed as she looked down, her hands clasped together. Tang Cheng, witnessing this scene, was somewhat astonished. His sister had never exhibited a gentle demeanor in front of anyone. Even with him, her older brother, she often spoke her mind directly. Yet here she was displaying such a disposition toward Zhou Feng. Go bring her 2 papayas. After all, she must feel upset about losing her belongings. "Take them from my supplies," Tang Cheng instructed Tang Fu. "You just want to be a good person." Tang Fu pouted, but eventually left the room, presumably to retrieve the items. "Let us discuss the shield matter. I want to take a look." Tang Cheng expressed his interest in the shield Zhou Feng had mentioned. The two stepped outside. Zhou Feng signaled to Fu Tai to show Tang Cheng the shield he was holding. Upon receiving the shield, Tang Cheng examined it closely, immediately praising its quality. This shield could undoubtedly withstand arrows fired by the enemy. He then returned the shield to Fu Tai and inquired about its crafting process. Upon learning that only one person at Zhou Feng's camp could weave such a shield, Tang Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed this was not something that could be easily mastered. He contemplated how to negotiate with Zhou Feng, wishing to acquire some for himself. However, with no currency on the island, it would have to be a barter. Yet, he had nothing of value to offer, and the other party lacked any food shortages. "Boss, it's gone. It's gone." A few individuals rushed over, panting heavily. "What is missing? Be clear." Tang Cheng immediately tensed up. The individuals in question were assigned by him to patrol and maintain vigilance outside the camp. As they faced the approaching adversary, Old Qi and Young Wang claimed they were merely stepping away to relieve themselves, yet they inexplicably vanished. The speaker's face betrayed a palpable fear. "Vanished? How could this be possible? Have you searched for them?" Tang Cheng furrowed his brow. "We searched for them and called out for quite some time. Yet they did not return." A sense of dread gripped Tang Cheng's heart. In such dire circumstances, personnel from the base had gone missing. The worst scenarios began to unfold in his mind. The enemy had arrived. "How is it that you all returned?" Tang Cheng's urgency escalated. What would happen if the enemy were to appear now? The group hung their heads in silence. We were frightened," one murmured softly. Tang Cheng immediately comprehended. These individuals likely speculated that Old Qi and Young Wang's disappearance was due to foul play. The enemy was drawing near. Their fear of death compelled them to retreat. Tang Cheng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, fearing for one's life is a natural instinct. One only has one life to live. Moreover, someone had perished in the camp just yesterday, leaving an atmosphere of trepidation. Where did they disappear? Let's investigate, Zhou Feng suggested. Just over a kilometer that way. Someone promptly indicated the direction. Zhou Feng glanced towards it. That was the direction of the papaya grove, the most likely route for the enemy's approach. Follow me. Zhou Feng instructed Fu Tai and the others. Boss, whatever you command, we shall follow. Fu Tai seized the moment to express his loyalty. Although the others felt a twinge of fear, Zhou Feng's presence bolstered their courage. It cannot be just a few of them going. Who among you is willing to accompany me? Tang Chung scanned the faces of the patrolling personnel. Regardless, this was a matter concerning their camp. Yet, the patrol members averted their gazes from Tang Chung, having been thoroughly frightened. Boss, I will go with you. I will join you too. At worst, we shall fight. Death is merely a fate to face. What is there to fear? Indeed, it is better than living in constant dread, and this wretched island offers no solace. Existence here is torment enough. A dozen individuals from the camp stepped forward, unwilling to remain in cowardice. They cast scornful glances at those paralyzed by fear. However, Tang Chung understood that it was precisely in such moments that unity and strength were paramount. You all remain in the camp, should the enemy arrive. Immediately ignite the signal fire, Tang Chung instructed, gesturing towards the center of the camp. Zhou Feng had already noticed that in the camp's center lay a substantial pile of leaves, with dry firewood beneath. Now he understood. The materials were intended for signaling. It bears a certain resemblance to a signal fire. Once the wood beneath is ignited, thick smoke will instantly rise. This is indeed a clever tactic. However, it has a significant drawback. It easily reveals the location of the camp. Tang Chung then approached Tang Fu and whispered a few words, likely relaying some important instructions. Chapter 69. Life and Death. Tang Fu's expression was tinged with anxiety, clearly reluctant to allow Tang Chung to venture out again, fearing that his wound might worsen. Nevertheless, Tang Chung was resolute. After all, if Zhou Feng was going, he could not remain within the confines of the camp. Ultimately, Tang Fu had no choice but to acquiesce. Soon, a group departed from the camp. Does your wound hurt? I have some painkillers, Zhou Feng inquired during their journey. Dr. Wan's suitcase contained some analgesics as well. I'm fine. It's not too painful, Tang Chung replied, waving his relatively intact hand. Zhou Feng nodded, acknowledging Tang Cheng's toughness. After walking for a little over 10 minutes, they arrived at the location where personnel had gone missing. None of the individuals who came along are here. How are we supposed to find anyone? Fu Tai grumbled, harboring discontent toward those few individuals. They had entered these woods and simply vanished. Tang Chung, however, had already grasped the situation regarding the two missing persons and attempted to advance further into the woods. Wait, Zhou Feng interjected, stopping Tang Chung in his tracks. What is it? Tang Chung inquired, puzzled. There's a smell of blood. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. The scent of blood. Though Tang Chung could not detect anything, he immediately felt a surge of tension. Fu Tai and the others were also alert, scanning their surroundings for any sign of the enemy. Not far off, over there. Zhou Feng pointed towards a nearby direction. The group proceeded deeper into the forest. After approximately 20 meters, they stumbled upon two corpses hidden within the underbrush, one a middle-aged man, the other noticeably younger. Neither bore visible wounds. However, their heads were a gruesome sight, indicating that they had likely been ambushed silently. Your men didn't even notice the bodies this close? They must not have searched at all. Fu Tai could not help but criticize. Tang Chung felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that those individuals had not even attempted to locate their companions. They had simply fled back to the camp in fear upon discovering their absence. Regardless, Boss Fei's group has arrived, Zhou Feng observed, scrutinizing the traces near the bodies. Numerous footprints were scattered chaotically. Zhou Feng was unaware of how many had accompanied Boss Fei this time, but the number was undoubtedly considerable. They arrived so quickly. Tang Cheng's countenance darkened. They had yet to establish a concrete defense plan, and the enemy had already initiated an attack, leaving them no opportunity to catch their breath. Return to the camp immediately. We cannot afford to disperse our forces, Zhou Feng said in a low voice. He understood the mindset of Boss Fei. Those medications were of paramount importance to him, and he was undoubtedly intent on recovering his losses. Let us head back. Tang Chung nodded in agreement. Given that the enemy was concealed while they were exposed, It was prudent to remain united. Boss Fei's group could not hide forever. They would eventually strike. As Zhou Feng turned to leave, he suddenly heard a faint sound from the distance, akin to someone stepping on a wooden stick. It was likely just a few dozen meters away. Everyone remained still. Zhou Feng whispered. Everyone froze in surprise, halting their movements, afraid to even breathe. A few of Tang Cheng's companions displayed expressions of sheer terror, fearing a sudden ambush, particularly with the enemy wielding bows and arrows. Zhou Feng listened intently, and indeed, the noise returned, gradually fading away. Someone was attempting to depart stealthily. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhou Feng sprinted in that direction. Tang Cheng and the others were momentarily stunned. Follow Zhou Feng, Tang Cheng urged, leading the charge. As they caught up to Zhou Feng, they found him pinning a man to the ground. The individual appeared to be in his 30s, his face a mask of terror, clearly caught off guard. At that moment, Zhou Feng's knee pressed against the man's neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. With a slight increase in pressure, Zhou Feng could easily take the man's life. You are not one of our camp. From where do you hail? Did you kill my men? Tang Cheng's anger flared upon seeing the man. The man's complexion turned ashen, whether from fear or lack of oxygen was uncertain. Speak. Tang Cheng barked menacingly. It wasn't me. I was just on watch. I can't breathe. The man stuttered, tears and snot streaming down his face. Observing this, Zhou Feng stood up, allowing the man to gasp for air. Where's Boss Fei? Zhou Feng directly inquired, cutting to the heart of the matter. He. The man faltered, his eyes darting away. Witnessing this, Tang Cheng signaled to those nearby. Immediately, two individuals advanced, seizing the man. One kicked him from behind, causing him to kneel on the ground, yet someone still held his arms. If you remain silent, I will make your existence a living hell. Tang Cheng brandished a dagger. Seeing the blood-red fury in Tang Cheng's eyes, the man was truly frightened. In a rush, he divulged everything he knew. After Zhou Feng seized the medications yesterday, Boss Fei had grown desperate. This morning, approximately half of the combat strength, around 40 individuals, gathered at the encampment and advanced towards our location with the intent to annihilate Tang Cheng's base. The unfortunate demise of those two unfortunate souls was a consequence of their unexpected discovery. After eliminating them, the leader Fei decided to take a longer route to circumvent other guards, aiming for a decisive eradication of the enemy. Meanwhile, the man was left behind to monitor the situation, tasked with reporting any disturbances immediately. Fei had stationed 7 or 8 such scouts along the way. I had concealed myself quite effectively, yet I was still discovered. The man glanced at Zhou Feng, his eyes filled with dread. Having deduced that this was the individual responsible for last night's theft of pharmaceuticals, the so-called dangerous person mentioned by Fei. Upon hearing the man's words, Tang Cheng could not suppress a gasp of shock. Fei was indeed ruthless. What weapons do you possess, and how many bows and arrows are there? Zhou Feng inquired promptly, recognizing the critical nature of the question. Ordinary folks wield spears. We have 8 bows, all crafted by Fei, the man replied candidly. 8 bows was not an excessive number. The individuals Tang Feng had encountered previously were all equipped with bows, leading him to assume that Fei's group had a considerable arsenal. However, it appeared the situation was not as dire as initially thought. After all, crafting bows in such a locale was a formidable challenge, as the materials were not easily accessible. I've told you everything. Please, let me go. I want to seek out Fei. The man began to plead, trembling violently from fear. Chapter 70. Signal witnessing this scene, Tang Cheng narrowed his eyes without hesitation. He plunged his dagger forcefully into the man's chest, blood splattering onto him, staining even his face. At this juncture, it is either you or me, Tang Cheng declared menacingly. Those around him swallowed hard. Their resolve solidified as they witnessed a life extinguished before their very eyes. This was not a civilized society. On this island, it was survival of the fittest, a brutal struggle for existence. Boss, look behind! Someone suddenly exclaimed. Tang Cheng turned to see thick plumes of smoke billowing into the sky from the direction of the encampment. It was a signal. Something had happened at the base. Without delay, Tang Cheng sprinted towards the encampment, concerned for his sister Tang Fu, unwilling to allow her to encounter any peril. The others quickly followed suit. Boss, what should we do? Fu Tai inquired anxiously. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Let's move. Zhou Feng responded decisively. If they did not assist Tang Qing now, the consequences would be catastrophic. Fei's next target would undoubtedly be himself, for he had stolen Fei's pharmaceuticals. And there would be no mercy from Fei. Tang Qing disregarded the pain in his arm and sprinted forward with fervor. Slow down. By the time you reach them, you'll have no strength left, Zhou Feng urged, swiftly catching up to Tang Qing's side. Reluctantly, Tang Qing complied, acknowledging the wisdom in Zhou Feng's words. Should he recklessly rush ahead, he would find himself devoid of any combat capability. I shall assess the situation first, Zhou Feng declared, brimming with vitality and free from such concerns. He turned and plunged into the denser thicket nearby. The unkempt underbrush was difficult to navigate. It brought him closer to his objective. Upon reaching the vicinity of the camp, Zhou Feng witnessed a chaotic melee unfolding. The air was rife with anguished cries, and the ground was strewn with a dozen corpses, a few of which bore arrows embedded within them. It appeared that the enemy had initiated their first assault with bows before charging directly into the fray. Tang Fu and her companions were huddled against a makeshift shelter, valiantly resisting an onslaught from over 30 assailants. It was evident that the battle had raged for several minutes, inflicting heavy casualties on Tang Qing's side. Even Tang Fu herself was grievously wounded, blood streaming from a gash in her thigh, a testament to a spear's cruel thrust. The cramped terrain had permitted the enemy to close in far too quickly. It was merely a matter of time before they overwhelmed the defenders. Observing the dire situation, Zhou Feng retrieved a prepared stone from his backpack and hurled it toward the throng. A cry of pain erupted as one individual was struck on the arm. Fei, the leader, turned to see a solitary figure standing among the trees, recalling vividly the swift departure of Zhou Feng the previous night. He was now certain that this was the same person who had pilfered his supplies. In turn, Zhou Feng recognized Fei as the enemy leader, and in the next instant, he launched a stone at him. Fei narrowly evaded the projectile, which instead struck an unfortunate soul behind him. Go and eliminate him, Fei bellowed, pointing toward Zhou Feng. Immediately, a dozen men surged toward Zhou Feng. Undeterred, he continued to hurl stones, causing 3 adversaries to collapse, either struck in the head or the knee. The remaining foes, seemingly unperturbed, charged at Zhou Feng with ferocious cries. As they drew closer, though unarmed with a spear, Zhou Feng possessed a dagger at his waist. He swiftly unsheathed it, his gaze steely and resolute. When the first enemy lunged at him with a spear, Zhou Feng deftly sidestepped the attack and swung his dagger, severing the assailant's palm. A scream of agony erupted as the enemy clutched his mangled hand, the spear clattering to the ground. The onlookers were utterly taken aback by the scene unfolding before them, their scalps prickling with disbelief. Zhou Feng's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving them unable to comprehend his movements. Zhou Feng, Tang Fu exclaimed, catching sight of him amidst the chaos, her voice brimming with excitement. The others, witnessing Zhou Feng's return, shared in her enthusiasm, mistakenly believing that Tang Qing and the others had also returned. The atmosphere became charged with exhilaration. Big Brother Fei furrowed his brow, surprised by Zhou Feng's tenacity. What are you standing around for? He bellowed at his men, who remained frozen in place. The enemies before Zhou Feng gritted their teeth and lunged at him once more. Zhou Feng swiftly flung a dagger, striking one man in the neck. He then seized a spear that had fallen to the ground, continuing to fight while retreating strategically. Positioned at the edge of the forest, surrounded by trees, Zhou Feng was virtually unencircled by his foes. Instead, he adeptly utilized the terrain to eliminate 3 more adversaries. Realizing the difficulty of contending with him, the remaining fighters hesitated to advance, even under Big Brother Fei's repeated urgings. It was now Zhou Feng's turn to take the initiative. He thrust forward with the spear, his speed and strength far surpassing that of his opponents. The spear, to them, moved with the swiftness of lightning. Another adversary fell, blood gushing from a wound in his neck as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining foes turned to flee, with Zhou Feng pursuing them relentlessly. Just then, an arrow flew from a distance, its speed and power significantly greater than any Zhou Feng had previously encountered. Startled, he dodged to the side, though his left arm was grazed, sending a jolt of pain through him. Another arrow soon followed, prompting Zhou Feng to take cover behind a tree. Peering out cautiously in the direction of the arrows, he discovered that Big Brother Fei was wielding a bow, having launched the ambush. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes. Fei's speed, strength, and accuracy were markedly superior to those of the opponents he had faced earlier. The arrows flew with alarming velocity, a greater threat than the stones he had previously hurled. At that moment, Tang Cheng and the others arrived. Charge! Tang Cheng shouted, leading the charge with a shield in hand. Those following suit also bore shields, while those without took refuge behind them. Fu Tai, positioned at the rear of the group, held no shield. Zhou Feng realized that Fu Tai had given his shield to Tang Cheng, as the numerous human shields in front would undoubtedly offer better protection against arrows than the makeshift shields crafted by Tung Man. Big Brother Fei, too, was taken aback, not having anticipated that Tang Cheng would possess a shield. Beside the formidable Fei, several individuals wielded bows and arrows, launching a flurry of projectiles that all struck the shields. The opposing forces collided fiercely, engaging in close combat. Tang Cheng, at the forefront, desperately brandished his dagger. Chapter 71. Bandaging Tang Cheng's reckless demeanor intimidated many, especially upon the sudden emergence of a dozen more individuals, clearly exceeding their expectations. The uncertainty of further reinforcements lurking behind weighed heavily on them. Retreat, Fei commanded with a furrowed brow. The others hastily withdrew, turning to flee into the woods at the edge of the camp. Do not think it will be so easy to escape. All of you shall perish. Tang Fu charged forth, brandishing her spear, only to be intercepted by Zhou Feng. Do not pursue. Caution is warranted. There may be traps, Zhou Feng advised, shaking his head. Should the adversary have set an ambush along the way, they would be utterly defenseless. Is that how it ends? We have lost so many. Tang Fu's eyes were red with fury as she surveyed the ground littered with their fallen comrades, over a dozen bodies, while the enemy lay with only 7 or 8, including those Zhou Feng had dispatched. We shall settle this score later. For now, we must stabilize the remaining troops, Zhou Feng spoke in a grave tone. Tang Fu gritted her teeth, still unwilling to relent. However, she soon noticed Zhou Feng's arms were drenched in blood. You are injured, she exclaimed, her expression filled with concern. And you are not unscathed either, Zhou Feng replied with a wry smile, glancing at Tang Fu's thigh, which had been slashed. Looking down, Tang Fu felt a sharp sting of pain, yet a flicker of surprise ignited within her. Zhou Feng was genuinely concerned for her well-being. I will bandage your wound and staunch the bleeding, Tang Fu declared, retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket, intent on tending to Zhou Feng's injury. Zhou Feng insisted he did not require it, confident in his swift healing. Within a day or two, he would recover. Nevertheless, Tang Fu remained resolute. At the very least, she could assist him in this regard. Once she had wrapped his injury, Tang Fu turned her attention to her own wounds. Meanwhile, Tang Cheng began issuing orders, instructing others to transport the bodies outside to prevent decay and the potential spread of disease. Ideally, the bodies should be burned, yet fire required a substantial amount of wood, a precious resource within the camp. The sudden attack had left everyone in a daze. Many had yet to regain their composure, some trembling as they sat on the ground. Only a handful responded to Tang Cheng's commands and began to take action. Zhou Feng took stock of the remaining personnel in the camp. Approximately 60 individuals were left, including about a dozen women, with the majority being men. However, the robust men had suffered grievous losses, leaving fewer than 20 standing. The remainder are all the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Feng's heart sank. This signified that the situation within the camp would further deteriorate. However, a more pressing danger loomed, that posed by the likes of Fei Laoda and his associates, whose return was uncertain. Tang Cheng, how are you faring? Zhou Feng approached Tang Cheng's side, noticing the wound on his shoulder, with fresh blood seeping forth. Clearly, it was a result of excessive exertion moments ago, and the injury might have torn anew. It would likely require a lengthy recuperation, but there is little time to dwell on that now. Tang Cheng's complexion was grim. I do have an idea, Zhou Feng spoke in a low voice. What idea? Tang Cheng turned to Zhou Feng. Migration. The best course of action now is to relocate. To depart from this place. Zhou Feng articulated his thoughts. This area has already been discovered by Fei Laoda and his men. They are likely to launch another attack. Even if we leave, where can we possibly go? Tang Cheng sighed. There are no suitable locations available. Moreover, relocating would mean abandoning our makeshift shelters, forcing us to endure the elements once more. Here, Zhou Feng retrieved a hand-drawn map from his backpack, pointing to a specific location. "This is the cave I encountered earlier. It provides shelter from the wind and rain, and it contains fresh water. While the cave may be small, it can comfortably accommodate a dozen individuals for the time being, allowing the injured from our recent skirmish to rest inside. Others can temporarily sleep beside the rock walls, and we can begin constructing rudimentary shelters by tomorrow. Most importantly, it is situated less than 3 kilometers from our current camp." Zhou Feng added. "This way, if an attack occurs again, both sides can swiftly support one another." Tang Chung gazed in astonishment at the map in Zhou Feng's hand. Although he had also sketched a map, it was far less detailed than Zhou Feng's, which even depicted various routes. For the first time, Tang Chung grasped how close Fei Laoda's camp was to theirs. "I need to consult everyone's opinions," Tang Chung frowned. "After all, this involves moving, and we will be traveling several kilometers." Once Tang Chung convened a meeting, not a single person opposed the plan. All expressed their agreement. They all yearned to leave this place, and some even proposed joining Zhou Feng's camp directly. Many looked at Zhou Feng with hopeful eyes, sharing a common thought. They had all witnessed Zhou Feng's prowess in battle and felt a surge of confidence knowing he would be by their side. Tang Chung, too, regarded Zhou Feng, as he harbored the same sentiment. "I simply never found the courage to speak up. I can comprehend everyone's sentiments. However, our camp is not equipped to accommodate such a multitude." Zhou Feng candidly expressed the truth. If they were to retreat to their own encampment, acquiring sustenance would undoubtedly become exceedingly arduous. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, a palpable despondency enveloped those present. "Nevertheless, rest assured, I am now allied with Tang Chung, and I shall extend my assistance regarding provisions," Zhou Feng assured them. With this declaration, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd, prompting them to begin gathering their belongings in preparation for migration. "Boss, how can you assure them of food?" During the flurry of activity, Fu Tai could not restrain himself from approaching Zhou Feng. "What happens if we do not provide them with food?" Zhou Feng directed his gaze towards Fu Tai. "In this desolate place, their survival is of little consequence to us," Fu Tai muttered. Although he recognized that such a sentiment lacked humanity, the current predicament compelled everyone to look out for their own interests. There is no danger of them starving, for before succumbing to hunger, they would undoubtedly seek refuge with Boss Fei's faction, Zhou Feng remarked thoughtfully. Following the recent skirmish, Zhou Feng discerned that Boss Fei had no intention of exterminating everyone in the camp. He surely aimed to capture Tang Fu and others alive, thereby augmenting the population of his encampment. Otherwise, if Boss Fei were solely intent on killing, Tang Fu and her companions would not have survived until now. Zhou Feng perceived their conflict as reminiscent of ancient tribal wars. Chapter 72, What have you done? Tribal wars possess a distinct characteristic. They not only vie for resources, but also plunder populations. The adversary's populace can be converted into slaves within one's own camp. Zhou Feng had previously witnessed scenes of Boss Fei's men abducting several female survivors back to their encampment. He harbored a suspicion that a hierarchical system might be in place within Boss Fei's camp. Those of higher rank likely enjoyed superior privileges, which would explain the audacity of Boss Fei's followers, as they could partake in significant rewards. It was only after witnessing the demise of several comrades that their expressions revealed fear. Fu Tai suddenly understood, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. He had not considered this aspect at all. If they neglected the individuals from Tang Chung's camp, those people would not perish from lack of food. Instead, they would employ every means necessary to survive, even seeking allegiance with Boss Fei, who had just killed many of their companions. This would pose a new threat to them. "However, boss, I have a question," Fu Tai could not help but say. "Feel free to voice your inquiries," Zhou Feng smiled, encouraging Fu Tai to relax. In the camp of Chief Fei, which houses over 100 individuals and continues to expand, one might ponder what sustenance they consume. Fu Tai furrowed his brow, aware that more than half of the inhabitants are engaged in the relentless pursuit of food, barely managing to accumulate a meager supply, predominantly consisting of smoked fish. Yet, what do Fei's followers partake in? Surely not papayas, as they discovered the papaya grove significantly later than the others. Indeed, what do they eat? Zhou Feng mused aloud, convinced there must be a stable source of food. If he could unravel this mystery, it might lead to a strategy against Chief Fei. Soon, Tang Chung and the others had gathered their belongings, primarily tools and provisions. Zhou Feng led them for over an hour to the cave he had previously discovered. Upon arrival, The members of Tang Cheng's camp nodded in agreement. Choosing this location as a temporary refuge would likely enhance their safety, especially with the presence of a steep slope. Should the enemy attack again, they could gain a tactical advantage from above. Regrettably, the distance from the beach posed a challenge for food procurement. However, with Zhou Feng's assurance, they were confident they would not starve. There lay the wreckage of a helicopter, which could be dismantled to create various tools. Zhou Feng stood atop the hillside, gesturing towards the remnants a few hundred meters away. The metal from the aircraft's exterior could be fashioned into spears and other weapons. There are helicopter remains here, Zhou Feng declared. Isn't this supposed to be a desert island? Tang Fu exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. Yet, she quickly realized her error. This place was inhabited by wild men and could hardly be deemed uninhabited. No, this is known as Paradise Island, Zhou Feng corrected. Paradise Island? Tang Fu questioned, her confusion deepening. This place hardly resembled paradise. It felt more akin to hell. The presence of a helicopter indicated that someone had previously traversed this land. We will undoubtedly be discovered sooner or later, Tang Cheng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The surrounding individuals turned their attention to him, and upon learning of the helicopter wreckage within the forest, they too felt a surge of exhilaration. What they had presumed to be a forgotten corner of the world now revealed traces of human activity, suggesting that rescue would eventually arrive. Seeing the spirits of the crowd lifted, Zhou Feng nodded approvingly. Tang Cheng's strategy had instilled a sense of hope among them. They did not question why a helicopter had crashed here, nor did they possess the energy to ponder such matters. Zhou Feng then instructed Fu Tai and the others to remain at this location to assist in establishing their camp. Should an attack occur, they would be able to hold out for a while. Tang Cheng promptly prepared the signal fires. Should the camp come under attack, they would be ignited at once. Zhou Feng would lead his men to rush over immediately. Once everything was arranged, Zhou Feng walked toward the camp alone. Emerging from the woods, he encountered Bai Qingyan standing at the edge of the camp, busily gathering firewood with several women, presumably to prepare dinner. Although Bai Qingyan was also a leader, she worked alongside them without any air of superiority. Upon spotting Zhou Feng, she set down her task and approached him. Zhou Feng, why have you returned alone? Your arm. You're injured. Bai Qingyan's expression turned anxious as she noticed the blood-stained cloth wrapped around his arm. It's nothing, just a flesh wound. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. In truth, the cut on his arm was quite lengthy, spanning over 10 centimeters. Wait a moment. Is this a woman's handkerchief? Who bandaged you? Bai Qingyan's brow furrowed suddenly. Tang Fu. Zhou Feng scratched his head sheepishly. Tang Fu, the one who looks at you with such infatuation? Bai Qingyan scoffed. During Tang Fu's last visit to the camp, Bai Qingyan had paid special attention to her, noticing how often she gazed at Zhou Feng. Infatuation? Zhou Feng was taken aback. How could Tang Fu, with her fiery temper, be associated with such a term? Scoundrel. I will tell my mother that you're consorting with other women. Bai Qingyan turned and ran off. Zhou Feng, feeling anxious, hurried after her, grabbing her arm. Stop talking nonsense. She merely helped me wrap it up, he said, exasperated. Wrap it? With a handkerchief? That means she has feelings for you. Bai Qingyan retorted, pouting. All right, I'll return it later, Zhou Feng replied, somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that a simple bandaging would provoke such a reaction from Bai Qingyan. Return it? You should discard it. Bai Qingyan was even more incensed. Uh-huh. Zhou Feng chuckled wryly. I have a question for you. If you answer me honestly, I will let you off this time. Bai Qingyan narrowed her eyes. Go ahead. Zhou Feng, curious, wondered what she wanted to ask. Bai Qingyan glanced around and leaned in closer, whispering in Zhou Feng's ear. Last night, my mother never came back. What were you two up to? We did nothing, just talked. Zhou Feng coughed awkwardly. I don't believe you. Tell me the truth. Bai Qingyan placed her hands on her hips, clearly skeptical. Zhou Feng scratched his head, unsure how to respond. How could he admit to the intimacy they shared? Boss, what's going on? At that moment, Yang Wei and Fan Jian rushed over. Having spent the day in the camp, they approached, prompting Bai Qingyan to shoot Zhou Feng another glare before departing. Zhou Feng let out a sigh of relief. He recounted the events to Yang Wei and the others. Upon learning that over a dozen individuals had perished on Tang Cheng's side, their expressions turned grave. Chapter 73. The turn of events. Boss, what should we do? Should we take the initiative? Fan Jian spoke in a low voice. In recent days, Fan Jian had also begun a romantic relationship. Regardless, he remained a core member of the camp. and it was no surprise that women were drawn to him. As for the other women in the camp, most were unwilling to seek companionship, as their primary concern was to secure enough food and await rescue to return to modern society. The enemy wields bows and arrows. We are currently at a disadvantage, Zhou Feng replied, shaking his head, unless we follow Tang Cheng's suggestion and strike at night. But their camp is easier to defend than to attack. A nocturnal assault may not be the best course of action. We should prioritize defense for now. Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively. This time, several of Boss Fei's men have also fallen. He should be more vigilant. Zhou Feng then instructed Fan Jian to select some of the camp's elite members to accompany him to the papaya grove. Seizing the opportunity while Boss Fei and his group were away, Zhou Feng aimed to gather a larger quantity of papayas to share with Tang Cheng's camp. The scarcity of food in Tang Cheng's camp fostered an atmosphere of anxiety among its inhabitants. When the idea of working for others was presented, the group expressed some reluctance, though no one dared to voice their discontent openly, as it was Zhou Feng's command. Observing their hesitation, Zhou Feng elucidated the underlying stakes. Upon hearing his words, the others suddenly understood. Assisting Tang Cheng's group was tantamount to aiding themselves. Otherwise, they would face even greater adversaries in the future. Today, it was Tang Cheng who suffered. If they remained passive, they would be next. Boss, we understand now. It's just a matter of moving papayas. There's nothing to it. Whatever you ask us to do, we shall comply. The group responded, their gazes toward Zhou Feng now imbued with newfound respect. Previously, they had merely regarded him as a formidable fighter with extensive wilderness survival knowledge. Yet, after hearing his reasoning, they realized that Zhou Feng's thoughts were meticulous and far-reaching. Previously, they had harbored concerns about his youth and potential immaturity in decision-making. However, now, not only was the camp managed with precision, but he also demonstrated remarkable foresight in unexpected situations. This time, Zhou Feng led over 20 individuals, representing a significant portion of the camp's elite. His confidence in bringing so many along stemmed from the belief that Boss Fei was still unaware of their camp's location. And additionally, Zhou Feng's camp required papayas. He plans for each individual to carry a greater burden this time. Upon reaching Tang Cheng's camp, they will unload half of it. Additionally, Zhou Feng is uncertain whether there are ambushes hidden within the papaya grove. Having a larger group would provide greater security. Apart from wielding long spears, several individuals also carry shields. With a little more effort from Shi Haitao, Zhou Feng estimates that within 3 days, he could procure over 20 shields, sufficient for equipping the personnel. These shields serve not only as protection against arrows, but also shield vital areas during combat with long spears. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the group finally arrived at the papaya grove. Upon entering, Zhou Feng and his companions were taken aback. These scoundrels! One person, filled with rage, began to curse vocally. The grove was home to hundreds of papaya trees, all of which had been utterly ravaged. The fruits lay scattered on the ground in disarray, evidently struck down by wooden rods. Moreover, the devastation continued. The fallen papayas were further destroyed, with most rendered to a pulp, leaving only a few unscathed. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of the fruit, but given that these papayas had fallen, they would not last long. Ripe papayas, once harvested, can only be preserved for 3 to 5 days at most, while the unripe ones would last a mere 10 days, if that. Judging by the level of decay, it seemed they had been struck down that very morning. It was likely that Fei Laoda and his crew had first attacked the papaya grove before their assault on Tang Cheng's camp, destroying all the fruits. This is food. Fan Jian clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury. It was his first visit to the papaya grove, and he had not anticipated encountering such a dismal sight. This act was utterly ruthless. The absence of papayas equates to a significant loss of a stable food source. These bastards truly wish to see us in dire straits. Zhou Feng squinted, realizing that food procurement on the island was already challenging, and these individuals were extravagantly wasteful. However, this also reinforced Zhou Feng's belief that Fei Laoda's group must have access to more stable food resources. Otherwise, they would not squander such provisions. Let us gather what we can salvage, Zhou Feng instructed, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Despite their anger, the group reluctantly bowed their heads to clear the papayas. They managed to collect around 600 that remained unscathed, though these papayas were relatively small, totaling less than 1,000 pounds. Do not disclose the news of the grove's destruction to others just yet, Zhou Feng advised the group. Now is not the time to reveal this information, as it would only incite panic. The others nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at Tang Cheng's camp, where they unloaded half of the papayas. Upon seeing the size of the papayas, Tang Cheng instantly sensed that something was amiss. He discreetly pulled Zhou Feng aside. Could there be an issue with the papaya grove? Tang Cheng lowered his voice, recalling that they had previously prioritized picking the larger fruits, which were nearly ripe. However, the papayas Zhou Feng had brought were noticeably smaller. Zhou Feng, facing Tang Cheng, did not conceal the truth and recounted the situation regarding the grove. Tang Cheng was incensed. He had discovered the grove himself, and those papayas could have sustained them for months. Now they were ruined. He had once harbored great hopes for the grove. What are you planning to do? Tang Cheng clenched his teeth, feeling the sting of his wounds intensify due to his anger. I intend to investigate where he sourced his food from. Zhou Feng replied in a low voice. I will accompany you. Tang Cheng's tone was resolute. Zhou Feng glanced at Tang Cheng's shoulder and shook his head, indicating that Tang Cheng should rest due to his injuries. Otherwise, if the wound became infected, even antibiotics would be of no help. Tang Cheng could only sigh in resignation. Let us keep the matter of the papayas from the others, Zhou Feng advised. The morale of the camp was already low. If they learned that the papaya grove had been destroyed, who knows what they might do? I understand. Tang Cheng nodded, then inquired about Zhou Feng's timing for action. I plan to act swiftly, and I will go now, Zhou Feng said, looking towards the direction of Fat Fei and the others' camp. Chapter 74. Source of food. Tang Cheng was at a loss for words. He felt utterly helpless at this moment. Thank you for your help regarding the papayas, he finally managed to say, patting Zhou Feng's shoulder with a resigned sigh. With only these intact papayas remaining, Zhou Feng could still spare half for himself. Beyond gratitude, Tang Cheng felt he had little else to offer. Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for further words. Zhou Feng, how is your wound? Tang Fu approached, her face etched with concern. My wound is fine, and you? Zhou Feng replied, glancing at the bandage on Tang Fu's thigh. His arm was still wrapped with the handkerchief she had given him. He hesitated, tempted to return the handkerchief, but then realized that would expose his own injuries. His wound should have scabbed over, and the flesh beneath had likely healed. He estimated he would return to normal by tomorrow. Moreover, if Bai Qingyan discovered that he had returned the handkerchief to Tang Fu, he could only imagine what the girl might say. After a brief examination, the wound appeared clean. With no debris that would lead to infection, Tang Fu softly remarked, if it becomes infected, take medication. If there isn't enough, have someone come to me for more. Zhou Feng had left behind 8 pills last time, and Tang Cheng likely hadn't finished them. Thank you, Tang Fu nodded. Tang Cheng's expression had always appeared peculiar. But at last, he could no longer contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? Tang Fu queried, her face a mask of confusion. Huh, your tone is so gentle that I hardly recognize you. Tang Cheng chuckled, nearly losing his breath from mirth. How annoying. Tang Fu huffed, storming off in a huff. Zhou Feng scratched his head, sensing that something was amiss with Tang Fu's gaze. Could it be true, as Bai Qingyan had suggested, that Tang Fu harbored feelings for him? Just then, Fan Jian approached to inquire when they would set off. Zhou Feng indicated that they could return at that moment. However, Fu Tai and his companions would remain behind for safety. Once arrangements were made, Zhou Feng ventured towards Fei Laoda's camp. Previously, he had infiltrated the enemy's territory during a downpour, which had obscured his view of the camp's layout. He had merely gleaned a general sense of it. This time, he had no intention of storming in unannounced. He merely needed to ascertain the source of their provisions. During his last visit, he had left numerous subtle markers on trees and stones. Following these clues, along with a map, he effortlessly retraced his path, arriving near Fei Laoda's encampment. Night had fallen, and the camp was eerily quiet. Aside from a few guards on watch, there was little movement. Zhou Feng decided to climb a sturdy tree, leaning against a branch to rest. Lying on the ground in such an environment was perilous. Should a venomous snake appear, he could meet his end there. Although his body could resist toxins, a prolonged unconsciousness would surely attract the attention of Fei Laoda's men. At dawn, Zhou Feng finally opened his eyes. Having endured an uncomfortable night, too wary to even shift position. Fortunately, he required little sleep to feel invigorated. Stretching his limbs, He prepared to descend from the tree when he suddenly noticed a throng of 40 to 50 individuals emerging from Fei Laoda's camp, the majority of whom were women. A surge of joy filled Zhou Feng. Their exodus surely indicated a foraging expedition. He carefully observed their movements, noting they headed towards the eastern woods. Silently descending, he followed their trail. After traveling over a kilometer, the group came to a halt, lowering their heads to search the ground. Zhou Feng followed suit. Noticing the earth was riddled with numerous pits, it seemed that everything had already been unearthed. Zhou Feng was incredulous. He searched the ground for a while and soon discovered a solitary plant beneath a tree, perhaps a neglected gem. He uprooted the plant, revealing several purple-skinned fruits at its base. The larger ones were roughly the size of a fist, while the smaller ones resembled ping-pong balls, albeit with a shape more akin to ginger. Upon crushing one, he was astonished to find it was a wild potato. Zhou Feng's breath quickened. The forest harbored wild potatoes in abundance, though they appeared unappealing and bore purple skins. Their nutritional value surpassed that of commonly cultivated potatoes, which primarily excel in yield. Zhou Feng now comprehended why the likes of Big Fei would so readily destroy the papaya grove. They possessed a more straightforward and convenient source of sustenance. One could only imagine the vast number of wild potatoes hidden beneath this expansive woodland. If he had access to these potatoes, he would not need to devise alternative means of acquiring food. Big Fei's decision to establish a camp among the rocks stemmed from his assurance of food availability. One cannot survive solely on rabbit meat, but one can thrive on potatoes. It was likely that within the camp lay a substantial stockpile of potatoes, enabling the group to secure ample rations with each foray. Meanwhile, the remaining members could focus on crafting other tools, including bows, arrows, and various daily necessities. A bitter smile graced Zhou Feng's lips as he reflected on their arduous quest for food, unaware that the survivors here were so fortunate. He tucked a few potatoes into his pocket and quietly circled to the other side, eager to ascertain the extent of the wild potato growth. After meandering around the crowd for over a kilometer, he continued to spot wild potatoes, their presence growing denser. This confirmed his belief in the vast quantity of wild potatoes in the area, which they could cultivate in the future. Potatoes are resilient and relatively easy to grow. Zhou Feng harvested a considerable number of potatoes, filling his pockets and backpack, discarding the stones he had prepared. He then turned to leave, intent on sharing this discovery with the others. Zhou Feng planned to rally his companions, strategizing to seize the potatoes the following day. The combined strength of their two camps could rival Big Fei's, and unlike papayas, potatoes were buried within the earth. Even if Big Fei sought to destroy them in a desperate gambit, he would face formidable opposition. There is simply no way to destroy these potatoes. It is likely that Fei Laoda is also reluctant to part with them. If they were to be destroyed entirely, they would lose their source of sustenance. Just as Zhou Feng had taken a few steps away, a woman's voice emerged from the nearby woods. "Don't make a fuss." This voice was hauntingly enchanting. Upon hearing it, Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. It was unmistakably a woman's voice, coming from a distance of several dozen meters away from the others. Isn't it a rare opportunity to be out here?" A man's voice followed. "If Fei Laoda finds out, you will be doomed." The woman's tone was laden with threats. Zhou Feng stealthily approached a tree, peering in the direction of the voices, and discovered a man conversing with a woman, engaged in a tugging exchange. The man appeared to be under 30, wearing a sycophantic smile, while the woman, a few years younger and of average looks, possessed a figure that could captivate many. "Our affairs are none of his concern," the man muttered. It was clear he dared not make any advances. Rules are rules. "I have no desire to face punishment," the woman replied coldly. "Though we are not married, we are in that kind of relationship." The man seemed somewhat displeased. Zhou Feng discerned that this pair was likely a couple, yet they were compelled to maintain a distance within Fei Laoda's camp. "After all these years without giving me a title, now you must endure," the woman remarked, taking a somewhat schadenfreude delight as she deliberately swayed before the man. "Isn't it you who refuses to get a certificate? You demand such a high bride price." The man seemed infuriated. "What, did my parents raise me for nothing?" The woman retorted before making her way toward the crowd. The man, boiling with rage, could only watch her depart, helplessly kicking a nearby tree in frustration, cursing under his breath about the absurd rules and Fei Laoda's tyranny. "You dare speak ill of Fei Laoda?" Zhou Feng stepped out from behind a tree. "I did not. I was just rambling." The man appeared thoroughly frightened, slapping himself twice. Come with me, Zhou Feng commanded. Trembling, the man followed. But after walking several hundred meters, he suddenly sensed something amiss. They had strayed too far from the crowd, and according to the rules, no one should wander too far to avoid the threat of wild beasts. He had only seized the opportunity to exchange a few words with his girlfriend. Why, you're not one of the camp administrators? The man stammered. You guessed correctly, Zhou Feng replied, turning around. In his hand, he grasped a dagger that glinted ominously. However, the blade was marred with numerous nicks, and dark red blood stained the hilt, resistant to thorough cleansing. I don't wish to die. I implore you, spare me. With a thud, the man fell to his knees. Answer my questions honestly, and I shall let you go. How many people reside in your camp? Zhou Feng leaned forward, pressing the dagger against the man's chin. 100. 123. No, wait. 115, the man stammered. A few died yesterday. Zhou Feng nodded discreetly, finding the figure aligned with his earlier conjectures. He proceeded to inquire further, and the man divulged all he knew. Indeed, within the camp of Chief Fei, a hierarchical system prevailed. Chief Fei had categorized the personnel into 3 tiers: the gathering group, the combat group, and the management group. Approximately a dozen individuals comprised the management, all trusted confidants of Chief Fei, enjoying the highest level of privileges. There were also exceptional talents like Dr. Wan, who were considered part of the managerial echelon. The combat group received a secondary level of treatment, while the gathering group faced significantly lower standards, typically subsisting on potatoes, which, though monotonous, sufficed for sustenance. Zhou Feng casually inquired about the potatoes, to which Song Min affirmed their edibility, noting they had consumed them for over half a month. Now, the sight of potatoes made Song Min feel nauseous. Following yesterday's events, Chief Fei had no plans for an assault today, focusing instead on sourcing materials for crafting bows and arrows. Other types of wood were readily available, but the crucial element was the bowstring, which their camp currently lacked. Previously, they had utilized nylon strings from their clothing, but those had since been depleted. Chief Fei intended to hunt some animals, using sinews from their bodies as materials. How well do you know Chief Fei? Zhou Feng inquired again. It seems he worked as a mercenary abroad. The scars on his face are remnants from that time. Beyond that, I know little, Song Min replied, shaking his head. A mercenary? Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. No wonder Chief Fei was adept at crafting and wielding bows. He was indeed not an ordinary man. Was it your girlfriend earlier? What is your relationship? Zhou Feng asked. Anger resurfaced on Song Min's face as he began to explain. According to the regulations established by Chief Fei within the camp, relationships between men and women were strictly prohibited. Only those within the management tier were entitled to have their own women. If any survivors were married, they were treated as exceptions. Within their camp, there were merely 3 couples. Song Min originally intended to express that he and his girlfriend were in a marital relationship, having cohabited for 5 or 6 years, which was akin to being a couple. However, his girlfriend bluntly declared that they were not married, leaving Song Min utterly exasperated. He had thought today might offer him the chance to grow closer to her, yet she unexpectedly rebuffed him. Zhou Feng nodded, realizing that the management of Fei Laoda's camp was far stricter than he had anticipated. I've said all that I needed to say. Spare me. Song Min began to plead, bringing his hands together in supplication. You may leave, Zhou Feng responded with a nod. Song Min was taken aback, feeling incredulous. He had not expected Zhou Feng to truly let him go. Rising to his feet, he began to retreat. After walking a dozen meters, he turned to flee. Wait a moment, Zhou Feng called out. What is it? Song Min stammered, fearing Zhou Feng was about to take action, as one might expect from dramatic portrayals in films. Do not mention my affairs. You have divulged many secrets. If Fei Laoda were to learn of them, the consequences would be dire, Zhou Feng cautioned. I understand. Song Min hurriedly nodded. Now go. He quickly vanished into the woods. Zhou Feng had indeed contemplated silencing Song Min permanently. However, upon further reflection, he realized that should Song Min disappear, it would swiftly draw attention to his own whereabouts. It was more prudent to spare Song Min's life, as he would undoubtedly refrain from revealing the events that had transpired. Chapter 76. Initiative. Song Min jogged to the edge of the crowd. Where have you been? A spear-wielding individual, one of the camp's overseers, furrowed his brow, a bow slung over his back. I went to the restroom, Song Min panted. Next time, do not go during working hours. Get back to work, the overseer urged. Yes. Song Min quickly nodded, bowing his head to resume his tasks. Once the overseer departed, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his mind consumed with one thought. He hoped the information he had leaked would remain undiscovered, for otherwise, the repercussions would be grave. Zhou Feng returned to the camp and made his way to the cooking area, where 2 pots were set over a bed of firewood. Qin Xiaoxue and her team were busy preparing the ingredients, consisting of fish caught from the river, which would soon be simmered with spring water to create a soup. They would add some cured meat or wild chicken to enrich the broth. The meals for the past few days had been papaya for breakfast and dinner, but today they would enhance it with these ingredients. Zhou Feng emptied the potatoes from his backpack onto the ground. "What are these?" Qin Xiaoxue inquired, picking one up with a look of confusion. "Potatoes," Zhou Feng replied. "Potatoes? These are potatoes." Qin Xiaoxue was suddenly filled with excitement. The women nearby gathered around, their faces reflecting astonishment. Picking up a potato from the ground, they began to examine it closely. At first glance, it resembled a potato, albeit a rather unusual one. I had seen purple-skinned potatoes before, but this one appeared rather unattractive. Would it even be edible? A chorus of voices among the women filled the air. Zhou Feng promptly assured them that these potatoes were indeed safe for consumption, as someone had already tested them. Qin Xiaoxue immediately began to organize the task, taking out 30 potatoes and cutting them into small pieces to be added to the pot later, while the rest could be consumed slowly, as potatoes could be stored for an extended period. After arranging the work, Qin Xiaoxue turned her concerned gaze towards Zhou Feng. "Did you go in search of potatoes yesterday?" she asked. "More or less," Zhou Feng nodded. "If all goes well, potatoes will become our staple food." "Isn't that dangerous?" Qin Xiaoxue's expression darkened at this news, her eyes betraying a growing concern. Zhou Feng, sensing her unease, pulled her aside, revealing the location of the potatoes. It was right under the noses of Fei Laoda and his crew. If they ventured to dig for potatoes, it would surely lead to a confrontation with them. Though Qin Xiaoxue managed logistics, she was well aware of the happenings within the camp. "You went to such a perilous place alone," she said, her brow furrowed, gently biting her lip. Zhou Feng glanced around, noting that no one was approaching, all occupied with their tasks. He leaned closer to her ear. "There is no choice. The papaya grove has been destroyed, and we no longer have a stable food source," he whispered. "What?" Qin Xiaoxue's expression soured upon learning of the grove's destruction. She understood all too well the significant blow to morale that the loss of papayas would entail. "This must not be spoken of," Zhou Feng urged. "At least until we have gathered enough potatoes, others must remain unaware." "You're working so hard," Qin Xiaoxue said, feeling a lump in her throat. "It's nothing. It's all for survival," Zhou Feng replied, scratching his head. However, he had not finished speaking when he was taken aback to see Qin Xiaoxue suddenly lunge toward him. Instinctively, he opened his arms and embraced her. "Is this all right? There's so many people around," he couldn't help but remark, having noticed some curious gazes directed their way. Others had begun to murmur quietly, clearly surprised that Zhou Feng and Qin Xiaoxue shared such a bond. "Since Tingyan knows, I no longer care about others' opinions," Qin Xiaoxue said, feeling a wave of compassion. Zhou Feng faced daily perils for the sake of the camp's survival, a relentless struggle since their arrival on this island. "May I steal a kiss?" Zhou Feng was captivated by Qin Xiaoxue's cheek. "You can't," she replied, shaking her head. Zhou Feng hadn't genuinely expected her to acquiesce. However, what surprised him was her sudden initiative to lean in, merely brushing against him before swiftly turning and darting away to tend to her cooking. Zhou Feng stood momentarily stunned, a smile spreading across his face. He hadn't anticipated such a bold move from Qin Xiaoxue, especially in front of so many witnesses. It seemed that since the events of the previous night, their relationship had undeniably progressed. Then, Zhou Feng noticed a pair of piercing eyes fixed upon him by Qin Yan, who was scowling while clutching a bundle of firewood. She had evidently witnessed the earlier exchange. Upon meeting Zhou Feng's gaze, Bai Qingyan turned her head away and resumed her tasks. Zhou Feng finally exhaled in relief. He felt more apprehensive in Bai Qingyan's presence than when facing an adversary. Lunchtime arrived, and the group soon discovered that potatoes were included in their meal, prompting a chorus of cheers. The satiating quality of potatoes far surpassed that of other foods. Zhou Feng further announced that he had located a vast area abundant with potatoes, sufficient to sustain them for a considerable duration. This revelation invigorated the crowd. After lunch, Zhou Feng led a group of around 20 individuals under the blazing sun, each wielding a spear, with a few also carrying shields. They swiftly arrived at Tang Cheng's encampment, where the inhabitants were busy felling nearby trees to construct makeshift shelters for protection against the elements. Zhou Feng sought out the Tang siblings and presented a potato he had retrieved from near Fei Laoda's camp. Upon seeing the potato, Tang Cheng's eyes widened in realization. This was what Fei Laoda and his group had been consuming. A tinge of jealousy crept into Tang Cheng. They had toiled tirelessly to gather wild fruits and catch fish, while this group had potatoes in their vicinity. Indeed, I intend to lead a team to excavate some, Zhou Feng confirmed, nodding. If each person could carry approximately 40 pounds of potatoes, that would amount to at least 800 pounds. With 91 individuals in his camp, and estimating a daily consumption of 1.5 pounds per person, they would require around 180 pounds daily. This would sufficiently sustain the camp for 5 to 6 days, under ideal circumstances. Yet he acknowledged the likelihood of unforeseen complications during the excavation. Dan Jiang, stirred by Zhou Feng's words, exclaimed, "I shall accompany you." Zhou Feng frowned. It was best for Tang Cheng to rest and recover from his injuries. "Brother, I will take the others. You need to rest now?" Dan Gufu declared. "You?" Tang Cheng furrowed his brow. "It's quite dangerous over there." Dan Jiang habo sao feet house. Unwilling to let his sister take risks. "With Zhou Feng around, I will be perfectly fine," Tang Fu assured, casting several glances at Zhou Feng. Chapter 77. On watch. Tang Cheng nodded. With Zhou Feng present, he felt considerably more at ease. The crux of the matter was that, apart from Tang Fu, there was no one else in the camp willing to step forward. The number of personnel in their camp was dwindling, barely amounting to 50. They could muster about 10 individuals, as they needed to preserve some strength for unforeseen circumstances. Nonetheless, 10 people were already sufficient. Coupled with the 5 others left behind by Zhou Feng, they had nearly 40 in total. Under Zhou Feng's guidance, the group set off. Along the way, Tang Fu sidled up to Zhou Feng. "What happened to the handkerchief I gave you last time?" Tang Fu inquired, her gaze resting on Zhou Feng's arm. She was somewhat astonished to see that the skin appeared healed. Tang Fu did not dwell on it, merely concluding that Zhou Feng's previous injury looked more alarming than it actually was. "I left it in my room," Zhou Feng replied, not quite able to confess the truth. Although he had indeed placed the handkerchief in his room, it had merely been used as a cleaning cloth. "If you like it, keep it," Tang Fu said softly. Zhou Feng felt a bit awkward and was at a loss for how to respond. To say he liked it? That would be inappropriate. To claim he didn't? That also seemed unsuitable. Noticing Zhou Feng's silence, Tang Fu sought to change the subject, inquiring about his age and such. Upon learning that Zhou Feng had just turned 18, Tang Fu's eyes widened in surprise. "You are 3 or 4 years younger than I am," she exclaimed, having always assumed Zhou Feng was of the same age as her brother, albeit looking somewhat younger. After all, Zhou Feng's display of composure struck her as more formidable than her brother's. "What's wrong? Should I call you senior?" Zhou Feng chuckled. "That's unnecessary. You may call me sister," Tang Fu teased, covering her mouth as she laughed. "Forget it. I will still call you Tang Fu." Zhou Feng thought it impossible to utter such a term. "What's the matter? If you call me sister, I'll look after you after we leave this deserted island," Tang Fu exclaimed, throwing her arm around Zhou Feng's shoulder in a bold manner. "Let us discuss that once we manage to leave," Zhou Feng replied, nodding. Observing the two of them linked together, those trailing behind instinctively slowed their pace, creating some distance as if granting them private space. "This woman is clearly trying to charm our leader. She is quite calculating," Fu Tai scoffed, displaying disdain. "How is she calculating?" A nearby companion inquired with curiosity. "Being with the leader ensures a more comfortable life," Fu Tai remarked, having witnessed much in the camp. Several women are fervently striving to impress Zhou Feng, including individuals like Tian Bing. However, one might ponder whether there exists genuine affection on their part, as the leader has rescued this woman on multiple occasions. Some shake their heads in disagreement. Regardless, I feel compelled to subtly remind that while the leader possesses remarkable prowess, he may not necessarily excel in dealing with women. Fu Tai murmurs to himself. As they journey forth, the group traverses a grove of papayas. Even from a distance, they catch a whiff of the fragrant aroma wafting from within. Yet, mingled with this sweetness is a hint of decay. Upon reaching the grove, they are met with the sight of numerous damaged papayas, teeming with insects. Witnessing this scene, The expressions of the crowd darken with concern, for these papayas are utterly inedible. Some within the party remain unaware of the devastation that has befallen the grove, their faces betraying their distress. Zhou Feng refrains from disclosing the full extent of the situation, reasoning that as long as they can unearth potatoes to bring back, the fate of the papaya grove becomes inconsequential. The group skirts around the grove and presses onward. When Zhou Feng approaches the nearby thicket adjacent to Fei Laoda's camp, he takes a moment to observe. It appears that no one is currently active within the woods, suggesting that Fei Laoda's subordinates have already ventured out to dig for potatoes, returning to the camp only as the midday heat rises. Zhou Feng leads his companions to the opposite side of the thicket, where Fei Laoda's men have yet to reach, ensuring that the potatoes they have excavated remain undiscovered for the time being. Zhou Feng proceeds to describe the appearance of wild potatoes to the group, selecting 5 or 6 particularly astute individuals from among them to undertake patrol duties, including Fu Tai. Should any of Fei Laoda's men approach, they are to immediately alert the others to retreat. Zhou Feng has already devised a retreat route and communicated it to them, emphasizing the importance of avoiding conflict. Although they possess some shields, engaging in battle would likely result in casualties on their side, leading to greater losses. Positioned over 200 meters from the crowd on the western edge of the thicket, the direction closest to Fei Laoda's camp, Zhou Feng finds himself at ease as half an hour passes without incident. Just then, Fu Tai approaches Zhou Feng, inquiring with concern, "What troubles you?" Zhou Feng furrows his brow. "Leader, I must warn you to be wary of women. In our previous dealings at the gambling house, we learned not to underestimate them, lest we suffer significant losses." Fu Tai begins to murmur. Zhou Feng listens intently, his brow furrowing deeper as Fu Tai continues to speak of women's propensity for disguise and deception. At last, Zhou Feng comprehended the true meaning behind Fu Tai's words. "Are you concerned that I might suffer losses due to Tang Fu?" Zhou Feng remarked. "Boss, that woman is not simple." Fu Tai nodded in agreement. Zhou Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. "All right, I will keep this in mind. You may stand guard to the side," he said with a hint of resignation. Fu Tai was indeed quite astute, albeit his cleverness was often misapplied. "Understood," Fu Tai acknowledged, turning to leave. "Wait," Zhou Feng suddenly called out to him. "What is it, boss?" Fu Tai turned back. Zhou Feng offered no response, but cast his gaze ahead. Fu Tai, puzzled, followed Zhou Feng's line of sight, but discerned nothing amiss. However, he noticed Zhou Feng's grave expression. This must indicate a significant discovery. "Order everyone to retreat. We must leave immediately and do so quietly," Zhou Feng commanded in a low voice. "Yes." Fu Tai did not hesitate and promptly set off. Given Zhou Feng's instruction to evacuate, Fu Tai refrained from posing further questions. They simply needed to adhere to the plan. Less than a minute after Fu Tai departed, a rushing figure appeared ahead. It was a wild boar, yet 2 arrows were embedded in its belly, blood gushing from the wounds. The boar's speed waned as it staggered, ultimately collapsing to the ground after traversing several hundred meters past Zhou Feng. It had likely sustained a lung injury from its frantic escape, leading to its demise. Zhou Feng, however, did not fixate on the boar, but rather on the direction from which it had come. As anticipated, a dozen figures soon emerged. Chapter 78. The battle. Zhou Feng had previously noticed movement within the woods ahead, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of someone bellowing commands, specifically the voice of the infamous Fei Laoda. They were presumably hunting the wild boar, which fortuitously had stumbled into the vicinity. Observing the figures rushing toward him, Zhou Feng quickly retreated to the location where they had dug for potatoes earlier. However, the area was now deserted, left in disarray. He concealed himself amidst a patch of low shrubs, contemplating whether to leave. Yet, Zhou Feng was determined to observe the unfolding situation, eager to discern whether Fei Laoda and his companions would discover the site. If they were to haul the boar away, without further ado, it would be a most fortunate turn of events. Soon, Zhou Feng spotted Fei Laoda approaching from a distance, ultimately halting before the fallen boar. The surrounding individuals began to extol his prowess, showering him with praise such as master archer and true mercenary. It appeared that Fei Laoda had indeed been the one to fell the beast. He seemed quite pleased with the adulation, commanding his men to commence butchering the boar on the spot, specifically pointing out certain areas and instructing them to exercise caution to avoid severing the tendons within. Next, The tendons need to be retrieved and processed, allowing them to serve as bowstrings. This intricate procedure requires them to be dried and hardened. Subsequently, the tendons are to be stripped into fine strands, which can then be woven or twisted into rope, thus rendering them suitable for use as bowstrings. The complexity of this process could easily lead to failure if not executed properly. The group began to focus intently, preparing to handle the wild boar. For them, this evening promised an additional feast. However, Fei, the leader, scanned the surroundings and suddenly furrowed his brow. "What's wrong, boss?" Someone inquired nearby. Fei gestured for silence, taking a few steps before crouching down to touch the soil beneath him. "There has been someone here recently," he stated gravely. Instantly, the others tensed. They had never ventured into this area, let alone just moments ago. Shocked, Zhou Feng felt a chill run through him. He anticipated Fei's keen vigilance, capable of discerning their footprints. As Fei continued to inspect the ground, he soon discovered traces of potato digging. "Someone has found our potatoes, and they've just left." He bit down hard, his expression darkening. The scar that ran from his forehead to his left ear appeared even more menacing. "What shall we do?" the others asked, their faces pale. The potatoes were their most crucial source of sustenance, now usurped by others. "Let us pursue. They can't have gone far, especially with all those potatoes." Fei whispered fiercely. By assessing the moisture of the soil, he deduced that the intruders had not ventured far. He pointed decisively in a direction, having already surmised the escape route of the group. However, just then, a stone suddenly flew from the distance. With a whoosh, by the time Fei reacted, it was too late. He barely managed to turn his body, but his left shoulder was still struck by the stone. Zhou Feng distinctly heard a crack. Yet, to his surprise, Fei remained silent, his countenance growing more ferocious. "There, kill him," Fei shouted, raising a hand to indicate Zhou Feng's direction. Zhou Feng hurled another stone, but this time Fei was quicker, rolling to the side and evading the blow. This maneuver significantly reduced the area exposed to impact. Zhou Feng had previously employed this tactic to evade arrows. Unfortunately, he now found himself unable to continue throwing stones at Fei, as several arrows were now aimed at him. Fei's companions had begun to draw their bows, but Zhou Feng found refuge behind a large tree. Once the first wave of arrows had passed, Zhou Feng swiftly turned and vanished into the woods. The direction of his escape diverged from that of Fu Tai and the others. "That scoundrel is pursuing again," roared Boss Fei, clutching his shoulder in anger. Unwilling to accept such a silent defeat, Boss Fei soon recognized the assailant, Zhou Feng, the very instigator of his previous troubles. A dozen men gave chase, but Zhou Feng's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering them incapable of locating him. One by one, they returned with their heads hung low. Frustration etched upon their faces. Boss Fei sighed in resignation. Had it not been for his injured arm, he would not have allowed Zhou Feng to escape so easily. "First, let's deal with the wild boar," he lamented, as the group returned to face the beast. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air. "Watch out!" Boss Fei bellowed. But it was too late. A stone hurtled through the air, striking an unfortunate soul at the back of his head. Without uttering a word, he collapsed onto the wild boar, blood gushing forth. The sight elicited gasps of horror from the onlookers. Another stone flew, this time striking a man's knee. "Ah!" he cried, clutching his injury and writhing on the ground in agony. One individual knocked an arrow, yet he could not discern Zhou Feng's location. The rest of the group fell into chaos, instinctively seeking refuge. In moments of peril, self-preservation is often the foremost impulse. The archer soon became Zhou Feng's target. He discerned Zhou Feng's position, a distance of approximately 50 to 60 meters. Yet another stone was launched, striking him squarely in the abdomen. The agony was excruciating, as if his very organs had shattered, forcing him to bend over and kneel. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he coughed up blood. With one man injured, the remaining members hesitated to retaliate. "Get him out of here. Retreat," Boss Fei commanded helplessly upon witnessing the scene. Apart from the clearly deceased individual, the others hastily carried away their injured comrade, scrambling to escape the area. It was only then that Zhou Feng emerged from behind a tree, a stone still in hand. Initially, he had intended to depart, but he soon realized an advantage. Throwing stones in the woods afforded him greater leverage than using a bow and arrow. He could move and conceal himself while striking, unlike the archers who were unable to shoot while on the move. It seemed Boss Fei had come to a similar realization. Thus, he hastily called for a retreat. Zhou Feng had contemplated pursuing and eliminating a few enemies. However, the terrain ahead was considerably more open, making it less convenient for him to act. Soon, Zhou Feng found himself before the wild boar. Chapter 79. Unexpected gains. Zhou Feng first moved the carcass aside and, while at it, rummaged through the pockets. In such an environment, every bit of resource was invaluable. To his pleasant surprise, he discovered a lighter in the pocket, albeit with only half its fuel remaining. Nevertheless, Zhou Feng decided to tuck it into his own pocket. As for the wild boar, he made no hesitation in claiming it. He hoisted the boar onto his back. It was considerably smaller than the last one he had hunted, weighing merely around 100 pounds. For Zhou Feng, this was a rather effortless task. After carrying the wild boar for a few hundred meters, Zhou Feng spotted some figures ahead. It was Tang Fu and Fu Tai, accompanied by several others. "Are you all right, Zhou Feng?" Tang Fu exclaimed with palpable relief upon seeing him. "What brings you here?" Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. As according to his previous instructions, they should have retreated directly without waiting for him. Fu Tai shrugged helplessly. They had initially followed Zhou Feng's orders, fleeing along the designated route. However, shortly after, Tang Fu had voiced her concerns, insisting that Zhou Feng, alone at the rear, was undoubtedly in peril, and she felt compelled to return and check on him. Fu Tai, unable to let Tang Fu venture back alone, had reluctantly accompanied her with a few others. Of course, such explanations were not feasible at the moment. They could only be discussed later. "Why are you carrying a wild boar? What transpired?" After her initial relief, Tang Fu noticed the boar behind Zhou Feng, leaving her somewhat perplexed by the unfolding situation. "The circumstances are rather complicated. Let us converse while we move forward," Zhou Feng replied, continuing on. Despite Boss Fei's injury, the possibility of regrouping forces to pursue them remained. Thus, it was prudent to vacate the area swiftly. As they proceeded, Zhou Feng inquired about the quantity of potatoes they had unearthed, as that was the true objective of their operation. Fu Tai's report left Zhou Feng astonished. Each individual had excavated at least 50 pounds of potatoes, filling their baskets to the brim, totaling over 1,000 pounds. "Such speed?" Zhou Feng inquired. "The potatoes are relatively easy to dig up, and everyone was working with great determination," Tang Fu chimed in, cheerfully raising her hand to show Zhou Feng. He noticed that her hands were covered in dirt, indicating that she too had been industrious, digging up quite a haul. Behind Tang Fu, she carried a small basket woven from vines, presumably containing over 30 pounds of potatoes. Everyone was working diligently, and Zhou Feng could comprehend the underlying reasons. As they passed through the papaya grove, they witnessed the destruction of the papayas and recognized the significance of the potatoes to the camp. No one slacked off, especially since potatoes were relatively easy to gather. In just over half an hour, they managed to unearth 50 pounds. Zhou Feng speculated that had it not been for the sudden arrival of Fei and his companions, they could have collected even more. However, gathering too much would be impractical, as they still had several kilometers to traverse, and carrying excessive weight was unfeasible. "Zhou Feng, where did you acquire that wild boar?" Tang Fu inquired again. "I seized it from Fei and his group," Zhou Feng replied with a smile, omitting the finer details. "Seized it?" Tang Fu was left astounded, questioning whether she had misheard. The notion that Zhou Feng single-handedly managed to wrest the wild boar from Fei and his comrades was astonishing. Although Tang Fu was unaware of the exact number of Fei's men, she was certain there were quite a few. "The boss is no ordinary individual," Fu Tai remarked, his voice laced with admiration. This sentiment was echoed by others in the group, who recalled how mercilessly they had dealt with Charles. It was Charles who had foolishly attempted to plot against their leader. Without their leader, they couldn't fathom how they would have endured the bullying from those white men. The members of Zhou Feng's camp began to engage in conversation, reminiscing about how he had established his authority. No matter how formidable Fei might be, he was no match for Zhou Feng. While Tang Fu was aware that Zhou Feng had incorporated the individuals from Charles' camp, she remained oblivious to the specifics. Listening to the discussions, she found herself thoroughly captivated. The members from Tang Fu's camp were equally intrigued by Zhou Feng's exploits. Fu Tai decided to share everything he knew, eliciting gasps of amazement from the listeners. As they heard tales of Zhou Feng's prowess, a smile graced Tang Fu's lips, her heart cheering in unison. As dusk descended, they finally arrived at the new camp established by Tang Cheng and his team. When baskets filled with potatoes were unloaded, Cheers erupted from the crowd. This was a rare staple food, and they had successfully brought back approximately 400 pounds. With the addition of other provisions, they could sustain themselves for a week or two without issue. Zhou Feng then sliced off the forelegs of 2 pigs and presented them to Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed, as these were Zhou Feng's own spoils. Zhou Feng reassured him to take it, stating that consuming some meat would aid in his recovery. Besides Tang Cheng, there were several other injured members in the camp, all of whom had narrowly escaped death and required nourishment. Realizing the hour was late, Zhou Feng exchanged a few pleasantries before taking his leave. Tang Cheng noticed that his sister had been gazing at Zhou Feng's departing figure. Could it be that she has developed feelings for him? Tang Cheng teased from his side. Tang Fu replied with a gentle nod. Tang Cheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Tang Fu would so readily acknowledge it. Previously, when he joked in such a manner, she would usually retort, "There's someone by your side." Tang Cheng reminded her. "Who?" Tang Fu furrowed her brow. "It must be that little girl. I think her name is by something," Tang Cheng mistakenly assumed, believing Bai Qingyan to be Zhou Feng's girlfriend. This was due to the hostile glare he had observed from Bai Qingyan towards Tang Fu during their last visit. If there were no connection, such expressions would not arise. "Just a little girl. I am determined to win Zhou Feng over," Tang Fu huffed, her eyes brimming with defiance. When Zhou Feng and the others returned to the camp, night had nearly fallen. However, as they approached, a savory aroma wafted through the air. Once Zhou Feng and the others set down their supplies, they discovered that the camp had also made a bountiful catch that day. The traps prepared by Yang Wei and the others had finally yielded results, ensnaring a wild boar, ensuring a hearty dinner for everyone. They consumed part of it while preserving the remainder through curing. The sight of Zhou Feng returning with another wild boar astonished everyone. It seemed they had stumbled upon a wild boar den. Zhou Feng contemplated this. The population of wild boars on the island appeared substantial. Perhaps there truly was a gathering place for them. Chapter 80. Resentment at this moment. However, Zhou Feng was unable to focus on the wild boar issue, as the looming threat of Fei Laoda and the unknown wild men was ever present. He was in no mood to seek out a wild boar den. After setting down the wild boar he carried, Zhou Feng prepared to have something to eat. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxue approached with a basin of water. "Wait, let me clean you up. You're covered in blood," she said, holding a towel. "That would be much appreciated," Zhou Feng replied, feeling a subtle happiness. This sensation was intricate, akin to returning home after a long day's labor only to find someone there to care for him. Qin Xiaoxue helped Zhou Feng remove his jacket, intending to wash it later, and proceeded to cleanse his back with the towel. Soon, the basin was filled with bloodied water. Just then, Bai Qingyan passed by. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surprisingly, Bai Qingyan did not glare at him. She merely observed for a few seconds before walking away towards the center of the camp. That startled me. I thought Bai Qingyan was angry again. Zhou Feng sighed in relief. Initially, Qingyan was somewhat displeased upon learning about her situation, but she has since come to accept it. Why not find a moment to converse with her? Qin Xiaoxue suggested while washing towels. Converse? Zhou Feng was taken aback. Indeed, it would suffice to clarify matters. Ultimately, you must win her approval, Qin Xiaoxue whispered in Zhou Feng's ear. Zhou Feng nodded, acknowledging the validity of her words. Bai Qingyan had previously expressed a desire to talk with Zhou Feng, but he had deftly diverted the conversation. It seems imperative to address this matter directly. Yet, while others seek their girlfriend's approval from their mothers-in-law, he finds himself needing to navigate the daughter's approval instead. However, upon reflection, isn't this the nature of single-parent families? Consideration for the children is paramount. Qin Xiaoxue has likely harbored this concern for some time. If this apprehension can be alleviated, Zhou Feng finds himself somewhat eager. "I will seek her out for a discussion shortly," Zhou Feng agreed. After changing into clean clothes, he made his way to the center of the camp. Qin Xiaoxue had already prepared pork and potatoes for him. As Zhou Feng sat down with a bowl brimming with meat, no one uttered a word. After all, he was the sole beneficiary of such treatment within the camp. Given Zhou Feng's evident contributions, indulging him was hardly excessive. Spotting Li Ran and Yang Wei seated nearby, he casually inquired about the point situation among the camp members. Li Ran provided a general overview. Everyone had accumulated some points. Even the older individuals had managed to gather a few. The supply of food was ample, and the prices were reasonable. Zhou Feng nodded. understanding that points now functioned as currency, and possessing them alleviated anxiety. With everyone having surplus points, they could readily exchange them for food. However, should a food shortage arise, points would prove worthless, as food prices could be adjusted at any time. Nevertheless, this arrangement currently instills a sense of security among the group. There's one issue, though. The record-keeping of points can be cumbersome, and some individuals have poor memories, leading to numerous discrepancies, Yang Wei added with a hint of exasperation. Li Ran, with her background as a secretary, was unlikely to make mistakes. Yet, others occasionally misremembered their points. Furthermore, there were those attempting to take advantage of the system, falsely claiming errors in their records to seek compensation. Yang Wei had been assisting Li Ran in these disputes over the past few days. Essentially, a form of tangible currency is required. Zhou Feng grasped Yang Wei's implication. Merely recording points with a pen was impractical. Indeed, having a tangible currency would be beneficial, and such currency should be difficult to counterfeit. Li Ran nodded in agreement. Reflecting on the matter, I shall devise a solution to this predicament. Zhou Feng had pondered over it previously, considering the use of shells or other objects to leave a mark. However, these items are readily available, and the marks could easily be replicated, rendering the authenticity indistinguishable. Consequently, there would inevitably be those who might take the risk to clandestinely forge such currency. Zhou Feng lowered his head to sip his soup, noticing several individuals around him, consumed by their meals yet silently shedding tears. There were indeed quite a few such souls. Despite the sumptuousness of the evening repast, wild boar meat, a delicacy on this deserted island, there seemed no reason for such emotional displays. Zhou Feng understood that they all longed for home. In moments of satiation, people often become sentimental. With a quiet resolve, Zhou Feng vowed that once he addressed the imminent threat, he would thoroughly explore this island to seek a means of escape from this paradise. After the meal, Zhou Feng returned to their row of huts, lifting the grass curtain that led to Bai Qinyan and Qin Xiaoxue's quarters. Inside, only Bai Qinyan was present, busily engaged in some task. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, she remarked with irritation, "My mother is not here. She is in the kitchen." Bai Qinyan assumed Zhou Feng had come to find Qin Xiaoxue. The kitchen she referred to was merely the central area of the camp, where 2 stoves had been constructed from stones. "I came to find you," Zhou Feng replied, moving closer to discern that Bai Qinyan was crafting tools, seemingly wooden bowls and plates. The inhabitants of the camp, now with some leisure, had taken to fashioning their own household items. "What do you want?" Bai Qinyan paused, her hands ceasing their work, taken aback. "I wish to speak with you," Zhou Feng said, settling himself on a nearby stone. "You want to talk?" Bai Qinyan's expression was one of confusion, uncertain of what Zhou Feng could possibly desire from her. "It concerns my feelings for Xiaoxue. I hope you can understand that I truly care for her," Zhou Feng stated earnestly. "Didn't you already express that before?" Bai Qinyan furrowed her brow, recalling Zhou Feng's previous confession during an earlier incident. "I seek your blessing," Zhou Feng said solemnly. "Your matters have nothing to do with me." Bai Qinyan turned her head away, displaying her reluctance to engage with him. "If we are to be together, how can we do so without your blessing?" Zhou Feng implored with sincerity. "Initially, you didn't even inform me. You never considered me one of your own," Bai Qinyan replied, her demeanor sulky. Zhou Feng nodded inwardly, recognizing that Bai Qinyan still harbored some resentment. "Had we not arrived on this island, I might not have dared to speak up. Do you recall the time I was knocked unconscious while rescuing you?" Zhou Feng began to recount the story slowly. That brush with death solidified his resolve to express his true feelings. Chapter 81, Revelation. Naturally, Zhou Feng refrained from mentioning the jade pendant. Bai Qinyan listened intently as Zhou Feng articulated his thoughts. It was the first time she grasped his genuine sentiments. Initially, she believed his actions were merely impulsive, fully aware of her mother's beauty. However, upon hearing Zhou Feng's heartfelt words, she realized her misconception. "I know I may not be worthy of Xiaoxue, but I will treat her with utmost sincerity," Zhou Feng concluded earnestly. "It seems that if I were to oppose you, I would be cast as the villain." Bai Qinyan murmured, her gaze lowered. In truth, she had never been opposed to her mother finding a new partner, yet she had never imagined it would be Zhou Feng, the boy who had grown up alongside her. "Your opinion truly matters," Zhou Feng said, fixing his gaze upon Bai Qinyan. She turned to look at him, having never witnessed such seriousness in him before. Yet, This earnest individual was contemplating becoming her stepfather. I have a request. By Qin Yin sighed. Speak your mind, Zhou Feng nodded. Please, do not let my mother suffer heartache. She bit her lip. Zhou Feng promptly assured her that this would certainly not be an issue. After he left the room, Bai Qingyan let out a sigh. What she truly wished to convey was not this. It was simply that in Zhou Feng's presence, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. I have clarified matters with Bai Qingyan. Zhou Feng informed Qin Xiaoxue. That's wonderful, she replied, having already tidied up, awaiting Zhou Feng's arrival. Qin Xiaoxue had intended to speak with her daughter herself, but felt a twinge of shyness and opted to let Zhou Feng handle it. Does this mean we can rest in the same room? Zhou Feng cleared his throat. It wouldn't be appropriate for Qin Yin to stay alone in a room. Qin Xiaoxue immediately shook her head. That would be far too unsafe. She too harbored concerns. Zhou Feng pondered, what should we do then? We cannot all reside together. What difference would that make? We would still be incapable of accomplishing anything. I could occasionally come by for a chat, Zhou Feng suggested. And Qin Xiaoxue immediately discerned his underlying intentions. However, mere conversation would not suffice. Zhou Feng shook his head. What else do you wish to do? Qin Xiaoxue's face flushed. She was well aware of his thoughts, reminiscent of that evening. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Zhou Feng had already moved closer. Suddenly, she felt breathless. This fellow, always so eager. Next time, she would have to instruct him to take his time. Yet, Qin Xiaoxue also relished this invigorating sensation of youth. After a few minutes, Qin Xiaoxue finally found a moment to catch her breath. Come, let us retreat indoors to converse, Zhou Feng suggested softly. Qin Xiaoxue was well aware of Zhou Feng's intentions. She anticipated that the final barrier between them would soon be breached. I shall return to the room first, she said, abruptly pushing Zhou Feng aside, as if fleeing. Zhou Feng, stroking his chin, wore a smile. He noticed that Qin Xiaoxue was no longer as reserved as she had been at the outset. She had even taken the initiative to embrace him moments ago. Perhaps all they required was a single opportunity. The following morning, after everyone had partaken in breakfast, they began to busy themselves. Zhou Feng intended to take a few individuals to the east to scout the vicinity, preparing to approach Fei Laoda's camp and ascertain if there were any developments. At that moment, Fan Jian hurried over. Boss, we've just apprehended a suspicious character near the camp, he reported. Bring him here, Zhou Feng replied, his brow furrowing. The presence of a stranger near the camp was alarming. Soon, a man was escorted before them. Zhou Feng assessed him. He appeared to be in his 30s, somewhat gaunt, with eyes that darted around suspiciously. Indeed, he bore the look of a rogue. Zhou Feng also noted that the man seemed quite alert, not resembling someone who had endured prolonged hunger. This caused a slight unease within him. This was no mere solitary survivor. Could he be a spy seeking to infiltrate the camp, akin to Su Kai? Or perhaps a scout dispatched by Fei Laoda? Mistake, a misunderstanding. The man exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Feng. What misunderstanding? Zhou Feng inquired. I'm not a spy. I come as a negotiator, a messenger, the man insisted. One of Fei Laoda's then? Zhou Feng scoffed. He was aware that such a day would inevitably arrive, given the traces they had left along their journey. However, he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. They had only returned yesterday, with a considerable harvest of potatoes, and already, Fei Laoda's people were encroaching upon their territory. Indeed, it is Fei Laoda, the man nodded deferentially. He dares to negotiate? Fan Jian snorted. Continuing this conflict serves no one. We are all survivors of the Wanli, and there is no need for us to descend into a deadly struggle. The man cleared his throat. Do you still have the gall to say such things? Fan Jian, incensed, delivered a kick to the man. The anxiety within the camp these past few days is due to your kind, and this scoundrel dares to stand on a moral high ground to accuse us. The man tumbled to the ground, muttering about diplomatic immunity and the Geneva Conventions. Fan Jian, uninterested in further discourse, instructed those around him to restrain the man and proceeded to deliver a series of slaps. In a matter of moments, the man's face had swollen. They dragged him away and beat him mercilessly until he finally spoke the truth. If he remained silent, he would face death. Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling them to cease the violence. Stop, stop. I will tell you anything you want, the man immediately pleaded. After all, there was no need for him to sacrifice his life to conceal information. Zhou Feng proceeded to ask several questions, all concerning the camp of the infamous Fei. He inquired about the number of individuals present, as well as Fei's identity, and the responses he received were consistent with the intel he had previously gathered from Song Min. The man's recounting mirrored Song Min's account almost perfectly, without any discrepancies. He also divulged his name and the true purpose of his presence there. The man was named Jiang Jun, and he was not alone. Yesterday, Fei had dispatched a total of 6 individuals. These 6 had begun their search for Zhou Feng and his companions at dusk the previous day, seeking out their encampment. They first discovered the new site where Tang Cheng and his group were located. However, they refrained from alarming their quarry and continued to follow the trail towards Zhou Feng's location. Fei had already realized that, aside from Tang Cheng's group, there was another camp. Indeed, they soon located Zhou Feng's dwelling place. The other members of the group had returned to relay the camp's position to Fei, leaving Jiang Jun behind to convey the information, which is why he was detected by the sentry. "Boss, our position has been compromised," Fan Jian remarked, his expression grim. Chapter 82. Negotiation. The discovery of the camp meant that they were now at risk of an imminent attack, akin to what had transpired at Tang Cheng's camp. Fan Jian's greatest concern was that Fei would station ambushes in the vicinity, making it impossible to leave the camp unscathed. Zhou Feng gestured for Fan Jian to refrain from discussing further. He too understood that the revelation of their location posed a constant threat. Their priority was to ascertain Jiang Jun's purpose for coming. "What message did Fei send you to deliver?" Zhou Feng inquired. "A ceasefire. Our leader wishes for both sides to halt hostilities," Jiang Jun replied. "A ceasefire? Fei wishes for truce?" Zhou Feng chuckled incredulously. They were not fools. Ever since Fei had initiated the assault on Tang Cheng's group, it had become a fight to the death, with no notion of a ceasefire in sight. Zhou Feng speculated that Fei might be seeking a truce due to his injuries sustained the previous day. He was uncertain of the severity of Fei's condition, but it was clear that Fei desired time to recuperate. Indeed, if we continue this conflict, we do not know how many lives will be lost. "A truce would be preferable," Jiang Jun said hesitantly, glancing nervously at Fan Jian, fearful of incurring his wrath once more. "Since it's a ceasefire, there must be conditions attached." "Correct?" Zhou Feng pressed further. "Our leader wishes to speak with you in person," Jiang Jun stated, gazing at Zhou Feng. Although Jiang Jun had never met Zhou Feng, he had already deduced from the descriptions provided by Fei that the individual before him posed a significant threat to their encampment. "Where shall we meet?" Zhou Feng inquired, eager to ascertain the location. "Our leader suggested that you arrange the venue, with both parties bringing 10 individuals each," Jiang Jun replied. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. He was to arrange the place himself? "Very well. I shall confer with Fei." He nodded in agreement. "Boss, those rascals are sure to employ deceit." "You cannot take such risks," Fan Jian interjected urgently. He then turned to Jiang Jun, seizing him by the collar. "What tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Fan Jian bellowed. "I have no idea what Fei is thinking. I truly do not." Jiang Jun pleaded for mercy. Fan Jian landed several blows on Jiang Jun, who, despite his cries of agony, insisted he was merely a messenger. "Enough. There is no need for further questioning." Zhou Feng waved his hand, prompting Fan Jian to release Jiang Jun. The latter curled up on the ground, groaning incessantly. "Return to Fei and inform him that I shall be waiting for him in the papaya grove this afternoon. If he does not arrive before dusk, he should abandon any thoughts of negotiation," Zhou Feng instructed, standing before Jiang Jun based on Zhou Feng's calculations. By the time Jiang Jun returned to Fei, it would likely be noon, leaving little time for Fei. "Understood. I will deliver the message." Jiang Jun sprang to his feet and hurried off, scrambling away. His earlier demeanor had been a mere fade. "Boss, are we really just going to let him go? He has seen our encampment." Fan Jian expressed his discontent. Should Jiang Jun return, the intelligence regarding their camp would undoubtedly be further compromised. They had been lurking there the previous night, fully aware of the encampment's layout. Zhou Feng shook his head in resignation. Jiang Jun's discovery this morning does not imply he only arrived then, he clarified. "It is my fault," Fan Jian lamented, his face filled with regret. The security of the camp had been entrusted to his team, yet they had been stealthily infiltrated. "Do not blame yourself. The surrounding area is vast and densely wooded. It is nearly impossible to locate anyone," Zhou Feng reassured him, harboring no intention to cast blame. Monitoring the surroundings would be a challenging endeavor, even for dozens of individuals. "Boss, I will accompany you," Fan Jian volunteered. Zhou Feng nodded, indicating they would set out shortly. However, it would not be just 10 individuals. at least 30 would need to be mobilized. Moreover, they must send word to Tang Cheng and his team, informing them that their camp had been compromised. They should dispatch at least 10 of their own men, essentially summoning the entirety of their combat strength. Boss, shall we take decisive action? Fan Jian's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gestured animatedly. The specifics will be determined based on the situation. If Big Fei intends to engage us, he will undoubtedly bring forth all his forces. Zhou Feng squinted his eyes, realizing that he must mobilize at least a significant portion of his combat strength. Furthermore, he deliberately chose the afternoon for this confrontation, denying Big Fei any opportunity for preparation. Otherwise, it was highly plausible that Big Fei would take advantage of Zhou Feng's absence from the camp to launch a surprise attack. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Fan Jian nodded in agreement. Soon, over 30 individuals were selected, all robust and youthful, wielding rudimentary spears. Each carried provisions, consisting of smoked fish and boiled potatoes, while a dozen among them bore shields. Zhou Feng was confident that in the event of a clash with Big Fei and his men, his side would prevail. However, he was reluctant to engage in a fierce battle, as it could result in countless casualties. Upon reaching the papaya grove, Tang Cheng received word of the situation and personally arrived with his men. The sight of the grove's devastation left him incensed. Numerous papayas had already rotted. He vented his frustration with a string of harsh words. Is your injury all right? Zhou Feng inquit, observing Tang Cheng. It hasn't festered over the past 2 days, so it should be fine. Even if there were complications, I still needed to come and see. Tang Cheng replied with a resigned smile. He had initially believed that relocating the camp would grant them some respite, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly they were discovered. Subsequently, he questioned Zhou Feng about their course of action and whether they should confront Big Fei here. Zhou Feng's response remained unchanged. They would assess the situation before proceeding. He then instructed the others to divide into 3 teams. One to remain with him, awaiting Big Fei, while the other 2 would ambush several hundred meters away on either side of the papaya grove. Upon hearing his signal, they would emerge to confront the enemy. Zhou Feng's signal would consist of a loud shout directed towards the sky, reminiscent of the wild man he had once chased up a tree, who had attempted to create a commotion. This method proved to be the most effective in the woods. The group obeyed Zhou Feng's orders and concealed themselves, though Tang Cheng chose to stay by Zhou Feng's side, eager to discern what Big Fei might say and ready to assist. Hours passed swiftly, and as dusk approached, they finally beheld Big Fei and his men appearing before them. Chapter 83. Leverage. Although Zhou Feng had clashed with Big Fei on several occasions, this was the first time he had the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. He noted that Big Fei's injured shoulder was visibly larger than the other. It was the very spot where I had cast stones yesterday, and it should be swollen now. The individuals trailing behind the formidable Fei did wield spears, yet they bore no bows or arrows. It appeared they had genuinely come for negotiations. Fei and his entourage halted more than 20 meters away from Zhou Feng, a distance sufficient for clear communication. You have violated the rules. You have brought an excessive number of people, Fei stated bluntly. Tang Cheng furrowed his brow, taken aback that Fei had discerned their clandestine gathering of reinforcements. When dealing with someone like you, one must certainly be well prepared, Tang Cheng retorted with a cold snort. Speaking of rules, that depends on whom one is addressing. When confronting someone like Fei, adhering to the rules only leads to disadvantage. Do you even have a right to speak here? A mere probing question has already exposed you, Fei remarked with a mocking expression. Tang Cheng paused, then realized he had misspoken. Fei was entirely unaware of their numbers. He was merely attempting to bait them. He had fallen for the trap too easily. Apologetically, Tang Cheng glanced at Zhou Feng. He had initially believed he could offer assistance. Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling Tang Cheng to refrain from continuing. In truth, Zhou Feng had also been contemplating whether Fei had genuinely discovered their numbers. It could only be said that Fei was exceedingly cunning. What are you preparing to discuss? Zhou Feng inquired directly. You are quite impressive, a formidable figure. What was your occupation before? Fei grinned, assessing Zhou Feng with keen eyes. That is of no concern to you, Zhou Feng replied with a shake of his head. Well, if you are unwilling to share, then let me introduce myself. I am Fei Juanhao. I previously served as a mercenary in Africa. Fei continued with his self-introduction. Africa is home to numerous foreign legions, typically backed by financiers from France and Russia. Both parties are there to preserve their respective national interests on the continent. These foreign legions appear independent, hired by the influence of certain nations, yet they are merely the enforcers of great powers, often toppling small countries or exerting control over nations. I am Zhou Feng. I did not come here for idle chatter, Zhou Feng replied, disclosing his name as well. Very well, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. I propose a ceasefire, Fei stated straightforwardly. Tang Qing bristled with indignation. This man had slaughtered so many of his comrades, and now he was demanding a ceasefire? Yet, due to his earlier blunder, Tang Qing dared not speak out again, fearing he might cause further trouble for Zhou Feng. Why you seek a ceasefire? Is it because you're injured? Zhou Feng queried, casting a glance at Fei's arm. Huh, that blow was quite fierce. I have only seen stones used as weapons in Africa, Fei jested. However, he then moved his arm a few times, indicating that although he was wounded, it was not serious. If Zhou Feng is willing to continue the confrontation, he does not mind. As long as I am inclined, you shall not leave here alive today, Zhou Feng stated coolly. The individuals behind Fatty Fei appeared somewhat anxious, instinctively taking a few steps back. Only Fatty Fei remained steadfast, his demeanor unruffled. If I had no leverage, would I be here negotiating with you? Fatty Fei squinted. What is your leverage? Zhou Feng inquired with curiosity. In Zhou Feng's perspective, the most valuable asset Fatty Fei possessed was the wild potatoes in the woods. However, despite the proximity of the wild potatoes, if Zhou Feng truly desired to dig for them, Fatty Fei would have no means to obstruct him. It would ultimately hinge on whose fist was more formidable. Have you ever encountered savages? Fatty Fei's expression darkened considerably. I have, Zhou Feng nodded. Not far from my camp, in the southeast direction, there exists a tribe of savages. Fatty Fei furrowed his brows and began to elaborate. According to Fatty Fei, he was unsure of the tribe's numbers, but he had already clashed with them on 2 occasions. Each time, they appeared in groups of dozens, resulting in the deaths of over 10 of his men. Of course, the savages did not fare any better, leaving behind a few corpses as well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng began to comprehend why Fatty Fei opted to establish his camp amidst the rocky shores by the sea. Although it was not an ideal location, it afforded a high degree of safety. If you are intent on exterminating us, the savages will become your next target. Our approach towards this side of the island merely aims to distance ourselves from the savages, Fatty Fei shrugged. However, in performing this gesture, his injured shoulder appeared somewhat unnatural. Speaking so grandiosely, you have killed so many of my men and ravaged the papaya grove, yet claim to only wish to avoid the savages? Tang Qing could no longer contain himself, erupting in anger. Were those individuals your relatives or friends? Fatty Fei retorted. Tang Qing was momentarily taken aback, observing Tang Qing's reaction. Fatty Fei chuckled and continued. Since they are not your kin, why are you so agitated? If they are dead, then they are dead. Fatty Fei displayed an air of indifference, completely disregarding the lives of others. Having witnessed countless deaths in Africa, hunger, war, disease, he had long grown accustomed to it. We are not of the same ilk, Zhou Feng shook his head, although he too held a hierarchy of significance in his heart. With Qin Xiaoxue and by Qin Yan at the forefront, he believed Tang Qing felt similarly about Tang Fu. Yet, none of them would treat other lives as mere trifles. We may not be of the same ilk, yet we are currently confronted with a common threat. Should we falter, the savages would undoubtedly turn their sights upon you, perceiving us all as invaders. Boss Fei nodded in agreement, acknowledging this reality. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow. If the situation truly mirrored Boss Fei's assertions, then there existed a gathering of savages near their encampment, and 2 conflicts had already transpired. Continuing to vie with Boss Fei would only be detrimental to his own interests. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim that there are savages in your vicinity? Zhou Feng inquired. Boss Fei gestured discreetly to a companion nearby, who was shouldering a woven basket made of tangmen. Initially, Zhou Feng presumed that the basket contained provisions or water. However, when the individual emptied its contents onto the ground, Zhou Feng could not suppress a gasp of horror. The basket was filled entirely with polished human bones. Chapter 84. Compromised Zhou Feng had previously encountered such bones on the bodies of savages. It appeared that they harbored a peculiar affinity for carrying these items, whether as trophies or mementos of kin. Zhou Feng had heard of certain tribes that upheld this tradition, believing the human bones bestowed strength upon them, akin to consuming the remains of their enemies to gain their power. Many tribes also consumed the bodies of deceased members, believing it brought peace to their souls. Regardless, there is no doubt that these bones belonged to the savages, for only they would take the time to polish such relics. In addition to the bones, there were various other items, such as stone axes and hammers. Zhou Feng also noticed a necklace made from an unknown bone, each piece intricately carved with the image of a small sun. This detail caused Zhou Feng to frown. He had previously seen a similar sun motif on another savage. Was this merely a common tattoo, or did it possess a deeper significance? Nonetheless, it was now certain that all these items were of savage origin. Boss Fei seemed to collect these artifacts, likely in an attempt to comprehend their customs and weaponry. Well then, can we declare a ceasefire? Boss Fei chuckled. A ceasefire is acceptable, but I have two stipulations, Zhou Feng replied. Feel free to put them forth, Boss Fei nodded. First, we must be allowed to dig for potatoes without obstruction. Second, your activities must not extend beyond the papaya grove. These were Zhou Feng's two conditions. Boss Fei frowned, resting his chin on his hand, clearly contemplating the proposal. After several minutes, he spoke slowly. Isn't this condition somewhat inequitable? Can you come to our territory, yet we cannot venture into yours? Fei, the leader, said, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. You have taken the lives of over a dozen of our men, yet we have not harmed yours, Tang Chung replied with a cold smirk. While you may not have killed, Brother Zhou has certainly claimed many lives. If he were to wander near my camp, I would find it impossible to sleep at night. Fei's gaze towards Tang Chung bore a hint of disdain, clearly dismissing him. In stark contrast to his attitude towards Zhou Feng, this left Tang Chung infuriated, yet powerless. These are my terms. You may choose to reject them, Zhou Feng stated calmly. In that case, I accept these two conditions, but I too have conditions, Fei nodded. He then presented his request. Zhou Feng was to return his medications. Naturally, not all, for Fei recognized this as unrealistic. He specified that he required antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and furthermore, the fast-acting heart-saving pills, as those belonged to Dr. Wan within the camp. Without those, Dr. Wan's life could be at risk. Zhou Feng acquiesced, agreeing to provide Fei with a box of antibiotics and a box of anti-inflammatories. The fast-acting heart-saving pills could also be sent over. The antibiotics and anti-inflammatories were intended for the injured within Fei's camp, including Fei himself. A pleasant collaboration. Fei smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, he approached Zhou Feng and extended his hand, seemingly wishing to shake hands. Let us forego the handshake. Zhou Feng did not reciprocate the gesture. What a pity. Someone as formidable as you. If we could truly collaborate, we could establish a kingdom here. Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Feng discerned the underlying implication in Fei's words. True collaboration. Currently, they were not collaborating at all. It was merely a compromise. Fei, wounded, was reluctant to provoke a conflict, even after their men had been slain and the wild boar seized by Zhou Feng. Surprisingly, Fei aspired to build a kingdom here. Such ambition was unexpected. You think too highly of it. I merely wish to survive and then depart from this place. Zhou Feng shook his head. He had no interest in any kingdom, nor had he ever contemplated such notions. With your capabilities, survival is certainly feasible. But do you still believe this is an ordinary island? Fei's gaze was laden with meaning as he turned to leave. Watching Fei and his entourage grow distant, Tang Chung felt a pang of regret. Ultimately, both parties had concluded their negotiations. In some respects, Tang Chung would have preferred the discussions to have faltered. Thus, they had a justification to eliminate Big Fei here. After all, over 40 of their own had arrived. However, while ending Big Fei's life may be straightforward, the question remains, what would happen to Big Fei's camp afterwards? That group would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. To the southeast, there were wild tribes, and to the west, Zhou Feng and his men lay in wait. Inevitably, chaos would ensue, leading to a scattering of people. Eventually, it would be they who would confront the wild tribes. In contrast, it would be more prudent to spare Big Fei's life for the time being. This, in truth, represents the most advantageous choice, allowing Big Fei and his men to face the wild tribes. This may also explain why Big Fei dared to negotiate with only a few individuals. He was emboldened by some assurance. On the return journey, Zhou Feng pondered deeply. The words of Big Fei echoed in his mind. Do you think this is an ordinary island? Evidently, Big Fei had uncovered something significant, though his lips remained tightly sealed. If Zhou Feng wished to extract information from Big Fei, it would not be a simple task. Starting tomorrow, we shall dispatch personnel daily to gather potatoes. Zhou Feng Dangjiang. During this period, we must stockpile provisions. There are numerous methods to preserve potatoes, the simplest being soaking them in salt water to prevent sprouting. Understood. Tang Cheng nodded. Moreover, we must not let our guard down. We should remain vigilant against any covert actions by Big Fei, Zhou Feng cautioned. Rest assured, I always regard him as an adversary, Tang Cheng replied, gritting his teeth. Zhou Feng clapped Tang Cheng on the shoulder. By the way, you're not planning to seek out that wild tribe, are you? Tang Cheng inquired of Zhou Feng. After spending some time together, he had come to understand Zhou Feng quite well. Knowing that Zhou Feng was aware of the wild tribe's location, he was certain that Zhou Feng would not ignore it, and would definitely investigate. Indeed, Big Fei did not speak the truth, Zhou Feng affirmed. Given Big Fei's cautious nature, it was impossible that he had not conducted any reconnaissance on the wild tribe. He must have a general idea of their numbers. It was even possible that any conflict could have arisen from Big Fei's reconnaissance being discovered. Yet, he had chosen not to disclose this information freely. Chapter 85. Departure. Could this be a trap? That fellow deliberately provided us with this information, intending for us to walk into our doom. Tang Cheng suddenly realized this possibility. If he could consider that Zhou Feng would go to investigate the wild tribe, then Big Fei surely anticipated it as well. This information should be genuine. I will exercise caution, Zhou Feng stated after some contemplation. The bones presented by Big Fei served as evidence. However, to obtain more specific intelligence, one must embark on their own inquiry. Once my injury heals, I will accompany you on such endeavors, Tang Cheng declared, feeling a pent-up frustration. Ever since his injury, he had been feeling particularly stifled. First, focus on healing your wounds. Zhou Feng, however, remains unperturbed. At present, he does not lack for assistance. Even if Tang Cheng were by his side, his contribution would be minimal. By the time Zhou Feng returns to the camp, night has already fallen. Upon seeing that Zhou Feng and his companions have returned unscathed, the people in the camp exhale in relief. With so many individuals mobilized at once, they feared a fierce battle. The fact that they have returned intact is already a pleasant surprise. The camp has even prepared dinner for them. After allowing everyone to eat, Zhou Feng retires early to rest, intending to set out at dawn to dig for potatoes. While there is a temporary agreement in place, he aims to gather as many potatoes as possible to stockpile food for a while. Back in his room, Zhou Feng furrows his brow, deep in thought about the matter of the wild men. A question lingers in his mind. There are signs of other survivors on the island who arrived long before them, such as those who once inhabited the cave. It seems as if they abruptly abandoned it. Why did they leave? Was it due to the wild men? Or was there another reason? Just then, Qin Xiaoxue lifts the curtain and enters. Zhou Feng, I heard you plan to explore the wild men's tribe tomorrow, she says, her brow furrowed with concern. She has already heard from others. Don't worry, I will be fine, Zhou Feng replies with a smile. Please don't be too reckless. That tribe isn't very far from us, and there are others in between, Qin Xiaoxue gently says, sitting beside Zhou Feng's bed. She knows that her words might imply putting others in danger, but it is the truth. She does not want Zhou Feng to take risks. The wild men have already appeared around them. If they do not investigate thoroughly soon, they might find themselves surrounded by them in the future. Zhou Feng shakes his head. I just want you to be safe. Qin Xiaoxue tilts her head and leans on Zhou Feng's shoulder. I will always be by your side. Zhou Feng gently wraps his arm around her. The two sit in silence, relishing the moment together. Zhou Feng suddenly wishes that this instant could last forever. Although they are on a deserted island, being with the one he cherishes is more than enough. After an unknown amount of time, the curtain is lifted again. Bai Qingyan stands at the door. Qin Xiaoxue immediately straightens up and brushes her hair back. Is there something you need? Zhou Feng asks, somewhat irritated. He had been lost in contemplation, not expecting Bai Qingyan to intrude. I just wanted to see what you two were up to, Bai Qingyan mutters. What we do is none of your concern. Grown-up matters are not for children to meddle in, Zhou Feng frowns. And you consider yourself a grown-up? In my childhood, we played in the mud together, and I am well aware of your embarrassing moments. I shall inform my mother shortly. Bai Qingyan huffed, displaying a countenance of defiance. Zhou Feng felt somewhat helpless. After all, this little girl indeed knew quite a bit about him. All right, I concede, dear aunt. Please, just express what you desire. He implored, eager to appease her. After all, he had painstakingly cultivated a masculine image in Qin Xiaoxue's eyes, and he could not allow it to shatter so easily. I heard you plan to venture to the Wild Man tribe? Qin Yin inquired. Indeed, Zhou Feng affirmed with a nod. Mother, aren't you going to persuade him? It is undoubtedly perilous. What if he is devoured by the wild men? Worry glimmered in by Qin Yin's eyes. I have attempted to dissuade him, Qin Xiaoxue replied, appearing somewhat resigned. From her reaction, Qin Yin discerned that Zhou Feng was determined to proceed. Perhaps you should find some companions, she suggested, secretly wishing to accompany him, believing she could be of assistance. However, after having once become a burden to Zhou Feng, she feared dragging him down again. It is best for me to go alone. This way, I can avoid drawing the wild men's attention, and it will be easier for me to escape, Zhou Feng explained. Please prioritize your safety. If anything were to happen to you, my mother would be heartbroken, Qin Yin declared, dropping her words before departing the room. This little girl truly cares for you. Qin Xiaoxue remarked with a gentle smile. Zhou Feng nodded, having noticed the same. He believed that his relationship with Qin Yin had always been quite amiable, akin to childhood sweethearts. Perhaps it was his relationship with Qin Xiaoxue that momentarily rendered Qin Yin unable to accept the situation. Nonetheless, he was confident that with time, Qin Yin would revert to her former self. I shall take my leave now, Qin Xiaoxue said, rising to depart. However, just before exiting the room, she suddenly leaned in close to Zhou Feng. A few moments later, she turned and left. Zhou Feng was taken aback with delight. This was not the first instance of Qin Xiaoxue taking the initiative. He could perceive that since Qin Yin had expressed her lack of opposition, Qin Xiaoxue had gradually begun to loosen up. As dawn broke, after breakfast, everyone followed Zhou Feng to set off once more. The number remained consistent with the previous day, exceeding 30 individuals. Upon passing through the papaya grove, Tang Fu awaited them with over 20 others. Among Tang Fu's group were several young women who had also joined this potato-digging endeavor, though they could not carry substantial loads. Even bearing a mere 10 or so pounds far surpassed what they could gather from the surroundings. Zhou Feng was not surprised to see Tang Fu arrive with her party. Given Tang Cheng's current injuries, it is advisable for him to refrain from excessive movement. Furthermore, the peril associated with this operation is relatively low. It is unlikely that Boss Fei and his men will launch a covert attack. The two groups converged. I heard you intend to investigate the situation of the wild tribes? Tang Fu immediately approached. Indeed, Zhou Feng nodded. How about I accompany you? Tang Fu promptly suggested.